entirely different. But I will tell you what contentious issues. They can't seem to do things. It's over economical considerations of states. They can't do things. I'm not saying don't.
Marshall, here's something that's really interesting along these lines, right? You have people on this app that pretend to be really interested in district congressional members. You name your state senators. The level of interest that they actually have in these things is quite low. This is why we talk about the celebrity wing of Congress. This is where the AOCs and the Rand Pauls, they get some attention. The Nancy Pelosi's and everybody would give them attention. The people that do the work, that really do the work, that are writing policy and arguing about this stuff, nobody even knows who the fuck they are. And I would even guess that the celebrity wing, nobody's really inspecting what they're all about. I would, and again, I don't need a show of hands, and I don't need anybody to argue that, oh, that's not true. But just hear me out and just ask yourself if this is true of you. Have you ever went and looked up your congressional representatives' voting record in Congress? Have you ever looked at what they voted yes for, what they voted no for, what they voted, responded as present or abstained? Please go look at that stuff and then get a more clear picture of who your representative is. Because I don't think, actually I know, it's less than 1% of this country that actually digs into this shit. And here's the thing, if you show up and you know the rules, you're going to be able to set the agenda. So all of the people that say, it's out of my hand, what can I do? There's a lot that you can fucking do. If you were to influence, let's say you have influence over 10 people in your district. Doesn't sound like a lot. But if those 10 people were to write similarly worded emails or physical letters to their representative, those letters in their mind represents a multiplier of people in that district. And so you do have a lot more say than you think. You can also participate in conversation on online forums that's less effective, but show up to these things and make yourself look bigger than you are. Here's what you do. You want to show up to a rally where your congressional members are going to speak at? Find all of your friends and family and tell them, hey, look, just come and hang out. We'll go do something fun after, whatever fun means in your world. Maybe go to the bar. But you tell them, just come with me. And then when they show up, give them all a pre-printed T-shirt that has whatever slogan that you give a shit about, and make sure that where the cameras are at, that you guys are positioned there, and you can make 8 to 10 people look like 1,000 people if you know what you're doing. And this is the way that you actually influence policy. If you think about when people talk about the Tea Party, right? When people talk about the Tea Party like they know what the fuck they're talking about. I don't know if you guys know how it got started, the rant by Santilli that led to people being inspired to say, yeah, I'm going to organize protests. One such protest happened in Seattle back in 2009 maybe, and it was called Parkulus. It was organized by somebody that I know very well, Kelly Corinder. You can look her up. She was the first person to organize a Tea Party rally. 120 people showed up. I want to repeat that. 120 people showed up. Now that's pretty good for somebody that at that time nobody knew. She was 31 years old. She wasn't super experienced. She had a degree. She was charismatic. But she got 120 people to show up. Now in the grand scheme of things, in a country of 350 million people, that's not a lot of people. Now, it's tough to get 120 people to show up, believe me. But that 120 people lit the fucking match. And then all of a sudden, the news couldn't shut up about it. We're in 2025, and people still reference the Tea Party. Now, sadly, they reference what the Tea Party became and not what it started as. When it got hijacked by the people that were, lifers in the Republican Party, which was what it was not intended to be at all. When they city of Seattle got 120 people to show up, and the Tea Party movement was born. You can fucking do more than you think you can.
And we all think critical race theory no longer exists. Haha.
Thank you, Roger. I really like for people to listen to what he said. I use my Facebook. It gives you all of their voting records on a regular basis. I also use the Christian Coalition magazine, which gives us a great outline of how their voting records, what they voted for in the past, and what they're proposing to vote for in the future. You need to be well aware of these things. Unfortunately, a lot of us who claim, like Roger said, that we are politically astute or we are people who really want to help change the government, we're really not involved because we can see it clearly. We go and cast a vote, but voting is only one part of the American, what I call the experiment. But if we all got involved locally, really involved, we could really, really go and get some things accomplished and change a lot of these things. But because we don't have that much participation, and like when Roger starts to speak, Roger knows this, guys, a lot of these spaces on Clubhouse and the other platform, they're only drama rooms. But when you really get down to the nitty gritty and you talk about the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, Declaration of Independence, and some of those papers, you're not going to have a lot of people in those spaces. And the reason why is because most people think it's boring, but they don't realize that's how you save your life. You got to have information. If you don't have information, you'll be destroyed. You'll be destroyed. That's how they can take advantage of you.
So I'm looking at this Vote Smart, and I'm looking at the gentleman that I'm running against, Darren LaHood. And it's interesting, you can sort by issue, and it's incredible how many HRs they actually vote on. And so thank you for sharing that, because I'm going to create a video. I already did a open secrets video about all the corporations that he works with, but I'm going to shoot a video with regards to this Vote Smart.
Yeah, America, if you do that specifically for your state, you're going to get a lot more traction from your videos. And the reason why is when you start focusing just on your state, like we have 58 counties here in California. So we start focusing in the counties, and now we're getting the county representatives on blast. Like Roger said, you only need 10 to 15 people in each one of these counties to show up at the meeting or just turn on their live streams. And a lot of you guys don't realize every one of your cities have live streaming. You can turn your live stream and check out what's going on. And when they have eyeballs on them, it changes how they vote. So there's a lot of things that we control. We all have a smartphone. We should start using it. It helps us be more smart when it comes to real data. All of us have something that we can do, and everyone has a skill, whether you're writing a letter, whether you're doing email to the voter roll, whether you help clean up the voter roll, whether you knock on doors, hang door hangers. Everybody can do something. We got a lot of people voting, but not people participating.
Yeah, so I mean, I use X a lot. I don't know if anybody here uses it, but my profile is John Kitover, IL, Illinois. And it's really interesting, the merger between AI, Grok, and X as a platform itself, because you can use it to do a lot of data scraping and communication with Grok and other people that you're trying to communicate with. So follow me on Instagram, but I'm going to pin my X account. If you're not using X, I would really encourage you to start using it, because Clubhouse is a very closed and dying app. There's not a single party hat around. And I think Mojo stated earlier that it's possible they created anonymous so people can start clipping it and distributing it, and hopefully more people will join Clownhouse. But I want to run this campaign using Clubhouse. So if I hire AI content strategists in the top 10 towns in this district that I'm running in, I want them to come to Clownhouse and talk about their economic situation, their ambitions. I want to bring real people in who are working for their campaign and use it here on this app, because this is a free conference call. So anyways, click the Instagram link above now. Text me at 312-498-0517 if you want to help the campaign, if you want to contribute $10, or if you want to follow me on X and you want to repost some content, or if you want to create some content that you want me to repost, text me at 312-498-0517. That's my direct cell. And I hope you will join the campaign to get me into Congress so we can doge Darren LaHood and these multi-trillion-dollar debt creators.
What cities are you in?
Rockford, Illinois, Bloomington, Normal, Illinois, Peoria, Illinois, Quincy. There's about 600,000 people in the district, and it's small little towns. 15,000 people, 5,000 people, 4,000 people. I mean, small little towns, and these are people who absolutely have no voice whatsoever. And so I want to amplify their voices, because I know that Darren LaHood does not really give a fuck about them, and he doesn't. He just puts out propaganda videos of him shaking police officers' hands, veterans' hands. The guy has created $20 trillion in debt in 10 years. Every year we create $2 trillion in debt. He's been in Congress 10 years. That's $20 trillion of voting for debt creation. $20 trillion. Microsoft is valued at $4 trillion. He created 5 Microsofts out of thin air. And that's not just a little problem. That is a catastrophic civilization-ending problem.
Are you near Charlevoix and Traverse City, yada yada? You know what I'm talking?
No, I don't know.
When he talks, it was. That's why.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, the people who win elections, they are able to buy millions of dollars in Google ads, Meta ads. They have very sophisticated online ad targeting operations. They're constantly putting out content, and they have a huge team. I'm just one guy with a decentralized group of people on Clownhouse that used to hate me, but still probably hate me. And the fact that Marshall and David, every time you bring up a bigger issue, they always give you back the micro, which is get local, go to your local parent-teachers association. No, that's not how we fix the bigger problem. The bigger problem is in Washington, D.C., and it is your congressperson or your senator who keeps creating omnibus multi-trillion-dollar acts. This is theft and fraud against future generations, and it's huge financial giveaways and huge windfall profits for the recipients of these multi-trillion-dollar acts, let alone the amount of fraud it creates. The PPP package, that loan, was $1.8 trillion in fraud. A lot of Clownhouse scum on this stupid app. A lot of these people got hundreds of thousands of dollars in federal loans. And it's, the recoupment rate on all that fraud it's next to nothing. So we are the problem. These acts and all this money we create out of thin air and give away is the problem.
So hold on, real quick, Andrew. I just want to say, I agree that you need to speak to the people that are spending all this money. That being said, this is where I disagree with you, and where I do agree with Marshall. The local scene, what you get there is you get the small wins. You build a bench of people that believe in these issues. They start getting the small wins, but then they also build up this credibility cocktail where they can move upstream. The reason why you don't see people with ideas like yours or mine winning at the state level is because the people that win at the state level are identifiable because they were a known entity that was winning at a lower level. And so I would say that there's people like yourself that have to take the fight, to the top. But you also need people like Marshall that are going to attack it at the local level, because you do need to build a bench and you need to build credibility, because unfortunately, it's not just the idea that prevails. Most people that vote, they look to see which way the wind is blowing. Most voters, they only care, and this is going to sound crazy, but it's true and the data will back this up. They want to know who's going to win so they can vote for it. If it's close, and this is why we're divided right now is that when it's close, then people don't know who's going to win. They have plausible reason to believe that their candidate that sides with them to win, and this is where you get them, clinging more to the issues that they care about. But back in the day when it wasn't close, when Ronald Reagan was winning 49 out of 50 states, there were definitely people that were lockstep into the agenda of Ronald Reagan, and then there were a lot of people that were just caught up in the moment. They were just like, okay, we're voting for this guy, and I think the country actually operates better, believe it or not, when we do have a consensus on which direction we're supposed to go. That doesn't mean all Americans are going to agree on it, but it tends to work better when we're in agreement. Right now, those narrow margins that we see at the state level in these elections, this is what's causing the division, because it's very contentious and they're fighting for every fucking inch. And this is why, because every inch is important, this is why new ideas are relevant, because the parties, you notice the Republican Party created a much quote-unquote bigger tent this time. The reason they created a bigger tent is because they can't afford to alienate people that have ideas like the ideas that we've been sharing in this room.
Yeah, and on that same vein, American, you need a foundation, like you said, you need a bench. What happens at the higher level happens first at the local level. So whatever counties in Illinois that you're going through, you got to make sure you have that bench of people, because those are the people that's going to get to change what's happening at the top. Yes, you're right. There's a lot of things that's going on, but at the same time, you got to realize that if you do not have that foundation, whatever you build is going to collapse. So you want to make sure you get that foundation. Local, local, local. And yes, what's happening in your state house, and also what happens in Congress and the Senate is there. So we just need to make sure that that's happening. Whatever you're doing, when I say I'm not a person that's ever going to run, my wife wouldn't let me in the first place, and I respect her voice in my life. But one of the things I always say, people who do run, whatever you do, don't criticize the other party or the other person. Talk only about what you do, because the fuel that you get from always focus on what you're going to do, people will always respect you. The moment you get into the dirt and all of the, smashing of the person and what they're doing, they want to know solutions. And when you give people solutions, they'll support you. So one of the areas, there's a way to allow someone else to attack, but if you're the person running American, don't be the attack dog, get someone else to do it, and it changes you. That's all.
Yeah, I agree with you. I have learned that here on Clown House. I would say El Normo has been great in giving me, suggestions on how to communicate with people who I can get agitated with. But I agree with you. And, I just think that the spending problem, the borrowing and the spending problem, is the fact that none of these major issues that have come up would be possible without all the borrowing and spending, particularly COVID-19. Pfizer even threw out like $30 billion worth of inventory that the government paid for. The fact of the matter is, I'm pretty much against big pharma and big health insurance. The middleman in health insurance and the amount of money they take from us every year is insane.
No, I agree, but can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a question. Where do you think all these things happen? Do you think they happen in a vacuum? See, every group needs customers. We the people are their customers. And if you don't inform your citizenry, we're going to miss out. We have 50 independent countries. 50 independent states here in our country. 50 independent states. We're supposed to have 348 million independent people. We don't.
say, hey, I heard what you had to say. I want to help. What can I do? Oftentimes they're met with, oh, well, I don't know. And you don't have a job for them. I would go look at what churches do. If you walk into any church in America that's well organized and you just say, oh, it's my first time here, somebody in that church is going to talk to you and figure out why you came, what it is that you need, where you're at in your life. And the moment that you hint that you'd like to get involved in some way, they will have a job for you to do immediately. And so the important thing to remember is that if you're building a campaign or a movement, there is a lot of work that needs to be done, and you need to be familiar with all of the little things. So let's say somebody comes that is probably not the type of person that you want to put on a panel speaking about issues, but they want to help. You find ways that they can help, and you tell them, hey, would you be willing to organize a sign wave where you just get people that literally all they have to do is show up at a location with signs that you've designed and then just wave the signs. Now you might say, fuck sign waves. The point is you're building an organization where you're giving people an assignment of what they can do. And then from there, you can identify what their skill set is or how else they can help. Maybe they have some administrative skills. Maybe they are a good public speaker. But you have to give them a purpose. You have to give them something to do immediately to get plugged in.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, it's basically like starting a Scientology organization or a direct response marketing campaign. And, you know, you can't lose them. They're going through my funnel, essentially. But, you know, I'm going to post ads on Craigslist soon to the top 10 towns and try to recruit political activists in the government section of Craigslist and post maybe job ads in Facebook Marketplace. There's a lot of little ways to try to like spam the people in these towns. I think Facebook Marketplace could be a good place to do it even. So it is about creating that network. I mean, I'm using Wix to do the website right now. It sucks. So in terms of like, you know, campaign volunteer lead capture or voter lead capture, I have to, you know, get all that created and put up and promote it. So it is a lot of work. It's basically like starting an online business. And, but, you know, it's what it is. So I thank you, Roger, for maybe helping me, you know, in the future and right now as well. And I think even like, you know, for that, because I'm filming all of this, it is content. So, you know, but it's like dead content, meaning that no one is even watching it. And let alone nobody in Peoria or Rockford, the top two towns, know my name. So it's a huge upward journey over till March of, you know, next year. So August, September, October, November, December. I mean, I've got basically 5 months to get 2,500 ballot signatures and, you know, lead this campaign, because the other enemy of mine is the weather. It's impossible to do any type of, you know, transportation basically January and February leading up until the primary. So all this work has to get done over the next 150 days. So if anybody is interested in helping me with this campaign to get into Congress, text me at 312-498-0517 or go to johnforcongress.com. It's just, I just have a little mission statement on there on that Wix website. Or follow me on Instagram at instagram.com/JohnKitover. Just go to IG and type in JOHNKIT over. Add me there and message me there, and I will reply. And I, you know, Clubhouse has been a 5 to 6 year journey now of really putting up close to 40,000 videos of Clubhouse, you know, recordings and conversations, generating millions of views. And it's been, to me, it's been a fun art, comedy, and political project, because I think in the back of my mind, I always knew that, you know, creating all this content, even if I don't have a lot of followers, the guy I'm running against has equally not a lot of followers. But he does on Facebook, over 22,000 likes on his Facebook page. So he probably ran meta ads. But my point is, you know, in terms of like establishing credibility or or doing research on what people are talking about or what you know the political sentiment is, but also really just trying to rectify myself in terms of what agitates me, what triggers me, what gaslights me. Can I listen to people sling all kinds of nonsense and still remain calm and be cool? Like somebody said earlier, don't attack the man or the woman, attack the idea and present solutions to address people's concerns and what's happening. So I think we're in a debt spiral, and I think that we're gonna fuck around. We're fucking around, and we're gonna find out what it means to go to 40 trillion, to 50 trillion in debt, to 60 trillion in debt. It's people in 2050, 2070 that may see an extremely new set of rules that they have to abide by, because the United States of America is diminishing in its liberty and its power, and basically giving it all up to an international banking cartel, which is separate from our own government. So I think Trump is doing the right thing in his meeting with Chairman Powell, where he's showing him, multi-billion-dollar overrun on a piece of paper. Powell looked like a clown. Trump looked like the boss. So a lot of it is about framing and communication and transparency. And Massey and Rand Paul are calling to audit and end the Fed. I mean, Rand Paul today just said, he thinks we're in the early stages of ending the Federal Reserve. So, this is, I think now is the biggest pivot point in American history, because either we're going to keep running this debt up and borrowing and spending, or we are going to essentially reestablish American liberty and, freedom for we the people. I mean, because it's ours. And unfortunately, if we don't demand more and possibly be greedier, we're going to give it all away, and nobody's going to get anything. So those are my thoughts. Those are my opinions. Thank you.
Edward Glenn, I haven't seen you in this app for a long time. How you been, man? Guess Mr. Lynn is not around.
He's in the death care business.
Oh, he's at the doctor's visit. Got it.
No, I'm saying he runs a mortuary business. But Anthony, let me ask you, if you were the president of the United States of America, what would you do for we the people?
So what would I do? For we the people, my top priority as president would be to address the deficit. So it would be a combination of raising revenues, which I like the idea of tariffs, believe it or not. I'm a fan. I like the idea of cutting government, huge cuts, savage cuts. I don't like a means test for Social Security. I don't think we should just send out Social Security to everybody that paid into it. If you did really well, tough today, you don't get Social Security. God bless you. I would raise taxes on the wealthy. I wouldn't cut taxes like the big people did. I more so would raise taxes. And, I would really look hard at government spending, what Doge was kind of intended to do. And I would just have to come to grips with the fact that this thing has turned into a monstrosity. So that's what I would do for the people. My legacy would be at least getting us head in the right direction on the deficit.
Lojo, I got a question for you with regards to tariffs and imports. I don't know if you follow Peter Schiff, but my question to you is, with regards to reciprocal tariffs, or just give a hypothetical, the car import and export and manufacturing industry, if China doesn't allow us to import, whether it's financial services or auto cars we manufacture, don't you think that tit for tat or reciprocal tariffs or our group, our cartel of manufacturers, we're going to help push the Chinese in a direction that's good for our business, our businesses. So how do you essentially do reciprocal tariffs, or how do you use tariffs strategically to get our exports into countries that are rejecting our exports?
So, I guess the exports thing is a conversation that I'm not an expert on it, but when you think about the tools, the instrument of a tariff, and if you take Trump at his word of what it is he's trying to, the problem he's trying to solve for, I think the best thing we can hope for is when you take somebody like, you take China, for example, where they have this aggressive plan to put a massive automobile plant right on the American border in Texas. And then immediately after the tariffs were announced, the plans of that facility went away. I think the follow-up conversation needs to be, hey, you want to avoid tariffs? Why don't you put that plant you were thinking of putting on the border, why don't you put that in Detroit? And some people will balk at that and say, wait a minute, you want to help a Chinese company sell automobiles? Well, if a Chinese company could create American jobs, I wouldn't care if they made money doing it. I think that you're either going to have to draw a hard line in the sand and say we don't want to fucking do anything with China, or we say if you want to participate in this consumer base, rather than the tariffs, a better option would be, why don't you create American jobs? Which, by the way, I think we're headed towards. There's a lot of talk that Xi is out of power soon, and the folks that are likely to take over are less chummy with Russia and absolutely more keen on repairing relationships with the West. And if this is true, it could be very, very interesting, including there's a contentious border that China and Russia share that China, as part of their 100-year plan, was to annex this land and get it back with a weakened Russia because of the mistakes that Putin's making. If we became really friendly with China again, that could give, if they knew that they didn't have to have international condemnation and maybe we would even condone it, you could see China just go and annex parts of Russia. And I know that might sound ridiculous to people, but you should go and read what people in China are saying about this. In fact, they're saying that now is the best time for them to do it because the Russian military is busy. And the only capability they would have to even try to stop it would be nuclear weapons. But I don't think that they would do that with China because that would end them. So I think all of this fear mongering around China could be coming to an end. And if it does, we may end up seeing history write the narrative that Donald Trump is the greatest president of all time because of the tensions that happened prior to him coming in, and his focus was on bringing China back, to be a good player on the international scene. And if that happens, like the history books, unless they want to lie about it, they would have to say that that Trump is one of. If this all happens, if it plays out, Trump becomes in the argument for the greatest president of all time.
So I think that G is absolutely out. His days are without a doubt numbered. I think the people waiting in the wings are way, way, way more pro-America, America friendly than G's ever been. Luck is always a factor in the way you're remembered historically, and I do think that there is going to be an opportunity for Trump to be looked at as shocking as it may seem, one of the greatest presidents in history, hands down. There's so many predictions about like, the tariffs, what they were going to do to the economy, that have proven thus far not to be true at all. There's so much in terms of, like, they don't even give him flowers on the most basic level for the stuff that he is accomplishing. Such as the revenues raised by tariffs. If like it, hate it, I'm not a fan of the Big Beautiful Bill, but let's be honest, he's a politician. He needed some kind of signature legislation. This was the most palatable thing that he could get through. He barely got it through. Barely. Like a tie break in the Senate, a couple of votes in the House. This was not an easy sell. So, yeah, like, what do we want gridlock? Do we want to, constantly go to the 11th hour and ask for, some kind of temporary spending measures? Like, that's not effective. So, given the hand that he had, he's playing the cards the best way he knows how. And, like, love it, hate it, whatever, it's thus far, it's been pretty darn effective. He's one of those people that believes that returning the money to the public as opposed to the government spending the money is profitable. He thinks that the government is super inefficient. So when I say that the reason why I made the argument he's done that, Roger, is by cutting
to draw down. And instead of the trust fund going broke in 2035, by 2035 there will be no new people added to Social Security. What do you think?
Well, let me,
Anthony, it's a random idea.
Anthony, let me interrupt you real quick and ask Mojo a question. Mojo, don't you think that doing huge cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, or the NDAA, let's say we cut spending by 40%, in 1 year. I mean, it's just imaginative, fictional thought. In the same way that young Bima yesterday, has these fantastic anarchic type of visions. Like, it's not going to happen. And what I'm saying is, like, in a way, like, if you do cut spending, dramatically and drastically, will it create the anarchy that we think it's holding back?
The answer to that is that we have three choices here. Three choices that I can identify. If you want to identify four choices, fine. We can continue what we're doing today, and we will slowly die. We could increase spending dramatically and accelerate the doomsday scenario, or we can try to acknowledge the problem and alleviate it and dramatically cut the spending. I understand that status quo is the most likely scenario and that slow death. I'm saying that somewhere along the line, I'm hoping that a bold, innovative, charismatic leader will emerge that can give us the tough talk that we need and can let people know that, like, these are the choices. And, while everybody else has been, for electability's sake, has just said, let's continue to kick the can down the road. And then if you could just illustrate at what point in time all of this does collapse, and let people know that, look, this is going to be on your kid's lap, on your grandkid's lap, that the American experiment could end if we don't fix this. And so I think it's dire enough for us to at least fucking try. But if you're asking me, do I think it's likely that it happens? No, the answer is no. I think that there are people that are more interested in the immediate grift and the power grab that they can do now than they are about fixing and sustaining the economy of the United States of America. I'm acknowledging that it's unlikely, but I think it's important enough to try to take that puncher's chance.
So, Roger, I'll be honest with you. I think that the scenario you said is the most likely, that, kick the can down the road, is clearly, where we're headed. I don't think that this will ever see a charismatic enough leader that's going to sell what needs to be done to the American people. It's just, I don't like, our system is structurally set up to prevent that from happening. It just won't happen. Now, there's a different problem that I think that's really coming to the fore, and it's coming really fast. I feel that the system is broken. The game is already over. It's not even, it's like we might be worried about the wrong thing. I think that we are going to have to fundamentally change the idea of America. I think we're going to have to become a socialist nation. I think that when you combine artificial intelligence and automation, that there is no other path forward. I just don't see the amount of real jobs, labor.
Wait, Anthony, I want to interrupt you real quick. Mojo, can you maybe address what Anthony is saying? Because he thinks we're going to become a socialist nation. Can you tell him what Milton Friedman would say with regards to economic theory and philosophy and optimization and productivity? Can you maybe give him an economic response to his socialistic, perspective?
Yeah, I mean, if we head in that direction, then we lose all of the incentives to become more efficient, to do the things that would lower prices for consumers, that would invest in R&D. You would essentially erode all of the incentives that would lead to things that would allow you to stay on top. If we head down that road, what we're essentially going to say is that we're going to, instead of investing in growth, instead of trying to innovate the best products and the things that can change our future in a positive way, we are going to then, instead, we are going to waste the money by spreading it among the people. And I think what you're going to find is the inefficiency of doing that is going to just accelerate the collapse. I don't think that solves a single problem, and there's not a single example on a global scale that you can point to where people become more efficient because of these types of policies.
So, Russ, do you see another path forward? Like, given the daunting scale of artificial intelligence, do you see another way out of this scenario?
Yes, we win the AI war and win it significantly by allowing. I would deregulate the fuck out of the market and allow innovation to be the investment. And we have to win the AI and the robotics war. And when we do that, I think that there could be force multipliers of revenue that we see from that. Because one of the biggest expenses that we have is labor. There's a world in which we don't necessarily need to work because the companies would become so fucking profitable. Now, that would lead you into this conversation because everything that happens, has secondary and third, impacts. And what I would say would be more realistic is that when the labor work is being performed by machines, I think that the economy is going to turn into nothing but service and entertainment. I actually can envision the world being a much better place where you have more people playing guitar, playing drums, singing, drawing, dancing, and more people wanting to consume that. And I think that entertainment and service, hospitality, is going to be how human beings are going to thrive moving forward. That's what I think.
So, Roger, I would state that there's just not enough entertainment and or service to keep people earning enough to have the economy continue the way it's been going. I think that there's a peak to how much entertainment and service you can have.
I think you missed the key. Maybe you missed the part that I didn't say out loud, but I thought I inferred that solves for this. Is that if AI and robotics make us as productive as I think it will, we won't need to tax human beings. The human beings won't need to fund the government, won't need to fund the military or infrastructure or any of those things, because the productivity that gains that we see from AI and from robotics, everything will be funded and people will be allowed to, if you had no taxation in your life, imagine the burden that's lifted and how much more free you would be to participate in the activities that you enjoy.
Roger, what I'm saying to you is that there won't be any taxes because there won't be anyone working, because the efficiency of the artificial intelligence and the robots, there won't be anyone earning income. So the idea of taxes, it's irrelevant. This is what I think you're missing. Like, this, people won't earn an income. There won't be labor. There won't be opportunities to differentiate yourself in the capitalistic system. And
Anthony, Mojo is presenting the greatest possible utopian vision imaginable, and it's so imaginative. I mean, you know, he's claiming that it solves income problems because of the productivity increase. But Mojo, don't you think that's a utopian vision you have?
It fundamentally doesn't. And before we get to utopia, let's talk dystopia. Let's talk about the dystopia. Where are people earning money from that they aren't paying taxes on? This is the part that's missing. This is very odd to me.
Well, Anthony, can I ask you a question? Are you a free market person?
I'm a free market person, but I'm saying to you that automation is going to kill that.
Okay, but let's back up. So you say you're a free market. What and how do you currently have investments? What do you currently invest in?
My primary investment is in real estate.
Okay, so that's a good one because you know they're not making any more real estate, right? So at one point, people are still going to need housing. That means someone still has to build it. And if the robots break down, someone has to build them. But there's my question outside of real estate. Do you know the majority of Americans who are actually earning money do not do that on a job? They do that through investment.
Okay, so Edward, this is what I want, like, succinctly. I want you to explain to me how people are going to earn money. This is, I don't like companies, stock market, revenues, price to earnings. Where are these earnings coming from? How can consumers consume if they can't earn money to consume? These are very basic things that I'm trying to understand.
I know, but Anthony, I think when you say basic things, okay, if I understand where you're coming from, you don't think that we're going to be able to produce anything. You're so private sector that you think the private sector is innovation. Roger just told you, if we go out and innovate, which has made America what it is today, the human being will always be a producer. That's not going to stop. And just because we have a tool called AI, that tool was created by us. If it doesn't create itself, then regardless of what you and I do,
wrong. It does create itself. Robots building robots.
Andrew, hold on. I want you to hear yourself. Because I don't know why we actually personally believe that AI is the, what's the word I want to use? AI is what?
But will that AI, and all this AI that's going to make DMVs, for example, really efficient, right?
The larger scale of the Industrial Revolution. I mean, if you think about the Industrial Revolution, we were able to we could replace physical labor with machines, right? And now we're going to be able to replace some jobs that required thought. When we replaced the labor, the physical labor with machines, the economy actually grew. There's really no example. You might see some jobs disappear, but this catastrophe that people are calling ultimately end up creating way more jobs than they.
Roger, I would have agreed with you prior to what's going on now. It is completely different this time. And I don't think we are.
Anthony, I mean, haven't you heard of the expression, there's nothing new under the sun, Anthony?
American, respectfully, bro, how about this, right? I would like you to add your ideas to the discussion. I'd like to have something meaty from you so I can chew into it and say, okay, this is what he believes. I have no idea what you believe. I hear cheerleading, I hear, question asking. I don't know what your opinion is. I don't even know if you have an opinion. I would love to hear.
You don't think I have an opinion?
My thoughts. I don't know if you have. I haven't heard one yet, and I'm not trying to be funny or criticize you. This is a crazy small stage. This is a beautiful environment for us to really talk freely, and I want to know what your ideas are. How do you feel about AI and robotics? What do you know about AI and robotics? Why do you think that it's going to lead to, instead of like job destruction, to job growth? These are the reasons I believe that this is going to happen. And I can say, well, I'm going to counter it with X, Y, and Z. That's what I'd love to do that.
So Anthony, here's the thing. Here's what's on my side: is that at no time in human history has creating more efficient tools eliminated more jobs than it's created. And so I have the historical evidence that creating efficiency tools creates more jobs. What do you have to support your argument that we're going to have less jobs?
Okay, so what I have is a paradigm shift unlike anything we've ever seen. What I'm saying to you, this is not like anything that came before it. It would make sense if it wasn't a situation where the AI can actually exceed us in every facet. Everything. It can do way better than us, way faster than us.
You can't even create a fucking image of a human being without putting 8 fingers on it.
Okay. Roger, if we were to stop and we were talking about where AI is currently, it's in its infancy. This is brand spanking new. The idea that, the image problems that they were having in 2022 still exist in 2025, I would vehemently disagree with that. But that's it, like, Roger, I hear a lot of Luddite arguments right now that have constraints of fundamental. Yeah, Edward, I can't talk at the same time as you can. I really can't. So, yeah. With that said, like, I hear this is like, it's like, we're talking about stuff that I guess maybe some people just don't get. They don't have their fingers on the pulse.
Anthony, if I can respectfully interrupt you, I want to respectfully interrupt you, Anthony, and ask you a quick question. What do you think the following saying means? If you can say it, it is not true. What do you think that saying means? If you can say it, it is not true. What do you think that ancient Native American saying means to you?
I have no idea.
Okay, well, when I say if you can say it, it is not true, that means you're kind of doing what a lot of other people do here with this all or nothing AI position statement. A lot of people think America's going to collapse. And a lot of people say that America's going to disintegrate in 10 years. And you know what I say to those people, Anthony? If you can say it, it is not true. So, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. And I think you could go all day with this all or nothing position on AI and robotics. And so again, I'll just say, if you can say it, it is not true. So I would question what you think you're saying.
The same thing, Anthony. Roger asked you a direct question. Please explain the job that is going to create.
Okay, no, he didn't. My position is that AI is going to explain the jobs that it's going to create because that goes against my position at work. What I'm saying to you is like, whether if we're talking about just name a profession. Name a profession. If we're talking about, one second, Edward. I'm literally still talking. I'm deferring to the mods, but I'm still talking right now. So here's what's up. If we're talking about surgeons, there's going to come a point at which people are going to look back and say, I can't believe you actually let a human being operate on you. That was the craziest shit I ever heard in my life. We're talking about transportation. We're going to come to a point where truck drivers, cars, will not be controlled by human beings. It will be, the insurance companies won't allow it. They will not. It's going to be so cost prohibitive that they're not going to allow people to drive. There's so many industries, man. I'm trying to find an industry where AI is not going to have an impact. I think, that's a more interesting conversation.
Can I give you one?
Plumbing.
Yeah, plumbing.
AI can absolutely do plumbing, electrician, HVAC. It can absolutely do all of that. With robotics, absolutely.
Anthony, okay, we have storms, right? I want to ask you a question. Please explain to me from the storm viewpoint, earthquakes, high rises falling, all kinds of different things. I live in California, we had a bunch of fires going on. What is going to prevent all these things, and how is AI going to handle those particular items? And right now, with all the flooding that just took place and everything else, where and how are we going to use your robotics, your AI, to help all the natural events that actually take place? Because we need people to really go on those poles and change all that. But you're clearly saying, and I'm making sure I'm understanding, that all that is going to be replaced by AI.
So, if we're talking about search and rescue, the artificial intelligence enabled robots will be better than any human being, any dog sniffing, that's looking for people. It will identify the faintest heartbeats from the furthest distance, and it's going to be able to excavate and move stuff that the average human being could not move, and find and search and rescue people. And this is not. It'll have LiDAR and radar type sensors that can look beneath debris and find human beings. And I don't understand. Is that climbing poles? This is what you got. This is the best that you got. We can do so much better, Edward. This is
Anthony, you can't do that. Okay, Anthony, listen. Right now, we got men all over the country who still climb poles, which is everything. I hear you loud and clear. But again, we have new innovation. We have robotics. We have all these things which were created by the human being. Okay? That's who created it. Okay? Don't get it twisted. I don't know why we're limiting and want to replace us with robots. I just don't understand. You said, climbing the pole, is that the best odds? Yes, that's the best odds. You know why?
ran out of space. I don't know what you mean by that.
All right, I'll expand. The internet was only developed to answer questions, not theorize or critical think, air quotes. AI is being utilized to critically think. Ask anyone who is in IT in the military. Just ask them.
You know, if we want efficiencies, the efficiencies have to be applied to the government. The amount of accounting and bookkeeping required just to file your taxes. Have you seen the IRS hand manual, the micro print, the thousands of pages of information? It's incomprehensible and unusable. It means nothing to the average person filing a tax return. So, again, a lot of this comes out to Congress, your senator, and your congressman borrowing from the Federal Reserve to continue funding a broken system that enslaves you, traps you, and causes you more work than you need to do. Should you spend 2 days out of your annual year filing your taxes and getting your car's emissions tested? They waste our time on shit that technology can clearly and easily resolve. And we're all paying property taxes and income taxes to fund a government that is borrowing on top of the money we're already giving them. This insanity has to come to an end. It's my opinion. But people who are all or nothing on AI, it's like you think the reality just got invented or something. I mean, this is tens of thousands of years of progress to get here. And just because there's an AI chatbot that can create incredibly well-formulated sentences and respond to you, don't be easily confused with regards to intelligence and spam. ChatGPT and the way people use it is like rats in a fucking cocaine testing box. It's dopamine and spam, and it's not making people smarter. It's making people into automatons.
All right, cool story, bro. I'm gonna talk about like practical.
You know what? Cool story to you, Anthony. Go ahead and tell us your cool story, sir. I can't wait to hear your cool story. Go ahead.
No problem.
Go ahead. Let's hear this cool story, Anthony.
There's no problem. I'm happy to tell my cool story, right? My cool story is like one of the most innovative, prolific inventors known to man. Elon Musk has been promising self-driving vehicles for over a decade. Over a decade now. This would not be possible. We would not reach robo-taxi level of autonomy were it not for the innovation of artificial intelligence. We could not program our way into self-driving vehicles. There was too many edge cases, too many weirdo scenarios that you just could not program for. Tesla has more video data behind the wheel of an automobile than any other company in the world. It has fed that data orders of magnitude better than human beings. This is the practical
Cool story, bro.
American, I'm sorry if I hurt you. I was just messing around. I didn't mean anything by it. It's a small stage.
Well, the point is park your car. The point is park your car, sir. Since we have this incredible supercomputer, get to your point, Dr. Anthony.
No, American, brother, I specialize in this. I'm really good at it. I'm really, really good at it. All right? We have 6 people on stage here telling me to park my car. If you want me to get live, I'll get live with you. That's what I do.
Go ahead, Anthony. Get live.
Thank you for the moderation, Mojo.
Well, listen, I just want to make sure everybody feels that there's not an imbalance here in this conversation. And I don't mind if it turns contentious.
too, man. You're a very pious man, and I have the utmost respect for you. But you know, like every man has his limitations, and clearly.
Well, thank you. I have
Maybe you can write me some jokes, man.
Anthony, I'm just.
I got a question. Who do we think Edward would be most like in terms of TV dads? Would he be Mr. Winslow? Would he be Mr. Huxtable? Who do we think? Maybe Good Times. Who is the TV dad that Edward is most like? Anthony.
I'm going with Cliff Huxtable. That's what I'm going with. You know, with the lovely Claire Huxtable, the lovely super cute family, and you know the kids that are all have done like they're positive contributing members of society. That's what I'm on.
I'll go with Mr. Brady, Roger.
I was gonna say perhaps Ward Cleaver.
Yeah, there you go. Now we're talking. See, now you can reach some real thing. Now there you go. I'll take Mr. Cleaver anytime.
See, I don't think Bill Cosby would even be close to an accurate representation. You know, I watched that show a lot as a kid, and in hindsight, and knowing what he did to women, whether it's true or not, you know, he's free. But I don't ever remember God ever being mentioned on the Cosbys, not even once. And it's sad that
that is true, but I don't know which TV dad we can point to where God was featured prominently.
Well,
in there,
isn't it Family Matters with Steve Urkel and that dad? He seemed like a Bible believer in the South Side of Chicago. He was a cop. But Bill Cosby, I wonder if that show is kind of indicative of who he is as a person, which is a predator.
You guys ever watch Rock?
Yeah, that's a good point. He didn't have any kids. Maybe he had kids. I do think that you could.
There's an episode you guys should Google where some drug dealer comes to the house and he throws them out of the house. It was pretty badass. It's amazing.
Yeah, it was pretty badass, but I don't think Edward's that volatile. I don't see the like that.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you in my lived experience, and I've been told that that's the most important for any conversation, is that the people that speak softly and the people that remain calm, there's a trigger that can be pulled. And I would imagine that if you did the wrong thing, the thing that stepped over the line with Edward, I think there's a line you could cross where you would see a different version of him, and it's probably something that is uncomfortable for him.
You know, one day Edward came into a room that I frequent and tried the Bible thumping, and they kicked him out of that room so fast. That shit was the funniest shit in the history of crime.
I know, but Anthony, remember, this is the challenge that we have, that people don't want discourse. That's the funny thing.
I figured it out. The Steve Harvey show. You could be Steve Harvey, for sure.
Let me just be Edward. I like that one. But Roger, I do appreciate the fact that you are associating me with different characters on television. I live in Hollywood. I live in California. So I
heathens. And it was like they wanted no part of what you were selling. That, I saw the humor in that, but I'm not a fan of anybody getting kicked out. I've been kicked out of plenty of
Anthony, let me ask you a question. You said earlier that you think America should go socialist. Why do you think that's an optimal economic model? And is that just a code word for you want to increase borrowing and spending in the future?
America, I didn't say that America should go socialist. I see no other outcome. That's my stance. I don't see any other possibility. I see the UBI on steroids as being the only plausible outcome. If you believe, like I believe, about AI, and it's an interesting argument that we're having on the stage about the prospects for AI. There are people that believe in the human spirit and human ingenuity, and that, we got this. And it's just going to lead to, a golden age. And there's people that see it very, very differently. I don't know how much the people that are pushing a certain point of view actually really know about the capabilities of AI. But it is what it is. I'm no expert. I'm not writing white papers on it. So, but I just don't see another outcome. It just so happens that in the space that you were in, all of the things that you talk about, the people in that space overwhelmingly don't support it. And your standard
The source code
was jarring. They did not even feel the need to engage with you and refute your system. They thought it would be more expedient to drop kick you out the room. Now, listen, I find humor in all kinds of shit. And I found humor in that as well. I didn't like the fact that you got kicked out. I didn't like it. I wasn't a fan of it. If it was up to me, you never got kicked out of there. However, it was just that, coming in Bible dumping in a room full of heathens is crazy work, bro. And I wish you good luck with that.
Well, Anthony, I will say this to you. It's so interesting. You say Bible something. But everybody can dump whatever they want anytime. Everybody's okay with it. We thought the sidekick. We thought chicken and big booties and breath. This is what we thought. We thought not taking care of our families. We believe that the people think a lot of we're white. We think they're thinking about black people. They're not. So when someone comes in with a reasonable understanding that you are 100% responsible for your own life, you have the opportunity to believe in God
belief system. So yeah, definitely. But according to your worldview, do you think there's multiple ways to get to heaven, or only one way to get to heaven?
I don't think there's no way to get to heaven. I don't think heaven was ever the goal. Not bad work. I was figuring earth. I was not created in heaven. I do not believe the philosophy that people have. I believe that that's why he's coming back. If that was our goal, I just die and go to heaven. But that's not the purpose. God never came to say, Edward, I want you to go to heaven. Actually, God wants Edward to live on earth and make sure he's doing right by the people on earth. I can't do anything in heaven. Zero. I'm not even a little bit. So he died and go to heaven, and I'm not going to say David, but he's been kind and respectful and give people an opportunity to listen to them and forgive my wife, forgive my children, they forgive me. I think that's a lot greater because I get to live that in fact out on earth, not in heaven.
So, Edward, do you think that everyone is kind and is respectful and takes care of people is going to have eternal life?
If they choose to follow the principles of the Word of God, I think that the kindness of the human being would be better. Whether or not it's not up to me that they have eternal life because I didn't set the rules. But I think that showing each other kindness, like even just having this conversation around Anthony and talking, the respect that you have and I have, listening to each other. So I can't answer for other people because I don't know what people are going through inside their hearts. But I will endeavor every single day to be the best person I can be, and trying my hardest to love myself so I can love my fellow man also.
To paraphrase you, because I can't remember word for word what you said, it sounded like you said if they had, similar belief systems to you, it would be better. If people that are kind and look out for them, but if they believe in the word, whatever word you use, it would be better. And that, I've been doing the tap dance with you, and I respect it completely. It's been a great back and forth, and I appreciate you, and I love the tone of it. But, I think that's like, that's the zealotry, and I'm not knocking for it. I have some people that are extremely close to me. They're low-key, they're zealots. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. Like, a part of being a true believer is to be a zealot. And it's like, I think that there's a lot of people that feel that. Sure.
So, I don't know how familiar you are with the Bible, and I'm not even identified as a Christian, but let's just put it this way. I've read it at times. There's not a lot of dust on my Bible. And my understanding is that you don't need to be a zealot. In fact, it illustrates very clearly that all that's required is faith, and they even quantify that you only need faith the size of a mustard seed. So I think I think that what you're saying, it's your opinion, but it's not consistent with the teachings of the Bible.
That's cool. And I appreciate that. And I may very well be wrong. But my perception is that, and it's deep. Because, when you talk about, like, being kind and being good to people, I'm not under the impression that, based on the Bible I've read, that that's a requirement to make it happen.
I like that. You didn't ask me if it's required right now. I gave you my observation. But did any of you guys have the opportunity to witness the funeral for the person that just died over in the United Kingdom? The Black Sabbath guy?
No, I didn't see it. And I'm glad you said that, right? It's not meant as an insult. I think that, like, it's, last week, Roger and I were having a back and forth. It was about tariffs and free market. And, Roger is a self-proclaimed, like, free market zealot, right? He had an issue that day with tariffs. I don't know what his stance is right now, but and I think that having strong beliefs is okay. I don't like this time, like you said. There's certain things that I hold true to me, and I'm a zealot about certain things.
What are you a zealot about?
I'm a zealot about my family. What are you a zealot about?
I'm a zealot about zealots, I suppose. People who make all or nothing statements all the time.
I am a zealot about gun rights. I'm a zealot about free market capitalism. That's about it.
So,
I don't think I would ever use the term zealot for myself, but like I thought, what is it bad? Because coming on Clubhouse, it really makes it rude because people think I'm a Bible thumper, and only because I mentioned a couple of scriptures as a standard, it just shows me where our society has gone. And I think that's what makes Clubhouse, and why it is so, what I call outside of the boundaries now, because we can't have discourse. I know people don't agree with everything that we're saying. People have all kinds of belief systems. But for someone to come at someone who wants to do right, it's just interesting to me. That's all. I don't know how to answer this because, like you said, if it was a thing, you wouldn't kick me out. But can we not have discord anymore? Just having a conversation of what could be.
speaking of, you keep on talking about people wanting to do right. This is part of the issue. Your idea about what's right versus what somebody else's idea about what's right, it doesn't make you correct in your assertion and them wrong. There's no moral imperative. I am not the standard bearer for the world. My belief system is not the standard for everybody else to be judged. Like you speak of this idea of absolutes that that's kind of like going in line with the ideas I'm talking about.
Understood. Okay, so the challenge that you and I are going to have is that you have no absolutes, but you do have absolute AI is going to take over everything, and we're going to lose our jobs, and we're not going to have that. So you do have that absolute something, except in just being a good person. Now, if I say to you, me cheating on my wife is not absolutely wrong, or me going in and smashing and grabbing, or me doing something to violate another human being, I think that what you're saying when I say what's right, I believe that there are things that we all know that is what I would say good behavior, correct behavior. But you want to say, well, you're not morally correct for everybody. I'm not saying that. I've never said that. Because I can't choose for you or anybody else. But I do have a right as a person to share my viewpoint and my belief system, and people want to accept it or not. But for you to say that you think I'm being morally for everybody else, that is entirely not true, because if I could be, we would have a lot of challenges that we currently have in the world.
Okay. We're getting kind of circular now, and it's cool. Listen, Edward, I like you. So, Edward, I like you. I think you're a mom. Like, you stand on business. You have a belief system. You have ethics. You have a rule that you follow. And dude, like, we don't have to agree, but I like consistent people, and you're a consistent person. So it's there's fine details that we could explore and dig into and suss out the differences, but
it seems
I don't want to bore them to tears.
It seems to me like there's two types of people: the aggressive, obnoxious, antagonistic people, and the people that have found peace, solemnity, equilibrium, balance, and joy, and they don't spend their time getting angry or attacking people. And unfortunately, in the religious community and in the atheistic community, there are people within both of those communities that are very antagonistic. But it's the people who, in my opinion, that have found enlightenment, that have absorbed the wisdom and actually utilize it in their personality, that they have obtained the wisdom that's within the Bible and other books. And it's the antagonistic people that have not picked those books up in years and come on here and are very angry and very loud, very antagonistic, and they want to stir the pot and they want to poke the stick. Those people to me are obnoxious and low IQ. That's my opinion.
Cool. So, to me,
Another cool story.
Anthony, I do like to discourse with y'all. What's up to like you never got an opportunity to share anything?
yeah, I appreciate it. Man, I ain't gonna lie, I forget now. Y'all were talking about something, and I was gonna speak to it, and I did.
I think you were talking about AI when you were commenting in the chat, right?
Yeah, it was,
And I love your name, White Man. It's pretty good.
no, my face was triggering people, so I decided, you know what, I'm gonna just put it into it. But I really don't, bro. Though I actually don't. I really just chill, and I have regular conversations. Whatever. But yeah, I forget. It was something that y'all were talking about AI, and I think I felt somewhere in the middle, but I forget the exact one. I think it's all good.
In the chat, I read where you said that you agree with everything I was saying except for one point. I was curious to know if you remember what that one point was. Maybe me saying that might jog your memory. It might not. It's not a big deal.
Yeah. So basically, I do remember now. So you were talking about how, like the other people in the conversation were kind of disagreeing. Like they were saying, AI can't even do this, it can't even do that. And you're like, y'all don't understand. Like it not only can do that, but it's already doing that. And while you acknowledge that, the Roger had made the point that, listen, we've recovered from these sorts of changes every time, which I agree with. But you basically responded that, look, I get that, but this is unprecedented, right? So I agree with you on that. I think that the one place where I disagree is that I fall somewhere in the middle, because all of the people that were responding saying AI can't do this, AI can't do that, I think that's very, very misleading. Tech is actually kind of like my background before I started doing what I do now. So I have a kind of foot in, foot out of the tech world. But I think people are very much just underestimating the application and how broad the applications of this is going to be and how many jobs it will replace. And it's not even debatable. It's not even a question. Especially if you're a person that is pro capitalism. Listen, if I'm a company and I want to make money, and I want to keep my costs low, AI is going to be my number one goal right now. Anything that I can automate and make less cheap to make it happen, I'm going to do that. I don't give a fuck about your humanity. I want to hire humans. I'm sure there's going to be some companies that do that, but let's be honest, they're going to do what makes the most fucking money at the end of the day. So I think the only place where I disagree with you, and I think Roger has kind of a point, when it comes to kind of historically how these things work, what happened to all the telephone operators? What happened to all the people that serviced payphones? You know what I'm saying? We have all of these examples of ways where
There's a
okay,
lot,
you know, so
Dwight. There's a lot of executives that don't do what's in the best interest of the shareholders. I can assure you.
Oh yeah, and I'm being a little bit hyperbolic, but I'm just saying, like, I think you're, as a CEO, as you know, one of the people that's running the company, your shareholders are going to definitely be looking at you a certain way if you know, say if everybody else is, you know, using AI for X, Y, Z in your industry and you're not, especially if your company starts falling behind and these other companies start to be more competitive. So, you know, that's something that's going to be, and also I think, like, where I agree with the hey, Dwight, real quick, not to cut you. Something you'll see on Clubhouse will happen during this time, right? You can say something that's, you know, that's pretty obvious, that's generally true, that most people would agree with, and then you're gonna have somebody that's gonna come off of their mic, and they're gonna bring up some kind of edge case or some kind of, you know, they're gonna say something to contradict, you know, like what you just said, which was perfectly reasonable. I don't know why people, you know, constantly do that on Clubhouse.
It's called the opposite position, Anthony. It's how you get to the silver lining.
It's just very, very, very odd. Like, it doesn't really move the conversation forward. It doesn't make the conversation more interesting.
It's just like your opinion.
I do want to address the points that you're making, that nuance where we might not see eye to eye on. You know, the other night I had dinner with a buddy of mine. He used to, back in the days, he was an A&R executive for a very big record label. And, you know, always selling like fried food. He used an app, I forgot the name of it. It's an artificial intelligence app. And he made a beat. He actually made 2 beats in 5 minutes in front of me. Now, there's a point in, you know, the history of the world where you need like a bunch of musicians to come together into a studio to, you know, record to get something equivalent to what he did in 5 minutes by himself using artificial intelligence. And it was the beats that he created were both really, really good. You know, I have another buddy that he uses artificial intelligence to create automations. You know, like back in the days, you know, if you wanted to, whatever your business was, you're a roofer, and you wanted to create a commercial for your roofing company, that was a daunting, expensive task. You know, just the creation of the commercial that required a whole lot of people to pitch ideas, plan. It was now, you know, you can, in a matter of minutes, like, come up with a concept. You can use AI to help you come up with a concept and implement it so by yourself. You know, the tentacles, like, I had a conversation with a radiologist the other day, and the radiologist was like, well, you'll always need humans. And, you know, I didn't push back, I just listened, I smiled. You know, radiologists, they value x-rays, CT scans, MRIs, ultrasounds. All radiologists really do is pattern recognition. Are you going to tell me that, like, a human being is going to be consistently
Anthony, YouTube live stream.
in terms of recognizing patterns? Is this the right even close searching? Not even, it won't even be close. It's not even close. It's fundamentally just doesn't make any sense. So, you know, like, what I'm trying, and I took like a bunch of different examples in a bunch of different industries to just try to show, like, no one is safe. Nobody's safe. There's so many different ways that this is a game changer. And we are still at hello.
So Anthony, I have a question because you said not even close. Do you not enjoy the human element of life? Just the part that where we sometimes make a mistake or we get it wrong or whatever. Do you not like that part?
Absolutely excellent point, Edward. And Edward, for the record, what I do for a living, I'm a registered nurse, right? And, you know, doctor's orders, and I try to help my patients in whatever way is reasonable and needed. And I don't think that necessarily that can just be willy-nilly replaced. I'm not like, I have my own biases because it's my profession, and of course I'm going to find some way to defend my profession against AI. I'm clear on that. But there's like a connection that, when you've had like a really good caretaker, that's different from somebody that I don't think you can get from a machine or somebody that doesn't give a shit.
Anthony, I call it bedside manner, right? Because Anthony, I work in the physical therapy field. It's called bedside manner, and it's definitely the human connection versus dealing with some robotic, unemotional being taking care of you. And to a degree, yes, it's getting to a point, and I think it's less than a year away, where physicists, doctors, a lot of those doctors will be able to plug things in that'll give them information they don't even understand or know or learning. So again, with AI right now, it's only as intelligent as you are. It can give you the generic answers, but it's about the user experience, and the smarter you are in your questions, your prompts, and how you ask those questions. On the music end, making music, I have a background in music. Suno is one of the ones I was mentioning in chat, where you can literally ask.
That's the name of the hack that he did.
Yeah.
See what's good. Yes, sir.
Oh yeah. Anyway, I'll keep quiet again, but I just want to share.
So, Sean, here's on point. So, Anthony, I'm in depth care, end of life battery for 37 years. So, we've made efforts where we do have some bots on some of our funeral home, cemetery, crematory websites. But the families do not respond the same because they still want to talk to human beings. When I say the families, it's they just lost a son or they lost their spouse, homicide, OD. These are the things I talk about when it comes to human elements. Not that the tool of AI is not a tool to help us. I just do not want to get away from people meeting each other organically, just slide left, slide right, all this kind of stuff. I think that we're getting away from community, and I think that we're losing ourselves because we're so reliant on the tool. And I hear you, there's a lot of things that are going to change, but I still want that human element. I want that part to where my 9-year-old granddaughter can still call me and say, "Hey, Pop, I just wanted to say hi." Versus my 34-year-old daughter who decides to text me, and we have this conversation over and says, "Baby girl, don't text. Don't just call your father so I can hear your voice." I want my son to do the same, my son-in-law, my daughter-in-law, because I really stress to them that we don't want to get away from the human component. That's all.
I definitely agree with that strongly. I think the way that I envision that manifesting is probably different because I think one really good point that you're making, like it'll happen in ways that we don't expect. So like let's say that for something, like an art, okay, maybe all of the things that you do now, all of that is now, in the standards we use, is now done, it's all done by, AI, it's done by computer. We've got things that we do better than computers. However, you still, it may just make more sense in terms of like people's recovery, where, yeah, the machine's doing all that, but you're still walking in, talking to the patient, asking them how they're feeling, all that sort of thing, not because you need to do that, but it's in the patient's best interest. I think that the concern, the like, do I need the fucking funky ass Philadelphia bus driver to be on this bus and let me on this shit and maybe knock me out if I say some shit that his ass doesn't like? You know what I'm saying? Some of these industries that don't necessarily need that human touch are huge industries. So I think the percentage of jobs that are in jeopardy all at once is the real concern. It's not so much our ability to bounce back and all of that sort of thing. It's just, you know, that speed aspect.
Yeah, Dwight, I think that the part that you said about the bus driver is interesting. And the reason why is I think that these are things that you don't experience in any other place. I've been in 54 countries around the world, right? And just having those experiences with people that you may not ever meet, hop on buses in different countries and having a tour guide and, being a president and all this other stuff. I hear you. The reality for me is those interactions, those opportunities are what make Edward Edward. I like that. I like when families walk into the funeral home or cemetery and I have the opportunity to ride them around and discuss about their loved one that I've never got to meet. And they hear that human element. And you're correct. It's going to change. But I think because we are resilient people, a resilient creature, that we are part of the creation, and there's nothing more wonderful than the human being. No machine, no robot, no nothing. I just want to remember that part, not taking away anything else. I just want to make sure that we get that part to where we don't forget that element. I think a lot of people today sit around, even kids, brothers and sisters in the same space, and they're texting each other right next to each other versus talking, or they're in a restaurant and it's guy. At some point, we have to really think to ourselves, is the technology benefiting us, or is it a tyrant? The two things that we got to look at. So I know there's some benefits, but I don't want to become tyrannical, that's all.
Well, it's like a cultural infection right now because we have to be able to balance. We're getting to a point where we're going to have to use it as a tool, but not let it tool us. Because this is where going into the future, not so far future, where people are talking about having an arm or a leg removed and transhumanism. And I hate to, if you haven't heard that term yet, do your research. But basically improving upon your body and people wanting to constantly upgrade. It starts with Neuralink. Where does it stop? So we're starting to give away parts of our culture and the importance of our own personal critical thinking as human beings, and then just basically giving it up to something that's not human whatsoever and not having control over it. It's very it's a concern. I think we all need to take it extremely seriously, and we have to be unified on it. Where does it stop? It can be a good tool, but where does it stop? Because eventually people get comfortable with what it is, and then we just accept it, and then we just completely hit the eject button on relying on the one-on-one communication, and then it goes from just texting across the table. We just sit in a bubble like in whatever that cartoon was, that movie where people were just in a bubble sitting in like a pod. They just live in their pod. It's like the VR experience, right? And then you just don't even go outside anymore. And you just in a virtual world.
Actually, no, I'll say this movie. I believe the name of it is Elysium, something like that, where they had this machine that could heal anybody of any ailment, and the rich people that were, formerly on Earth have left, and they've colonized like a satellite right outside of Earth, and there's this the star of the movie is trying to get to Elysium so that he can heal some family member of his. I think that was the purpose. But best position of any country to survive what's coming next, as unscathed as possible. But that doesn't really mean much. I think that we are going to go through some difficult times. This is, and when I used to laugh at the UPI, I thought, like, this is ridiculous. This is basically socialism. This is done. But, it's becoming more and more apparent that we're headed towards, like, a very stark rich and poor, have and have not. And, those people that have access to those resources, like Sean mentioned transhumanism, like, are they going to even be the same species as poor people? Like, when you can afford to have the brain implant that other people can't have, and that brain implant can make you think, 1,000 times faster, and you get perfect recall, and you can, search a database, and every person you see, you know who they are, what they're about, and everything about them. Like, this is bringing the world territory out. I'm just like, these are things that kind of like existential type questions that keep me up at night.
Facts. Yeah, I'm writing a story kind of about that. It's kind of interesting. Y'all might be anyway, so the transhumanism thing that we mentioned, it actually talks, so I mentioned third place in the chat, I can ask you about it. The point that I want to make about that transhumanism is while we may value the human element, we have to be wary that some of these changes may happen outside of our, I guess, conscious decisions. So an example I would give would be third places. Third places is the play. I actually have one, but a lot of people don't. Your first place is home. Your second place is work. Your third place is for a lot of people going to be church. But a lot less people attend church in today's age. I'm one of them. But something like that, where you got maybe it's a gym, maybe it's a bar that you hang out at, or whatever. A lot of people are lacking that, and it's not because people don't want that. It's because of macro scale changes that weren't designed to do that. It's NIMBYs, it's districting laws, it's result of like all these different factors. And then we also have social media, for example. When did we all decide as a society that, you know what, I don't like all this interacting in person stuff. I'd rather argue with my uncle that I haven't seen for 12 years about some political topic on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? Nobody consciously decided that we wanted to do these things. It's just that the technology progressed in a way, and the money made sense in a way where this is kind of what happened. Same thing with transhumanism, all of these things. So my point is, we're already seeing this unfold, and I think we have to be cognizant of that. We can't just say, oh, well, the human spirit is irreplaceable. Well, of course it is. We're humans. Our human will and what makes us human is incredibly important to us. But what we are dealing with is a system that is, sure, it's operated by people, but it is, in a sense, greater than the sum of all parts. We're talking about macroeconomic and macro-socioeconomic systems that are unfeeling. They don't have agendas per se. This is just shit manifesting in a way. So I think that's what I get what you're saying, and I agree, and I want to feel that way, but it's hard for me to feel that way when I see this trajectory that we're on.
And I appreciate that. To give you a little perspective, I've been going to advent fellowship since I was 16. One Saturday or one Sunday a month since I was 16 years old. In person. Last Sunday we had 4,000 men show up in person on a regular basis. There's a lot of communities going on that put down their
Netflix, you're paying 20 for ChatGPT or 30 for Grok. You got all these different services that those aren't streaming, those are AIs. But if you think about all these now things that cost 20 here, 30 there, 5 there, $2 there. Look at all the streaming. And the thing that concerns me, and it's very, I mean, I think Black Mirror is a really, I mean, it's the Twilight Zone of today. And if you look at this, I mean, like, think about when you do get that new leg or that Neuralink, and what that subscription service. Did anyone talk about subscription service? Wait till they do subscription service. Oh, you get all these amenities with your service when you have it implanted. But if you can't pay the bill, then you're going to get that with the commercials infused in it. I mean, it's not too far off if you really think about it, right? Hulu gives you an option to have commercials free Hulu, or you pay a little bit more. Look at Amazon Prime, right? You think you're going to get to see anything, like, oh, I want to watch this movie. Oh, no, that's going to cost you $2.99. Wait a second, I have Amazon Prime. I can't see it. Cutting the cable, cutting the cord, down the streaming services, something's happening right now. And what everyone should be looking at is how the same kind of analogy and focus is exactly what we're going to be walking into in the next level. We have to stay on top of the technology so we understand it. If you don't stay on top of it, you get behind, you get confused. We have family members that just don't get any of it. They're kind of almost in a way blessed because they're not going to see and deal with things that we're going to have to deal with as we get older. I'm just short of 48 as well, so this is sort of getting older and seeing all this. I've always found it important to stay on top of the tech, and I'm semi-tech nerdy, but if you
are. You don't have to believe what I believe, but I'm going to say your that regardless. Is I hope that at some point each one of you, I have the privilege of meeting you in person. Because we're real communicators. I'm going to tell my grandbabies. Words are 7% of communication. Tone is 38%. Body language is 55% of communication. Why do audio apps die? Is we don't get to see the real intention of that body language of what people are really communicating. It's really, really sad.
Some examples of comfort and convenience, and that seems to be what the culture's become. People want comfort and convenience, and they want the delivery service to their door rather than having to get outside and go and pick it up for themselves. Even our TVs, even the high-end TVs now don't even have an on-off button. It's the remote control that has that. If your remote control doesn't work, well, then you can't even use your TV. I mean, there's so many different examples. I mean, electric vehicles, the dependency on all electric. Guess what? Even gas depends on an electric gas pump now. So it doesn't even matter if you have a gas or an electric. They get to the point where they just own everything. They can turn it off on you. I say they, I'm talking about the government, whoever that entity is. We're basically starting to lose control. We used to have phones where we could actually take a battery out and put a new battery in. Now we have to plug our phone in. We can't have like 5 batteries, right? Just take one out, put another battery into our phone. No, not anymore. And even when your phone's off, they're still connected to satellites where you can be found. The possible elimination or threat of currency and cash going all digital, and how that could just be shut off if whoever they are, you can represent them within it, allowing that control to be taken over, versus say back in the day when we ran your own farm, your own steady, whatever you want to call it, growing your own things, not relying on any technology at all. You start your own fires, etc., etc. You were independent. You didn't have there's no control over that. You could do that without there's nothing that can prevent you from using those things. Now everything we use is completely dependent. We wouldn't have to do it ourselves. I mean, in California, for example, where I live, had no electricity for 7 days. Can you imagine the mayhem?
Yeah, I can imagine they have, but no, I like to see that happen, Sean.
You know, that would be the true purge. That would be the true purge.
It wouldn't be a
Shut off
purge.
for 2 weeks.
No, it wouldn't be a purge. No, it wouldn't be a purge. That's so funny. I don't know why all of us miss out on the reality of life. Guys, there was life before electricity. There was life before the telephone. There was life before the internet.
too. When she left, I was gonna say I'd love to see Christy come up on stage, but I think she left. Because I think she has some resistance to just the conversation of, some people just fully embrace and say don't deny technology. I get that, but because everyone else is learning, and even if we stop, other people might not stop. We have to stay on top of it, be smart, understand it, know how to handle it, use it correctly. It's like Clubhouse. When Clubhouse first came out, look how messy it was. Look at now how it's changed and how it's evolved from then, and how it's kind of how you see the ebbs and flows, how even just from room to room, how some of us are just finding it hard to even want to find a place to even go into if we want to use this app, because there's such lackluster. Everyone's robotic, and let's talk about Diddy, let's talk about Israel. I'm like, there's so many other things we could talk about. Now, given I think a lot of people don't want to come in and open up a room because then you're charged and you have to handle all of that. I do want to say before I have to go right now, I do have to leave, but and I do appreciate you actually being in the room for a change and stating, hey, we're having a debate and you're streaming it live on YouTube. I do want to give you credit for that. And for that, I do give you respect for doing it this way. I think this is a smarter way to go about it, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Was that Jamie?
John, I know your daughter. Thank you, girl. Thanks for coming up and being.
Appreciate you too.
Just being it up, man. That's why when we come and we just be real, I think.
He boomed it. He boomed it.
Shut the fuck up, nobody cares.
What do you mean? But there's no prize. There's nothing happening. There's nothing wrong. And the argument is impressed for no that reason. She trafficked kids to nobody.
Well, that's the document.
Exactly.
Fucking wild.
That is not what the documents say. That is not exactly correct. You haven't seen the Southern District redacted files from the court case. This camel-nosed jockey, shawarma-eating financier from Canada, is a fucking bullshit artist picking his nose and wasting your time.
That's right. That is true.
Fucking A, that's true. You say the same thing day after day on here. Are you like, I know you must have Tourette's like Dr. T. Rogers up there who uses the N-word at the end of every sentence. N-word! Wow, what a life.
Autistic, right?
What a fucking life.
I'm just someone who, you don't value your time, so why would I value your time? I value my time. Don't waste my time. Allow me to waste
You value your time. If you value your time, you wouldn't repeat yourself every single day on here. It's pathetic.
You can leave it. You can
Exactly. N-word. There we go with the Tourette syndrome again. It's the same story every single day. What's wrong with you people?
Shit. What do you mean, you people?
You people. You repeat yourselves. I'm talking about Clubhouse
Hey,
users.
Congressman, what's the name of your boat?
Lady Hawk.
Lady Hawk.
That's the name of it, Lady Hawk.
That's too fucking generic. Hawk Lady.
Hawk is spelled H-A-W-K, mate.
Some people spell Lady.
No. We spell it without the E.
Child. I'm tracking the sister.
You thought you were going to track her to my boat.
Every bonus and some.
Oh, I didn't register it, actually. I bought it on Craigslist. I didn't register it.
Well, I don't blame you.
Ooh, child, I'm gonna say the N-word 1,000 times. Ooh, child, Epstein didn't do anything wrong. Ooh, child, the Republicans are a bunch of conservatives. Ooh, child, my name is Randy. Put that in Sunu. Put that in Sunu.
Don't take hit me a hit drop. I'm not the one saying we're going to vote for you.
That's right.
I never told anyone to vote for Key. Is the one told you to vote for
Randy, stop repeating yourself. It's crazy, Randy. How many times you gotta repeat yourself? We've heard it already.
the one calling you to vote. That is not one. I'm not the one saying that. I'm not an elected official. You're not voting for me so that I protect the one looking at your children. That's not what's happening here. How are you voting?
What's happening here, Randy, is that you're spamming regardless, and you're saying nothing intelligent or important, and you just repeat yourself day after day like people care what you have to repeat. They just don't care anymore, Randy. You've reached the end of the cycle. Repeating yourself. It's crazy, Randy. Stop it. It's, this is just another toxic space. I'm leaving. I can't deal with people like Randy anymore. It's a waste of time. It's such a waste of time.
Question was, it's those rich people. They're given an unfair advantage. That's just those rich people. A lot of them worked and created and have an intelligence that, quite honestly, I don't have. And we're blessed to have them. You know, are they perfect men? No. Will they take advantages that they can get? Yes, they will. But and it's aggravating that, say, Walmart has put out a lot of small business, but it's not aggravating when I go and get a fair price for something I'm purchasing at Walmart. It's I don't know. It's a hard problem to solve.
I don't disagree with you. I mean, in there, what's going on with you in there? What's going on in there? Wow. What is it? That's a whole, wow, Mrs. John.
Hey, how are you?
Is the best day of my life? How are you?
I'm hanging on in there. I'm hanging in there. I can't stay long, but I saw a notification that Joe was in here, and I believe she sent me a message, maybe on TikTok or somewhere, saying that, you know, she was up there to come back. So, I see you back. Oh, man, I do love it. Yeah, but as you can see, Joe, I have been very busy in politics. Oh, yes, ma'am, you have been. We're proud of you. Thank you, and this is about to be on and popping. So Edward, I have been at the White House. I've joined this organization where we've been discussing policy on the federal level, and just meeting a lot of major players in the Trump administration. So yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah, but I just want to come in and say hello. I got some paying job work I got to do right now, but I just want to come in and say hello. I don't know when you guys are having another room, but I'll certainly be on the lookout for it. And Joe, you still have my cell number, don't you? I think I do, but I'll just look. I don't recall that I do, but I'll look. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, look and see and everything, but it was good talking to you guys.
You too. Thank you for dropping in.
There's a lady who could lead, I'm telling you. She should, yeah, so thank you. I'll see you guys soon, okay?
Appreciate you.
Okay, all right, bye-bye.
Yes, Joe B., I think that there's a lot of leaders. You're a leader too. We're all leaders. So it's just what are people willing to take on? You know, it's a big task out here. So, especially here in California.
Well, that's a whole country in itself, right?
It is a whole country in itself, and hopefully, you know, we'll get Steve Hilton in the right, proper spot. I've been attempting to work with this campaign for the last 4 months, so see what happens, you know.
Who
was that again, Edward?
Steve Hilton, he's running for the governor of California.
Yes, I didn't hear the complete name.
Yeah, the New Revolution. He used to be on a program on Fox News, but he actually worked in the British government. He worked with Margaret Thatcher. He was like her Secretary of State, you know. So that was a pretty good thing. So I don't remember all the people that was in the last room, but I was trying to pop them back over. Miss Natasha, you want to share anything? I see you down there. Some of you guys moving forward. So share the room out, you guys, just for the moment since Edward's trying to say hello to some people since I'm back on for the moment, right? Some of you people haven't spoke to in a while. That'd be so quiet.
Well, my actual closing.
I don't think you were in there when we had this other conversation. I got dropped out of the group because I was talking about the Bible. I thought it was quite interesting. We had a whole conversation about it.
I heard the tongue in cheek, but God forbid, right?
Yeah, he does, but obviously people don't want to hear the truth. They would just want to hear their truth. So it's just kind of interesting. But
And it changes every day.
oh yeah, of course, you know that. You can't be the same person because it's not. That's not. People want to be a character. They don't want to have character. That's a big difference, you know. You can have a character.
Being character.
Come on, Bill. What's up, kid? Hey, Natasha.
What's up, Tom?
Elle left. Dadgummit.
Yeah, she popped in, popped out. I haven't talked to her in a month of Sundays. Yeah, people, hey, they coming out, people popping back in, but
He'll come back. It's crashed.
Roger left, and I don't know how Clubhouse works anymore, but I wasn't the moderator. I think I was, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. It crashed, and
I haven't seen him in a long time.
yeah, it's a good guy. Hey, do you know why it crashed? I don't know why it went off, or somebody popped it, or whatever. Boomed it. That's what they call it, boomed it. I thought it to be quite funny. So, but like we were having a real, what I call, good discourse. No yelling, no cussing, just having a conversation. You think it was really? That's interesting. Why would he crash it? He could have, but very interesting. So, but I found the conversation very interesting because we were thinking more about, I think we're thinking more about technology and not people. And I think that's a very scary place to be in life. If we think that AI is our answer, we really lost our way as people.
I haven't been on the app much. I've been so busy. Right now I've got a carpenter in my house and I'm trying to pick out wallpaper and I had my grandma.
How's your grandson doing?
Well, he's doing okay now. I wouldn't pick the denomination that they're going to, but my kids are back in church. And
Robots can be moving, 1,000 times faster than a human in physical space, literally picking strawberries at a rate of 1,000 times faster than a human. Like, I just think the exponential growth here is something that you're not really taking account for in your forecast.
And again, you can object to the people who are advocating for this. There's a bunch of reasonable reasons to be like, nah, we don't want an automated world. Like, one of the biggest reasons is you're going to displace workers by the millions, if not hundreds of millions, in a relatively short span of time, and leave a whole bunch of people out of the workforce, and therefore out of the means by which to provide for themselves to a large degree. I think that's a little bit too doom and gloom, but a lot of people do argue that. What's hard about those arguments is you have to take into account the creation of new jobs that go along with the technological development. But you could still take that into account and then argue that there is a trajectory by which a huge swath of any given workforce is going to be, especially in America, are going to be displaced by machines. And I do think that those arguments can be made taking into account all of the parameters involved. But then what do? And then there's a bunch of people who have policy solutions. Like one kind of conceptual example would be the freedom dividend by Andrew Yang, but it's basically a form of universal basic income. But what pays the universal basic income is a tax on the technology companies that are producing the machines that are displacing the workers. So you could do something like that as a policy solution. And then the reason why it's good for the companies is that people are still getting money so that they can purchase things. So the economy is still going in some way. And among the things they'll purchase are whatever the technological companies are making or producing, the goods, the services, etc. You need people in your society to make money so that they can go purchase whatever the fuck the robots are making. Whether it's popcorn or whether I don't know, man. Robots are gonna be doing all kinds of shit, but whether it's a Waymo, whatever it is, you need people with money. If they don't have money, they can't buy your shit. If they can't buy your shit, then you producing all of the robots and the Waymos and shit doesn't matter, right? So it's an issue for everybody in the economy.
Yeah, but these things, I think y'all understand. These things will be gimmicks for at least 5 to 10 years, at least.
Caleb, don't. I was deliberately avoiding 6 robots. Caleb, stop that. I'm sorry. That's a whole new can of worms, Caleb.
I just want to know.
No, go ahead, go to. I'm sorry. I was making a joke.
What is this? Oh, okay. Anyways, I was saying it's gonna be a gimmick. It's gonna be a gimmick, I think, for the next 10, 15 years. I live in one of these countries that of course they want this automation stuff. They want everything to be, super advanced, right? I'm like, oh, but I still think it's a gimmick at least for say 15, 20 years from now. You know what I'm saying? Still, again, I think because we got these sci-fi movies and everything, seeing everything. And look, I'm a sci-fi nerd. I kind of want this stuff, but I don't want people to be displaced without maybe a safety net or something. And that's what, yes, we're going to, and that's what we're not thinking about too. We still gonna need people for the next foreseeable 30 years. Period.
But are Waymos a gimmick to you? What do you mean by gimmick?
Well, no, I mean, I'm not saying Waymos are a gimmick. I don't have Waymo. We don't have Waymos here per se. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know about Waymo. I'm not just saying this. So yeah, I don't know about it.
I think that one human robot actually be a problem. It's actually in the long run be a problem for the government. And here's why. Because even if people are not working and their needs are being taken care of, it gives them too much idle time to think. And what are they going to think about? They're going to think about how they don't like the government. They're going to think about, they're just going to have too much time to be creatively thinking. And this is where revolutions and overthrowing of governments starts to happen. That's a huge assumption. It is. With more idle time comes a lot of possibilities. Some people will probably think creatively. A lot of people will probably just indulge in a bunch of different things, like going to the movies,
getting massages, going on vacations, hanging out with friends, playing basketball or sports, watching games. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do with your idle time, and people are led by their interests. So they're probably going to go where their interests lie. And there'll probably be generalizable trends in terms of what people do with their time if they're not working. But a lot of people will probably argue that this is better because you're getting a lot of your life back. If you're not spending a lot of your time working and your income is basically a freedom dividend or some kind of universal basic income that is derivable from the proceeds collected from technology companies that displace workers, then you have more time to actually live your life and do what you want to do. A lot of people are going to invest that in their family. They're going to raise their kids. They'll probably prefer some kind of homeschooling. They'll be maximally available to do it. The government might even, in certain jurisdictions, subsidize it to a certain extent, like they do in a lot of jurisdictions already. Like there's a bunch of ways it can go. That's not just people, I don't know, stewing and brewing about how the government sucks. You'll still probably have people like that, but most people probably won't do that. And there'll probably still be a bunch of economic disparities and income inequality, to be fair. So there's going to be some basics for people to be mad about shit. And I don't think everybody's going to have the same access to the same amenities. But there's just a lot of variability is all I'm really trying to say.
I'm trying to figure out what utopia you live in.
I don't think it's going to be a utopia. I think it's going to be some shit out of Black Mirror, bro. I think it's going to be some shit out of Black Mirror. For example, since Caleb went there, there's going to be a lot of problems. There's going to be a lot of problems with relationships when robots get as sophisticated to where you can barely tell them apart from human beings, and people start having sexual relationships with them, which is inevitable because people right now are fucking silicone dolls that don't even move. So, that's gonna happen, and there are gonna be some preferences that people have towards these very anatomically correct, very realistic robots, android robots, and it's gonna fuck up the dating scene for a lot of people. It just is. And I don't know exactly what the social toll of that is going to be, but there's been a bunch of books written about it that I think are fascinating about the social tolls and how people are actually going to be advocating for robot rights. You think I'm playing, but I'm not playing. Dead ass serious. There's going to be people advocating for rights for robots, just like people advocate for rights for pets or for non-human animals. And they already exist, but they're fringe. But they'll be way more popular if you get sophisticated enough androids that look like and act like human beings. So you're gonna have people doing that, and that's gonna be a whole political fucking paradigm. That's gonna be relatively new.
We'll be dead and gone by the time they come along.
I don't know that that's true. We'll be old probably, but they're already making these robots. It's 2025. They're already making them. Okay, the prototypes exist. You think of bullshit? I know way too much about this shit because I studied it in college under what's called, if you want to Google it, it's called transhumanism, and this is a whole ass philosophy of people who are advocating for exactly the shit we're describing. These motherfuckers are not playing; they're dead ass serious. They think that the future will be a lot greater if we can, in various different ways, maximize the development of computational technology. Ray Kurzweil, just name drop some people, he talks this way. But anyway, they had this program at UCLA where they let undergraduates teach college courses, and I applied for this. So I developed this course. I had to do a lot of reading to prepare for that. This is where all this information comes from. I'm not a weirdo, I swear to God. But bro, matter of fact, I'm gonna name drop a book right now. And the fact that I know that this book exists, you're probably gonna look at me sideways. But it's a fascinating book, and it's not pornographic, although it suggests it is. There's a book, Google it, it's called Sex and Love with Robots. And it's a book that delves into the future whereby you have sophisticated enough AI robots that are very realistic, anatomically correct, and what the impact of the development of these robots for the purposes of relationships and sex and whatever are going to have on society. That's what the book is about. Google that shit. It's a fascinating read.
Right, but again, of course, you're talking about the future shit, right? Again, Back to the Future, you know what I'm saying, 2015, right? Keep that in mind, right? I'm comfortable with it, right? This is 100 years into the future. We're talking about the now, next 10 years. That is not a possibility. Yes, you have the silicon, interesting bots, and you can buy a robot to jack your dick or something, I don't know. But what you're talking about is 130 years into the future. It's not on the
shorter term than 100 years. But there is a debate about how quickly it'll emerge. To be fair to you, like I'm not sitting here pretending like it's got to be 30 years. But there are like Ray Kurzweil is an example of this, and there are other futurists. They're predicting like this shit is going to be in the next 30 to 50 years. Like not 100 years. Like 100 years it'll also be more sophisticated. Like in 100 years, I think that Ray Kurzweil thinks that we're going to be able to literally upload brains into robots. Like we'll be able to live forever. I actually think that'll happen in the next 50 years. To be fair.
He's off.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. Criticize Ray Kurzweil. I'm just name dropping the people who I know think this. But the basis of his prediction is interesting. Like he's talking about the exponential rate of computational power using Moore's law. Moore's law is a very specific. Just Google Moore's law if you want to know more about it. But and then he thinks it's going to head towards what's called a technological singularity, at which you can't really make predictions beyond that. And actually, just Google technological singularity because I'm not going to be able to explain it in a way that I think makes sense because my memory's vague. But if you want to know what it is, Google it. But it basically is it's a predictive model to a certain point where all bets are off in terms of prediction wise because there's just a bunch of shit that you can't take into account to make a solid prediction, and it's on a analogy to like a gravitational singularity that implicates black holes, which is why it's called singularity. But anyway, you can't like basically there's a certain point in time where you can't really make predictions beyond because all bets are off because the level of technological sophistication will have reached a heightened point to the point where we don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. That's basically the basic idea. But if that's not helpful, I apologize. But sorry, I'm only enthusiastic like this because I think this shit is fascinating. And I have for decades. I've felt this way since college. I've been in college for like damn near 20 years.
So here's my question. Is Elon Musk a transhumanist? And if so, is he steering our planet toward such a singularity? Because
out of the warnings that come along with this kind of stuff, but yeah, in many ways, he's positioned himself in his companies to advocate for a lot of these developments.
Yes.
Particularly, he stands to benefit the most. He's one of the people in the world who stand to benefit the most from the advancements of AI. Also, it can aid him in other businesses like his Neuralink stuff, like all of that shit. Like that's all futuristic shit, and a lot of the transhumanists are definitely pro that. But also space travel, like he's trying to put motherfuckers on Mars in the next few decades. And he actually has developed companies that are capable of doing it in that time frame. So, in many ways, he is an exemplar of what I'm talking about. And he is a futurist. He thinks very hard about developing technological futures that he thinks are positive to human beings in various different ways. And in many ways, he's a pioneer. Now, he's also basically been barred and stained with a bunch of problematic political views. So it undermines how people think of him, and I think that's fair because that MAGA shit is some strong Kool-Aid. But that said, he actually is pro a lot of shit, and like it's ironic that one of the things that was the basis of his fallout with Trump that made the news was Trump was supportive of a lot of shit that's undermining to a lot of the futurist projects that he wants, particularly the advancement of policies that will maximize the demand of the development of EVs, which he has a car company that stands to benefit from Tesla, and like the embracing of a lot of older technologies and a lot of like old coal. So like coal, natural gas, all that shit. So like there's a tension there that is hilarious, but yeah. He's basically a version of a transhumanist, maybe a moderate transhumanist. Some of these motherfuckers are radical as shit. Like, they want to, like, upload people's brains into machines and shit so they can live forever. And their whole goal is to, like, cure us of the problem of death. Like, death is, like, an illness that needs to be solved. Like, these motherfuckers are, like, uber fucking radical, bro. Well, I would say radical, but they don't think of themselves radical. They think of themselves as visionaries or whatever. But, yeah, bro. They try to solve the problem.
Larry Ellison.
I don't know who that is. Larry Ellison.
Uncle CEO, Palantir.
You're from
He's the head of Oracle, Larry Ellison.
Yeah, Oracle. Sorry, yeah, but Larry Ellison. Larry Ellison. Yeah, I like that. Chief Technology Officer of Oracle. Yeah.
You're forgetting one crucial step in your advancement to sex robots and being able to be jerked off or masturbated with in a convenience store, and your advancement to brains going into robots. You forgot one crucial step in there that usually will signify an end. What will end up happening is we will redefine the way we wage war, and we will redefine the way in which we engage, hurt, and kill each other across the globe in society. That is the crucial step to watch, because all those advancements that you're talking about, they will occur in the military first, and we will see something that will be whole scale, incredible. Like drone warfare in my lifetime has advanced so much that I would be terrified to be on the battlefield. Now, not that you wouldn't be scared, but to imagine to fight an enemy and then hear this like little whine going off somewhere in the distance and trying to hide from that in a massive way and give that to a robot you can't kill, you can't harm, it doesn't tire, it doesn't have food, and put that against the population, and you're going to see something that you may not like.
Well, okay, to be fair, I think you have a valid point, but just to throw this out there, although there are a lot of examples where it does, not all technological advancements start off with military applications first before they're outsourced to the public. There's a lot of them that are actually developed for public consumption first, and then actually the military will adopt them after the fact. So just to be clear, just so I wouldn't make the assumption that all of these new technologies will start off in the military or have military applications that be weaponized, but a lot of them will. Like AI has a bunch of applications that are not military already, but it has a bunch of applications that have been military since its inception, from smart bombs to whatever. And like the military is clearly like investing in the development of even more sophisticated AI systems. So particularly for drone warfare, but also for other applications. So like it's a weird example because the early forms of AI were applied to the military, and then they went out widespread to like the general public, but then they got like reinserted into the military again as it advanced. So there's like a weird cyclical thing with that example. But I don't know, man. Like like humanoid robots, I don't know that they have that much of a military application.
Can I show you where
they seem to be primarily developed for like private consumption as opposed to military application. There are some, particularly when it comes to like parts of people's limbs and shit, like to like replace like arms and shit like that. Robotics, but like I don't know, like are there humanoid robots that have actually been like deployed for military purposes?
So I haven't said there's a humanoid robot in existence on the battlefield. I wouldn't know that. We probably wouldn't know that. There's probably some stages of that. I am aware of military exercises where like the Marine Corps 5th React Division beat the AI simulation that was set up for them a number of years ago. I don't know if they've retested it that way. One of the guys hid under a cardboard box and just crawled to the unit and then just planted a fake charge and was able to defeat the system. But it has grown in leaps and bounds since then. But like the application now, what I see is patrol dogs that are actually robotic.
That's true.
And so I've seen weapons placed on these to be able to implement.
They're using them for like bomb squad applications, law enforcement.
Yeah, so there's
a lot of those.
Yeah, and so like for an old salt like me, a veteran, I'm looking at this and I'm seeing like we thought nuclear weapons were bad, and yes, we didn't have an explosion, but now we're going to implement these alongside with our warfighter frames. And once that technology is even seen, there are going to be other nations that are going to deploy this, develop it, and make their own versions, or even steal ours. Like China steals shit all the time from us, and they'll sell it to bidders around the world. So
It's an arms
Yeah, but
race.
what about cyber warfare? That's even.
That's also another area I'm using. Yeah, that's a huge application for AI. I mean, you want AIs that are sophisticated enough to outsmart that. I mean, that's one of the reasons why there's government investment in quantum computing. Actually, partially, there's a bunch of other possible applications for quantum computing too. But like, yeah, like all of that shit. Like, I mean, if you really want to, a whole another like nascent field of technology is like nanotechnology and like all of the fuck shit you can do with nanotechnology. Where like there are a bunch of military applications for nanotechnology that are scary as shit, and that we've only seen in our sci-fi films. But there are other applications, like there are medical applications for nanotechnology. Like imagine if you had a bunch of sophisticated AI-controlled robots that are in your bloodstream, they're really, really small, and they can like heal you from the inside. They can like recognize cancer cells and neutralize them before you develop cancers and shit. Like that's the kind of shit that
Pretty well developed. That technology is pretty well developed and being tested.
Well, it's nascent, but yeah, I mean, yes, it is being developed. That is 100% true. But my point is, the possible applications go beyond what I think the state of the art is at this point. And there's a bunch of reasons. Like, it's not as cost effective. Like there probably will be a stage at which nanotechnology becomes as ubiquitous as like cell phones. But like that's the kind of shit that like people have been talking about, theorizing about for decades now in the kind of transhumanist future space. Like it'll just blow your mind the shit that they've come up with, and they're now like starting to actually like have prototypes for and shit. But they've been theorizing about it since the fucking 60s and shit. If not earlier, like it's wild. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, and that shit's fascinating to me.
All the technology is going to be very, very interesting because I mean it's not going to be like the movies Terminator where you have these lumber.
Well,
no fucking way, dude. Like, Brad's saying, we're high from this shit.
So AI deciding to wipe out human beings is actually a realistic possibility. Like that's
yeah, and accessibility too, right? When you think about it, as these things advance, become cheaper, and all of a sudden, like the Mexican cartel or some bad actor that with a bunch of resources has access to this stuff, like, and we're gonna really need this the fucking Neuralink shit. We gotta hope this stuff works because we're gonna need a revolution in consciousness if we wanna.
You better hope I become John Connor.
A lot of these ideas, the only access to the general public has to them are vis-a-vis sci-fi movies that are really impactful on our culture, and so that creates a bias towards looking at them in a very specific way. But they're still like good to like reference because people have a frame of reference at all for the technologies. It may not look exactly like a fucking T9000 or whatever the fuck they're called, but the idea that some kind of sophisticated AI machine becomes self-aware and decides that the biggest threat to its existence are human beings, and then proceeds to create a fucking genocide is actually possible. Like that's not. It sounds far-fetched. It sounds like the shit out of movies. But that shit is actually plausible, and a lot of futurists do try to take on the threat of like AI, that like because there's like a logic behind like identifying human beings as threats to the planet because we do a lot of fuck shit on this planet.
Let me tell you something that like terror. Like when I read it, I sat back and people were heralding it as a great invention. They now have drones the size of a mosquito or a bee, like that small. And the idea, like you won't hear it, you won't see it, you can't pick it up unless you have some sort of counter device or AI or drone protection around you, which even then that can't do it. But just imagine like 50 feet away, all of a sudden just a swarm of these just come out and just enter you, hit you in the heart, lung, chest. Like nothing can be protected because you can't protect yourself from something like this. Or the idea to inject, say, a communicable disease that's horrifying. You could do this. These applications are being thought of because we're doing it with like controlling mosquitoes in Florida. We're trying to tinker around these edges. And every time we advance, it seems we go through this whole period where we're going to do like some massive fucking slaughter, and everybody's going to get all noble after everybody's dead. And then we say, oh, China's already again.
China apparently, or Japan or China, one of those Asian countries developed one that is like they're show on Netflix. It has a way of tapping into these scenarios and kind of showing what's fucked up about some of these potential futures. And it's kind of eerie because that shit's very possible. Like, a lot of it.
Come on. Can I welcome you guys to conspiracy theory land that y'all always call us crazy? And now y'all shout.
Okay, first of all, I never said all conspiracies were crazy. Okay. Well, we are pontificating endlessly about possibilities, but that's not quite the same as conspiracy theory.
I'm saying all these things are work considered conspiracy theories, though. So
well, yeah, like all
everything y'all saying was conspiracy theories that y'all call us nut jobs. I'm painting a broad brush. I might be unfair, bro.
I got conspiracy theories in my family, bro. I love some of y'all. Some of y'all are crazy. Yeah, one of the things that I think is attractive about the conspiracy theory community is they do engage in conversations where we kind of loosely talk about future possibilities and all this kind of stuff. And that's fun to talk about. So I'll give you that. The thing I have as an issue against conspiracy theories is the uncareful logic. I don't like that. That's the thing that I criticize the most.
So I agree. There's a lot of people that make up conspiracy theories. Like when something happened, they're like, well, it happened because that's not how conspiracy theory works. Now, I definitely get the sloppiness of it, but yeah. But in general, I definitely.
I mean, I was talking to flat earthers for like a year just because I was fascinated by what the fuck they thought was going on. Like, I was like, wow, like, why'd you just assume that shit? That's just me though. But yeah, I got a lot of conspiracy theorists in my family. It's normal, particularly in the Black community, because we've been engaging in various forms of conspiracy theories about what the government was doing to our communities, and a lot of that shit turned out to be fucking true.
Yeah, we seen a lot of fucked up shit come.
Yeah, so like it's a part of our culture to a certain extent. I get it, but yeah, some people in our community be going a little too overboard with some shit.
But I'll caution that. This is a word of caution. If you think with the advancements of technology that you have infringements on rights and that our applications are going wrong, you wait till this technology actually jumps ahead and you will see that it will be targeted and you'll be screaming for something reminiscent of the past. That's what I see going forward. Like, do you really want AI saying, hey, this one neighborhood out here is going to be the biggest problem, so we're going to focus all assets in here and we're just going to go in and clean it up however way it permits it. And what we'll see is lawmakers bend and modify laws to enable that to happen. And that's what I see going on because everybody's embracing this thing. It's going to be a utopia. And show me somewhere in history where there ever was a utopia. And please don't bring up the fucking Bible, but I mean, don't show me a utopia that has existed in civilization.
The only utopia I know of is whatever time period Republicans are talking about when they say they want to make America great again.
Because the way they talk about that shit sound like it's a utopia. Whatever period they talk about, I don't know what it is. They make it sound so awesome.
I think that applies to you.
And touching on the conspiracy aspect and moving into how you had said we only get glimpses of this through sci-fi. I mean, there's a long-running history of CIA and other OGA government agencies backing movies, backing certain shows in order to early introduce this stuff to the populace, so it's not shocking when it hits us.
Yeah, psyops, right? They call it psyops.
Yeah.
That's actually true.
That's not how psyops work, but I mean, that's going a little bit far, but okay.
That can be. It's a long way. Like what? So for example, like if you wanted to introduce slowly but surely your population to a certain amount of comfortability regarding aliens, and you leaked their appearances through various different means, including sci-fi movies and stuff like that, that's actually a theory that people think is actually going on right now. But that would be a version of a psyop if that actually happened. I'm saying it hypothetical. I'm not committed to the fact that that's actually happened, but people have argued that that's literally what has happened. And so like our images of aliens is actually in some sense guided by governments slipping into public consciousness. Actual aliens. What up, Alonzo? So that would be a version of a psyop. And then when you reveal, like, hey, we've known all this time that these aliens existed, people are less shocked because it looks like they saw it in the movies and they're familiar with it on some level. And you can introduce people to a lot of things like that they become more comfortable with over time because it's like they didn't realize that's what you were doing. I'd be surprised if our government hasn't done that to us several times already.
Most people don't think for themselves. They're all programmed. That's why they come to this room.
I mean, to a certain extent, it's like we can't help but be programmed because it's how our brains work, but
Exactly my point.
But we can mitigate some of it. Like, certain people are trying to program us for very specific things that we may not adopt.
Naturally. Yeah.
If you're going to talk about programming, I would say it occurs mostly when you're in your early 20s. You get programmed, and then you begin decoupling when you're 30s, and then you hit 40s, and you're like, what the fuck? And then when you go through that period, then you're like, oh, fuck, this is all just shit. What the fuck? Don't believe
I
it.
disagree. I disagree. I disagree.
Yeah. You can be programmed at pretty any age. Yeah. As long as you're capable of learning, you can be programmed at pretty much any age.
I agree, but most people are not very capable of learning. They don't have critical thought. I mean,
Almost anybody with a sensible brain is capable of critical thought. That's not a difficult thing to accomplish.
And it's not even about the critical thought that I'm right.
Yeah, either. It's about psychological conditioning. Right? So for example, one of the primary means of programming nowadays is our goddamn cell phones and social media algorithms. That literally is how people are programmed. Like, even me, like, to the best of my ability, I try not to be, but like, I know I am because I'll watch a basketball game, I'll see a Burger King commercial 3 times, and all of a sudden I fucking want a Whopper. What the fuck? Like, that shit works. It works on anyone. Anybody with a psychology that can be manipulated, it works on them. So this idea that if you're smart enough, if you're a critical thinker, you can't be programmed is ridiculous. You have a whole ass subconscious that can be impacted by marketing, constantly seeing images. And if that shit is like algorithmic, right? You like certain things, so then the algorithm goes, all right, show him this again. Like, you can actually, this kind of thing can be leveraged to like influence people politically, which was like,
It happens every day when people.
it happens every fucking election, but also like that's what Cambridge Analytica. That's what the fuck they were doing, bro. Like, that's the shit. They were like, they understood that you can use this technology and you can program people's political opinions in a certain way that can actually maximize votes in a certain direction. Like, that's possible. That has happened. I think that there's a lot of efforts to like stop social media companies from doing it to a certain extent, but like, it happens, bro. Like, you create echo chambers in social media.
My point saying that more young people are actually easier to be programmed, and then they start decoupling as they age later on in life.
You said 20 to 30. I'm saying 2 to 6.
Yeah, all of the above, bro. You can be programmed at any age. Like, okay, so you're right.
It starts as early as a baby. Like, it doesn't start when you're 20.
Certain social media cater to younger ages, like TikTok, for example. And so the reach of younger people in the age bracket that you described, like, yeah, they have an outsized influence on them. But the idea that if an older person were to use TikTok in a similar way or to a similar degree of frequency as younger people, that they could not be programmed in the same way is what I'm disputing. I'm saying it's not really a matter of age. It's a matter of what your habits of social media are and how the algorithms are interacting with your psychology. If you're an older person and you don't fuck with TikTok because people in your age bracket don't fuck with it, then TikTok is not going to be the vector for you. For a lot of older people, it's Facebook because that's what they fuck with. That's what they interact with. My dad comes to me and with a whole bunch of misinformation all the time that he got from Facebook because that's what he uses. And it annoys me because I'm like, bro, like, I know that's wrong, but like, he's like, it'll be something innocuous like, oh, I Klay Thompson got traded. No, he didn't. Yeah, it's on Facebook. No, he did not get get traded, he's still on the Mavs. He's like, nah, let me show you. And he showed me some shit. And I'm like, yeah, this is false. Like, nah, it didn't happen. Like, he's like, what? And like, it's like, bro, yeah, like there are ways to figure it out. Like, I go to Shams on X. I told him, like, follow Shams. Shams, if somebody got traded like that, Shams will be all over it. He's trustworthy. And then, so I'm trying to help my dad out with some of this stuff. But he sends me stuff all the time. Like, oh, did you hear about this? I'm like, that's fake, Dad. Like,
and it's annoying as hell because my parents, my mom especially does it to me. I just see so and so and most people, hey, no, that's fake news. No, he turned into the orange man. No, it literally is fake news.
yeah, I'm having to prove him. I'm like, bro, look, he's on the roster on ESPN. He's still on this team. Like, what do you mean? He did not get traded. I would know. But then he'll come home with some accurate information. Oh, I heard Gilbert Arenas got arrested. Yeah, that is true. Right? Same sources though. So now it's like he don't know how to differentiate between the trustful information, you know what I mean, the trustworthy information and the not trustworthy, because he's getting good information and bad information from the same places.
But I mean, I think I gotta think.
Brad, I will give you this. My bad, Emotep. I will give you this. Like, at a certain age, you know what I'm saying, we become a little bit more cognizant and we can decipher these things, especially when we have, like, experience our skills with these different platforms. So we could get a better sense probably around those ages, 20 to 30, and, you know, what is potentially fake news. So it gives a little bit more credence to what you're saying. But, like, again, we're dealing with the kids or the older folks in this particular time in society. It's super hard to decipher for them because they don't necessarily have those skills. They're not using the factors as much as maybe a 20-year-old who lives in their phone.
No, I disagree. I'm sorry. Because the amount of people that think Trump is the same, sorry, Brad, is crazy. So this man was writing about windmills and all kind of stuff for 3 days straight. So I'm sorry. No, a lot of older people especially, they go down these YouTube rabbit holes. They young people too, right?
No, I said that. I gave credence to that.
I thought the young,
I gave credence to the fact that older people.
I thought the young and old, it be the same thing. Same mess and same sources. It just depends on what people do. A lot of, especially Americans, I'm saying especially Americans, but some overseas, right? Even people here, they will believe this stuff and you're like, no, that's not true. But no, I seen this on TikTok or what. I'm like, no, that's not true. And they're like, oh, well, no, that's not true. I can tell you this and whatever, because I've experienced this, right? This is something I've experienced in real life.
Yeah.
You're going to tell me that's the way it is, and I'm telling you, no, it's not true. But at the same time, you're arguing me down that it's true. So it just depends on how many people want to really go to different sources and research the facts, and that's the problem. People, and this is worldwide, do not want to use more than one source to search for the facts. And that's the issue. It doesn't matter age, religion, culture, it doesn't matter.
So, yeah, we also have to account for so we're talking about fact, right? So that's easily debunked or whatever. But then there's the notion of things that come from opinion-based sources. And it's like, okay, it's wrong if you disagree, but if you agree with that line of thought, it might be, viable in some way. So there's that aspect of it too, that everything isn't always based in fact. So that's a whole nother layer.
I mean, opinion is opinion, like, right? I mean, yeah, I mean, that's
well, but if you have a political ideology, go ahead, use my
yeah, that's opinion.
I want to agree, but the thing I was just saying with Brad is this idea that once you reach a certain age, you're not susceptible to being programmed. I think, to me, I just said they're less. Well, there's a sense in which that's true. There's certain vectors of programming that I think you're less likely to fall prey to, and I think, like, my TikTok example is good because once you reach a certain age, you may be done with TikTok, or really certain age brackets don't really fuck with TikTok, never really did in the status quo. But, like, the older generation is still programmable. Like, a lot of older people, some of them are on Facebook, but actually some of them watch cable news. Like cable news disproportionately skews older, and, like, motherfuckers are watching Fox News every night and, like, believing shit they see, or whatever it is. It could be Newsmax, News Nation, it could be CNN, MSNBC. Like, a lot of the older folks are watching that shit for real, and, like, they're believing a lot of it even if it ain't true, and that's one means by which they can be programmed. It's not the only one. And, like, the programmability ability of human beings hasn't really to do with whether or not they're critical thinkers or not. It has more to do with how susceptible facets of their psychology are to impressions or being manipulated in various different ways. And like, social media algorithms are one vector, but like television commercials are another vector, or like whatever you watch on TV, it doesn't have to be commercials, or marketing. It can be like public service announcements, it can be news, whatever. Like anything that impacts the way that you think about things, right, can like be used to manipulate you, right? And like there are a lot of things you can do to minimize the likelihood that you'll be led astray. And I think a lot of us try to do that. We try to check our sources. We try to do different sources because we know about bias. We're maybe to a certain extent trying to be attentive to our mental, like, you know what I mean, like to a certain degree attentive to our subconscious, but that's hard because it's subconscious. But we take steps to kind of minimize the ability to just be total robots or robotically programmed. But like we're all susceptible to it. Like no matter how smart we are, and no matter how like well-intentioned we are in our like diet of information, like we're all susceptible to that shit. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key is diet of information. I feel like you hit it on the spot. I think as people get older, they generally narrow their variety of food sources in their informational diet. I think that's basically like my grandpa's generation was basically completely traumatized by Fox News, believed every random conspiracy theory, weapons of mass destruction, all that kind of stuff. And then I think the boomers, they just are just trapped in the world of academia and just reading whatever, something Politico and all those little resources. You name it, right? And we're just trapped in that. And I think these are authoritative resources, and they can't really move past that. And then whenever they look at online, it kind of just feeds that. They kind of just base their selection on that, and just becomes this never-ending kind of like reinforcement circle where this force and function to continue to only feed them with what they see as authoritative resources. So now basically the entire boomer generation is just like traumatized by CNN, Rolling Stone, MSN, like you name it. So I think it's just like as people get older, they just become lazy in how they diversify their resources, and they just end up having like I think they feed that loop of the same kind of bullshit. And yeah, I just feel like that's kind of what it is. It's like the kind of the duty as you get older to continue to, I think you can love the comfort to read, to like diversify your sources. I think it's a cross-referencing that really, I don't know, I'm not making sense. I feel like,
Yeah, you know what I mean? The cross-referencing is one method of many that you can use to like identify bias or not be misled with misinformation. And there's other strategies you can use. Making sure that you're not constantly participating in certain echo chambers and just trying to diversify what you hear. Being open to talking to people with different perspectives. These are all strategies. They're not all foolproof. They don't always prevent you from being tricked or misinformed, but they help. See, I totally agree. I mean, the one of my like biggest drivers of being in these rooms is I'm trying to promote that kind of environment. Like, I do want, no matter where your perspective is, I do want you to be able to like voice your opinion. I might disagree vehemently, but hey, at least I heard from you, and maybe you'll plant the seeds. And like in 30 days, I might be like, you know what, that one thing that one person said I disagree with, I kind of agree now. Like, I like that because to me that shows some kind of openness. And it doesn't always happen. Sometimes I'm like, no, I still disagree, but like at least I have some reasons now that I can articulate. You know what I mean? So
yeah, it's just frustrating like that our older generation is completely kind of unaware of the tunnel vision and echo chambers that they're in, and then you end up with kind of like Russiagate bullshit being perpetuated for like 4 years. It takes people 4 years to like realize that's bullshit, and then this bullshit, we're really finding that still don't realize that was bullshit. And then our older population are the only motherfuckers that vote. So we're just like the ones voting based off a lot of bullshit that I don't fucking know. Yeah, the younger population needs to get out there and vote because I feel like they're the ones that are a little bit more privy to they're the ones that generally have more diverse set of news sources, but I guess that's kind of like a separate issue.
I've heard some people who are members of those generations deserve more credit though, because they're not a monolith. Like they don't all. There are people in the older generations who do use technology in similar ways to us, and they have learned how to navigate these things like us. So I wouldn't cast with too broad of a brush, but probably
Did Trump convert a Word document to a PDF?
Could Trump? Probably not.
Right.
But I can.
Probably not. But like,
I can, and I
Dr. Frank, to be honest, I don't know that Trump's the greatest exemplar of like checking your sources. Trump regurgitates a lot of shit that's false all the time because of his echo chamber awareness.
I mean, I'm not trying to be on Trump either. I'm just like making a point that like it's unfortunate that I think the older generation generally doesn't diversify resources and they're the only ones that don't. And I think that makes us particularly susceptible to society.
Do you think that's a horrible overgeneralization?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm sorry, Dr. Francie. You're the exception.
Much broader palette than that. These are really hard.
I mean, there's wisdom that comes with old age, and a lot of the older people are wise in their approach to addressing I would say the dilemma of misinformation. They do try to have like wide variety of sources. Some of them are still reading print newspapers. I don't know why, but a lot of them are using some of us like books and papers as opposed. Yeah, that's a little, that's a stereotype. But like, yeah, some of them are just tech savvy, just like us. Like they know how to use smartphones. They're on Clubhouse. They access the same shit we access, and they have different methods and shit too. Like, so I don't want to make it seem like it's all of them. But there are like generational divides in the ways in which information is consumed that I also want to give credence to. And a lot of older people consume information in particular ways that are kind of like, the habits of their generation. Like cable news, for example, and that's, I can acknowledge that too.
I think it's weird that society itself wants to get, like I hear this talk about older, and as I approach age, I find it ironic because when I was younger, I said the same thing, like, oh, you don't know anything. And we've all said that when we were young kids. When I was about to face the world, and Chris Cavalish was Marshall, you got a lot of background, man. But we heard this, and like when I was like young and going off to the military, and my dad said, "Be careful, son. The world's not what you think it is. The world is very dark. It's very conniving. It's manipulative. It's beautiful." And he gave me that whole speech, and I was like, "What does the old man know?" And my dad was right. As I grew up, I became a version of my father, and had to recognize that. He was right about this. He was right about that. He was right about this. And I think that we discard this reference, still utilize ChatGPT. I find that asinine, but and then being very quick to dismiss somebody who, like a Dr. Francie, who can give a take on what it was like to be, young in the 70s or 60s. And she can tell you the vibe and what people were generalizing, thinking, rather than and give you a first-hand account of what was going on from her lens, and you can learn something. And we saw this in the pandemic when all the businesses and all those lockdowns, like, nobody knew how to fucking can, jar. Most of your wives and girlfriends couldn't cook a fucking meal to save their lives because they didn't know how, because Uber Eats was the biggest thing. And when they shut down restaurants, you couldn't Uber Eat shit. So you either had to live off McDonald's or eat burnt crap that I eat. So, I mean, you have to look at, I don't know, I still say, like, as people age, they gain more wisdom, they gain more knowledge, and they gain more experience. And what we have is what we've had for decades and generations, that the younger generation just thinks they have all the answers, but they never know the question.
I agree with you, Brad. I agree with you. I'm not making it. I probably made too general with things. Definitely, I think all of us have gotten wiser as we got older, but I just think that, like, if you look at the age of the Senate, for example, it's like 25% is over 70. And if you look at all the ages of the presidential candidates, Bernie Sanders, Donald Trump, Biden, Elizabeth Warren, Clinton, etc., like there is a sense, which is very real, that people have gone past the traditional age of retirement and are kind of clinging on to power and maintaining a lot of old ideas that are not allowing new ideas to cycle in.
Like, what's an idea you feel like, for lack of a better
for lack of a better description, these old fuddy-duddies are getting in the way of.
Well, do you disagree that there was some sentiment that I'm saying, that I'm talking about, Marshall, like in general?
I mean, I get the sense that people want the old to loosen the reins on power. I don't necessarily get the sense that there is a budding crop of young people willing to step up and do good governance. I think good governance, in particular in the Senate, takes time to learn, and just throwing a new person in there in their 40s, while they may be in their 40s, doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be able to negotiate stuff. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to know the rules of the Senate. It doesn't really mean they're going to know the culture of the Senate. All of those things can only be gained with time. Serving, 4, 5, 6 separate terms at 6 years apiece. And though that culture of the Senate is as important to its functioning as Jefferson's Rules of Order is to parliamentary procedure. Like the traditions of the Senate are just.
I mean, I can still man the position. I can still man the position. And this attitude generically, although not universally or exclusively, comes from a progressive lens. There is a lot of, particularly in our government, like let's say Congress, for example, Capitol Hill, there's a lot of deference to like the good old boys. There's a lot of deference to senior members of Congress. And sometimes that deference is justified, and it's rooted in this idea that, hey, these people have been in there the longest, they're therefore the most savvy, and can help you navigate, the way things are done in Washington or whatever. But sometimes, and especially from the lens of the progressives, it's viewed as like arbitrary bases to keep things the same that ought to be changed. And so, like, there's a tension there, and I think the progressives have a point. And sometimes these examples become pretty, like, I think obvious. One such example, perhaps, is the issue right now that is actually being talked about making it so that members of Congress can't trade stocks. I think that's a great idea. I think that it's the bastion of corruption that Congress members have ever been able to do that. And by the way, I don't think that the vice president or the president should be able to do so either. Nancy Pelosi's insider trade is a great example of why that's. And she acts like she and her husband are not guilty of anything, but she would say that. But I think the evidence against her is obvious. Regardless, because that might be the product of my own bias. Like the mere perception of who are resisting this, and they don't seem to have good arguments, at least in my opinion, other than something akin, and I heard this argument, I forget who was, something akin to, why are we punishing people for making money? why are we punishing people who want to serve in Congress for making money? And it's like, that is not a good argument against this at all to me. Now, there's some details in the bill that was proposed by Holly that I think actually are debatable, to be fair to the people who are against it. But the basic idea of making explicit prohibitions that members of Congress will often have something akin to insider information, although technically, legally, it's not considered that gives them an upper hand and puts them in a position relative to the general public that they can benefit from trading stocks that they own, is a bad thing and reeks of corruption. That shouldn't happen. Like, most people in Congress actually agree with the general sentiment. But why is it so difficult to pass a bill that accomplishes that? I have no fucking idea, given all the bipartisan support. But that might be an example of where, like, something is being kept in place that should have changed a long time ago. And, like, a lot of it is like, this is the way we're used to doing it, or some reference to, like, it's totally normal for X, Y, and Z reasons. But, like, those aren't really good reasons in, I think, that particular context. Perhaps I can come up with a better example if that's not an acceptable one. But, like, I do think that sometimes this deference to the way things have always been done is an impediment to improving things.
I think it's because half these people wouldn't have got into politics politics in the first place. So you're basically taking away their motivation for getting into it. I mean, I just dedicated 20 years. You're going to take it away? This is what I'm here for.
I mean, it might, maybe,
I think just that was like actually a much better argument than I probably made myself. But I'm just looking at it from a very normie, common sense perspective that all the presidential candidates that had a serious chance of winning outside of Kamala, who was essentially a default selection due to Biden being cognitively impaired, which is particularly germane to the point that I'm making, right? The auto pen is particularly relevant to the point that I'm trying to make, right? Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, Clinton's, Trump.
What are you talking about? Kamala was chosen for all of her joy.
It was a campaign of joy. I mean, I just think from a very common sense perspective, when every single candidate is in their 80s, that's pretty fucking weird. I think that's a very strange society that we're living in. Those are the only options. I think people would say, oh, well, you could have voted for Amy Klobuchar or something, as if she's so much fucking younger. Like, the point is, they didn't have a serious chance of winning, right? I'm talking about candidates. So I'm just arguing from a very common sense perspective. I think a lot of people think that's pretty fucking weird.
To return back kind of to the topic proper, I do want to explore it to the extent people are willing. I do want to explore this, what I consider an interesting dilemma of what is the proper response to a naked power grab of the sort that the Texas GOP is being accused of by the Democrats. Should they fight fire with fire and get their hands dirty in the process, doing the very thing that they're decrying as unfair? Or should they do something else that's more consistent with the fact that they view it as wrong? Why or why not?
Well, if they were really that upset, to bring it back to your original topic, if they truly were upset, then they would stop the practice themselves. Then they would put a legislation up to actually prevent it across all 50 states. I wouldn't be advocating for a universal button, but I could see that that you should make it mandated that redistricting must be adequately and the lines need to be drawn. But Democrats really don't want that kind of shit. They want the optic of this. That's all they want. They want to be able to redo it themselves, like they did in New York, like they do in California, like they do in Chicago, all their spots, Carolinas, etc. And they have no problem doing that. And then they say, oh, we're just for the people. Never mind when we do it. And then they cry about Republicans and vice versa. So unless one side is willing to actually stop the practice and then put forward legislation to outlaw the practice, then I don't know what they're crying about, because quite frankly, it's just bullshit on both sides.
Well, what should they do?
That means that they should do it then. If they've been doing it and they known for doing it, then in this instance, they stand a little 5 seats. I mean, they definitely should do it. So I don't see the reason why not.
Well, Brad, what should they do then?
I mean, again, people are gonna turn, and particularly those on the left are gonna go turn and say the federal government needs to come in. And I would say that states, like you have 50 different entities that rule on this, or some variants of this across the states, that determine districts or determine what's in terms of like who's going to be in what populace for voting and who's under what. So unless those 50 somehow or that state becomes aligned in some facet, then you won't have it. And the thing that I would not want would be the federal government to have oversight over that process, because Joe Biden tried to introduce that bill, and he wanted it to rest in the decision hands of 3 federal district judges that were appointed by the president. That was a naked fucking power grab. And I mean, it didn't gain any traction. No one wanted that fucking shit. Not even Democrats, because they looked long term and said there'll eventually be a Republican president who who will wield this power, and it could come and backfire on us. So it died off rather quickly. So I mean, I don't have an answer for this situation. I really don't. People will say to use AI to draw maps. I don't think that's right. Again, on the national level is a mute point. On your local level, get better fighters. If Democrats were really so invested in taxes, like they keep screaming about, then start recognizing what Texans they should do.
What should they do?
There's nothing. I think you should do nothing. I think this is just an
You should do nothing. You should let the GOP just have a naked power grab.
Like again, where was the outrage when Democrats did it 2-3 years ago in New York? You didn't hold a room on it.
Well, I didn't know about it.
Oh, okay. But I mean, I'm not going to fault you for that. But I mean, there you go. It's an optic. There's nothing to do. There's nothing to be done. And
Is it wrong to gerrymander?
No.
It's not wrong to gerrymander.
Is it illegal?
I ain't saying illegal.
The Democrats should follow along there, right?
Another way to ask it is it consistent with democratic principles to allow partisan gerrymander?
I don't want a democracy in the United States. I do not want a full-blown. Neither does anybody.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the one man, one vote principle. Okay, everybody gets a say insofar as you're eligible to vote, and your say is not diluted by weird line drawing games of either party. Is it that would be fair, I think, and consistent with that democratic principle. To the extent that gerrymandering undermines the fairness of that, isn't it bad?
Yeah, but anything else will be good. It can help an impoverished. Wait, hold on. The same in the inverse. It can help an impoverished district. So, for instance, if it gets incorporated under a more industrial, that representative is much better, much more alignment, sits on higher committees. All of a sudden, that congressperson brings back representation that's able to, which channels, guess what? Federal funding, federal tax dollars, federal programs. And that's what Congress people should be fighting for. So,
but it's subject. The problem with that is that it's subject to the whims of nakedly partisan actors. That's what makes it awkward. It might turn out to have some definable benefit for a jurisdiction that was unintended, but that would be an accident. That's not the point of it. The point of it is to concentrate power into the partisan actors that are doing the redistricting.
I mean, you're talking to naked political power grabs have been happening. You brought up Cambridge Analytics. Obama nakedly used that shit, and then Trump put it on steroids on his first term, and then Biden utilized it, and then Trump used it again. So, that's a naked power grab.
Yeah, but you have naked power grab. It doesn't have the impact of diluting the.
You're not going to get me to say that this is morally wrong because it's not morally wrong. You're uncomfortable with it.
But it is inconsistent. But it is inconsistent with fair principles of democracy, isn't it?
I mean, do you want to just throw out the Democrats and Republicans? I'd be on board with it.
No. I'm not taking a side. I think Democrats and Republicans are equally guilty, and when they do something bad. But I'm acknowledging that it's bad. You're resisting that for some reason.
Because you're looking at it, you're trying to get to a moral lens, and I think it's.
I do.
I don't see the morality in it. I just see it as we do zoning for houses. That's basically redistricting and determining where you can live or what house you can have or which commercial space is going to do.
That can also be wrong. But okay, I guess I'm trying to appeal to your conception of what fairness demands in a social context, a political context, right?
I mean, it's 50-50. Again, people show me the intrinsic harm that has occurred outside of the Democrats losing a couple of seats this time around. When they gain seats, so show me the intrinsic harm. Show me where the estimation.
There's been entire voting blocks that have been effectively disenfranchised because
districts have been drawn in such a way to undermine or minimize their impact on political outcomes in the context of elections. And that has a bunch of implications for the attentiveness of issues that are germane or important to those voting blocks. This is especially bad when you consider the history of the South and various different tactics that they've done to disenfranchise Black voters in particular. Right, like a lot of these things are continuing.
I get the point. I mean, like I said, the history. And I'm not discounting,
but that's harmful, though. I think
I agree that was done in harmful practices. But in today's age, today, 2025.
No, I'm saying it's a continuation. So I'm saying I'm saying the same jurisdictions, like Georgia. Let's go with Georgia. Georgia is a particular place where a lot of these racist practices were done, particularly prior to the Jim Crow South. And then a lot of similar tactics are being done to dilute the Black vote in places like Georgia. Like even
I'm not just counting the history. I know the practices that went on. That was practiced by fucking Democrats. They poll taxes, etc. We could go down the laundry list of that shit. But I mean, today in 2025, you're saying, well, it's going to disproportionately affect this group of voters that routinely vote one certain way and one party has control over that area for 25 years, and now all of a sudden they dilute that.
It dilutes the power of that voting block. Is the thing I'm trying to do even to this day. And that's a problem.
Your voting block is based on only a certain ideology of a collection of people that are huddled in.
No. What I was about to say is, a lot of times when it comes to like the Black vote, a lot of times the reason why Black people vote overwhelmingly in one direction is because they share a lot of concerns for their communities and a lot of political orientation towards solving them. And so that's why they vote overwhelmingly for certain kinds of constituents that have certain kinds of policies. And so, like, diluting that voting block in these jurisdictions is harmful because what they're trying to do is that they're trying to leverage their vote just like anybody else as a constituency to vote people into office that they think are going to be best suited to address their issues. And if their votes get diluted in these conniving ways, then their ability to effectuate that is therefore undermined. And then what that means ultimately is a lot of their issues do not get addressed adequately.
Okay, so what about so then take the inverse. How about the minority group that exists within that same populations whose voting concerns can never be recognized or ever be leveraged because they never have a fair opportunity to voice their concerns or vote in a certain way because a larger demographic that is pandered to, and I'm not saying just Black people, I can say white, Asian, fucking whatever, Martians if you want to, but you can have a pandering done, and that smaller minority, which we have seen in overwhelmingly, like let's take Georgia, let's take MGT, the fucking idiot of the South, let's take that waffle, and in her district, if that was to be broken up, and she would not be able to leverage the majority, which would overwhelmingly be people who align with her, and she had to contend or contest with a minority or a broader minority of different ideological thought, then all of a sudden it's now you have to work at it. So you can have your cake both ways on this one, I think.
I mean, you seem to be describing what I was describing happens to Black people, but I guess you're applying it to a different block, and that's fine. I imagine that probably happens in various places in the country. Where it's not Asian voters, not just a Black voter. Yeah. So for
Asian voters and California and Washington,
it sounds like that happens. But my point is, if it were to happen in the same deliberate way that I'm describing when it comes to the Black electorate in places like Georgia, then I would object to it for the same reason. I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think that you should be able to arbitrarily draw lines in power grabby ways that dilute or undermine the vote of entire minority groups of people, no matter what the groups are, right? Like, I'm against it in principle, and I'm just applying it to some examples that implicate Black voters, because those are the ones that I'm the most familiar with. But yeah, if it implicated Asian voters, if it implicated Hispanic voters, if it implicated, poor white voters in fucking Appalachia or some shit, cool. I would object to it for the same reason. That's all I'm simply saying. It's easy for me to say this practice is wrong, it's untoward, it's unsavory, it's immoral, it's
You can
unjust.
say it's unsavory. I call it politics. I mean, you're trying to put a morality on something that is neither moral or immoral. It is political.
But if it implicates fairness, how can it not implicate morality, right? Like, if it's unfair.
Okay, tell me about what in politics is absolutely fair.
Please. Absolutely fair.
You're asking for fairness in politics.
Yes, I am. I am asking for that because it's within our hold on. Because it's within our locus of control and policy.
No, it's not.
It literally is. We do not have to gerrymander. We do not have to allow it. It is within the locus of control.
Okay. Give me your alternative to gerrymandering or redistricting.
Give me. You can have. Yeah, there's several alternatives. So you can have an independent redistricting commission, like a lot of states have, that is more accountable to the voters, and whose job it is functionally to draw district maps that make sense, that are not designed to give either or party an advantage, but are designed to, in some sensible way, make sure that politicians who are voted in office are reasonably accountable to their constituencies. Like, that's a solution.
So that solution is already in place, and that's
not every solution.
No. But like, it's around there. There's some form of representation of that in all 50 states.
However, no, Texas does not have.
Yes, there is.
Texas does not have an IRC, bro.
No, but they use some other
legislation draws the lines. That's
yes, I know, and they get that off of advisements. So, like, you have all the this redistricting map groups in the 50 states are just advisements, and they get in there, and depending on their readings, they're going to be one way or the other. That's why I think arguments. But then, what is the mechanism in place to prevent what New York, Carolina, Pennsylvania, and California are not? Yeah, California did. Particularly New York, where it ignores.
You can have. I mean, that's actually a fair question. I actually will answer it. You can have something equivalent to like a certain threshold that needs to be met for a veto by the legislature. So, for example, rather than the legislature being able to willy-nilly wipe their ass with recommendations from the IRCs like California and New York, what you can do is have a certain critical mass of the legislature needs to be reached in order to be able to veto what the recommendation was. And you can make it, I don't know, fucking 70% or whatever. You can make it high enough where it's not easy to accomplish.
So 85% of the Democrats in the New York, when that happened, redrew the lines and ignored it. And they absolutely just shot it. And Governor Kathy Hochul just basically said, oh, no, I disagree with them as well. And just bypassed it altogether. So,
fine. You can make it instead of like
if you're going to make so hold on, if you're going to make a
fair enough, I'm going to revise. You can make it instead of like a threshold because it actually some of these legislatures are that skewed. I didn't take it into account. So maybe then you can put it to a vote then. So then there has to be a certain threshold of voters who approve of the veto.
So then you want a populist decision.
Yeah, that might be a but only when the legislature makes a move or a motion to veto the.
Now, wouldn't that skew it based on let's take I'll stay with New York. Wouldn't New York City have the largest proportion and power of that vote versus the rest of the fucking state? Because that would be the issue there.
I mean, yeah, but that's fine because the whole state is voting on it, so it's a state initiative. So basically, you make them accountable to the voters by building in that look. If the IRC, whose job it is to draw fair lines, is going to be overturned in some way by the legislature, you got to get the approval of the voters. And if you don't get the approval of the voters, then they can't veto it. They can't just be like, nah, we're good.
So again, your solutions don't take into account the power grab that would actually exist and the power grab that would be replacing, but it would definitely be a power grab. You would give far more power to places like Los Angeles than I don't know.
That's fine. I accept that. You're right. You would, but because the rest of the state has a say, right? Like I think that the benefits outweigh whatever negatives you can identify with the outsized power of the most concentrated areas of the state.
No, because even here, I'm only picking on New York because I was actually born, bred, and buttered there. But when you look at it, the decisions that Albany makes for the rest of the state are solely based on the principality of New York City. Like, they overwhelmingly have so much say in terms of what goes on in the rest of the state, and everything is allocated towards what is best for New York City. I'm excited. And if you're going to have a group or a body that says, hey, we're going to put it to the people, and then you have a group saying, hey, we need to redistrict here so we can keep our power here because you guys love blue or you love red, you wouldn't want that going on in Texas. Like, you would have Democrats freaking screaming to the rafters.
I'm trying to do two things. I'm trying to still disagree with you, but I'm also trying to acknowledge the truth of what you're saying. This is actually generally true in the status quo. There's a disproportional outsized power to the most concentrated places in the state. So the major cities, the Los Angeles, the New York cities, etc. That's a reality that exists. And you're not wrong to point out that there would to give accountability for decisions about redistricting back to the people. So the people get to have, if the legislature wants to override what the IRC did, they got to get the approval of the people. They can't just do it for partisan reasons.
But they would be able to.
So it's a check and a balance that's not meant to satisfy everything. It's meant to satisfy something very specific.
Okay, so again, it would be a power grab. It would actually skew, like, again, I'm going to stay with New York. New York City, mainly blue. The rest of the state would actually vote in a kind of red. You would actually be surprised at how many areas are actually red, and by significant amounts.
I know.
And then those voices would have absolutely no say in anything that went on because
they would have say. It would be skewed towards the most.
So then what is wrong with redistricting then? Because you're basically having the same issue that you're complaining about.
Because the inequality of say is maximized with the arbitrary redistricting in a way that with disproportionality of say just by population concentration that's accomplishable in a state would be. So it's harm reduction.
So
it's not as skewed as it would be if we allowed the power grabby gerrymandering. Is my point.
I think you're not truthful in that. I mean, like, we could sit there and say, well, Dallas. All right, I'll pick on Dallas, Texas. Dallas, Texas, or let me get a better state. Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi, or whatever it is.
Right. How so?
The overwhelming power. It would not, in that concentrated area, would have far more implications, even though the demographics of minorities exist far outside that and in a multitude of areas within regards to that state. And that power center, which seems to be the hub, the business hub, the major employment hub, that would actually end up being the power center, and they would be able to determine it, which would still cause your inequalities that would exist in other districts around the state.
The goal of the policy proposal isn't to eliminate, I guess, all inequalities between votes, because I don't even know that that's possible. I don't think it's accomplishable, right?
But you held me to the fairness standard. You said you wanted fairness.
I know, but what?
No, you can't do that.
There's a difference in. There is a difference in the impacts that you're not taking into account, right? So, like, the ability for a state to arbitrarily gerrymander in such a way as to pick up 5 congressional seats in favor of a particular party, right? And the minority party just has to eat that, right? That kind of discrepancy in congressional representation is not really replicable with the policy that I just articulated, which is, if you're going to have an IRC whose job it is to draw district lines in a fair way that don't benefit one party or the other, you can even make your IRC mandatorily bipartisan if you wanted to ensure balance, right? And then the ability of the state legislatures, which are skewed in various different states to one direction or the other, to just wipe their ass with that fair recommendation. We want to block that because otherwise we're not really doing much to stop what's already happening in the status quo. So one way to block that is give it to the voters to decide on.
if you can convince enough voters in a state to go along with the overturning of the recommendation from the IRC, then at the very least what we know is that the voters in that state jurisdiction are cool with it overwhelmingly, right? But like if you can't do that, then you got to go with what the IRC recommended. I think that's a fair balance.
Okay.
And what I argue what that would do is it would minimize the likelihood that you'll have these redistricting as egregious as we have in places like Texas right now.
Okay, so I'm going to present two challenges.
All unfairness in voting. The goal is to reduce harm by minimizing the likelihood of these kinds of naked power grabs. That's the goal.
Okay, so I'm going to say two things wrong with this theory right now. One, how do you appoint the IRC? How is this? How is it done? Is it picked by a governor? Is it picked by a panel? Are they elected to the position? Are we creating another federal entity? Are we looking to another government source and more tax dollars to be used? That's my first part. My second part is the inverse could be true. So you talked about like minority communities, which I will say most will say just for the sake of like Georgia are around the urban areas. Now, as we saw in the past election with Stacey Abrams and whatever the dipshit governor is down there, the inverse can be true. The rest of the state could actually side with an RIC that specifically targets, and it does, split the minority area and creates a less dynamic vocal or voting representation in terms of elections and in terms of their power. And the rest of the state can sit there and basically do exactly what you're concerned about. So I don't know if your idea is a better one. I think it would cause the same problems that you're actually trying to address.
I mean, yeah, but again, if I thought I acknowledged the second part, I'll do it in reverse. Like, it is possible on the policy I propose that the state could vote in a way where they overturn it and they vote for the naked power grab. But my point is, at the very least, that means that the constituents of that state were cool with it because they voted for it. And so they're accountable to the people. Right? My guess is a lot of people would object to it because they would be from jurisdictions that would be shortchanged. So I don't think that it's interesting to what extent that it's likely that the majority would go along with some of these because they're really egregious. But in some sense, that because it would have to go to a vote, then it would behoove whatever maps are being drawn by the state legislature to be attentive to the acceptableness or lack thereof of the general state population. So that's why that's a check and a balance on that. It's not foolproof, but it is useful though, because then it maximizes accountability to the people. The first thing is, how would you do it? I mean, there's a lot of different ways you do it. One is you can build it so that you have a certain amount of Democrats and a certain specified amount of Republicans on the IRC.
Or does California do it that way too?
I don't know. I literally am just making this up as I go along because it seems sensible to me. I don't know how a lot of these IRCs work. I can look into it. But what you could do is you can construct an IRC. You have a certain amount of vacant spots, and a certain subset of them are reserved for Republicans, and a certain subset are reserved for Democrats. You can make it so it's uneven for tiebreaker purposes. So maybe you have 15 spots, and you can say whoever's in the majority, that they can have the majority, so the 8 and versus the 7, or you could just make them even, and you can have some kind of tie-breaking protocol that goes beyond them. Maybe the governor has to weigh in or something. I don't know, but like you could structure it that way to maximize balance between parties and to ensure fairness between parties.
So in Texas, they do senatorial redistricting commissions that travel the state. I participated in a hearing last time this happened, and I'll participate in one this time. However, a former state rep told me, and he was in the know, that in Texas, the folks that decide what the map looks like are the lieutenant governor, and speaker of the House. So they take the redistricting committee into account, however much 3 people are going to take that kind of crap into account, which I think they don't take it into account, or at least I don't have anything that would comfortably let me know they took the public's view into account, and then the three of them chalk it up. Like, Rick was a little upset with me today because I was kind of lackadaisical about it, and I'm lackadaisical about it because I can speak to the Senate Redistricting Commission and definitely will make my voice heard, but at the end of the day, it's the Speaker, Governor, and the Lieutenant Governor, and there ain't shit I can do about it. There's like shit all Marshall Rankin can do to make that redistricting situation more fair.
I'm looking up a bunch of different. So there's a bunch of different ways that these commissions are done. Sometimes they do random selections, which is interesting. Sometimes they involve legislators to have some kind of role in the selection process. Sometimes they do an application and review process, qualifications and restrictions process, bipartisan and non-bipartisan balance. So many commissions are structured to include a balance of Democrats, Republicans, and often members not affiliated with either party. Yeah, the structure aims to promote consensus and prevent partisan gridlock. Yeah, so I think I would favor just a bipartisan balance structure where you have a certain designated amount for Democrats, designated amount for Republicans, and maybe some people who are neither, or even maybe some representatives of other parties if you really wanted to get froggy. But the goal would be to have a balance between the commission and make it bipartisan in a true sense, rather than just in name only, so that you don't get outside influence from either direction, because that's what you're trying to counteract from the state legislature. The state legislature is out of balance, so in order to create balance, you create an independent entity, a commission that has a balance of power, and then in order to override the thing that they create with the balance of power, you need to go through the people or have some kind of check so that you're not just literally rendering moot the very purpose for the existence of the IRC. So that's why I recommend something like put it to a state vote. That's not the only way to do it. You can maybe have some other protocol that is meant to minimize the likelihood that fair redistricting boundaries are going to be overridden for partisan purposes. But the goal is to have something like that, some kind of check and balance. I gave one, maybe I can come up with another if I thought really hard. I don't find that the one I came up with is that problematic. I recognize that there would be outsized voting power in the parts of the state that are the most concentrated, but that is not commensurate with the level of imbalance that we're trying to prevent. So my counter is, yeah, I accept that a little bit of imbalance, but it doesn't match the level of imbalance we're trying to prevent. Therefore, I think it's acceptable. And one of the reasons I think it's acceptable, the biggest reason is there's no way to eliminate all imbalance in electoral processes. Like, there's just the nature of populations. Like,
that's the case.
Where you can minimize the level of imbalance and the impact that it has ultimately on outcomes. And I think that the things I propose accomplish that within reason.
That might change the system at all. Thank you.
Because it minimizes the goddamn imbalance. I just said that. What are you talking about?
That you can create new imbalances. Like
I don't care if the new imbalances are less than the first imbalances, then I still accomplished something. That's the point. Like, you can't minimize, you can't get rid of every. Do you think that you can just eliminate all imbalances in government? Like, is that what you think?
I'm not the one that put that question forward. You asked.
Okay, well, then can you at least acknowledge what I'm saying?
You wanted to.
Brad, I don't want you to strong man what I'm saying. Okay, wait, but just understand what I'm saying. Like, the goal is not to eliminate all imbalances. The goal is to minimize the imbalances, the egregiousness and the harms that come from them. And I think that I articulated a policy that reasonably will accomplish that. You really haven't said anything substantive about why that's not the case. You just keep saying it's not the case, or you keep insisting that because there's some imbalance that is preserved, it somehow renders this actions I'm recommending move. But like, if the imbalance is minimized and the harm of them is reduced, why is that not an accomplishment?
All you're doing is shifting the imbalances to you don't even have an outcome ratio. You just think it may do it for a particular segment, but you're actually going to shift the imbalances to a larger population, as I stated before. You don't contend with that. You acknowledge it.
Wait, see, that's
That's what you do when I make you say stop.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
But you want me to go on the morality.
Because it doesn't make sense, Brad. You're just saying
no, what you say doesn't make sense.
I'm literally about to ask a clarifying question, Brad. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Like, how is it not obvious that there is a reduction in the harm associatable with the naked power grabs of the sort that Texas is engaged in right now?
First, you have to show me what harm in 2025 is at.
Just tell me that disenfranchising black voters is obviously harmful. I don't know why you're acting like that's not harmful. You just admitted it was.
I never said anything was harmful. I said there was no morality.
Wait, Brad. Is disenfranchising black voters in places like Georgia harmful?
Yes, that would be. How does this disenfranchising?
If you dilute the votes of
Texas, I asked you to show me.
No, I said like Georgia, Texas counts. There's black people in Texas. Like
I
if you dilute the votes, if you dilute the vote, the black vote in Texas, is that not harmful?
If you dilute it,
yes.
Okay. Maybe not. You haven't shown me that.
What the fuck?
Okay. You're thinking that all black people vote on a similar thing, and I'm saying there are people. That's right. So you're saying it's diluted the black vote. Do all black people vote the same? So if it's an ideological spectrum, and you're saying that the Democrats are losing black people in these areas, but then there's a contingent that is ideologically separated from the Democrat plantation, so to speak, as they call it.
The ideology is not relevant.
Oh, yes, it is, because those voices haven't been heard in those strongly controlled.
Do you understand what that is?
You're only going down one area, and you're not actually.
I'm just trying to ask you a question. Do you understand the means that are taken to dilute the black vote in the first place? Do you understand what that means?
I understand the historical precedents. Do you think that that's
I'm not talking about historically. I'm just talking about what do they do to dilute the black vote contemporarily? Do you know what they do?
First, who is they, and what are they doing to dilute
the people who draw the lines, like the Republican legislature in Texas, for example? Do you know what they do to dilute the black vote?
Sure, I'm pretty sure.
They tend to add on rural counties in Texas.
Yeah. But
okay.
How does that dilute the black vote? Hold on. Those rural county populations are actually significantly smaller in scope than the urban populations that are added.
So how did they dilute the black vote by doing this, Brad? Can you explain?
Hold on, I got this fucking signal on.
I got this.
Thanks,
if you take Senate districts,
Brad, you admitted yourself that, like, with
hold
on, Marshall. Brad, you admitted yourself that with California, New York, etc., you're talking about how these city centers, San Francisco, LA, New York City, has so much control. Under Muse's example, how then is giving more power to the rural areas to voice their opinion, such as, like we say, most of California is actually red. Then you got San Francisco and LA. So how is giving those areas more power in this way of balancing things going to be less helpful in mitigating the harm?
Okay, California, where do the people that are in the red areas? When the red areas in California actually have power in California, then I would be able to answer that. But they don't have power. They haven't had power since rain.
I'm trying to. I do want you to finish, but I'm trying to stick on something very specific that is being missed here in terms of the mechanics of how this is pulled off and what the implications are. So far, Brad, you haven't used some key terms I'm looking for in terms of like what the
you guys are on a morality. You keep asking this question. So first off, I don't think it's more. I don't care if it's more.
Okay, I'm talking about that. That's not the question I'm talking about.
It's not fair.
What?
You want a concentration.
Brad, just calm down 1 second, please.
Say that they can vote in a certain way, but you want to give voices to the minority.
I get that you disagree vehemently. I get that. I'm trying to get you. I'm trying to actually gauge whether you're even aware of it, because I'm not sure that you are. You might be. But what is the mechanism that is used in the context of gerrymandering results effectively in diluting the black vote? What do they do that results in that consequence? Can you describe it? Can you name it?
I don't know what you're trying to get to. I don't know what you're looking.
Okay, so then I'll just name it then. Have you ever heard of the phrases cracking or packing? Do you know what those mean in this context?
Cracking and packing, I think I've heard of it, but I never paid much attention to it.
Okay, can I define it?
Go ahead.
Okay, so cracking involves splitting a concentrated black community across multiple districts, dispersing their voting strength, and making it harder for them to elect the candidate of their choice. Is that clear?
Yes. Okay. And I'm not disputing that hasn't happened. Again, regularly through.
Well, just walk with me. You're right. You didn't. You didn't say it didn't happen. I'm not accusing you of that. I'm just trying to be clear about what the mechanism is. Now, packing involves concentrating a large number of black voters into a single or a few districts, giving them an overwhelming majority in those districts, but reducing their influence in the surrounding districts. This creates safe seats for black voters in those packed districts, but reduces their overall representation across the state. Do you understand what packing is?
Yes, Jason, I do. Don't preach to me like
I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm genuinely asking if you understood it. I swear I'm not trying to be condescending. The reason why those matter is because those are the specific mechanisms that are used to undermine the power and potency of the black electorate in these jurisdictions, okay? And the reason why that's harmful, I think, is obvious, but if you need me to make it explicit, is because what you are effectively doing is deliberately drawing districts in such a way as to reduce the power and effectiveness of particular electorates. That's not fair. That's wrong. I think that's obviously wrong.
Okay, so again, the outrage now.
It also might be illegal.
But that's actually what they're doing. And
racial gerrymandering is illegal, but you have to be able to prove it. There's a burden there. But go ahead, Brad. I want to hear from you. But
I
just want to engage with Brad in good faith. Brad, again, I'm not trying to be a dick. I want to know.
Like we can go back and forth. You can be a way to actually keep a population or a demographic of people concentrated enough to have that same representation level that you're looking at. I don't see. Even in the maps in Texas, the rural counties that were added don't even equate. I have to look again at the population survey, but they don't even equate to the number that they're now joining. They don't have any people. Those rural counties.
That's not what's wrong with it. That's not even what I'm
saying. But again, what I'm saying is, it actually may backfire on the Republicans' wishes.
You're right about that. I agree with that.
Then thank you. So it's not. But they're not doing it.
Wait a minute. This is not a statement of their intention. Although that is being called into question by a lot of people on the left. I'm talking about merely impacts. Okay, they're redrawing districts in Texas that will net them 5 congressional seats. That's not really debated. Nobody on the right or the left debates this. Okay, that's what they're doing. That's what their proposed map would effectively do if it went into effect tomorrow. Okay, and in the process, right, they've engaged, arguably, in cracking and packing to a certain degree with respect to jurisdictions in the state of Texas that are majority black. Now, it could backfire in a lot of different ways. You're right about that, right? But the goal is to net them congressional seats, which gives them a non-trivial advantage in maintaining the House, which is ostensibly up for grabs in the midterms. Okay? Like, that's the motivation here. And my point is, you wanted me to establish what was wrong with gerrymandering as a practice writ large, not simply with gerrymandering in Texas. And I tried to answer that and address that broadly, but it does have applications for what's happening in Texas. In general, gerrymandering is a bad thing because what it does effectively is it concentrates power in arbitrary ways that are designed and devised to maximize representation for a particular political party, and it has a bunch of deleterious effects for certain electorates.
Okay, so now we recognize that maybe these exact same districts that you're upset about could have been packed they could have been concentrated to ensure that a certain political party retains that power, and that the fact that diversification amongst that may actually prove to be a more beneficial process than what is currently being argued in the press right now.
Yes, I acknowledge the possibility of that. That's not typically what happens, though. I mean, we live in a real world where we have these actual outcomes that we can literally read about or we can describe, to be fair. So I acknowledge the possibility. And actually, I acknowledge that in the real world, it probably has happened that way from time to time in various different jurisdictions. That said, it doesn't typically happen that way. In fact, and I brought this up earlier, when Republicans gerrymander, one of the outcomes that's more likely for Republican gerrymandering than Democratic gerrymandering is precisely the undermining of the electorate of minority voters. That happens way more often when they do it. And that's bad. That's not fair.
Okay.
That's just there's a issue of fairness here I'm just trying to get you to acknowledge.
I'm just counting the fairness in past principles. What I'm saying is, though,
I just interject one question. How can you discount the fairness?
Okay, is it necessarily fair to pack one district with one demographic of voting bloc that you're going to just solely retain that power because of?
I don't think that's fair. No, I don't think that's fair.
Okay, so then we're at a crossroads. No, I don't think it's fair.
Well, I'm confused. We are agreeing that it is not fair, correct?
Packing and cracking to do it solely based on racial lens is absolutely not fair. I think it's fucking disgusting. They actually
What if the intention was merely to pick up congressional seats, but inadvertently you dilute the black vote in the process? Isn't it still unfair, even if it wasn't the intention?
How is it diluting the black vote necessarily?
So if you're cracking, for example, okay?
Again, this is a hypothetical because it's not even.
Well, it's not a hypothetical. Actually, what I'm talking about is
today's stats, like what's going on in Texas right now. They're not.
Yes, right, bro. Do you really want me to? Yes, they've done cracking and packing in Texas. Yes, but I was just trying to talk about in general, right? Like cracking involves splitting the concentrated black community across multiple districts, right? So what you're doing is you're dispersing their voting strength. And it effectively weakens it. It's not as strong because it's now dispersed over several different districts in a way that it wasn't before. Okay? So that's one way that you could undermine the black vote. Another way is you can pack them. What you're doing is you're concentrating black voters into a district, and while it makes their vote stronger in that district, it's where you're pulling them away from where their vote and their impact is minimized. So there's two different methods for undermining the strength of the black vote. Is that clear? And I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm genuinely asking.
It's clear, Jason. I understand the point.
So if you did that inadvertently, let's say the people of Texas weren't trying to be racist or anything like that. That wasn't their intention. Their intention is genuinely to net 5 congressional seats so that they can win in the midterms. Let's say that's their stated aim, okay? And inadvertently, they end up cracking and packing in a way that dilutes the black vote. Let's just go with that for a second, okay? Stipulating that. Wouldn't it still be unfair, even though it was unintended?
If it was unintended,
wouldn't it be unfair?
In a political spectrum, no.
Okay.
In a moral, like humanistic approach, yes, I would give you that. In politics,
what is the difference?
I'm like right now, would I say that is fair? No, I would say that because you're going it based off
impacts. I want to be very clear. Looking at impacts, I'm saying if that impact is inadvertent, isn't it still unfair?
I don't know if I can get on board with that. I don't know if I can get on your fairness principle there. I'm looking at the diversification of the people that are being allowed to vote. If you have an overwhelming population that votes significantly for one party over and over again, and all of the other voices, the minority group is in there.
Let me take a step back, right? Because I'm trying to establish a principle here, and I'm going to try to apply it to a totally different domain that has nothing to do with gerrymandering, just to see where your head is on this, okay? So please don't get mad at me because I'm kind of changing the subject. I'm announcing that I'm doing that. I'm not trying to do anything tricky. Really, what I'm trying to do is establish the principle. So let's say I have a policy, okay, by which I can, let's say I use eminent domain to gain access to a bunch of properties, and then I build a freeway where those houses or wherever those properties would have been, okay? And the goal, my intention is to minimize traffic in that community by creating a highway that makes travel faster for people, okay? And inadvertently, what I end up doing is I end up subjecting a whole bunch of people to extra noise and extra pollution that makes their life suck in a lot of different ways, okay? That was an unintended consequence of my well-intended policy, okay? Wouldn't you agree that the negative externalities that I just described would be unfair to those people insofar as they have to now endure it as a result of my policy, even though I didn't intend it? Is that fair to them that they have to endure that their lives are more miserable in certain ways?
It's not as clean cut as that. So if they have massive congestion, if they have massive problems in terms of commuting and being able to reach destinations, they don't have public transit, and all of a sudden that opens up under the highway system that actually allows for the expansive abilities for people to travel, to get to work sites, to get to grocery stores, etc. down the list. You're asking on something that I don't know if it would be unfair or fair. I don't agree with it.
They didn't get a say. I used eminent domain, which didn't consult in any way their choices. And I implemented the building of the highway with a bunch of benevolent intentions. And there's a lot of negative impacts that my well-meaning policy or construction project had on them that they didn't get to vote on at all. And now they have to, as a direct result of my policies, they have to endure a bunch of things that they otherwise would not have to endure. Okay? You mean to tell me that doesn't implicate notions of fairness to you?
Again, you're wanting me to put in this moral stance of like what is fair and agree with you all the time, and I'm not.
You don't have to agree with me. I'm simply asking. Does the concept of fairness apply in that situation?
I don't think it's fair.
You don't think it's fair? You don't think
I don't think you have a fairness principle to apply here. I don't think it's fair or unfair one way or the other. I think there are pros and cons to it.
You as a conservative don't think it implicates.
First off, you asked me to answer under your hypothetical. If you ask
I know. I'm just okay. So
you're asking me my overall thoughts.
Hold on.
I think eminent domain is a shitty.
I'm just referring to you. I don't think calling you conservative is an insult, right? I thought you embraced that, and the only reason
but you asked me under the paradigm in the.
Okay, fair enough. What I'm saying is, I'm actually finding it surprising that you as a conservative don't think it implicates notions of fairness for the government to unilaterally make decisions that negatively impact citizens. That's weird to me. I actually
stop there. You asked me, was it fair to the people in that area because the highway system is put in?
Yes.
If you ask me if it's fair that government uses eminent domain to seize property and take it to do whatever they want to, no, I don't think it's fair. I don't think the government should be allowed to use eminent domain.
Okay. I hear you. I hear you about the eminent domain thing, and that's actually a consistent principle that a lot of libertarian types and conservative types view. But I feel like you're missing the point. The eminent domain, I feel like, is distracting you from the ultimate point, which is the government made unilateral decisions with the best of intentions that negatively impacted the constituents in a certain area, okay? And I'm genuinely surprised that you can hear a case like that and go, well, fairness has nothing to do with it. It's like, what? Like, the whole don't tread on me principle, the whole small government principle, like, all of that is about the government overreaching and doing fuck shit that negatively impacts people. And like not wanting the government to do that. So
you're asking me to have that principle? Yes, I think it's fucking wrong. I think it's unfair of the people to have the federal government determine, and to the extent that it does today, have any impact on their lives.
So then let's go with that. But I feel like you need to understand my point better. You can still disagree with it. Okay? What I believe is happening is that when the state government of Texas makes unilateral decisions to to draw districts in such a way as to dilute the black vote in various jurisdictions in Texas, even if it's inadvertent, is wrong because of the same reasons you just admitted that the government doing that broadly is wrong. Is that fair?
Fine. This argument, I don't really care at this point. But I mean, like the idea of fairness in terms of diluting the black vote, I don't think that is their overall. There hasn't been any evidence suggested of that, except for the idiots like Aram that want to scream it over and over.
Hold on. I actually just conceded that. Although it is controversial, I did concede. It is plausible that the lawmakers in Texas were not intending to undermine the black vote anyway. I think that's again controversial claim, but it's plausible, it's possible, and I will remain neutral on what their intentions were. My point is, even if it was unintentional, it's still unfair to that electorate in Texas.
Not necessarily.
Okay, what does that mean?
So all right, so let's take the black vote. Not all black voters are despite what their wishes.
You're right. They're not a monolith. You're right. They have
most of them are. Okay, hold on. So that minority ideological voice that says I'm opposed to whatever policy that for instance in Texas, whatever they have and in opposition, their voices are fucking swallowed up and ignored, and their concerns are never addressed, and they are never afforded the opportunity to have that thing, no matter how many times they will.
You're right.
So that would be
that would just wait. That would be the conditions you just described, Brad, are worse than when you dilute their power, their voting power. That's everything you said is true, but it gets worse when you dilute their power, right? So it's like you're acknowledging the harm, but you're not making the conclusion I think that will follow from that, which is that's the reason why gerrymandering is bad.
I think it's null, and I don't bad or good. You asked me earlier to put a moral. Is it moral or immoral?
Okay, then I said it's unfair or unjust. Okay, fine. Is that fair or unjust or a better term? Like I get your aversion to the moral language. That's fine. I'm trying to accommodate you somewhat. But like there's something untoward about it intuitively though, dude. Like unfair, unjust, are those better terms? Could you go along with those?
If they were targeting specifically to target black people, I would say
even if it's unintended, it's still unjust though, isn't it? Isn't it?
Unfair but not unjust.
Yeah, I'm not having any trouble with that.
Like either one. Is it either one to you? Is it unfair or unjust?
To separate that voting demographic,
to inadvertently dilute the voting power of a certain voting bloc.
How are they losing their voting power?
But it doesn't matter what the voting bloc is.
But again, how are they losing their voting power? Are the rights being stripped away? Is there
yes, technically, insofar as voting power and rights,
they still have the ability to vote. They still have the ability to vote.
You're right about that. But when you're cracking, for example, you're disposing their voting strength across.
And we both agree those practices are shit. And
okay. And when you're packing, you're concentrating their power in certain districts and then diluting them in others, the ones that they're coming from. Correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
When you're packing, you're concentrating an electorate, let's say black voters, for example, into certain districts, and then you're taking them effectively out of other districts, which means those districts that they're being removed from, in order to pack them into one district, they lose voting power in those districts. Is that fair?
Yes, I'll acquiesce to that. I'll agree.
Okay, so this packing and cracking specifically have an undermining effect on the power of certain electors. In this case, for example, we're using the black vote. Okay, like that's not fair for those people, is it?
If they're doing it for the purpose of cracking and packing, yes, I agree.
No, even if they crack and pack unintentionally, which is kind of a stretch, but if they do it unintentionally, it still would be unjust, wouldn't it? You can have unintentional impacts that are still unjust, right? Like you acknowledge that concept, right?
Yeah, Yes, I acknowledge it. I'll agree to this. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So all I'm trying to establish is the harm, right? Because that's what you wanted me to establish. So my proposed policy solution was meant to address that harm, which you asked me to establish. If you're willing to go with me that far and say, okay, I've established the harm, what I propose is you can do something like an IRC, which is already done in a lot of different jurisdictions, including especially the great blue state of California, although it has problems. And you can construct it in such a way that it has a balance between the two parties, because you want it to be bipartisan. And you can have if you want to have the same amount of people on there, you can have some kind of tie-breaking procedure, or you can have like a minority majority kind of thing, like we do in Congress, where you have a little bit less representation for the minority, depending on what the structure like. You can do it in a bunch of different ways, but the goal would be for it to be bipartisan. Their whole function would be to create fair districts that are sensible and that are not giving one or the other party any kind of like arbitrary favoring. Okay, and like you might have a situation, and this was a fair challenge, where it's like, okay, but like can't the fucking state legislature just override that shit like they do in New York and California all the time? Fair enough. You can have a procedure where it's like, okay, when the state legislature, which is clearly biased towards one party, wants to do that, you got to put it to a state vote. So then that makes them accountable to the people. If the people co-sign the overriding, then I think that it's a little bit more easier to swallow, because at least the people have a say. And I also think that effectively it will behoove the legislatures to draw lines in a way that are going to be acceptable to the people. So that's a harm reduction principle, okay? Now you pointed out, well, wouldn't there be an imbalance in terms of the most concentrated areas of the state having more say over the others? And to a certain extent, you're right about that. That's true. But my point is, I accept that because that's unavoidable. Like, there's no way to like get rid of that unless you make people evenly dispersed across the state, which is an infringement of people's freedoms I'm not willing to go down. So like, I feel like I still achieved the harm reduction principle by putting a set of checks and balances in place at the state level that doesn't allow state legislatures to just arbitrarily and power grab and raise override the IRCs. So that's my argument.
Yeah, but now you're negatively affecting a less than 1% of the community of rural America. So at the same time, well, you just said you don't care. People are not distributed evenly, and there's no voice of the rural America.
I just didn't care. I said I'm not willing to force people to distribute evenly across states. That's a huge infringement. People are allowed to live where they want to live, and they're allowed to concentrate in major cities.
But he's right though. You're now just swapping. You're now making
swapping
communities. Yeah, it's basically what you're doing.
What are you talking about?
Wait a minute. Let me just understand this, because it doesn't make sense to me.
You're talking about a minority group that was not going to be fairly representative. The border was changed. And the same thing with rural America.
Hold on, be quiet. I'm trying to understand, Brian. Okay, so what? Like, what is the rebuttal? The goal of the policy is not to remove any and all impacts of unfairness in the electorate. The goal is to minimize the egregious bastardization of it that is accomplishable by allowing state legislatures to, in the power-grabbing ways as exhibited by Texas, do what Texas is doing. That's the goal. I think my policy accomplishes that goal. There's no way to eliminate the thing you're pretending I'm trying to eliminate anyway. So there's no real issue here.
During the issue in Texas in redistricting and the way we've done it over my lifetime anyway, we have taken, so a good one is Senate District 8, Angel Paxton District. Angel Paxton District was just Collin County. Well, Collin County got too ethnic, as I heard at one of their county GOP functions, quote unquote, and they added Hunt and Rains County to it. They didn't add Hunt and Rains County to Collin County to make sure that it had a representative of those quote ethnic folks. It did it so that the would be pinned with the city folks, and so their interest would be split. Two of the counties would be mostly rural and would have concerns. It would be mostly farming and agriculture related. Collin County would be an urban center that would have mostly city issues. Part of the problem in Texas in doing that is that it groups city and country folks together in a way where they're competing. I think if it were just me, Marshall, personally, I would draw the districts as near to 50-50 as I possibly could. The issue in Texas that we're facing is that the 65 Voting Rights Act says that you have to have majority minority districts. It's a must-have in the former Confederacy, right? So Texas is saying, okay, we're going to redistrict, totally legal, but we're going to try to crack some of these minority districts by sticking some rural folks on the end of that district to make it more Republican, thus splitting the interest of the district itself, right? And eating away at what the Voting Rights Act says we have a district in, say, Dallas County. And what the map does is take all of that and split it in fourths. That's something that's going to be taken to court. It's going to be challenged on the Voting Rights Act level, and depending on whether a judge buys Shelby v. Holder, that the need for pre-clearance, meaning the former Confederacy had to check maps of the Justice Department, is gone. And so I'm almost done. So they don't have pre-clearance, and that'll probably get used as a reason. Now, I'm sure Aaron can do a much better job of explaining some of this than I could, because it's ranging in other states that I don't like to talk about.
Can I try to peel the layers back or something? And I'm asking this question, I'm not trying to be a dick, I'm not trying to be condescending, I'm genuinely curious if you guys are familiar with this concept. Brad, I'm sure you heard the concept, but if you wouldn't mind answer my question. What do you understand a voting block to be? Could you give a definition?
Just a basic definition, it would be just a group of people in a certain concentration or area that tend to vote in particular patterns or trends.
Okay, why do they vote in those, I guess, in the same ways? What makes them do that typically?
Propaganda mostly. False advertising.
Propaganda is going to interact with it, but typically, the reason why voting blocks form, and they form along a lot of different lines, not just racial lines, is because they share common interests. It's because they share common beliefs. That's going to interact with propaganda, to your point. And also because they share common demographics, not just racial demographics, but also socioeconomic demographics. Okay, is that jive with your notion of a movement? Okay. Here's the reason why I even brought that up. Okay, because fundamentally, when I'm talking about the black vote, I'm not just talking about voters who are black. I'm actually talking about an ethnic-based or race-based voting block. The reason why this is a big deal is because a lot of black voters share common interests politically, they share common beliefs, and they share common demographics. Not just in terms of their ethnicity, but in terms of their culture, in terms of their socioeconomic status, in terms of their experience. Okay? And this is like the glue that makes black people vote similarly in a lot of these jurisdictions. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not, and that's consistent with the fact that black people aren't monoliths. But when you have a voting block, okay, to a certain extent that resists that thing you keep bringing up, because the thing that makes them a block is not just that they're black, is that they have common interests, beliefs, and demographics. Is that fair?
Correct. And I'm not saying that, that it's just solely based on black. I mean,
fair enough.
Like what you're espousing would actually it wouldn't give any protections to Asians or Hispanics in many of these areas, or in fact, black people would be at the mercy of Hispanics.
Because those voting blocks are often diluted in the same way, right? I just use black as a case in point, but like this would apply to any voting block. My point is, if you're going to take a block defined in any way and do gerrymandering policies that dilute their voting power,
insofar as it favors your party to do so, that to me is, I think, demonstrably unfair. Because what you're doing is you're sacrificing the political power of certain voting blocks or certain parts of the electorate in order for you to maximize power in your party. And there doesn't really seem to be any rational justification for that. Like, that seems to me to break with principles of democracy and fairness and justice across the board. And I don't get why you're resisting this. I think it's obvious, but I'm not really fully understanding what the basis of your objection is.
Because again, it seems to me that you would be willing to swap targeted groups. You're not solving the problem.
What does that mean? Can you just unpack that? Because I don't know what that means.
What you're doing is like what Brian was alluding to and what he's trying to say earlier.
Which makes sense, and that's why I'm asking both either or to unpack it.
So what you're doing is taking the people who don't live in that concentrated area, outside, on the periphery, the rural or suburban people who may not be in agreement with those decisions under your proposed idea, and they now no longer have a voice or any kind of representation that can actually address their need, because you will always forever have a power dynamic that will exist, and what you will do is have politicians that will target solely that area, that concentration, and ignore the rest of the concerns of the state.
Why would that be a necessary?
You're not fixing the problem.
Why would that be a necessary consequence of the IRC such as I described? Because that doesn't follow.
Because again, if the IRC, all right, in your utopia, if the IRC had to be passed, like say 75% of the state legislation, which would have been easy in New York and California, absolutely, Washington and Oregon, all these things would have been fucking easy for them to do. If they would have done that and ignored the IRC, and the governor signed it in, that would be able to be done solely based on, like, say, Portland. Portland's concentration is far more significant than the surrounding rural areas, which they're already trying to address those grievances, and they won't have any representation.
But there's not more people in Portland than the rest of Oregon, so that's weird. That doesn't make sense.
Well, there's also more cities and more concentrations than just Portland. So, I mean, let's be honest there. But, I mean, if you're just focused on those areas, then you're basically swapping out one group for another demographic or another voting bloc. You're just basically saying, this is voting bloc.
How? You're just saying it. Like, how?
You're saying that we want to afford protections for this minority group here. In the interim,
I'm saying we're trying to eliminate gerrymandering.
You're not going to be how eliminated without creating another demographic.
Because I just proposed a policy that puts a check and balance on.
It's not a check and
balance. It literally is. And here's how it works, if you wouldn't mind. It doesn't allow a state legislature to willy-nilly wipe their ass with a recommendation of the IRC. They got to go through the people to do that. It's not very likely that they're going to be able to go through the people, and the people are going to approve of wild gerrymandering that nets a certain amount for a certain political party over the other. And the reason why is because you got a whole bunch of people in the constituencies that are probably going to be screwed, who are now going to be able to have a say because you're putting it to a state vote. That's the check and the balance. Now, so the IRC in the first place needs to be bipartisan. Go ahead.
All right. So your problem is when it comes to federal money for these concentrated areas and state money that's going to be allocated for these areas. So the people that are in the highest concentrated areas, they're going to be, let's say, pandered to or told, like, hey, we're going to have this money. Just make sure you vote along this redistricting line so we can maintain these funds coming into you directly. Meanwhile, another demographic outside the state is not going to have that say or that same problem. I don't feel you're addressing the actual representation on it. You're giving a Band-Aid to a bigger wound, and you're saying this should hold for a little bit. And I don't think it's actually going to. I think you're just swapping groups. And really,
I'm explaining how you're saying it over and over again.
Because you're explaining that you want it for a racial minority to be more careful.
Want what for a racial
demographic?
Want what?
The gerrymandering to take racial considerations in more than voting bloc.
No. That's a lie. That's not what I proposed. What I proposed was an IRC that draws districts in a fair, nonpartisan way. That's what I advocated for. This idea that I want gerrymandering for certain voting blocks, not others, is just ridiculous. I don't know how you would accomplish that with my proposal of this. It sounds like you guys are misunderstanding my proposal. I can explain it better if I need to. I'm really trying to understand, like, hold on. I'm really trying to understand, like, this idea that all I'm doing effectively with my proposal is, I guess, substituting or swapping the groups that are going to be screwed over, or the blocks that are going to have their votes diluted. Like, I'm really trying to understand the mechanisms. Like, how, given what my policy proposal is, does it result in that inevitably? Like, that's never been explained.
They're not understanding the check and balance part. Like, both sides get a vote. Like, you yourself, Brad, said that the rural areas or the red areas, whatever we're going to call them, outweighed the blue areas, and the fact that they were more vast. And I'm sure that, and in most cases, equate to similar population size. The red area or the rural area is not going to go for something that the blue area or the city is voted for if it gets enfranchised, not similar. I can't tell what it is, but it's like, what are y'all missing about the balance part? Because it's not balanced. You're not. So the red areas, like take New York again. Red areas there do not have any kind of say when it comes to all at a state or a national level. Like they just, the majority of those counties do not have any voice now. Like they can send representatives for the district and they get that. Now, if you were going to impose this IRC, which Jason laid out, and I understand it, it's not that complex, but if you're going to do that, and then you have a Albany legislation that overwhelmingly 90% are going to be one political party, then they don't have to worry about the IRC, because no matter what is proposed, they will most assuredly win any kind of what they truly want. Which means why? Why? Yeah, like if in order for them to overturn the recommended map of the IRC, they have to win a popular vote in the state. Why are they guaranteed to win that? Because then you're talking about a popular vote where the mass majority of concentrated people overwhelmingly will be conducted in basically 3 cities. Would be New York, Albany, and Buffalo. And those 3 cities would literally get whatever that party wanted in terms of how they wanted to redo the map. Why? Because they would win the popular vote. Those 3 areas. So then, but what? You haven't explained why they're guaranteed to, but okay. Like even they're overwhelmingly aligned with one party. Well, yeah, but I think I can still. I think what you're implying, which you haven't said explicitly yet, maybe this is what you meant the whole time, is that the amount of voters in a certain direction is more than the rest of the, I guess, state of like voting in the other direction. So like all of the people who would vote in a Republican direction or conservative direction are outnumbered by the amount of people that are concentrated in the cities. This goes on currently with New York City and Long Island right now. Long Island has long said that they are not actually underrepresented. Okay, fair enough. I actually think there's truth to that. All right, cool. So then what if I just up the threshold then? It has to be a 60% majority as opposed to just a simple popular vote. Wouldn't that lessen the likelihood? I don't know about that percentage. I think there's something better that we could do. So for example, like there was recently they had a couple of initiatives regarding abortion, right? And there were a couple of places where surprisingly they didn't get enough because it had to reach a certain threshold in order to like change the state legislature, change the state constitution, and so they didn't get their, I guess Roe v. Wade style abortion initiative passed. There are a lot of places like that where even though the Democrats are in the majority, it's still difficult for them to accomplish that
2/3 or 60% vote thresholds. So I feel like I can just adjust the thresholds to accommodate the check and balance that I was proposing. Because now I'm starting to understand your worry a little bit better. Wouldn't that be satisfactory?
Does that mean you're never going to change them then? Because they're never going to get voted up?
No, it's just that it's going to be really difficult. It's not that there never will. It's just that it'll be more difficult.
Yeah, that's the problem I see. Is I think you try and solve for the problem, and then you have 60, 70, 80%, whatever popular vote approval to change these. They never get changed, so you never do fix the issue, even if people move for whatever reason.
What does that have to do with my proposal? What's
the reason of changing the voting districts? To better represent the people that are there. Well, if you set this checks and balances that
Brian, just listen for 2 seconds. This is a threshold for the state legislature to override the recommendation of the districts from the IRC. By default, what that means is that what the IRC recommends, which is bipartisan and mostly is most likely going to be more fair, like for that to be overturned, there needs to be a certain threshold reached. The reason why you want a certain threshold is because you don't want state legislatures willy-nilly overriding the fairness that comes with the IRC's recommendation. So that's the goal. That's why this is a check and balance.
So you're saying the IRC just does the same thing now that you're proposing this to verify proposal?
Yeah, so they draw the districts based on in a bipartisan way, based on what's fair, what's simple, or sensible, I should say. Whatever the criteria are, they're doing it in a bipartisan way. That typically generates more fair districts than the partisan way we have in the status quo. And what I'm trying to do is block the undermining of the function of the IRC, which is to generate more fair districts, by having a threshold that is high enough and accountable to the people that needs to be met before the state legislatures, like in places like New York and California and Texas, ideally, that are heavily leaning to one party or the other, can just willy-nilly override them for partisan reasons. So I don't understand how that results in swapping one block for the other at all. Like, that's never been explained.
Okay, so is IRC independent redistricting commissions? Is that what that?
Independent redistricting commissions is what IRC stands for, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, that was I said it hours ago, and I just kept going on that, assuming everybody knew what it was.
I was so confused because that doesn't exist in Texas.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it doesn't exist in Texas, but it does exist in California and in New York. Yeah. Right. So this would be something that 50 states would have to adopt. But this is a proposal. I'm not pretending like I can wave a magic wand and make it happen. That's a separate issue. I'm saying if it went the way I described, because Brad's challenge was, well, what do you propose as a solution? So that's literally the reason why we're going down this road. I was like, I can propose a solution I think would work. So, and then Brad's been challenging me, along the way.
I mean, it's an idea. I don't think it would work in the facet that it would. I think it would just shift problems. But that's my held belief and my opinion, because again, this is just an idea that we're spitballing here that we've done for an hour, and I don't hold any animus or anything like that. I wouldn't do that, but it's up there with the same arguments of general proportionment, that people say we should just do it based on populations of each state and not have districts at all, that they just get equal representation in Congress or some varied form of that. I have critiques of that as well, because I don't want to see Congress that big, what some people would argue. I think that would be bloated. But I mean, I because it's no on the national level, I still don't think that this is a major concern at this point in time. Was it in the past? I agree with you. The racist, bigoted, prejudicial, and systemic harms that it did in the past in order to isolate Black, Asian, and Hispanic populations from voting, that can't be ignored. And it does have roots in that. Both parties have roots in that.
But there's some differences. It's not necessarily devised to prevent members of these groups from voting. But the impact is that it undermines or dilutes the power of these voting blocks. That's not a non-trivial difference between them, and it often gets conflated in these discussions in ways that annoy me.
And again, I'll offer you the same inverse. The same thing with the rural counties that are now merged with this. It will dilute their power as a voting bloc because they are not first. Like the one district that's being proposed doesn't even have fucking what is a quarter.
I acknowledge it's not just. So I use black as an exemplar. I never have been arguing that that's the only voting bloc that matters. The principle here is that if you're doing this in a way that dilutes voting blocks for political gain, that is not fair. And that should not happen. That is what's wrong with gerrymandering. I was trying to establish the harm and what's wrong with it.
I can see the historic
diluting rural voters for political gain, which is actually almost always what happens when Democrats gerrymander, by the way, is still wrong for the same reasons.
No, and we're both in agreement with this. And this is the purpose of like fucking Hot Wheels and his in the lieutenant governor, which I don't know, and others. If this is their purpose is to actually target the black community, I'm all on board with you. Like, yeah, like let's impeach the fuckers, let's get them out, let's send them to prison for violating laws. I'm okay with that. I'm absolutely 100% fine. But if it's not, and there's no evidence to suggest that so far, at least none has been presented. There are people out there that, like you stated and acknowledged, there are people saying it's the reason, but they offer no substantial proof and no evidence. And you still have to prove this overall, which can be difficult. I'm not discounting that at all. I find it hard that right now, when we look at the overall data and we start breaking it down, Republicans have what, a 0.14% advantage over Democrats in terms of that gerrymandering and redistricting, which makes it nil. And so I don't see that there's a issue in terms of like what's going on in terms of gerrymandering and redistricting. I don't see what you want, the morality of it, because quite frankly, if it's just so corrupt that it's basically balancing itself out, well then finally we've got something in the system that is actually fucking working.
It's balancing itself out at the national level. That's an important clarification. It's not balancing itself out at the state and local levels, and it's creating a bunch of deleterious effects politically for the voting blocks at those levels. So it's not harmless. It's just that its harm is not manifest at the national level as much as at the local and state level. Is that a fair way to rehash it?
Fine, yeah. And I see that when states and counties do this, and they do the redistricting, and the people in certain areas are included or excluded out of representation, yes, I'll agree with you that some of these districts, and it happens in both states, or like both parties.
Yeah, sorry not to be annoying. It's not, I don't think it's the most accurate to say included versus excluded. It's more diluted versus whatever the fucking opposite of diluted is. It's either made more potent or less potent. Like the people can still vote because it would be illegal stopping people from voting for arbitrary reasons. But the game being played is you can redistrict in such a way where the impact of certain voting blocks is minimized and the impact of other voting blocks is maximized in your favor, right? Because you know certain voting blocks tend to favor your side, right? So like that's the game being played. And the reason why that matters is because a lot of people talk about this wrong and they act like what is being done now is exactly what was being done in like the 50s and 60s and 40s during like the Jim Crow era, where there were pretty explicit disenfranchisement laws and like prohibitions against people voting. Like that's different. Like they're not doing that.
They put poll taxes up on places.
Like people are voting because the moral shock of it, but it's like they're just being accurate.
No, I acknowledge actually. Like that was fucking. It's disgusting. It's a history of America that A, we should not forget, but B, we shouldn't allow it to be repetitive. But
I'm saying, all right, so if you're saying A is happening, I want to see the evidence that is behind your statement, and I want to see the proof and validation of it, rather than just somebody's opinion of it. And then under your system, I see the cracks in it. I see the problems with it, and I don't think it would resolve it. You may think it'll be favorable for one demographic, and it may be. And Jason, you may be right. It may turn into a perfect system, and it may work. I don't know. I don't have 100% faith.
Just one last crack at this, Brad, because I'm actually like a little. I feel like you've admitted enough ingredients to just agree with me on this principle, so I'm going to try it in a different way. It may not work. I mean, I'm telegraphing it because I'm not trying to be tricky, but like if I could do something as a member of the government politically to make your vote count as less, right? In a way that benefits me as a politician. You don't see that as unfair, bro? That's not inherently unfair to you.
I mean, if you're doing something to prevent me from having a vote or having a say or
no, I would address my I'm being very clear about the intention. My intention is to maximize my party's power to win. Okay, but in the process, I make your vote count less. That's not unfair.
In a utopia, yes, I would agree with you.
Why qualify it? Why is that just full stop unfair? Why is it not just full stop?
Okay, so, all right, fine. I will say it's unfair. But having come from two massively done states that do this, New York and Minnesota, which fucking, they make sure that no red votes actually get to any province. They don't like that shit.
Yeah, they're self-serving in the German. I get it.
Yeah, and it'll never be acknowledged. It'll be never recognized, and nobody cares. But when I come from those and I say, all right, well, you were able to redraw lines, you were able to redistrict, you were able to split voting blocks that had similar ideological opinions. They had similar concerns, and they voted en masse to address their grievances in a particular way, and you made sure that didn't happen. But then, when I look down and I see other people across the nation, other states that say, hey, well, since we're playing this game, we'll do it here, and then this will balance itself out. I'm okay with it at this moment. I can live with it. It's not something that I'm overwhelmingly concerned. I think there are more farther problems in terms of representation and the way the distribution of and allocation of funds that these congressional people fight for. I think those are major concerns. But this, it's not in my top 100 of concerns that I have at my age or in this country after all these years.
I'm glad that I finally got you to admit that gerrymandering was wrong. Unfair.
I still like you, Jason, but I mean,
bro, like you fought me so hard on this.
I don't agree, like 100% with you.
All right, bro. All right.
I mean, you got me. The one I will thank you for is when we had the massive argument on hate crime, enhancements. I went back, I readdressed that, I looked at that. I'm not comfortable with it, but I agree and I recognize your point has more validity to it than I originally gave it credence. And I recognize that I was not fully aware of a lot of the nuances that you brought, and I was wrong in that area, and I do need to recognize that. Do I think hate crimes overall are universally great or should be applicable to everything? I'm having a problem, especially in this day and age, after we've seen a bunch of these, that it's necessarily being done correctly. So again, there's still some concerns I have on it, but overall in that discussion, you were able to open my eyes a bit, and I recognize that. And I was wrong on several topics.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. That's the beauty of dialogue. All right. We've hogged the stage a lot, and I apologize. I was really into that conversation. I do want to open up the floor to other people to comment, and those who have been commenting in the chat to allow us to hog the stage. I appreciate your patience. I'm sorry we kind of cleared the room out. The question to the room is there not a kind of moral dilemma when it comes
comes to the question of, in response to what the GOP is doing in terms of their power grabby gerrymandering, they are gerrymandering in a way that will net them 5 congressional seats. That's not really disputed. What should the Democrats do in response? Should they fight fire with fire and therefore get their hands dirty doing the thing that they're criticizing? Or should they stay true to their principles and fight back in some other way? Why not? That's the question to the room.
I also want to clarify, do we mean like Texas Democrats, or do we mean like across the board nationally?
Nationally, national.
Okay, but yeah. I was looking at
all encompassing. It would encompass Texas Democrats, but nationally, is what I mean.
I'm with you. Yeah, I really don't know what Texas Democrats are even like capable of doing. Like, I don't know.
They're doing like walkouts to force a quorum or something like like.
And
they get charged what $500 a day or something. They get charged a certain amount daily for that. But but the general discourse now,
they're raising money.
Well, yeah, they are. And also raising awareness, they go into the news. But the general discourse is like, hey, Democrats, we can do the same thing. And Gavin Newsom got on record saying, all right, well, we're willing to do the same thing the Republicans are doing. And so that's the more national conversation. The question is, should they do that? Now, there's a lot of people on the Democrat side who are like, hell yeah, Republicans don't give a fuck about rules. Why should we? I think that's a huge fucking mistake, a very unprincipled way of looking at it. But it does have its appeal because there's this energy behind fighting, and they represent a bunch of constituencies that are really gung-ho about certain policy aims, and in order to accomplish them, or at the very least block the policy aims of their rivals, they need to win in the midterms. So I get the energy behind it. People like Roland Martin have been preaching this. When they go low, we beat them down there. Like, all that bullshit. Like, the Democrats have been talking that shit for a while now. But there's this impetus of, like, Democrats, you look weak, you look like punk bitches, do something. Like, that is coming from their constituents. Like, a lot of Democrat voters feel that way. And so they may manifest itself the way that Gavin Newsom is going. Gavin Newsom is at least on some level aware that that's appealing to some people in his base. So I wonder what you guys are thinking about it.
Yeah, specific to this exact Texas situation, what I learned, to be fair, grain of salt, I learned this on the internet, first of all. Second of all, I learned it from an LLM that when updated seems to really favor Adolf Hitler. Anyway, I learned that what's going on in Texas is that effectively they're still currently in litigation over the 2021, I think, map redrawing. And effectively, the GOP is like, you can't fuck with us because we're still in court dealing with the first time we did this, even though this exact instance is like really unusual. Like, it's not normal to do a district, a redistricting like in the middle of a decade. Like, that doesn't happen all the time, if not if ever. So it's like, I don't know, it's weird. I'm not really sure what's going on, except that they're just doing their best to hold on to power because that's what you do when you have power, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, in many ways, I'm inviting us to have a discussion about the ethics or moral dimensions of political power jousting. What is and is not allowed in that domain, morally speaking. Kind of a nuanced philosophical discussion, but it kind of interacts with a lot of dimensions, like a lot of things, political strategy, which is usually outcomes based, kind of political ethics, which is usually around just kind of like applying morality to the domain of politics. But I don't know, I'm fascinated by what I consider a genuine dilemma for Democrats, because the temptation to fight fire with fire has an undermining effect of the moral force of a lot of their criticisms of the Republicans. And
think that a lot of Democrat pundits recognize the impact that has on the Democrats in particular. Their willingness to kind of flip-flop on anything just to get power. And by the way, the Republicans have this dimension too. It's just that it's not applicable right now because the Republicans are in power. Yeah, but the Republicans will flip-flop. But they're not really principled either. For the same reasons, they same shit in reverse. So I don't know.
I wonder what the different timeline would look like if effectively the Democratic Party was the party to effectively I don't know, I guess treat the political stage like a schoolyard and just became the bully that just fucking fucked everybody up and just strong armed their way through. I'm curious what that world would look like. You know what I'm saying? Because that's effectively what the Republicans did. They just got they got dysfunction too. It's I don't know. I can only presume relatively unmanageable. He seems to be what they're about. So they're all like, yeah, we're gonna follow this dude. And then it's his natural MO seems to be just
Well, the thing is that I don't know if it's a waste that they've done it on a national level, although people make the arguments that under Biden they did something similar, but maybe less egregious and less, I would say, brazen. But in many different jurisdictions all over the country, Democrats have been bullies for a while.
yeah.
They do all kinds of bully shit in California. It's crazy. In New York, in Illinois, the bluest places, bro, Republicans can't do shit.
I was I don't know, dude, the police, they are pretty good bullies, man. So,
bro, they have power in a lot of jurisdictions, and they are total fucking bullies, and they don't give a fuck. And they don't just bully Republicans. They bully third parties like crazy. They don't even let third parties in the door. They changed the rules at the last minute for third parties all the goddamn time. That shit is wild to me. So yeah, they are bullies in certain domains. When they won in 2020, I think they had both chambers of Congress. There was a little bit of bullying, but it wasn't as brazen as the current administration, to be fair to them. It was usually, to whatever extent it existed, it was usually subtle. It was usually veiled. But there was some, and then you get and actually, to be fair, they were, I think that the Biden administration was holding back at first. They weren't trying to go full-blown, fully mode. But then people wanted it. And Dark Brandon appeared and started leaning into that shit sometimes. So deadass, they started leaning into it from time to time. And so they would try to do it the bipartisan way, but if it didn't work, then they would try to do it the bully way. But they also had some weird infighting on their own party that actually minimized it to a certain extent. Christian Cinema and Joe Manchin held back a lot of shit. That's why they are hate.
But you can't end the call and then just interrupt me. That's weird. Whether you're born in the U.S. or not, what the fuck is happening? Jesus. Okay. I just want to talk about the title of the room and tell them maybe we'll put a poll up. Why don't we start with Marshall? Marshall, what do you think? Do you think we should raise taxes on Marshall?
Wait. But before Marshall goes, I'm not really going to speak. I'm going to answer your question.
Go ahead, Ward. Go ahead, Ward.
Yeah. So I don't know if you're familiar with the comedian George Carlin, who's one of my favorite, comedians of all time. Because court justice do tell the truth about situations, and he has something about the middle class, the upper class, and the poor. And he said the upper class, they all make the money, blah, 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 and left to the back. The middle class does all of the work and pays all of the taxes. And then he said the poor are just there and they scare the shit out of the middle class at the end of the day. So, I think we should, I think we should raise taxes on the poor so, at the end of the day, so that it can also enter them into the middle class. If you raise taxes on a particular, side of, any society,
right? It's gonna encourage them to do better for themselves, right? And it also, but that also depends on what kind of taxes you're enforcing and the one that you're imposing, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, George Carlin said it best. I can find this show. I'm gonna find it now. Hold on, man. George Carlin was a fucking beast. I fucking love George Carlin.
Can I go?
Yeah, please, Steph.
Taxes are evil. Away with taxes. We should not be raising taxes on anyone or anything. Also, if we raise taxes on the poor and their income is largely from, like, you know, social programs, then that's just the government in an endless pool of being able to charge itself money, which seems like a bad idea. So, although I'm highly against raising taxes on the wealthy, I would say taxes in general are evil. Down with taxes.
Wait, is anybody able to play any media?
Lord, look. I don't know who.
Look, Colin said it better than I did.
Lord, there's no doubt in that. I don't fucking doubt that 1 second. Here's my point. Think of this stage as like a TV show, okay? And then you have like the stars of the show. So, hold on. Why are you interrupting me? You have the stars of the show, you have the supporting cast, and then you have the guest stars, and then you have the extras. Lord, at this stage of the game, you're an extra.
I thought he was just nodding. I'm interested to see what your direction.
Hold on. Dude, we got Austin Rising. This guy always says really intelligent things.
Oh, I bet so.
Austin, go ahead. Come on.
No, I think there will be trans and poor people who have taxes go up.
Do you guys remember when they tried to kill all the fat people a couple of years ago when they manufactured a disease in China? Anybody remember that?
Try to kill all the fat people.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. I mean, the government can literally go after the obese people and target them to murder them. But then if we say, hey, poor people should pay more taxes, that's immoral. I mean, I think taxing people, letting them live, is better than trying to kill them. So I don't think it's a bad idea.
Real quick. Obesity itself is a form of tax.
Let's hear from Akima.
Can we stop pretending that the poor don't pay taxes?
They do pay taxes. The poor pay, the bottom 50% in this country pay 2.3%.
Particularly the working poor, they get federal income tax with their check. And then the following year, they may get a return, but that's because of the thing like the earned income tax credit or the child tax credit. So therefore, they get a return because of that. But they search to pay taxes, then they pay sales taxes and whatever other taxes they may exist. To say they don't pay taxes is like it's not disingenuous. It's just flat out wrong.
No, we're supposed to pay more.
Yeah, I'll be very specific here. When it comes to income tax, I think that the poor should pay more. And you might say, well, fuck, they're poor. How do they pay more? Financial incentive to make more money. Not that you should need one. Well, hold on. I don't know if we've normalized that word just enough for you to be able to use it. I think I can get away with it. But why wouldn't you want the bottom 50% of this country to pay their fair share?
Because he's poor.
I'm far from poor.
I don't think he's poor. I don't think he's poor. And his next generation, his offspring, are definitely not poor. I don't know if you guys know this, but he is the father of a professional athlete. So better recognize.
Yeah, but I'm poor. But they pay their fair share. They pay the tax rate that they pay. And the
So to say to raise their taxes, like for what?
Well, hold on. I'll explain. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Okay, so top 10% of all people in this country, the top 10% of income earners, the top 10% pay 76% of all the income tax, and the bottom 50% pay 2.3%. I think that's unfair. What do you say?
Right. Okay, you say they pay 70% of income taxes. That's
76.
Right. Okay, 76. Let's say 80. Round it up to 80. But
I don't want to do rounding. Look, I'm good enough in math that I can use the precise numbers.
Let's say 76 or what it is. That's the percentage of the money that's being paid. They still the percentage of their wealth is still taxed at a particular rate. So they are paying more money because they make more money. There's no way in the world the poor. Now you can tax the poor at 100%, and it's not going to change that number much at all. So
hold on. All right. So I use this analogy because it's a great illustration. But if 100 people went out to dinner, and the wealthiest 10 people at that dinner paid for 76% of the bill, right? That's a pretty generous thing. And then you consider that the bottom 50 income earners at that table are going to chip in to only pay 2.3% of the bill. You know what ends up happening?
And to pretend that the rich and the poor are having the same meal is crazy. Like they're not having the same meal at all. So if they are paying 76%, they are paying for a much finer meal than the poor get to eat.
Let me explain something to you. The fucking poor in this country eat better than kings did 300 years ago.
That's true.
I don't think so. Dude,
I disagree with that.
You can disagree all you want. They didn't even have fucking running water or central air.
Well, you think they eat better than Cambodians?
The king didn't have
or people in Papua New Guinea?
So all this shit that we call food and eating good is not eating good at all.
I think you're missing the point. Look, we've got it so good that our poor people are fat. I'm going to repeat that. Our poor people are fat. Throughout human history, one of the biggest problems was starvation. One of the biggest problems was not being able to have enough food to eat.
You done proved my point that the food is just crap. It's not that they're eating good. They're eating crappy fucking
food. No, it's because they get $1,500 to $2,000 a month in fucking snack benefits. And then they eat fucking nonstop.
Each person that gets snack gets $6 per day. $6
per household member, maybe? Yeah, that's not true.
Mother Joe, can you help somebody, please?
Wait, hold on. Tomato. You know how Clubhouse works. You can't just come in as a white man and demand that you're the one that's going to speak next. You got to wait in line, right?
No, $6. Hold on, $6 is 6 people. I just did the math. It's 1,080
without anybody interrupting, and then we know that Tomato wants to come in to respond. So what we're going to do is we're going to let Hakima finish. Then we're going to go to Tomato, and then I thought I heard the delicate tones of a woman's voice. I'd like to hear that. Let's go to Hakima, Tomato, and a woman.
I'm so sorry. I really apologize to trick you guys with the fucking truth. But if you think that a person eating $6 per day,
California gets $9.73.
Why in the fuck are you interrupting, Rich? I will put you on timeout. I will fucking put you on timeout, and I will curse you out. We did that last night. Don't do that, please. Just let Hakima finish. I think that Tomato might have something to say, and then we're going to listen to a woman after that. I know that that's going to be triggering for some of you men that don't like to let women speak. But we're going to hear from Hakima, we're going to go to Tomato, then we're going to go to a woman.
I think most people with common sense get the point I'm making. $6 a fucking meal. I don't give a fuck if it's 30 kids, $6 a meal might be 4,000 a month, whatever it may be, but it still adds up to $6 per fucking meal. So they act like they're eating some fabulous fucking meal, like some fucking king is just inaccurate. It's fucking accurate.
Okay, Tomato, go ahead.
Well, everyone in the room knows my politics are.
No, they don't. We have new people here. You can't assume that.
All right, well, let me try to be brief. I'm going to try to be brief. Everyone knows that it's hard for me to be brief. I feel tremendous generosity towards people that are handicapped. People that can't work for whatever reason should be generously taken care of. But the truth about fat people, I'm sorry to say it, is people are fat because they have no willpower. Now, the way you can prove that the reason poor people are fat is because they lack willpower is we have a natural experiment, a peer-reviewed experiment. What happens when poor fat people win the lottery? What happens when poor fat people find themselves with millions of dollars? Well, all the evidence is they get even fatter. And by the way, that goes for poor drug addicts. Poor drug addicts that win the lottery, they just take more drugs and they die faster. Poor alcoholics that win the lottery, they just drink more alcohol and die faster. So, if you notice that all the rich people in America are skinny and all the poor people are fat as hell, it is not an indictment of capitalism. It is not an indictment of evil, greedy billionaires. It's not. It's not because we as a society are too selfish to give the poor people all the money they want. The reason poor people are fat in America is 100% because of lack of willpower. Now, the final thing I will say is all the leftists in the room scream and cry and say there are food deserts. So the leftists in this room say the reason poor people are fat is they live in neighborhoods where there's no fresh fruits and vegetables. So poor people are all forced to eat shit. And that's also been totally proven wrong because an enormous number of governments have generously, altruistically set up low-cost supermarkets in poor neighborhoods. They've made it so that poor people can easily buy affordable fresh fruits and vegetables. And every single experiment of that sort in America has ended in failure because even when it's cheap and convenient for poor people to buy fruits and vegetables, they voluntarily choose to eat fried crap, they get fat, and they die. It is not. When poor people get fat and they die, it is not fair to blame smart people. It's not fair to blame rich people. It is not even fair to blame society. It is 100% the fault of people who have no willpower, eat fried food, they get fat and they die. Stop blaming Roger for the weakness of poor fat people. I'm done speaking. I don't give a fuck how many people hate me for telling the fucking.
Well, hold on. Before we go to whatever woman that was trying to cut in earlier, I want to just reset the room just ever so slightly and then respond to Tomato. I want to welcome people. We got the classy dames out tonight. We got Joe B. We got Shirley. We got the gilfs in the house tonight. We also got a goo, an all-star goo. We got Dr. Adams. I can't believe we're talking about fat people and Dr. Adams isn't on the stage. We got JB in the house. We got Steph, probably the classiest woman on all of Clubhouse. We got Nine. We got Serendipity. We even got Communist XG on the stage. We got Rich's dumbass, and we got Lord, who, oh man, this guy. When you hear him speak, it's fucking. You're gonna know this room is gonna be at an all-time low when you hear from him. But I want to respond to Tomato real quick. Tomato, I think you went a little easy on this thing. I think it's worse than you say. I think that the fat people are so out of control and such a burden that the powers that be, they went out of their way to create a fucking virus that they worked with the communist Chinese to create, to unleash it, to kill fat people. So I think that this willpower thing, I think the powers that be know that what you're saying is true, and they realize that these fuckers don't have the willpower to push the plate away. So they created a fucking man-made disease to target and kill fat people. Anyways, I will pass the mic. Who's the woman that was trying to cut in?
I think that was me.
All right, let's hear from you. Go ahead.
And Hakima, the national average for SNAP benefits is $975 per month. I live in New York State where living expenses in a county with some of the highest living expenses in the nation, and my family of five does not pay $975 per month on groceries. If you are walking up and down the frozen aisle and you are spending $15 on frozen pizzas and you're buying 10 of those bad boys, that'll do it. If you're actually buying vegetables and chickens and you're actually making food, that's not, you're not going to have to need $975 a month to feed a family of five. That's crazy. $6 per person per day is a lot of money if you're cooking at home. If you are eating at Chili's, it's not a lot of money. So that's the first thing I would say. The other thing I would say, too, the title of the room is that, see, Roger, I get suspicious because, if I compare this to something that I know a whole lot about, which is, the real estate world, right? If we look at programs like Section 8 and projects and that kind of thing, which is an area I work quite a lot in, trying to get people out of those and gain financial independence and all that kind of stuff, what happened was essentially, to way oversimplify it, the government bought properties and then charged itself rent, and then wildly overinflated rent so it could charge itself more rent. And then the people who were not paying rent didn't care, or it doesn't impact them how much the rent is because the government is paying itself. And so if we tax people who are on social welfare programs, it's going to do the same thing that it did in subsidized housing, which is an absolute disaster for neighborhoods and people who live in that housing. I don't know. I don't know that we need to be, it's just going to be the government taxing itself. There we go. Those are my thoughts.
Okay.
Can I say something real quick?
You can't. Can I predict what you're going to say? They just glossed over my beautiful, articulated point. I think that's what you're.
I definitely was not going to say that because Steph just responded to part of it with when she said that the $6 a day is plenty. Let's just break that down to the simplest term. One person getting $6 a day. How is that plenty? Please tell me what you're eating that's plenty for $6 a day.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. So I have a family of five, so that's going to be $6 per.
Getting $6 a day. Not nobody else. Just one person. You living on $6 a day. You got to eat every day for $6.
Okay, yeah. Forget the kids and a husband, a family of five. That's way harder. Yeah, okay, let's do just one person.
Let's keep it simple, right? Let's keep it
simple. Okay, so a common meal that we might eat in my family is going to be something like tilapia that's sauteed in butter with some garlic and a little salt and pepper, and then maybe some broccoli with cheddar cheese on it, rice.
That's $6 by itself for you.
Okay, again, here, let me help you. Let me help you. To buy tilapia and a crown of broccoli and a bag of rice is going to cost me a total of like $8, and that would feed me as a single person for a month. Like, what portion sizes are we? If we're talking about a person eating two full, do you realize how much a bag of rice costs?
Either tilapia and broccoli for a month for $8.
Okay, hey, Hakima, how much tilapia comes in a pack of tilapia if you buy it at Walmart?
For under $8 is not enough for a month.
Okay, if I have $20, all right, I can buy
$6. Why are you changing the number? We have $6.
Because, Hakima, are you so wealthy that you are shopping at a butcher that charges you $6 per single fillet of tilapia? Is that what you're telling me, or are you like me and you're buying them frozen from Walmart? No. Which of those two is the case?
I'm not.
Well, you're not going to a high-end butcher? Okay.
That's a simple question.
Okay, got it. So you're not going to a high-end.
Hold on. Hakima, everyone let you speak. I want you to respect her. Listen. I know it's hard for you to let a woman speak, but we're going to do that. We're going to exercise some patience here, and you're going to let her get through the math, and you're going to let her walk you through it. You might just learn something. I know that this is a cheaper diet than the chest milk recipe that you have to fulfill on a daily basis, but go ahead, Stephen.
Okay. A bag of tilapia that would last my family, and again, so we're multiplying by 5 now, right?
It comes with 1 pound of frozen tilapia, so this might be, I don't know, 2 meals worth. It's $6. All right, let's look at the, and this is Walmart. I shop at Walmart, okay, because I live in a rural area and that's what I have access to. A bag of rice, 2 pounds, that would last my family a month is $1.77. Let's round that up to 2. And what's the other thing I said? Broccoli. Okay, so now we have a floret of broccoli, which is going to be $1.70. What's $1.70? $2.40 for 2 of them. Okay, and that would feed a single person. Now, if you're eating it every night, I recommend that you vary your diet a little bit because that's just going to get boring and monotonous, and you're going to get vitamin deficiency. But let's see, $6.32 plus $2 plus $2.40. This is going to be about probably for a single person. Let's be conservative and say 6 meals. So that's $10.82 for 6 meals if you eat this 6 times in a month. So let's divide that by 6. That comes out to about $1.80 per meal. Now you tell me what you're using the other $4.20 on a day if that's your main meal of the day.
I am not going to go through this.
Okay, you keep eating it. That's
let me ask you a question. Because everybody in this room eats. And hopefully, more like everybody eats every day. And I think everybody, without any numbers, me giving or you giving, knowing that $6 a day is not a shit ton of money, is what I said. Now, is it possible to make it work? Yeah, especially with my diet, I can easily do it. But with the diet that everyone was taught, with the carbs, the dairy, this and that, the fruits, the vegetables, $6 a day is not a ton of money, is my point.
Okay, so here's my final point, because I gotta run.
The answer is that you can run.
Yep. No, I'm going to eat dinner.
Yeah, please do. I hope you do. I bet it costs more than $2.
It didn't. We're doing nachos tonight. It did not cost more than $2.
No, yeah.
Okay, so again, I wish if my grocery budget for a family of 5 were the same as SNAP benefits, my family would be eating we have way more beer, we have way more snacks, we have way more Cheetos. I probably splurge a little more on cheese. My family of 5 is not spending. In California, it's $1,400 a month. I would love 1 month if it was we're just going to splurge and spend $1,400 a month on groceries. I wish I could eat like people on SNAP, but I'm not on SNAP, so I don't.
If it's so glamorous, you can easily quit your job and get that $1,400 a month.
I could do that, but I have morals. That's why I'm not.
No, you don't want to live that life. Because $1,400 a month, I think that's all they get. They might get a.
No, they're also getting Section 8. They're also getting Medicaid. They're also getting counseling benefits. They're also getting cell phones.
Everybody is not on Section 8. That's just simply not true. But if you think that that's the glamorous life where you can get just enough to eat, you have no other money to live your life. You think that's some glamorous life?
You have yet to establish that it's just enough.
You can easily quit there. No, everybody knows that's less than enough. It's not even just.
What we learned about you is that you're buying frozen food and you're overspending on groceries. That's what everyone in this room just learned about you.
Yeah, but I do. But the people that know me know I only eat fruits. I don't eat.
Hold on. Hey, Kima, how much do dates cost?
Dates are for a good pound, $7.
They're pretty expensive, aren't they?
Oh, for sure. And cashews as well. Cashews, they go with it. Yeah, that's definitely expensive.
Yeah.
If I was in poverty, that would not be a snack of choice.
Yeah. Well, I just want to thank Steph for breaking down how to feed a family on a budget. That was awesome.
Anytime, Roger.
There will absolutely no value.
Kima's point, I hope y'all can hear me because I'm out after these headphones. I mean, I eat a lot of salads. I eat salads every day.
Your audio guy sounds like you're in Beirut.
While New York is fixing that, let me pop in here. I'm going to make a point. I am 5 feet tall. My husband probably when he was young ate more. Hakima, if he's got an athlete, if he's the father of an athlete, this man is got to put in some more calories. He's got to put education, being educated, does lend itself, and I think it's the education. I don't even know that it's the money. Education lends itself to healthier eating. Now I gotta go pay attention to the man that lives at my house. I adore you all. I wish I could stay. I'll check y'all later.
Just want to add quick, $6 isn't enough. I mean, I got a family of 7. We're doing it on 3.5 for the whole day's worth of meals. And yeah, if you want to take and say that I eat steaks because I raise it myself, and want to take that away, sure, whatever. I splurge and have steaks because I grow them myself. But the rest of our meats, I mean, we buy the beef that we put in our freezer, but we don't just buy 1 pound of hamburger. We're buying a whole beef at a time, put it in the freezer, using it throughout the year, and we are able to do it for $3.50.
So Brian, break down the math for me. If I'm buying quarter cow, half cow, full cow, what is that? And when you average it out, what's that per pound?
Per pound, it depends on what you're getting. If you're getting something specialty, it can be $12 a pound. But right now, we're $5.75 a pound. It's not rocket science to be able to buy in bulk and do some of this. And it's good quality homegrown beef that you then have in your freezer. So,
yeah. And Brian, can you also break down the upcharge that even if you're going not to a fancy butcher, but if you go to a supermarket, like a Safeway, and if they've taken the time to cut up the steaks for you, the labor cost that goes into some of the packaging of cutting this stuff down, where all you have to do is invest in a freezer and some sharp knives, and you can buy even if you went to Costco and just bought bigger cuts of meat. Let's say you don't want to invest in buying a half cow, quarter cow. You can buy bigger cuts. You just got to break it down yourself. Can you talk about the upcharge that you're paying in the supermarket just for them cutting those individual steaks for you?
Yeah, I guess if you want to just buy steaks and have what you need, you're going to be $20 to $40 a pound, depending on what given steak or preference you have. But you could buy a whole prime rib for maybe $7.50, $8.50 per pound, on a middle range prime rib. It's just crazy when people say everything's so expensive. No, it's just the process to be ready to put on the dinner plate side that makes it more expensive. I just saw what's quote unquote called a hack, where you can get ground bull meat, which is just a bull that was no longer good to do the deed anymore and get cow's bread. They just ground them up for hamburger, which is still perfectly safe and healthy meat. It just usually doesn't always have the same flavor profile as a fattened calf you'd get if you bought quarters for meat. But it's still good, tasty ground beef that you can put in a meal to make your rice, to make everything else go way further. I mean, yeah, we go through 3 pounds of beef per meal in my family, and we usually have some leftovers because we're Midwest party boys, and I got 5 boys at home. So yeah, we're gonna make plenty to make sure we have enough energy to work and bring it the next day. But you really need to go back and look at instead of buying the $20 Stouffer's pre-frozen meal or frozen pre-packaged stuff, yeah, go buy the whole ingredients and make it, like Steph was bringing up. And as far as buying frozen fruit or buying frozen stuff, everybody says, well, you gotta have fresh, and they overpay for fresh when you can get frozen cut ends of broccoli, carrots, cauliflower, whatever, and throw them up in, saute them, and make something, add some seasoning. Don't just have to buy it at the fancy restaurant.
This is fascinating. This is really fascinating.
That's good stuff. It's good stuff. Brian, do you have a recommendation if somebody wanted to get a meat grinder, an inexpensive meat grinder where they could do their own ground beef with when you're cutting up that quarter cow? What would you recommend as an inexpensive grinder?
I mean, to be honest, if you just went to a local beef guy and bought a beef from him processed at a local butcher shop where you're paying USDA inspection fees, you're talking $2 a pound to have them do it, plus the cost of the beef. I get it, beef right now is expensive, but look at pork and chicken. There's some cheaper options you can get if
sense for them to be able to process beef that you quote unquote bought on the hook and get processed back and put in your freezer. That's the cheapest way. As far as a grinder, you can get as little as a KitchenAid. I used to do that to process deer, but I did buy like a $70 2-inch meat grinder, a Big Bite or whatever brand of flavor choice you want from Cabela's or Costco, whatever. They're readily available for $50 to $80, a decent one.
Hey Roger, yeah, one thing I was going to mention, I was just looking it up right now because the prices have changed since COVID. They used to be like $18, now they're $34. But a 50-pound bag of Hamia Careless medium grain fancy rice, 50-pound bag for $34.82. My wife and them in the Philippines and stuff, they're extremely healthy, extremely fucking fit, and what they eat almost every meal, minus breakfast, but for lunch and dinner, they eat like a ice cream scoop of rice with like a small portion of meat, maybe like beef, chicken, or pork, and that's what they eat every day. They're fucking healthy, and you could buy for $38. How long would a 50-pound bag of rice last you, Hakima? And it has an indefinite shelf life also.
I'm trying to justify it. I get that there are ways to eat cheaply, but you saying go buy this cow or this and that. But we understand proximity. Like everyone, people in the city.
You can go buy a cow.
Can I finish? What the fuck? I don't find this other thing, okay?
Hakeem was right. Hold on. Hakeem was right. Hakeem has every bit as much right as the rest of you to finish what he's saying. Hakeem, go ahead.
Like I said, let's go buy this cow. It's $8 a pound, and this can do that and that. If everyone in the city went to the local farm, it would not be enough cow. It wouldn't be, because most of the shit is at the supermarkets.
Where do you think it comes from?
I know where it comes from, but it's shipped to the supermarket in bulk because that's where people are usually and we're taught to go buy it. So everyone don't have access to a farm. It's just not a reality. You guys think from your brain, you have means and resources to travel, or you have your own farm and you can do this. But most people don't have the means and resources to go to farms, and that's just not a reality. So but the whole point is yes, there are ways, even at the supermarket, to stretch that money. But my only point was, you guys act like they're getting some bag of money that's life changing, and really they're just getting barely enough to fucking eat. So to demonize those people is just crazy. They're trying to use these mental gymnastics to make it like $6 is a shit ton of money. You just lie to yourself and lie to everyone in the room.
I never said that it was a shit ton of money. I said it's enough to cover food. If we can get people educated and get them to go out and actually make their food instead of getting the prepackaged stuff. So I never said that. If that's what you heard, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it is enough to keep them fed while they're in need. The only other thing I'll say, I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner when you asked me, Mojo, but the actual best thing that we do is we'll get pork shoulder, pork butts, and those are like $1.40 a pound, or they used to be. I mean, it depends on what your prices are now. But we get those, and you'd have to do minimal trimming, trim a little piece of fat off here, a little piece of gristle there, and then get that meat grinder, and you now have ground pork that you can make pork sausage or add pork to any meal if you want it cheaper than my $8 beef hamburger, which is way more nutritious.
So, Hakima, yes, you can buy a slaughtered whole or half cow in Atlanta, Georgia, from several local farmers and suppliers.
Hold on. Rich. He ain't in Atlanta, Georgia. You just assumed because he's black he's in Atlanta?
No, he said major metropolitan cities. I was thinking of cities that I'm familiar with. I lived in Atlanta.
There's enough cows ready to buy right at any given day.
Yes, because the farmers are going to sell the whole cow and half cow at a higher rate than what they would to the grocery supermarkets by selling them to you.
They got 200,000 people coming. Are there 200,000 cows ready to be sold to them?
Yes.
There is. The processing side is where you might lack if you're not able to process yourself, Akima. this is the problem with the big four butchers that do 85% of the beef processing, and it's even worse in the pork and poultry. So that part, if you can't process it yourself, you can have issues. But since COVID let up, there's a lot of openings at butcher shops again, everywhere, to get beef in, to do just that, to get beef at half price.
Well, hold on, guys. I know Nye was trying to break in, and I think there's a good chance for her to talk because nobody likes beef as much as Nye likes beef. So Nye, if you want to jump in.
Well, hopefully you can hear me this time. What I was going to say.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. We hear that beautiful voice loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was agreeing with Kima's point that $6 a day is barely. I eat salads almost every day, veggie salads, and I can barely put together a salad from the store for $6. The lettuce, the vegetables, and the dressing. So I just wanted to comment on that. I'll chime in again in a minute. I'm at the store, so please give me a second.
All right. I would recommend the little red beans and rice in your diet. What? You do you. Timok, welcome to the room. JD, welcome back.
How do you feel like today, Roger? Everything is mellow. Did you get your blood pressure checked? Everything okay?
Hey, okay. Let me tell you, I went to the I went to the Pacific Raceway in Kent, Washington, and I did 9 laps in supercars. I drove a Lamborghini, I drove a Ferrari, and I drove a Porsche. It's very fun. Yeah, I'm kind of amped up.
Can I admit that the Porsche was the worst one that felt to drive?
I love it.
The Ferrari was by far the easiest to drive.
No, but like worst feeling wise, was it the Porsche?
No, the Lamborghini was the worst feeling. Okay. That one, like, in certain parts of the track, it felt like bumpy. It felt like I was floating. It's very weird.
Do you know what specific models of those cars you drove? I'm a big car dude, so that's why I'm just.
Yeah, I'll back channel you the photos.
Okay, awesome.
Anyways, yeah, Timok, good day today. Good day. We're just, was trying to save the world one taxpayer at a time, and we're talking about should we raise taxes on the poor, as we know.
But Roger, did you consult Astra? Did you consult Astra?
No, I didn't consult Astra.
Well, like then you're fucked, man. Okay.
He was, it was a trip. I don't think he added much value to that room. I don't know if you would agree.
I think if you met him in person, you would probably stab him, I think. That's the way I feel. Honestly.
Roger,
with a toothpick. In the eye.
My observation, Roger, is on Clubhouse, you always tell the truth, but you tell a truth that's designed to hurt the feelings of other people.
Shut up.
You never say the comforting lies.
You don't change your brush.
No, hold on. What he's saying is very important, and he's being honest. Go ahead, continue.
You always tell the truth, but you select things to say that are designed to hurt the feelings of people. So when you talk about poor people, you speak the truth, but you say things that hurt their feelings. When you talk about fat people, you tell the truth. Every single group you talk about, you're scrupulous about telling the truth, but you relish hurting the feelings of people.
And he knows that. He knows
that. He said literally yesterday that he was okay with being a bully. What are we talking?
Yeah, hold on. I accept this and I appreciate it. I'm glad you recognized it, and I wear it as a badge of honor. And I don't know if this is a good time to tell you my feelings about Muslims, but I think that that's a 2 billion strong pedophile death cult.
I guess my question, Mojo, and it's a very brief question, is in real life, if I was spending time with you in real life at a bar or a country club,
well, not be at a bar, I know.
My question is, I'm asking a very simple question. Are you this cruel to people's feelings in real life, or do you tell me?
In real life, I try to get a read if they're strong enough. this is my opinion, and I don't know if you would share this. I think that the people that on 2025 are still on Clubhouse have already self-sorted that they can handle the roast style rooms that we do. And so if somebody's, especially if they're on the fucking stage, maybe if they're listening to the audience, they might think, who the fuck is this guy? But for the people that are willing to come in here regularly and get on the stage, they kind of know what they're getting.
Yeah, maybe you should have like a warning, something before they get in, at your own risk. Maybe that's what Tomato's trying to...
A trigger warning. Reiterate the house rules.
Maybe, yeah. I can post some house rules if that would make everybody feel better. I would just think that when you read a house title of In the Muff, you probably aren't thinking that like, oh, this is going to be like, I don't know, like some really sophisticated conversation. I mean, this is what it is. It is what it is. I'm not trying to be anything other than, oh. You hear that? You hear my GPS?
Yeah.
That's wild.
I opened up a test room and did the whole thing. It's actually pretty cool.
Nice.
Rich likes time because now I am now using the term or vernacular of standing on your square every single day for some reason. So congratulations. Thank you, Jay.
My pleasure. Keep standing on your square.
That's hilarious. I like the fact that we can quote what people have to say. Where did Tomato go? Did he get offended?
I think he's politically correct.
I think he just came into the room just to let you know that.
He was afraid anyone was going to dice him up, cut him in her cell, maybe.
You know I'll be back.
With his gang.
He's gonna come back as great grape.
How's that chillism doing today? Has anybody checked on those folks? Anybody? Rich, your friends in chillism?
It was like 5 people this morning.
I heard that Nathan fella is impersonating me.
Yeah, he made a actual realistic AI iteration of your photo.
Yeah, I was in Chillism today. He had the photo. I asked him why, but he never answered.
I can tell you why. He's had a crush on Monica, and when he learned that Monica prefers me to him, it upset him. That's what the beef is.
Has he seen a picture of Monica?
Oh, come on. Monica is misunderstood. I like Monica. She's adorable.
We gotta get you a psyche valve, Rodney. Like you've been the new retirement been kind of weird sometimes.
What's wrong with? Can you guys give me your 3 grievances with Monica? What would they do? Oh, nothing. Huh?
She's hard to. Well, I think of snails. I don't know. Something. She's like you said. She's adorable. She can get into your skin at the same time if you let her. If you take her seriously. I see she gets under people's.
Yeah, I guess the 3 things irritate me. I guess and this can go for a lot of people. It's not just exclusive to her, but let's see. Her voice kind of grains me a bit. It's kind of grating to listen to over a couple hours in a conversation. Number 2, how slow she speaks. It takes forever for her to get to her point, even though she's saying the same thing 10 fucking times over, just in a different phrase. And then number 3, probably just the space that she chooses to associate herself with and hang around. I'm not the biggest person on the guilty by association shit, because I don't think that people should take the consequences of others' actions, but if you purposely
put yourself in certain spaces where you know certain behaviors occur consistently and you continually sign up to voluntarily be there, it almost feels like you're co-signing it in a sense. And knowing her political views, it definitely wouldn't surprise me if she did co-sign it. So that's 3 things that throw me off that one.
Mainly,
he's good. He's good, this guy.
No, I think he's grasping at straws here. I think that Monica I think she intimidates men on this app because she's so intelligent. And I think that her contributions are so thoughtful that they're just, they're like, oh, wow, what do I say? And so I think she stuns people, and that's what happens. And so there's a jealousy when it comes to Monica, I think. But more importantly, I also think that we don't talk enough about the abuse that people throw her way. And perhaps she's a counterpuncher, and anything that she's done that you think might be offensive, maybe you guys created that one.
Yeah, there's some truth to that. I haven't been around that much, so I wouldn't know. There's a crazy place as well.
I mean, if it speaks like a bitch, if it acts like a bitch, if it looks like a bitch, it probably is a bitch.
Speaks like a fag, walks like a fag.
Probably rich.
You're the pot calling the kettle black, man, Bobby. If anybody sounds gay on this app, it's you and Adam.
Hey, and there will never be any Adams hate on this app. Not in my roots. Look, you guys can say that you don't like Adams, you can argue with him on whatever, but if he's not on the stage to defend himself, we're not going to go there. Adams is a class act. Adams is a voice of reason in a world of chaos. We will not have Adams hate.
If you want Adams to come up faster, just start praising fat people.
No. He knows how to come up. He knows how to raise his hand. I'm quite sure that you guys know that I would always invite him. He's always welcome in these spaces. I don't know why people seriously, what can you possibly have agreements with Adams about? Honestly.
Depending on which communities you come from, you can have quite a couple grievances with Adams. I'm not gonna lie. Number one, if you're a black woman, you probably got a lot of grievances with Adam.
Sometimes the truth hurts.
Oh no, listen. Adams and I almost completely see eye to eye on the big bags points. I don't disagree with him on most of what he says on those ones. But for the most part, I know that there are a couple situations where people do have smoke for Adams, specifically black women have smoke for Adams, because it's very common to still make in the middle of conversations. Now, let me make it clear. However Adams wants to conduct himself, that's up to him. I don't give a fuck. I'm not Adams. But to say that you can't imagine why somebody would have smoke with him or don't know who has smoke with Adams, there's quite a lot of people. We just don't like them.
Well, as a black woman, let me just make clear, I can understand why some black women might have beef with Adams, but Adams knows I adore him. I think he's one of the funniest people on this app. He keeps it so real, and I won't tolerate any Adams hate. I adore Adam.
Mojo, what about that young lady, the little cutie that came yesterday that was from the West Coast? It reminds me of when I used to live on the West Coast. I ran into a lot.
Roger, I'm still at work. I'll address this in about 20 minutes.
That's fine. Adams is in the building. So in 20 minutes, we will hear from the great Adams. Go ahead, Tom.
Wait. Before he goes, which career are you doing right now, Adams?
No. Hey.
He's at work.
Knock it up. We're going to timeout. He already said 20 minutes, he'll be here. Timeout.
Yeah. There's something about, I'm not going to say everywhere, but in LA, it's with the sun. There's something about it that, takes away some of the white matter, I believe.
Are you talking about the woman that sounded? Oh yeah. The scientist that didn't want to pay taxes. That one.
Oh, jinx.
Didn't want to do any charity for the person that she was. Yeah, the people on the guy on the edge.
You want to hear something funny? I shouldn't say it because he's not here, but I'm gonna say it because I know. I say it in front of him, so I feel comfortable saying it.
No. I get a message in the back channel like several hours later from Dr. Jordan, and he goes, "Hey, is the scientist still on the stage?" It was the funniest shit. She was cute though. She was cute. She was cute. She was dumb, but she was cute.
Ali was getting annoyed with her. And who's the brother Edward? She was annoying a lot. Edward.
Yes, we're talking about Jane Stalin. She's cute. She's not. I don't think she's gonna win any fucking contest. Never mind. I'm not gonna say nothing negative about her.
Were you the one who was saying that you're probably driving a Tesla? Somebody said, and she said, "Yeah, you're right." And was that or Edward?
Yeah, she does drive a Tesla. I don't know, man.
Yeah. Living above her means. I think that's what it was.
All things being equal, I did it.
Yeah, well.
Oh man. Let's see who's in the audience here. Where's Victoria at? Oh, she's here. She's here. Victoria, come up here and tell us about the Situation Room. We'd love to hear more about the situation.
Well, we can have her and Bima come up together and just throw that bullshit.
Oh man, hold on. Bima she was on fire last night. We changed the title of the room. Come listen to a lecture about anarchy. She had us in the palm of her hand. She fought off all of the rebuttals that people had, all the questions. It was a master class in how to lecture a hostile room about a novel idea. So, Bima, we take our hat off to you. We salute you. You're amazing. And if you want to come back up here, you know what to do. Just gotta raise your hand.
I just want to give you flowers, Roger, for actually calling it yesterday, where you said that Bima was going to say 1 million words and not saying it.
Roger, I want to just let you know something. Nye wants to give me an interview. Nye, would you give Mojo an interview as well?
Hopefully you can hear me, but yeah, sure, why not? Hold on. She said, sure, why not? She's trying to interview a legendary movie star from the 80s, and then you're like, hey, what about that fucking dude from Clubhouse? And she's like, yeah.
Will you give him a full page, man? Did you give him a full page?
Roger, aren't you legendary on the app? You're a legend.
He says he's black now. He says he's black.
Oh yeah, the black. Yeah, that could be the pitch. The angle, the blackest man on Clubhouse, the blackest of all the black.
Moors.
Yeah, the last
ancestors.
Look, if you ever put a panel together that want to talk about the history of the Moors and what they did to my people, I'm happy to participate in that.
Do not pick Roger for that. You need that information. Do not pick Roger. It would be nothing but misinformation. No, but Hector is good because she can interview you too, and you can go back and forth. Mojo, I'm telling you, that would be the best. Everybody's gonna want to read that. Hey, talking about me debating Roger about the Moors is like me debating Roger about capitalism. Like, it's not a good match. It's not a good match. Yeah, but you need that contrast. You need the contrast to create that.
You guys can just fill in each other's holes in your story.
Well, here's what I think. I think that Hakeem is right about this. I think that he's got a much better chance of defeating me in an argument about capitalism than he does about the history of the Moors. I think he's right.
Everybody knows that's bullshit.
What's up, MG?
MG's fine ass. I didn't realize that Ethiopians were sexy. I legitimately grown up, you watch, the fucking infomercials with Sally Struthers, and you see these kids with the pot bellies and the flies, and they're just like, hey, for just 5 cents a day for the cost of a cup of coffee. And so, like, I'm not, like, exactly thinking that, like, Ethiopians grow up to be smoke shows. But, like, and then there's MGs. So, it is what it is. If you ever want to know what those kids grew up to look like, MGs? That's crazy.
Actually, quick question. What is the most damning piece of evidence against the Moorish claim?
What Moorish claim?
Hey, that was the wildest thing you ever said before.
What's that? What?
About with the MG time.
About Ethiopians?
Yes.
Yeah. That was wild.
Wait, you've never seen those commercials?
No. We had the fact that we grew up to those kids grew up to being her was the crazy part.
Hey man, everyone's got a chance. I like to think that somebody here in America sponsored that situation.
I'm sure MG family didn't come from that class of people.
I don't know. Listen, all bullshit aside, she's smart. She's fucking cool. The fact that she's hot, that's just a bonus. It's a bonus for her husband. It's not a bonus for any of the rest of us.
That was Mojo. That was kind of racist what Heckman just said.
Well, Akima, you do come from the Moor clan that ran through Portugal, and you know what you did to my people.
We saved you. We brought you civilization. We brought you running water and street lights and taught you how to bathe yourself. Like what the fuck is
Oh wow! You raped Portuguese women.
We did not. They threw themselves at the feet of the Lord.
Akima, what do you think is the biggest piece of historical revisionism that's mainstream today? What do you think is a historical narrative that's mainstream today, and that you think is revisionist / not true?
90% of American history.
Who do you think the first Americans were?
Oh, stop. You're looking for trouble.
Who I think or who I know?
Who do you know are the first Americans?
It was brown skinned and melanated people. It was some lighter skinned plants here too. But
if we were to use modern racial categories, even though they didn't exist.
Does it have anything to do with the title of the room? People come in here because they saw the title. They say, should we raise taxes on the poor? And they think to themselves, it's got a point there. That motherfucker's been freeloading for a long time. So people have come into the room to hear about how we're going to get these freeloading ass poor people to pay more taxes. That's why everybody's on the stage. Right, Moose?
That's why I brought the young lady up yesterday. That's because that was her argument.
Yeah, she was a scientist that doesn't want to pay taxes, which is fine. I don't blame her.
I think Anthony's trying to. I'm curious what Anthony's take on the roadside of that.
Well, that's for damn sure not why I came to the room, to see how we could get those motherfuckers to pay for it.
Well,
somebody got to do it.
So Anson, let me ask you this. If the bottom 50% of income earners in the U.S. are paying only 2.3% of all federal income taxes, when are we going to hold them accountable?
The issue is, how do we spread the pain of taxes and legitimately share the wealth in America? Right?
Anson, I hear what you're saying, and I think the popular narrative is eat the rich, and the rich needs to pay their fair share. But the more I break this stuff down, the more I recognize that, holy shit, some of the people that are the biggest burden on society are not paying much
pay equal percentage of their taxes. Like I don't know why people want to take this narrative. Like anybody that's working is paying taxes. Period.
Well, hold on. But I'll give you two things that refute what you're saying. So up to a certain income, you're completely tax exempt at the federal level, and then it's a graduated scale as your income increases. And so, it's simply a fact. I can go ahead and post the federal, tax rates and the brackets. You can look at them yourself. But the bigger issue that I have is that when I look at all of the income tax that's collected, I look at the top 10% paying 76% of all of the income tax. When I look at the top 50%, they're paying 97.7% of all of the income tax. And I think it's time that we acknowledge that it's unfair. The top 50% have been getting robbed for too long, and it's time for the bottom 50% to pull their weight.
I love to travel. What do you do for people?
I live life. What I got to do with it? That's probably what he
What do you do for a living?
I do a lot of things for a living.
Okay, so what do you do for a living? How are many bucks I can sell it?
Hey, Quincy, you already know one of the jobs that I told you that I have, so that you can share the information.
No, I don't. I'm asking sincerely. I don't know what you do for a living.
Well, I don't think it's relevant. I don't think it's relevant to the point if we're talking about the African population.
Do you pay taxes?
Yeah, I pay taxes.
So what do you do for a living then?
Well, I don't think he needs to answer that, but let's just make something up. Let's just say that what he does is he works in Jiffy Lube. Let's just say that.
I like
Jiffy Lube. Jiffy Lube, if you don't mind.
I make $16 an hour with McDonald's.
We're going Jiffy Lube. So go ahead, Christian. Assuming that he works at Jiffy Lube and he changes people's oil for a living. Go ahead.
Well, I was wondering, if you work at Jiffy Lube, do you think you need to be taxed? However you make your money, do you think you need to be taxed?
Everybody, if you want to be part of society, you should pay taxes.
I mean, you do realize.
How much does Jiffy Lube pay? Anybody?
Like $18 an hour.
Yeah.
Okay, I know an assistant manager at a Washington State Jiffy Lube making $24 an hour.
Wow. Ballin'.
Right.
You said $24 an hour? Okay, cool. Let's say that Akima is in Washington State and he works at Jiffy Lube as an assistant manager, making $24 an hour. Let's go to the little tax calculator. Give me a second. Let's see. Hold on. I will tell you.
Jiffy Lube employees wear hats, Mojo?
No, it's not hot dog on a stick, dude.
I don't remember what the dress was.
Let's see. It looked like the mechanics did.
Yeah, but I like to see that tomorrow. I think it goes in a hat.
Zero works 24/7 to kill 99.9% of bugs trapped.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. I was going to say that.
Can I offer a suggestion?
Sure.
Okay. Let's be fair. Define income as income from wages paid for your work. Whether you're if you're the CEO, you get a check, a salary for the work that you perform, right? I guess everybody can agree on that. Then let's flat tax such wages.
At what rate?
I don't know. We can debate that, but let's flat tax it so that everybody, quote, pays their fair share. No deductions, no gimmicks, no loopholes. If you get a check on an annual salary of $100,000, you pay X percent, and if you make $10,000 in wages, you pay X percent. If you don't get any wages, you don't get any tax on earned income. Okay? Then we look at, so that everybody pays an equal amount of the money, no gimmicks, no whatever, for the money that they earn as a result of working. Then we look at other income. The CEO that gets stock options, bonuses, all that other stuff. And we tax the living shit out of that to generate enough revenue to sustain a, quote, small federal government, limited government, governed by the people, which was the intent of the formation. All right, I'll stop. I can't, if you don't let me talk, then I can't explain.
I want to hear you explain. I just want to ask a question here. So when you say the stock, if you're issued RSUs and you receive the stock, you're not going to pay the taxes on it until you sell the stock. And so I just want to clarify what you mean by treating it all like income. So if a CEO got, let's say, $4 million allocated to them in RSUs, you would not want to tax them until they sold them.
I agree. I said tax income, but there's different income. There's income earned by the sweat of your brow. Whether you're a CEO, you're a hamburger flipper, or you're an insurance agent, or whatever, tax that income. No loopholes, no gimmicks, and we can argue, and I have no idea exactly what it would be. 5%, 10%, I don't know what it would be, but it would be some amount. Then we look at the revenue generated as a result of that and compare it to the legitimate spending that we need to be able to sustain a vibrant country and take care of those that are truly in need. Then look at the other income, other than your wages. And if you get a stock option, but you don't make any money that year from the stock option, then obviously you don't tax it. But when you cash in those stocks, you pay something a hell of a lot more than the minimum taxation rate that everybody participates in. That results in the wealthy getting taxed at a much greater rate for their significant income. But it also means that the downtrodden are contributing, quote, their fair share. Then we can argue about the safety net as to what is reimbursed to those that are the downtrodden. But that's a different argument. That's an argument not of taxation and fairness of taxation. It's an argument of who deserves to take that slam dunk major payments by the rich to be redistributed. That's a different argument than trying to distribute benefits through quote income tax, which has gotten out of control.
love the grandfather. Anytime, I love that your grandfather clock is going off a minute early. It's amazing. But no, I actually think that was thoughtful and that was a good share. I'd love to hear people's thoughts on that. As you guys think about that, hopefully that sunk in. You guys understood what he was getting at. I wouldn't necessarily co-sign, but I do think that he put a lot of thought into that. I wanted to share this to Hakima and to Kristen.
So actually, I didn't put any thought into it. I just pulled it out of my ass when I saw the topic of the room, and I don't think we should crucify the poor.
Well, I disagree. But let's go back to Hakima working as an assistant manager at Jiffy Lube, making $24 an hour. Assuming he's working 40 hours a week, the gross annual income is $49,920 a year. The standard deduction would be $15,000, which would make his taxable income $34,920 a year annually, which would mean that his federal tax liability would be $3,952 income tax. And so now knowing that, Hakima, do you think that that's too little or too much? No?
I just want to say thank you for doing net effective tax rate, the only fucking number that matters.
I'd like to say the silence is deafening.
Can we get to the fact? Or okay, go.
Hey, Roger, I thought I said the tax rate is 7.9%.
So yeah, we were talking about your job as an assistant manager making $24 an hour at Jiffy Lube, 40 hours a week. You would make $49,920. You have a standard deduction of $15,000. Your taxable income is $34,920, which means your taxes are $3,952. So your effective tax rate is 7.9% of gross income.
Yeah, but you slipped something in there.
This is from 5 days ago.
The only thing I slipped in there was facts. Go ahead.
The standard deduction.
The job we asked him to do. He put himself in harm's way. He made the ultimate sacrifice.
They don't know what's government with an elevator picks up every week or every 2 weeks out there check. They are paying taxes. Like I say, they may get a refund back or deductions or whatever, but they are paying the tax. The government is using that money.
Hakima, you're aware though, in the end, when it squares up,
substantial changes to the bill that may not be so great.
They're paying less than $4,000
in one of those seasons where we're going to be doing multiple shows.
There's nuance there. There's millions of people that fall in that category, and all those people, the government is holding their money for an entire year. They are doing things with that money, getting interest with that money, spending that money on different things, and they get a refund later.
Hold on. You can claim under W4. You could claim a different withholding that would allow them to take less of that. At the end of the year, what your tax liability is going to be, and what is owed is $3,900 dollars, and so it's a little less than $4,000. And so the bottom line is, some people may overpay that and then get a refund. Some people may underpay it and then owe money. And so at the end of the day, what is actually owed? And it's less. The bottom line is it's 7.9% is what they owe. And so that those are the facts. And so the idea that you think that the poor pay a higher percentage of tax, I can show you what the upper end of the tax bracket looks like and what people are paying on their taxes.
I didn't say we're a higher percentage. I said we're a higher percentage.
So you think 7 point?
The poor pay taxes, and they definitely should not be raised. Those taxes been raised on the poor.
So hold on. So you think that somebody paying 7.9% tax rate is equitable when compared to somebody paying 38%?
Just like that person had deductions and shit like that to get down to that 7.9%. Them people paying that amount got loopholes and different deductions that they take to get their tax number down.
I think the problem that we're running into here is that I'm good at math.
Can we just say that, you know, across the street from every IRS office, every major IRS office is a Federal Reserve office? And if, you know, can we get to the point to where it's a duplication? Why are we doing this annual burden of tax filing and deductions and accounting and all this added expense so the IRS and Congress can print up 2 trillion plus more every year? It's a huge game of it's a giant, you know, spin, and we don't need all this duplication. Why tax us if they're just going to inflate it and they're just going to borrow it? There has to be a reckoning, and every year there's an event at IRS offices called Taxpayer Assistance Day. And in Chicago and every major city, thousands of African Americans. This is probably the most racist thing I've ever seen in my life, because you realize that there's hundreds of thousands of African Americans that are out of compliance with the IRS. They either don't file, haven't filed, or they're having issues with the IRS. And so every year they have to line up to go into the office to do Taxpayer Assistance Day to find out, how do I get into compliance? The system requires you to file. The whole system's fucked up. And since 1913, with the invention of the Federal Reserve, ATF, and the IRS, we have burdened ourselves with a bullshit program to keep us in line in what they call compliance. Well, the American people are in compliance. It is the government that is out of compliance. It is your IRS and your Federal Reserve and your local Congress and Senator that are no longer in compliance with the values of America. That's my opinion.
And FAFSA, it was supposed to be a goddamn checkbox, and we didn't get that. Thanks, Obama. Gary came to the stage. Do you believe that we should raise the taxes on the poor? All right. Well said.
Who else in the room besides you
Who else believes that we should raise taxes on the poor? I don't know. Let's ask. Anybody agree with me that we should raise taxes on the poor?
I think that's dumb as shit. Like, for raise taxes on the poor for what?
Galaxy.
What are you gonna get? I'm not speaking to you. I was answering motive. I was not speaking to you. Like I was saying, that's a dumbass. What are you gonna gain from taxes on the poor?
Fairness.
I guess many people don't agree with you.
I would like to say taxation is theft, but if we're going to tax, it should be equal across the board, flat rate.
Well, here's the facts, right?
You see flat rate on.
Hold on. Chi, hold on. Here's the problem I have, is that right now the rich pay an overwhelming amount of it, a disproportionate amount of the overall income tax. The top 50% pay 97.7% of all the income tax at the federal level, and the bottom 50% pay 2.3%. I personally believe we need to level that out. I don't think that we should continue this asinine call to tax the rich. I think what we should do is we should fundamentally look at who's paying the tax now, who's not paying the tax now, and we should fix that system, and we should make sure that we eat the poor.
Hey, Rod, I got a challenge for you. Earlier you made a statement that you know math, right? I do the math. Like, what would it take to tax the poor to make that number equivalent or even close to it? You already know there is no answer. It's 100% number. So, like, what amount would make you happy to make that number go from 2% to 4%? Would you be satisfied there if you quadruple the poor's tax rate and now they're paying 4% opposed to 2%? I'm curious.
That would not be what I would favor doing. What I would be in favor of is completely eliminating the income tax altogether. I would abolish the 16th Amendment. I would abolish the IRS. I would end the income tax for everyone. I would end Social Security tax for everyone. unfairtax.org.
Hekima doesn't want fair tax. He wants tax the rich only.
You know, Hekima, you might be interested to know that the average slave in 1860 got to keep 60% of his productive output. That's what the average plantation owner reinvested into his slave population. In America today, you're lucky if you get to keep 40% of your income.
And then so the basic thing that the American people did treat workers slavery.
Yeah, it's.
I will say this: the American Revolution was fought over a far less abuse. The deal that we had with the British that we complained was a bad one. Was far more fair than the current system we have.
So Moors were slaves?
No, I want to push back on the income to keep 60% of their output. Nobody pushed back on that.
This is from a book called The Federal Mafia. Now, I agree that I think that it's a very controversial statement, but I really try to bring it up just to point out that we're working 3 out of 5 days to pay taxes. It's income tax, sales tax, property taxes, and it's out of control, and it's because the borrowing and the spending is out of control. And you know, we have to have redress. This is a perfect platform to start the complaint process.
Are you going to use that as an example in a future conversation?
Sure, I got no problem bringing up the Federal Mafia book by Irwin Schiff, Peter Schiff's father. Do you enjoy paying taxes, Jimmy?
I just want to understand that example. Why would you say that property keep property? The argument, how property was able to keep property. 60% of their output.
What I'm saying is slave masters, based on their productivity, and reinvested 60% of what they produced back into maintaining their slave population.
So masters reinvested. So okay, I said my house, let's say it's a rental property, and I reinvested some of my
Slaves had houses, and slaves needed food, and slaves needed clothing.
That's just a cost. That's a cost good. It's an operating expense. It's not a slave percentage of their output. Their property.
Can I,
Jesus Christ.
Roger, you said you were good at math. Well, I'm better for engineer, so
Roger's not here.
well, Mojo or whoever.
Mojo's not here.
I'm sorry. Okay, well then I'll.
Did he get clipped again? What happened?
No, he was on a phone call.
Yeah, he was going to research something. He'll be back. But my point is,
I'm sick of
Galaxy Hush.
listen, I don't know why I keep fixing his to speak to me. I don't want to hear from him.
so I'll shut
Oh,
up.
Mojo's back.
I would like to know he's back. I want to hear what you have to say. I'm back. And audio issues are all. All right, can I get maybe a minute?
About a couple of seconds.
Chi-Chi's going to the audience, and go ahead, Anson. You will not be interrupted.
As I said,
Thank you.
I believe everybody that earns a wage should contribute to the welfare of America equally. You get a higher wage, you pay a higher percentage, you pay a higher tax, not a higher percentage of your wage. Everybody equally contributes to the welfare of America through their wages. Then we go to a different debate and add up that income, that revenue for America. Everybody paying their fair share. And then figure out how we need to raise more revenue to redistribute wealth in America to take care of the downtrodden and not let the rich run rampant with all their money. That is a different argument than what I would call as wage
citizens that are more productive than others, and we should incentivize them to stay citizens in America, especially those that take more risk than everyone else, that larger responsibilities than everyone else. And so if you are a producer, you're productive, you've created jobs, I think you should be treated differently tax-wise. Social Security,
Hello. So let me just say this, and also in defense of personal ideologies on how we can utilize my campaign of what you guys call fat shaming and reducing those said liabilities and social spending. Were you guys aware that we spend between $1 to $3 trillion a year on fatness? Are you guys aware of that? $1 to $3 trillion a year on fatness. Okay? So we want to have a conversation about should we tax what? Fat people, regardless of what your tax bracket is, should be taxed the most. They are literally the dead weight that America is having to carry around. So when I make jokes about talking about how we should take off people drop middle of the Atlantic, the first ones to swim back actually gets to keep their citizenship, I'm saying that 10 toes down. Okay? Fat people are the problem. Okay? Fat people are bloodless. They are burden on society. And quite frankly, they're unpleasant to look at. Okay? I don't know how much more of this we can say without, I'm not an asshole. I'm trying to understand this. It's shameful to offend people, but it's not shameful to be fat.
I don't know, Adams. If the zombie apocalypse hits and we run out of cows and chickens, we might have to eat them, the fatties. So maybe
the zombie apocalypse is going to hit. They might just get lucky and get one big bag from Wisconsin. They can eat one zombie for a whole entire year. Somebody said that they can eat a whole entire tilapia bag for a whole entire month. Guess what? If you're one of these fat people, average fat person in America, I guarantee you 10 zombies would be able to eat roots for a year.
I'm done with you. Not one zombie, not one big bag. When you eat the zombies for a year, I'm done. I'm dead at that point.
And let me tell you why. Because the zombies care more about their meat quality than they do about having smartphones. I'm sitting here listening to people talking about the cost of food, and things are so expensive. The last time I checked, you don't get access clubhouse from a freaking phone. So you have to at least be spending hundreds of dollars a month on your cell phone service. Not to mention, some of y'all with 2, 3, 5, 50 different kids, each of them got a damn cell phone. So is food quality really the problem? People's priorities and then being fucked up in the wrong place really the problem?
We're taxed too much.
That's what you sound like, buddy.
Fat people can't even, people that are on SNAP, they can't even go to the grocery store and buy the good stuff. They got to buy the processed food and the packaging to get the SNAP food. Not every food, if you're a fat person on SNAP, you can't always get the healthy food. But we're being taxed to death in this country.
Who says the food's the issue?
Wait, and they can get it, they just choose not.
Exercise and food.
We're all eating off the same food supply.
Well, do you want the federal government... Do you want the federal government to continue to spend $2 trillion on Medicare, Medicaid, but not give anybody a gym membership? I don't know. When was the last time you went to a federal workout facility to work a fat ass? I never seen the government pay for fat people to lose weight. They do not give a fuck.
Why does the government give you a gym membership when you go walk your fat ass around the block for free?
I don't want to use taxes to subsidize healthcare to take care of people with cancer either.
I'm just saying, if the government were to pay for federal fucking workout facilities versus giving Pfizer $300 billion to produce COVID-19 vaccines for a Wuhan virus, they sure as hell can do that. Our government gives our money away to poison us at every turn. We are our own worst enemy, and we continue to vote for thieves, frauds, and charlatans in Congress and in Senate. They give our tax dollars away and borrow on our behalf, and we're not asking them to borrow $2 trillion a year to flush it down the fucking toilet.
Well, even if the government did offer free gym memberships, I dare say a lot of people would capitalize on it. They wouldn't. Because like Adam said, you could walk around the block for free. You could do a workout in your house. There's so
like going to a library. When you go to the library, you read a book. When you take your fat ass to the gym, you get on a treadmill, you get on the Stairmaster, or you use weights, or you use the yoga studio, or you use the pool. It's a designated place for fat people to defat their fat asses.
And guess what all those places have turned into? Okay, my government subsidies. They turned into daycare country clubs for the homeless. So good luck sending your kid to school, okay, and having them walk home and be able to, start their homework instead of sitting at home by themselves, starting their homework at the library. Kids in major cities can't do that anymore. Why? Because there are gay programs for the homeless. So at what point are we going to put accountability where accountability belongs? If you're fat, that's your problem and that's your misery. That shouldn't be anybody else's. If you're homeless, well, maybe instead of spending time in the library all day, trying to figure out how you can gain access to the internet to go and your crack. Why don't you go and apply for a job? Why does this always have to be the taxpayer's problem? And by the way, when the taxpayers are paying for all of these things, these homeless people to hand out tents for them to ride down on the sidewalk. Have you ever looked at the average experience of a person in a wheelchair in major cities in America? You can't even go from one part of Los Angeles to the other. Okay, the sidewalk would be to go into oncoming traffic because the sidewalk's so fucked up. So, I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? Let's go back to the conversation about our priorities, because it's the same like priorities that encourage people to complain, not on a cell phone and not go to the gym. It's the same type of, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Yeah, but we should also be paying for people that have heart conditions or cancer, all that kind of stuff. We should just let those people die too.
No, some people need help. Clearly, y'all have a heart. Not everybody's well off. Not everybody has a high job. I would hope so, Rich. Some people need government help. The elderly. Why did they get the government? Well, who else is going to help them, right? Well, I mean, if they don't have the community support, family, it has to, the support and the help has to come from someplace. And Hold on. Imagine a world in which the federal government, the state government, the local government didn't have to boot on the throats of all of their citizens. Just imagine what they might be able to do with their money. Right, but I'm saying, for those I'm speaking about, the elderly and handicapped, disabled people specifically. They're not vulnerable than us able-bodied folks who can get up and go to work and earn a living rate.
Yes. So let me ask you both a question. Why is it that the generation in the middle? Because again, the older generation was well prepared for their retirement. They were well prepared for their spending. It's the generation in the middle. Okay, they sit up on social media. They go and get liberal arts degrees into the tune of $70,000, $80,000 a year, and it blends.
I agree. Yeah. The liberal arts and gender studies people, 100%.
Yeah, not to mention they couldn't keep their hands off the drugs, right? How many of this generation, their siblings or cousins and all, their parents have to spend thousands of dollars in resources to send them to rehab? Let's talk about how many of them have to put up their grandmother's house to bail them out of jail. Let's talk about the generation that, the grandparents are having to raise the kids because the kids still want to live their best life. They still want to party and they still want to bullshit. Screw your parents' retirement. Screw their abilities to for them to be able to provide for themselves. So screw that. It's the entitlement. Instead of saving, living in an apartment, and maybe buying something modest, mommy and daddy, I want to live in a modern TikTok house. You're suspending me when I was younger, and you didn't raise me like Jimmy Jones's parents did in the street. Guilt, manipulation. This is how that generation bled our grandparents' generation, our parents' generation dry. And it's still happening. And instead of doing something about it, getting a second job, and I do appreciate Rich for actually being a man and holding down multiple jobs on social media. But unlike his counterparts, they do just that. Complain about it on fucking social media. That is exactly why we're in the situation that we're in.
Just real quick, talking about the drugs issue, did we forget the crack babies and the era that generation came from? But yeah, but they
right, that was also the generation of tough love, and you did not see grandmother putting her house
earlier this morning for that bullshit. This is not a good faith actor that wants to have a mature conversation. This man wants to lose all of his arguments and then start attacking people to find these incompetent ways of trying to win his failed argument. So you can do it in a group, right, Roger? If you want to bring it back up, it's your room, but I'm not going to listen to him going back and forth outside of the topic and just using it as an opportunity to attack people.
I heard him last night when he was talking about killing pit bulls.
That's amazing that you went after his mother. I really want you to think about that, Rich. That you had to lash out like that for somebody's personal stuff.
Don't you think it's weird that we have to borrow $2 trillion a year to fund Medicare, Medicaid? Like, why we're not asking our government or our representatives to borrow all this money? I mean, why can't we just spend what we take in revenue and begin to cut and begin to pay down the debt? Why aren't Congress people and senators even discussing? It's like 2 out of everybody, 2 out of 600 people. I mean, what the fuck, America? Hello. Yeah, it's 80 cents on the dollar. They have to borrow that to pay out the pensions. They're broke. Every major city is broke. The federal government is broke. We have spent ourselves off a cliff since 9/11. 25 years of war, 25 years of Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and now we're paying $1 trillion a year, or about $100 billion a month in interest payments on all the borrowed money. The system can't handle this. It's broke beyond belief. We have to, like Mojo said, either fix it or break it. But this ship has to be decommissioned and brought back to port. And we need a relaxation period. We need austerity. We need no more new wars. And we don't need to create fake pandemics to poison our population and scam us out of trillions of dollars.
Those wars, those are all these politicians getting into these forever wars. You want to end a war, you go back to, there was something was talking to me with Bill O'Reilly one time about where we were going with this Afghanistan, I think it was. Bill O'Reilly told me that we could win that war, and that was we could win it war we wanted. And that's the guy who was clearly Asian, Japan or Japanese. And he said that his uncle, he asked his uncle, when are they going to stop and killing him? Because he was him and his uncle were the only two survivors of the family. And the guy said his uncle told him not to kill us all. And that's why they surrendered. He goes, America no longer has that gall to do that. And it's true. Nobody fears the big footprint, putting a big freaking boot in their ass. Nobody does, right? And so what's happened is we get in these forever wars. These politicians love it. They invest in, all the national defense companies. They make many tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. And we just keep spending and spending and spending. The other thing is we don't look at systems that might actually fix things, okay? Unemployment, somebody goes and gets a job. Okay, they've got medical assistance or medical for their kids, their family, everybody. They got their rental assistance, they got all this, but all of a sudden they get a job. And as soon as they start making some money, they cut everything off. Meaning that they can no longer afford to work. I know, I did the homework with one of my employees. And I was like, no, dude, I wouldn't do it if I were you. You're working 70-some hours a week. I didn't figure out with overtime, and straight up at 72 hours a week. He was making, bringing home like $2.50 an hour. It was hard work, and I was just like, nah, dude, I'll take you 2 weeks. He didn't want to quit. We don't give them a ladder. We cut the legs off the ladder to bring them back down. We would be better to wean them off the system, let them keep that habit, have a commitment to going in and understanding finances, saving money, building an emergency fund, and slowly working them off of the system. And no. We force them to have to quit so they stay fully on the system. Which ones will cost us more in the long run? We don't want to change the system. The system works great for those people that it works great for. And I'm telling you, these forever wars, you're going to only end up when you start putting giant boot in somebody's ass. I saw this paper raised text on the board. Everybody says, oh, pay their fair share, pay. The
not working, the working poor, and I kind of. If they're not paying taxes, they're not paying their fair share. Are they paying their fair share? That's what I'm asking. How much is the burden of the system? They've got food kids, so they're paying it. Because if you,
It's not working, not paying attention. I get it. I'm saying, but are you saying the people that's like the working poor? Do you think that, are you saying they're not paying taxes or they're not paying their share?
That depends on how much. That depends on how much they're making, whether they're paying taxes or not. Doesn't it? So I mean, now I don't know if I'm going to go on and let me go just let me finish. I would say what I'm told, what I'm told, like, every single thing I want you to do, make it $12 a year. Every check you get, you take a couple of taxes, you might get a following year, but you already get taxes $6. One of those people getting a rebate.
I mean, do tax credits or child tax credits and other things, say we're like the rich get tax credits, whatever it is, donation, whatever, they bring in their tax credit, and the poor also have that too. But when it's out there, when they are still, in all reason, they are still getting money taken out, they check every week. When they at the end of the year, they may get something back, but that don't change the fact that the government is taking their money and the government is using them.
So, you guys, when you guys are referring to taxes, like, what can you guys be a little bit more specific?
So, we're making them a federal.
Okay, so you're talking about income taxes. We're just talking about income taxes. Is that correct, Akima? Because if you look at it,
You could expand it to other things, but that's so far, that's what we're talking about.
okay, so you understand the point that I was trying to make with that, Roger, because even if you do look at lower earning people, they're still handing back their contribution to the tax base in another way by continuing to be consumers in a way that's very different from a person's individual consumer tax liability, especially when you ascend into higher tax brackets. Shout out to a lot of people that, buy things and pay taxes, sales taxes under their corporations and do on the back end get income tax benefits behind that. different positions of tax liability because they don't make themselves, they don't put themselves in front of people that are able to help them make good financial decisions. I mean, people like Toni Braxton, for example. I mean, she makes millions and millions and millions of dollars, but would you feel that she may have paid more in taxes because of the way that she handled her tax situation, and she didn't necessarily get in front of it the way that she should have? I mean, it's not to say that somebody, there's many different ways to look at it. I mean, just because somebody's wealthy doesn't mean that they don't run into tax issues and could otherwise have access to less of their income than otherwise a poor person.
Okay, you mentioned an educated person, so there's a lot of educated people that have zero idea about the tax, how to serve taxes, right? Then we have people who never went to college, that are freaking geniuses. So I mean, education is a matter of what you're educated in. People like getting degrees, they start to really understand it because they start to think, okay, they get told, hey, go see this tax accountant, and all of a sudden they start to learn that. So is he educated? I mean, it's different than something you might think because it's not nothing to do with a college education, right? I'm not specifically referring to emotion, but the thing is now, like over in LA, you're going to know this here in Miami, here in Florida, here in California, anywhere along the coast, you start to see this in New York. There's people who have multiple homes, 10, 15, $20 million homes. It's their second or third home. There's people here that have $10 million condos, and they have 6 condos in 3 different buildings here. Not even exaggerating. We're talking $10 million. You're talking almost $200,000 in taxes here. I know 2 of his units that are in renovated and spent $200,000 in one. Never lived in. Talking plastic on everything 2 years later. He's paying now it was about a $6 million deal, so he's paying $120 million in taxes, right? He doesn't have any kids in the system. He rarely is here. And so we look at what he's paying in taxes. He might be not paying as much on income taxes, but everything else that he owns, he's paying some massive numbers. And that's why when you think of that, people say rich are paying a fair share. They're paying more in 1 year, despite not paying as much in income tax. And most people are going to pay a lifetime. With the subject of the road, we always hear paying their fair share. That's the big dog on the wealthy. But those guys will pay more in 1 year, even with all their tax breaks, than most of us will earn in a lifetime. So it's a skewed thing. I understand that. I'm not one to say that we should sort of raise the taxes on people or whatever. Everybody's screwed together. I'm compassionate, but we also have to have a system that helps people to climb the ladder. We encourage them to climb the ladder instead of saying when I get to the next level, oh, hey, wait, I know this happens to people. I went to 47 hours and I made less on my paycheck because I jumped to the next tax bracket. That sucks for those people. Those are the things that we need to look at. How can we change them? I was just kind of more throwing it out here. Well, don't pay their fair share things. What I'm tagging is the wealthy pay astronomical amount of taxes. It's just that the way people see the taxes.
So do you feel like maybe your friend, not to go too much into your friend's personal business, but do you feel like that could be a result of them parking money somewhere where they otherwise putting it into an avenue of investments and they were otherwise taxed for what they made on that investment? It's easier for them to park their money somewhere, pay the neighborhood association fees, pay the property taxes, but then your equity continues to grow in a way that's different from your portfolio growing and you continuing to get taxed every time it does grow?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the real estate industry here is amazing. We bought parking spots for, I think it was $60,000 a piece in a decade, or about $280,000 a piece. That's growth, right?
See my point?
Yeah.
So even with him paying property taxes on those units that are empty, and with it being a condo association paying those association fees, he may be saving money than if he weren't paying taxes, investing his money in the stock market. And then on top of that is, if you look at the money that he's making in his equity, what the home is worth, against what he paid for it, I mean, it might financially make sense for him to be doing that.
Right. You have to understand there's risk involved with everything we're saying. There's real estate, there's a huge market shift. The condos right next to that collapsed over here. Those people have lost their houses.
brisket. And even in that situation, if they were to have a devastated property and they were to get an insurance paid out, as long as they invested that right back into real estate, I don't think that they have a tax liability for that to a certain degree, right? Right, yeah. I mean, really, what here's the problem is you have some people bought a long time ago their insurance is based on the value that was. We have a problem here with people, because I think you had it happen in California as well with the wildfire. The insurance policies were based on old values. The land loans were 10 times what the home was being insured for. You can't fix the home the way it was supposed to be because the was insured. Same thing happened with a lot of people here in that situation. They bought those things in the 70s, and they went down. Insurance. Now they're going to get so much lawsuits and stuff like that. If like stuff that happened, but you're going to get $70,000 or $85,000, and this would replace a $400,000 condo, and you got to go buy. There's some people that were dealing with that in the short term. So, but you know what I mean. You guys are dead on when you look at taxes. What we're paying consumers, what most people don't realize is look into your state and just see what you're paying per gallon of gas on taxes. They make more per gallon. The state does, the government does per gallon of gas, and the oil companies do. They're killing them. That's why California's like, man, we might have to start taxing the guys for driving electric cars per mile. They make so much money on gas, on taxes, and look what that is to the average. Of course, the rich pay that too, but it's a larger portion of the income of someone that's lower. So it's a significant amount of tax, and people really understand how much tax they pay. It's scary. Now, Roger, Adams, if you guys either of you looked at the fair tax, I've read that. What did you say about the fair tax? Have you read that? The fair tax, have you read through the, it's like 30, I've been promoting that for 2 decades. Right, I remember, because when I came out with Congressman, I always said whoever runs on that, I'll vote for. The only person I've heard so far to do it was Huckabee, and every time he brought it up on the debate stage, they literally cut his mic. Well, I was hoping you should talk about it all the time. Was he one of the first ones? Yeah. I remember he had a different thing. I just didn't know that he was the fair tax at that point. But, yeah, the fair tax. Yeah, I think he's gotten far more radical since. I think it's a legit idea. And even if people rejected it, I think it's important to just have a conversation about acknowledging that the way that we tax people today is ridiculous. But more importantly, why we tax people what we tax them is because of the ridiculous runaway spending. And so having an honest conversation about spending and taxation, if we rated spending, it'd be a much easier conversation to have about taxation. Did you see that? That's exactly true. And immigrants are very, very, very low. I mean, I think 15 to 25 million is all in their coffers right now. And I'm not saying it's just immigrants. Trust me, I'm the first one to say both of them are getting money back in those channels. That's why both of them do this. I believe that they fight in public, they shut the door, and they give each other what they want. Trey Guy talked about it one time. He was asked why he left Congress. He said he wanted to leave after 2 terms, but Tim Scott came in and made a mistake because he wanted to have somebody he could trust in there. And then he left. And they asked him why did he leave. He said, "You gotta have 2 things. You gotta like it, be good at it." And everybody knows Trey's he's damn good. But what he meant was when you listen to him talk, he said it. He was, I can no longer represent South Carolina in their best interest because I am not going to give somebody else something I disagree with just so I can get something from my state. This is the stuff that happens behind closed doors. You're giving him something just so you can say things and stay out. That's the stuff that we need more transparency, less behind the door stuff, and a lot clearer. Actually, South Dakota did it for the election one year. They had someone from the left and the right sit down together, and they had to write down what each thing that they should be people were voting on in clear language. So it was very understandable. So no tricky language, and the people there loved it.
white person and there was an article where they continue spending for this disaster or another, this reason or another. They're not knowing where their government is not spending. The long, especially when we fight each other over these small issues, spending the issue that's on them. That's what they control. They have
Exactly. It's not the rich versus the poor. They have the poor versus the poor. I said the poor, not a 1%. The rest of us, they have us fighting against each other. They literally pick a little section and they pit it against each other. We go listen to Gary Mesmer. He explains it back in the beginning. Well, that from KGB, he was talking about that, saying, hey, this is what they're doing. They're pitting. We get little segments to fight amongst each other. Look what they do when something big breaks. There's a big story that they come up with that creates a big draw. They don't want the spotlight on them. They're going to tell you every chance they can, but they want to keep us fighting. They're telling us to go on the streets and fight right now. The politicians are. I mean,
Joe, I'm sorry, let me know when I respond to Corey. I respect Corey, I want to respond to him. Now is the time. Okay, so I agree with Corey completely. Here in America, half the stupidest people are MAGA, and half the stupidest people are leftists. And the MAGA idiots and the leftists battle each other. And I actually say that it's good for America that our political system is divided the morons equally in two halves, and here's why. In any country where the morons get together to set policy, the policy sucks. They vote for retarded things, like all the morons got together in Germany and they shut down all the nuclear power plants. Now Germany's economy is collapsing. In France, all the morons got together and they made it illegal for businesses to fire workers under any circumstances. So obviously businesses are leaving. In other countries, the morons got together and confiscated the wealth of the rich. And of course, we all know that turns your country into a shithole. So the genius of the American system, the beauty, the reason America is the most successful country in the world by far, is precisely because Corey is right. The angry loser shitheads in America, the morons, the retards, the jealous, angry, bitter schmucks are divided, half into MAGA, half into leftists. What that does is it allows the centrists to keep a reasonable policy, a capitalist policy. And as a result of the centrists running America, we have the highest GDP of any country. And in fact, standard of living is growing. We have automation. We have robots rolling up quickly. We have AI rolling up quickly. We have housing abundance in cities with capitalism. Cities like Boston and Minneapolis are today implementing housing abundance, and rents are falling dramatically. And finally, we are implementing self-driving cars very quickly. Now, the one thing that unifies retards, the MAGA retards and leftist retards, are unified in hating self-driving cars. I don't know why they're against self-driving cars, but they're against it. And if those retards were in charge of America, self-driving cars would be banned and 40,000 people would die. But because the retards have been defeated, we have self-driving cars in Phoenix, in Boston, in San Francisco. We are going to save 40,000 lives because the retards are divided between two groups, and we can safely tell them to fuck off. And I'm done speaking.
Yeah, I would just like to commend you for bringing up the word retard.
See, I'm just curious. You know, we're spending $20 billion. The federal government spends $20 billion a day. About $13 billion of that is taxed and generated by the IRS. We are spending $7 billion a day that we have to borrow. How much is too much? And have the American people voted to spend on this $7 billion that they have to borrow daily? I mean, how do we cut the spending? Thank you, Dr. T.
Well, it was interesting when they talked to the people who put the fair tax together. And it was tweaked over the years because there were some things that they were going to do. Well, we got to help people that live below the poverty line. We'll figure out who's at the poverty line. But that costs too much money. It's easier to send everybody a check or whatever it is, right? No, people don't like that because the person gets a check for $128. It's cheaper to give them a check than it is to have a bunch of people in Washington, D.C. and every state trying to figure out who deserves a check, right? So you're just going to send them. But anyway, the long story was they went to the Fortune 500
to do it. They reach out to the workforce. And I know there's people that do this because the company that I used to run was doing it. So I never with Iowa. These guys come here and work their tail off for how many months and they go back, right? We could be doing that, helping a lot more people. We could be bringing them people to work. We could be saying a lot of different things.
We have those people here. And this is what I'm saying. There should be a skid row, okay, to sharecropping pipeline at this point. Okay, all of those people are getting sober, and instead of them spazzing out on the sidewalks of Los Angeles, what affordable housing and share neighborhoods and put them to work, pick up tomatoes. You think that these are all decrepit men that are living in those tents? Some of them are able-bodied 30-year-olds, 20-year-olds, get them sober. They can't go into the military, but they can definitely pick tomatoes. So I mean, I feel like this is. Corey, have you ever saw some of the buildings I had to go and audit when I was working in conventional housing? And seeing what the city is paying for these units, what people's individual contribution are, and what they're collecting from the actual, the person living in it, the occupant, and what the landlord is actually charging, for somebody to live there. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, people's kids in America are going to dorms where they're like sardine cans. You have affordable housing in mid-city Los Angeles with mops on the walls, full Carrera marble freaking, barbecue grills in common areas, rooftop pools that look to freaking Beverly Hills. Like, it's absolutely disgusting, and the city is paying $3,100 a month per person. The people only have to go in there and pay $200. What renters do? It's disgusting. We're subsidizing this shit.
Absolutely. And you can feel like you hear what we're doing when we have people buying people out of contracts in the Carolinas, rental contracts, so that they can in turn rent them out to the insurance companies to poor people that were displaced in 4 times the rate. I know because people were reaching out for this stuff. I want to, jump in on some things up there. It's great money making. However, in the end, when they're doing that, it's just costing us because our insurance rates are going through the roof. So when you say this, everything is doing this. It's just a constant. None of it makes any sense. There's no logic to it, and that's the thing. Until we start figuring out ways to make it more logical, people are always going to screw the system. Our government, dude. The same way you're saying, I believe that the laws of Warren just didn't think that this was all private funded getting affordable housing. There's ways to do it. And I think they should do a hell of a lot better job with it. I'm with you 100% on getting people off the streets and putting them to work. There's a lot of people.
That's what I'm saying. Get them out of the tents, get them sober, relocate them to the sections of California that are more agricultural. Okay, they don't have liquor stores in every corner, right? They don't have lottery bars and bodegas and all this other bullshit. Get them sober, get them to work, get them on a program, put them in, through distance online education, getting their high school diplomas, and doing distance education towards the community college. That to me is good money spent. But putting them in a $70 million building and subsidizing their rent while they continue to put needles in their arms, that is not something that I'm willing to subsidize.
Most of people are not functional. It's not just a drug.
The majority is drug induced. It's substance abuse induced.
No. The mental illness got me.
I'm speaking specifically for Los Angeles. For somebody who lives here, it's because his best don't have any damn home. A lot of kids that come from freaking other places and they're going to get famous. They run out of places to come from. They end up getting strung out and drunk and high in the streets. That's how the average young person is homeless in California. Okay, so I mean, it's about Akima. Maybe the causation and the is different where you are, but it's an issue here in California, which speaks for the majority of the issue of homelessness in America, because California has the most homeless people in freaking America.
Well, because people migrate there from there because they might not stay in the native California.
And that's my point.
Another thing, like you see them here in Washington, like when you see people acting crazy, it's not because of the drugs, it's because of the mental illness. Like drugs don't like you smoking crack, it don't make you just go act like crazy. No, you have a mental illness thing, yeah. So you're definitely missing that part. So these people are not going to be able to just go get cleaned up and go work this job. They are mentally ill. They are mentally ill.
So again, I say a pipeline program to where you get people off the streets, you get them institutionalized, you get them medicated, get them sober, okay, and reintroduce them into society through an agricultural program. So I mean, I refuse to believe that the species of human beings, as strong as we are, that we have this many people that are too mentally ill to work. We need to stop this.
Agricultural programs sound so close to slavery. It's like another word for slavery. Agricultural program.
Somebody's got to get vegetables and fruits that came up. Was this any different than the job that people were screaming and complaining about that got defunded on your side aisle? How is this business model any different than the job?
They're saying the same thing about the NFL. So when do we stop this? I mean, what he's talking about is creating a program. It's no different than the electricians. Jocko, anything. You literally have a system that you go through. If you want to be a journeyman electrician and eventually be able to start your own business, you're going to go through this whole program, and there's a reason for it. Because if you don't do it right, people die, right? Now, not all things require as strict as the electrician's program. Plumbing, there's other things out there. There's a lot of different things that they can do, that they can have literally, like he's saying, programs for. I'm telling you, it would be real simple. And I know they did this back where I used to live. They had people in the community that were accountants that would literally go and like one night a week for a month, they would teach a course, and they'd have a different one. But they did this to teach people in the community different things, finances, investing, mortgages, different things. So they're learning it in the street. All you have to do is show up. And they're getting a tax break for doing it. What's that?
We need landscapers. That's one thing that I don't think that California exploits enough. We don't have enough freaking landscapers. Okay, everybody is complaining about the fire brush and clearing brush and all that. Who's going to do this? So, I mean, at the end of the day, we need to utilize the resources that we have. We have a lot of able-bodied people, okay, that yes, need to go through a program and be able to become sufficient enough to hold down a job. But we have a lot of able-bodied people to be able to assist in this effort as a society. Sorry, everyone should not go to ITT Tech and get a job and get $100,000 a year working computers. Yes, that's the American dream, and maybe this is one step out of the tent for a lot of these people to where they can hold down one job in agriculture, save up money, use those community college programs, and get themselves into the tech field and grow and scale. So it's not enough for our grandparents' generation or our great-grandparents' generation to do the same thing that I'm explaining. It should be good enough for us.
The quick question, who gonna pay these people? What are they gonna pay these people? Are they gonna get something like $10, $12 an hour? Because the farmers can't pay these people. So once these people get rehabilitated and the ones that's mentally fit to work, what's gonna be their salary? It's not gonna be the same salary that the legal immigrants getting. I'm sure not $2, $3 an hour. It's gonna be at least $10, $12. That's gonna raise food prices for everyone. Everybody complains about food prices. Really, what do we want? What do Americans really want? Because right now, it's kind of like.
Hold on. For one, they should pay the minimum wage, and they should build modest housing to scale to support for these agricultural places where the need is there. Okay, they should return these luxury properties in the city limit to conventional market. Okay, allow those people to work a minimum
were doing, paying for their houses. But what came in, we had illegal immigration come in, suppress the wages down to $12 an hour. Okay, those guys, like I said, will work from sun up to sundown, Monday through Sunday. But we fight for, we've got to have laws that say they can't make us work that long. Well, these other people saying, I'll do it, and I'll do it for less. And then now what we're doing is suppressing the wages, right? So that happens. Now, do you think the cost of the buildings really were going down? No, they weren't. It was just a battle slowly. They went down a little than I had, but it was just a competition, just trying to get into the other person. Look into the pork industry. They were paying very well. Go work there, $18, $19 an hour in an area that the average wage is 12 to 13 for getting a door at a I call it a CVS. I don't have those there, but like a little grocery store, or these rural areas that don't have big stuff, but they're $12 to $13 an hour. You get into the ag world, and you can make decent money. Now, are you going to go out there and make six figures? No, but you're not living in a place you need to. You can buy a house up where that was for, at that point, like 6, 7 years ago, $80,000 to $120,000. Now, it's not a big, beautiful house, but it's a house that's decent. So, why? To say that they can't survive on a wage there, and that's going to drive everything up. That's not the case. They're already paying really good at some of these places. In the manufacturing segment, it was $12 to $13 an hour, $14 an hour. Jumped it up to probably 17, 18 now. 7, 8 years later. But when you have a large population coming in and saying, "Well, we'll work for less," you're suppressing these wages that everybody was watching naturally go up, right? So what happens is people have this false assumption that, ag industry, whether they, you kind of call it slave labor or whatever, I don't know. It's only that way if you're not getting paid enough to really satisfy your needs. And not everybody can work in the tech industry, because guess what's coming? AI. They might be the people who went to school for tech might be the ones from the outside looking in pretty soon.
Why is it everybody keeps belaboring these points about agriculture when it comes to paying people less? But then these are the same people where every time you go out of town, you stay home, right? I mean, you go to a restaurant, right? You don't think that those industries have been notorious for exploiting people and paying them, pennies on the dollar? So why is it agriculture is always the escape route for the employment exploitation? I just don't get it.
It's because it's an easy attack. We need food. We need food, right? I mean, I know this. I know the farmers very, very, very well. They had people working on their farm, and they weren't getting paid pennies. Now, they were driving a weird truck. Now, let's be real, trucks aren't cheap. But they didn't go have some big fancy house. They lived a modest life, and that's a lot of what it is in rural living. It's a modest life. But those people were making a good wage. I never heard them complain about it. Knew them, talked with them. Sure, everybody liked to make more money, but they also know when the losses come. Guess who eats that? A farmer. So he's got to make money, because there's going to be years where he takes a loss. But ag is the easy thing. They want to attack it because they always want to bring it up as, the food prices. No, it's going to cost you more.
Let me tell you something, Corey. I've been saying this since. Hold on. Let me just say this really.
I just find it fascinating that people who do good for themselves, but complain about the government and how much things cost, and trying to give jobs to crazy people or poor people, and tell them to work for minimum wage, and figuring out how they can make it work. Like, y'all got to all figure out how they can make it work off minimum wage, but y'all making $30, $40, $50, $60, $70 an hour, but y'all complaining. Think about that. Like, think about you telling people in the same world to figure out how to live off minimum wage while you making 50 times that amount. It's fascinating.
All right, I'm going to help you out here. What do you do when you're making lower wages? Most of the time, that's an entry-level position. You should thrive in your position. Get there early, do your job, ask what else can be done. There's a book called QBQ. It's worth the reading. Everybody should read it. It talks about a guy. He was a busboy. This guy taking care of a busboy. That guy needs a train. What do you need, sir? I'm going to get it. No. Hey, what do you need? Oh, let me get your refill. This kid was running around like a maniac, helping everybody. The guy comes back a few months later and has to talk to the busboy. He's not here. Long story short, he's the manager of the place now.
How did that kid go from busboy to manager in a matter of 6 months or whatever it was? Worked his ass off. Okay? And it's proof that all you have to do is show up, do your job, and you're going to crawl up the platform. I literally heard 2 people talking in Walmart about it. One, she started crawling up the ladder. She's telling her friend, now listen to this, telling her friend what you have to do. It's what you want. It's being a little uncomfortable, maybe, but you can crawl up the ladder. It's just a starting point. We're not asking anybody to stay at minimum wage. Nobody should stay at minimum wage. It's a beginner's platform, right? What's going to happen when AI replaces all the people in the tech world? Their degree goes out the window. They're going to have to take a big hit in their pay and go find somewhere else. But watch them, they will, and they will crawl their way back up. I mean, to say that we're expecting people to work for minimum wage is a joke. Let's pay more for our food. Let's pay people more. We're figuring it out in California. What they do is raise it up to $20 an hour. Let's find out how many jobs get cut. You want to know who the number one? They said number one demographic that's most affected when they raise wages or when they raise minimum wage on fast food. Black single mothers. Look it up. They're out there working their asses. Someone working 2 jobs. They get their hours cut. They get cut loose. You can't just raise it up blindly. Go look and see what fast food costs now. When they do that, the cost of fast food goes through the roof. Okay, great. People are eating, they're paying. That's what happens is we want to pay more people more money. It's going to cost all of us more. Stuff it up and I was going to go in.
Do you think some of that cost, Corey? Like, I hear you. Yeah, start entry level. And of course, there's very limited growth for everybody to get a piece, but I guess that's what I'm is. What about, do you think part of enabling minimum wage to go up would be potentially trying to address CEOs that are making 100 times the salary of their lowest earner in their company?
I think it could be some of that, but you also have to look at the guy who's at the top is there for a reason because he's damn good at it. He's turned a company. Yeah, and I don't know the obvious numbers, but he's still out there. All of a sudden, what did he take from 100?
There's different sacrifice and risk. You like people as in an entry level position. Being a CEO of a certain company, you could end up having to fly to Washington to testify in front of Congress. To go to New York Southern District, and have to go into federal court and answer ultimately for, a network of what people entry level did in terms of exposing the company to liability. So, I mean, there's just, the stakes are just simply higher. I think the CEOs should be paid what they're paid. I mean, what are we talking about? People get caught up in just the everyday and the discomfort of what they have to go through as opposed to the stakes of what their position means, the overall sacrifice behind it, and the overall liability in holding that type of position.
Yeah, and you know this happens too. I mean, me as the general manager of a company, my job didn't stop at 5 o'clock. It never stopped. I was just specifically told, you represent the company 24/7, 365. That's it. Everywhere you go, always remember that. You're the face of the company. So I didn't get to go up at 5 o'clock and just go hit the freaking bar, get drunk, and act a big deal, right? No, my job's done. Cut. Whole play. Guy just gets caught with what? Some other chick, not his wife, lost his job. I mean, would you be okay with the average worker losing his job because he cheated on his wife? Most people would say no. The CEO did. Nobody cares though, right? Because he's a CEO, he made plenty of money.
Business, right? You raise the prices incorrectly in certain type of industries or in certain type of areas, and you go to jail. You know what I mean? Like it's very different in the level of exposure behind your decision making that is different from a CEO than that of an entry level employee. I'm sorry. Yeah, in certain industries it may be a little bit different, but for the most part, that's why the expectation is that CEOs are just simply more.
That was maybe you or Roger noticed. They always tout this one as having a higher minimum wage in America. But the reality is, when you dig into it, there actually is no minimum wage. The government doesn't set a standard minimum wage there. Which, what does that do? Now you literally have the companies vying for the best workers, so they pay more and a little bit more. Well, I gotta outdo them, so they pay a little bit more, right? Here, you literally have a company start up, and they know there's a workforce out there that's not skilled. I can start it. I don't know what it is right now. What is
There is a federal minimum wage. What are you talking about?
Here, but there's a country. I don't remember if it was the Netherlands or where it is, but everybody talks about how their minimum wage is higher than ours. But when you dig into it, there is no federal minimum wage there. It's just naturally lifted itself because.
Well, Roger made a very good point earlier, Corey. You know, minimum wage is it's all based on skill set, just the nature of the job that the work that you're performing. So I mean, when you look at minimum wage, somebody working at McDonald's was a job that was designed for people to raise families on. Now I understand that situations happen, people get sick, people lose their job, they have to have something in between this question. Maybe perhaps the holidays they want to get something extra. But the reality is the nature of that type of work and the skill set that's required behind it, where it would make sense for somebody to hold that job in a profession that's consistent with raising a family and protecting. That's just reality.
And that's kind of where I was going to start going earlier, and I kind of just stopped. But we have people that live beyond their means too. As America, 90% of the country lives beyond its means.
Well, what does that mean? So it's not just what you're earning versus what you're spending, but it's also the skill that you have and the taste that you acquired. You see what I'm saying? And that's where I go back into, people who can barely speak English, not from, English being their second language, but I'm talking about kids that were born here in America. There's always full of rows where people feel like, they should have reparations and they should have a brand new Bentley in their driveway, but they can barely speak English. What do your skill sets demand for you to acquire certificates, to know and guarantee that you have some level of skills to be able to successfully acquire gains from those skills?
Hey, can I just recite what the Declaration of Independence says? The phrase "eat out their substance" means to exploit and impoverish the colonists by draining their resources and wealth. Eat out their substance. That's what our government is doing to us with income taxes, property taxes, sales taxes, import taxes. All these taxes are eating out our substance. They are taking from us what we create, what we produce. And it's insane. The government is literally spending $1 billion an hour. The federal government is basically spending $1 billion an hour. Do you think maybe $500 million an hour is substantial to fund federal operations? I mean, does it have to be $1 billion every single hour? Could it maybe be like $750 million an hour? Because I just get the feeling that spending on our behalf $1 billion an hour, it's just a little too much. Maybe like 20% cut, 30% cut. You think it's possible?
I talked about this before COVID. I think the budget was like 3.9 or 3.8 or 3.8 trillion, something like that. Okay, we put in $3 trillion to help with all of the COVID spending, sending out checks to everybody to give them extra money since they were staying at home. They had to eat more or something. I don't know what they did before, but anyway, they did that. COVID's done. The budget's $6.9 trillion. We never lost that $3 trillion. It just happened to stay in there. And I would love to know where and why. But nobody's asking. Nobody's demanding answers. Now, that was last year's budget coming into this year. Right? Now, most assuredly, this next year's budget is going to be even higher yet. Right? It's going to be money cut, even though we cut, we had Doge in there, Doge. Having him to be in there for a limited number of days is never going to get the job done. That job should be a 24/7, 365 job. Get it done. I loved when you hear people that were attacking these people because some of them were young. These guys are prodigies. These guys have done more by 19, 20 years
saying it starts from people feel like it starts from the top down. It goes from the bottom up. When we adopt a society to where we take our own spending seriously as a society, and that's why I went back to my question about what does living outside of your means. Because yes, financial resources are one part of means, but the ability to cultivate those financial resources are another side of means. So until we develop healthy attitudes and congruency with both, I don't think that anybody's going to have any type of meaningful voting power to compel anybody who has control over our government spending and correcting that issue. Does that make sense, Brian?
Absolutely. I just, unfortunately right now, we go back to what we talked about a little while ago, where they keep people battling each other. Maybe that was on a different camera, but keep people battling. What are we talking about here? When they have us battling, they can continue to do what they want to do. We continually put people, let's just use Maxine Waters. I can't remember the guy's name that ran against her, but he lived in the community that she represents. He served 2 tours in Iraq. The house that, he had literally game shows on a map is several miles away, not in that district. But yet they kept putting her in. And yet he showed all the statistics, the crime, all the stuff that had happened, unemployment, everything down. He had done nothing for them and they keep putting her in. But you have somebody who lives in your community and you don't put them in. And that's all because of government money. Let's be real. They're putting the money in there to put people in there. And until the voters, if the vote even matters anymore, until they start saying, no, we're not accepting that, we're putting in, I'm going to be honest, I think AOC's an idiot, but I'd rather see her in there than some of these other people who come in, get somebody who really represents you, who you believe sees things like you, that God has values like you, and all of a sudden you start changing it again from the bottom up. Because we aren't going to convince a politician to go cut $3 trillion out of the budget. They're just going to say it's impossible.
You're right. Because again, given the attitudes of the average consumer and the average American, they don't see the importance of even making that request of seeing a need to cut back that spending.
Well, let's go further. What is our GDP? Okay, sure, it's constantly growing, but let's think about what it would be if we were manufacturing. But everybody says, well, we can't manufacture. Wrong. A large chunk of our GDP last quarter came from manufacturing. Oh, and I think it's 75%. It's close to 75% of manufacturers in this country are under 19 employees. We're manufacturing like crazy. We just outsource the big manufacturing to bigger companies over where China. If you look at the buy local, you ever hear them explain buying local? You buy how it goes through your local economy, how many times over? It's a residual effect of it compounding that starts to make a difference. And until we start bringing manufacturing back and demanding more, this is going to be a continual process, because guess what? Manufacturers actually pay pretty well. 93% of manufacturers in the United States are giving their employees health insurance. Now imagine that, all these people that are complaining about you don't need a whole lot of skill. They will train you to manufacture whatever it is they're doing. And we could literally start putting people in positions where they can build themselves a future, work themselves up a ladder, become a manager, become a general manager. But until we start bringing jobs back, and we're okay with outsourcing, let them build it. You're okay with literally, you're fine.
It's not a matter of okay with outsourcing, Corey. It's a matter of like our generation, like the millennial and the newest generation going into the job market, they don't have any interest in staying and building a career by ascending into those positions. They don't.
Listen, can't we all just agree that there's one problem, and it's a major problem, and it's your government? It's not your generation. It's not your fellow citizen. It's your government, which is literally ruining the party. They are they're a silent partner that puts up no money in your business, but yet demands revenue from your business, and they're eating up the substance of your life. It's been like this, but it's only going to get worse, because 25 years of growing this debt from 9/11 to 2025 at $40 trillion, ladies and gentlemen, it only gets worse from here unless, we do something. There's some type of reform or some type of consolidation or negotiation. Like America, the government is going to have to negotiate these debts. There's going to be a debt settlement.
I'm sure you don't even as people, okay? If you have a bunch of irresponsible people that don't recognize what's happening and control their spending themselves, you're not going to get the government on board with making better decisions for those people.
I'm just saying that, if you talk to McZed on here, he believes there's going to be a debt jubilee. Well, if the debt jubilee is in 2050, but we just keep growing the debt, from 2025 for the next 25 years, which is the most likely outcome. I mean, this is why I'm running for Congress. We have to raise a stink and raise the conscious awareness of the fact that we are kicking the can. This is not a kick the can down the game, road to play. If you played the game, kick the can when you were a kid, it's. I'm just saying that we have to accurately diagnose and describe the situation, and we can't just revert back down to, our fellow citizens suck, therefore our government sucks. That's not a solution, and that's not optimism, and that's not intelligence. And I don't think that accurately describes the situation. I think your fellow citizen is inherently intelligent, but they have been duped and they have been fed a bunch of fucking lies, and they are hyper conditioned to accept a set of rules which are completely unfair. The founding fathers, as Mojo said earlier, went to war over a tea tax, which literally, I think at the time it was like 40,000 pounds. It was like nothing. It was like $1 a day they were fighting over. It wasn't even that much. It's the principle of taxation and getting to keep what you produce. If they're taking 60% of what you create, that's not freedom or liberty. That's indentured servitude. That's slavery, and it sucks. And it's only going to get worse for these next generations because the debt pile has grown so high. It will demand the population to service it.
And that's why they silence everybody that's really talking about the fair tax. One of the first questions that politicians ask was, how does that create more revenue? Blockading and putting up security around memorials and parks that are not manned. But when the government shuts down, now you're going to man them and keep people from going in. This is the kind of the lunacy that we have running this country. And until we start demanding things like the fair tax, guess what? It's 33 pages long. When you go to work, 100% of your paycheck comes home with you. You pay tax once. You get rid of the IRS. Go look at how much the IRS costs us each year. Okay? Ridiculous. You get rid of it. Don't need it. Why? Because we already have a system in place to do the job that needs to be done. It's called the Department of Revenue. They collect excise tax already. The same people collecting excise taxes are the businesses. It's paid at the end. They went through and broke down what it would cost. The cost savings would be, I think on construction, it's 28%. That's what construction costs would go down by eliminating or by implementing the fair tax. There's no cost. There's no more doing taxes April 15th. There's no more write-offs for big companies. Everybody should like that, right? If you have to buy a new truck, it's the cost of doing business. Sorry, but you're not paying any taxes. You get to buy that truck tax-free. Your product gets taxed at the very end. And we pay that. We pay it one time, and you know what you're paying. They started doing that. They started running out of those numbers. All these accounts of the biggest companies are like, the system makes too much sense. That's why the guy who wrote it, helped write it, that Congress will never pass it. He was a member of Congress. He said they'll never pass it because it takes away their power, their influence. Now they can't go and say, hey, give you a tax and kick back to my campaign. This is what we got to get rid of because that's where it's all going wrong.
Well, it's been a kicking the can down the road for a very long time. But honestly, there's this movement to end the Fed, and if they end the Fed and they deconsolidate it, and let's say they absorb it into the United States Treasury, and let's say we go back to a gold standard or a silver standard, and we have hard money assets versus infinite fiat currency printing. it creates this double jeopardy or this double bind for us, where it gives us the ability as an elected representative to go to essentially a third party and you know borrow on behalf of the people in an exorbitant amount. We have to remove the temptation, in my opinion. You could say that temptation is a great resource, but the truth is it's immoral. It's unsound and immoral, currency manipulation. And I love how Trump, in his first administration, kept saying that China's the biggest currency manipulator in the world. It's so ironic. It's like a perfect example of projection. They're not the biggest currency manipulator. We, the United States of America, and our Federal Reserve, which isn't really ours, I mean, supposedly. So I'm just saying that we have to remove the immoral temptation. If the Congress and the Treasury administered over the budget and drafted the currency as opposed to using this third party, it has perpetuated us into the position where we're at now. I mean, imagine if we created a new Federal Reserve and we called it the United States Treasury, American Reserve System. I mean, what's to stop us from creating a competitor with the Federal Reserve? Because it's so unnatural and inauthentic to begin with. I mean, in my opinion, internally in the United States of America, we should launch economic opportunity zones, just like how Saudi Arabia, Dubai, United Emirates, those cities that flourished out of nowhere, we create essentially an America 2.0 internally with a new set of rules and a new arrangement, which is the preparation for an eventual collapse of what we could call the United States government and the fiat currency system. I think, if we're going to be innovators, and in big business, they have these angel, what is it? There's a term for this, like in, big tech or evangelists, essentially. We need entrepreneurial evangelists for the government because they're that irresponsible. I mean, there has to be some type of preparation, for a new constitution and a new internal government within the country for economic development purposes, tax-free zones, in preparation, for a potential collapse. I mean, this is like essentially creating a new corporation, knowing that the previous one is eventually going to go into default and bankruptcy and liquidation. It's an idea. I mean, what do you think about that concept, Mojo? Is to prepare a new America, to make preparations for it. Corey, what do you think? Do you think it's a viable idea to create a new spin-off, a new business out of a dying business, which is drowning in debt, and it's only going to increase the debt?
I think it's definitely change things up. And that should have never been more clear than, and I don't remember who it was, if it was Schumer, I don't remember who it was, but they made the comment about, of course, paying more taxes or whatever because they can spend it better than we can. That should have been the first sign right there what the real agenda was. I don't care what side it was, maybe it was conservative. I just thought it was Schumer, but that should have been the first sign. It's time to out with the old and with the new, and we do need to change things up. I don't know that the two-bucket system is officially efficient at all. I don't know that any of the other ones out there are any better. But yeah, I would be all for burning it down, keeping the Constitution, keeping everything in place, burning it down, starting over. I think a lot of our, let's be real, like Reduce Radio about the Department of Education, our scores have gone down since we had it. Why is this acceptable? Why are we not going to the countries that lead in math and science? What are you doing? What are we going to do different? If we're not leading, we should be asking why not. We should be figuring it out. We spend more than anybody on education. And so, to me, that's why I don't mind burning some of this stuff down to the ground. Because you have to. You've got people are mad about the outcomes.
Hold on. Our higher education is still better because we have a bunch of people that shouldn't have never had kids sitting there fucking children to a classroom, and then you don't give any, tools to the teachers to rein those little brats in. So yeah, there's a lot of fuck ups in K through 12, but the people that do pay attention, they get an opportunity to go to the greatest university system on the planet. I mean, it's expensive, but there's nowhere in the world that has better universities than we do.
That's one thing that I do really respect about what you said earlier, Robert, about that whole charity, non-charity fiasco, is that, there are very few people that complain about these things that actually do something about it. And I feel like those are mainly the same type of people that, otherwise, instead of complaining and not doing something about it, could otherwise be helping their kids with their homework and improving their test scores. I'm not saying euphoria, I'm saying it like in general, just in general. You know what I mean?
So if they, I was going to say, if they do get rid of the Department of Education, like here in Chicago, the Chicago public school system has a $750 million deficit right now. So, that money is basically just like a transfer from the federal government to states, and they redistribute it. But we're already paying 65% of our property taxes to the teachers and to the facilities to manage this educational system. I mean, how the fuck is it not enough money already just from property taxes? How is the Department of Education backdropping and filling these budget gaps that these cities and states don't already have enough money from property taxes? So
here's the problem: is that between the pensions and between the cost of running the public school system is astronomical, and that's why school choice is so important. Because if you want to really compare what is more efficient, you have to look at how much money actually makes it into the classroom. And by into the classroom, that means on materials and the salary of the teacher. When you look at like the pension, the retirement fund, and you look at construction, and you look at all of those administrative fees, it's fucking insane. That's why school choice is so fucking important.
Jason, if you were made president of the United States of America, what would you do for we the people?
Guns for everybody. I would declare everyone in the militia. And, none of the gun laws would apply to them anymore. But that's just the first thing.
So what would you do? Would you just send out a voucher that they would go cash in to get a gun?
No, I'd just say, look, you're on the militia now, so if you need any paperwork, let me know. And then you can go to FN or, Barrett or whoever, and you want the 50 cal machine gun, sure, you can get it. ATF will process that for all of our militia members, right? So the idea is I introduce a new, plane of the law. And and the idea is look, okay, sure, people are banned from buying guns, but not if they're in some kind of federal service, they're not. And I'm going to put everyone in federal service. So there you go. But then I'd also fix the school system and introduce the school of the forest. We build all the schooling around combat engineering. The kids would spend a lot of time outside. We would have physics, but it would be okay, we're going to build this structure with wood and put all these sandbags on it. When is it going to collapse? Kids, we got to figure this out. So we introduce all the math and equations in the context of that. And okay, girls would be bored, but who the hell cares about girls anyway? They always figure things out on their own. So yeah. I don't know. They wouldn't get bored until probably 15.
So how would you adjust the budgets, Jason?
It may not be possible to do, but I would also try to kill all the social services, but I would try to do it gradually. Social Security tax will go down, I don't know, a tenth every year. The benefit will go down in some scalable way. So hopefully within 20 years, like, no one is on Social Security and no one expects to be on it and no one paid very much for it. And same thing with Medicare, Medicaid. I mean, we just have to stop trying to pay for all these kind of things via the government. You know, it's not that, I mean, should people have pensions? Yes. Should they have retirement? Yes. Should the government give them pensions and retirement? I don't see why. Same thing for health insurance. I mean, you can have a private health insurance system that's functional. I don't see why we did this exactly. But, I would get in there and obviously there would be a lot of details and I would have to sit down and pencil before I could really say anything definite. But my sketch, yeah, go ahead.
I got a question. So if the government can print the money to be able to spend $2 trillion more each year than we collect in taxes, isn't that evidence that we don't need to collect taxes?
Well, I mean, but the government would just print even more money if we don't collect taxes. See, that the printing of the money is another tax, right? It's
correct.
It is, yeah,
correct. So what if we just what if we just gave people a vacation from taxes and just said, well, hey, we're going to fund the government with just printing money. Why don't do that?
Well, that would be efficient. I think it would be a very regressive tax. It would hurt most the holders of cash, and it would effectively be a massive tax on the poor people, as you have in the top there. And poor people who have, moderately poor people who have any cash, obviously. That's the real problem with it, because the salaries are not going to go up to keep pace with it, I guess, unless we get used to that inflation. Which who knows what that would be? It'd be like 5% inflation or something. Something, higher than we have now. Our inflation is actually higher than we say it is, but take the real inflation and move it up that much as well. And so it would hurt holders of cash if it doesn't. Right? And it is, I mean, a pretty generic tax on the economy for everything. Whereas I would hope good tax policy would tax specific things specifically, but maybe you disagree.
I don't know if I agree or disagree. I know that what we're doing today is not sustainable. And I think the more that we talk about that, the better the chances are that we come up with a solution that might actually work. But I'm of the opinion that we need to immediately try to start fixing it, or we should accelerate the collapse. I think the worst choice is to just keep doing what we're doing today.
Yesterday you kept using the term a slow death, and I got to tell you, I think that's actually the optimal way to service the debt is to die slowly. I mean, think about your own personal life. Would you rather live a long time, and make it to 90? And I mean, you see the logic in that? It's basically frugality. So I think that's the optimal way to go, and I think that's what the status quo really is. It is a slow death, and then when you die, it's a surprise.
That works for an individual that's slowly dying. But when you're talking about an economy, what's going to happen is when it does accelerate, when it gets to a point that it is accelerating, and then the collapse comes, we're creating the conditions where our kids or our grandkids are the ones that are going to have to suffer for our foolishness.
No, I agree. It's not responsible. I don't know if you've ever actually started a business, but I've launched and started many different businesses, and it is not easy. And anyone on this stupid app who, is for government borrowing and spending and has never actually started a business, all they've ever done is be an employee or some federal wage earner their whole life. They had absolutely. Now, Elon Musk said this in a speech when he was helping Trump. He said people have no idea how hard it is to create value, real value, and to make a profit, let alone with all the regulation and compliance you need to adhere to successfully run a business. A good example would be a pizza parlor. It's a very simple business. You make a pizza, you warm it up, you sell a slice of pizza, or you sell a whole pie. Most people will never in their life ever create any kind of business, that's an actual storefront. Maybe they'll have some kind of digital shop or something, but it is very difficult to actually start a successful business that's legal and that's not deceptive or fraudulent. So to think that we're fucking 37 trillion in debt, spending $1 billion an hour, and there's no recourse. But that's why I say there have to be some kind of debt resolution, an agreement, a meeting of the minds between the borrowers and the lenders, aka our elected representatives. So, I'm just saying maybe there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. This is what I was going to ask you, Mojo, is do you think the Federal Reserve and dollars and debt is actually just another form of political communication? Because it's my belief that we don't have to fear dollars or money. It's all essentially communication. When we start stabbing each other and shooting each other over debt, okay, then we have a civil war and we have a problem. But in the meantime, do you think it's basically political rhetoric?
It's not just that. I think there's more to it. I think that it's it's just a problem that we've delayed. We're going to delay dealing with the problem, and so I don't think it's just communication. I think it's an action which we're going to be waiting for the reaction, and I think the reaction is going to be pretty scary.
Well, what is the reaction of the Federal Reserve or of the U.S. government? I mean, and do you think there is an actual separation between those two organizations?
They claim that there's a separation, but there certainly is a lot of influence. I mean, these conversations between Powell and Trump have been illuminated. If it's separate from the federal government, then why does the president have so much goddamn influence? I'm in the Fed camp.
Well, I like how Trump says, Chairman Powell's a very angry person. So, he's punking him and he's doing a great job of it. But he didn't budge. He didn't drop the rates. Why does one guy, supposedly his board of governors, get to determine this artificial rate? Why can't we have a market rate? So it's an artificial system. It's a monopoly, and it's, do as you're told. And that's what it is. It's a cartel, and it's, we gave them their charter to do it. I mean, why can't Congress and the American people get behind revoking their charter and return the power of the purse strings, to our elected representatives as opposed to an unelected, cartel? I mean, did you ever vote for a chairman of the Federal Reserve? I never have. I would like that opportunity.
I understand the argument behind it being a cartel and that, but do you think that giving that money being issued by decree of Congress is a sensible alternative? I mean, yes, they're democratically elected, but can you imagine shenanigans?
But I would rather own the personal responsibility of that debt and not have this double jeopardy or this, opportunity to do currency manipulation. I mean, there's no ethics, there's no morals. It's literally $1 billion an hour. That's what they're spending, but they're only taking in, a fraction of that. So it's none of this is in the Constitution. It's not in our primary charter. We're doing a lot of extra shit that there's absolutely no authority to do. And we seem to have given away the authority as if it's a right or they're guaranteed this authority. There's no guarantees to these authorities. It is the will of the people.
So who do you think's more at fault here? If we had to point blank, would you throw it all the way back to Woodrow Wilson and the creation of these systems, or would you blame Nixon for taking us off the gold standard?
No, basically, philosophically speaking, the now is this compression. So the Constitution wasn't written in 1776. It's written now. The charter for the Federal Reserve is written now. All these things can be changed now. And so I think, with Nixon and the gold reserve, the interesting thing about Nixon is if you look at the stock market growth, Nixon is the only U.S. president that the stock market didn't have a positive year and great growth. Clinton had the greatest growth. So what does that tell you? The Federal Reserve was doing quantitative easing, is most likely doing quantitative easing during the greatest stock market growth periods, which is the inflation of the money supply. Only under Nixon did the stock market not have a great, annual return on investment. It's because he didn't inflate the money supply. So there's a lot of illusion when it comes to the stock market. If the Federal Reserve wants to increase the money supply, they just start buying equities and everybody's portfolio goes up and then people start liquidating and getting cash out. So there's a lot of manipulation that the Federal Reserve does. And when they tell Congress, don't give us monetary policy advice and we won't give you fiscal advice, this is a private cartel. It's totally in the shadows. All these meetings, none of this is on the record. They have no transparency and they're totally shielded from elected representatives doing any kind of forensic auditing or accounting on their behalf. They don't have an outside accounting firm or an auditor coming in to audit them because they control the politics. This is why I say it all goes back to political communication. The dollar is really a network of communication. The dollar is a communication instrument primarily. The Federal Reserve creates nothing. They don't manufacture anything. So what are they really doing as an organization? They are a communication organization. That's their primary goal. That's what they really do, which is communication. And Chairman Powell has some he has bad moments where he lets shit slip and he's angry and he pretends like he's this robot that just says these are our primary tools of intervention. Have you ever heard him speak? He speaks. It's politically accommodating for him to speak like a robot, to pretend like he's not even a real human being. Because if he slips up and he gets angry and he gets frustrated, and all that kind of lets the American people know like something here isn't right. That this doesn't seem to be natural. This isn't organic. This isn't in our founding charter and in our Constitution. So again, that's why I say now is all important. We need to put the spotlight on the Federal Reserve and flood it with light so we can get more transparency into who they are, what they're doing, and the syndicate with the Congress. I mean, this is like a RICO trial. Like all these fuckers should be brought up on RICO charges for being involved in a conspiracy. They're spending money that we're not taking in, and we're not voting for this. It's totally unrepresented taxation. It's anti-American. It's anti-constitutional. I mean, I'm not even a fucking lawyer, but this is my opinion.
Adam, what do you?
It's a bloody mess. I think that Jubilees are interesting ideas. I don't understand the West's, and this goes back to ancient times. The West's infatuation was serving the creditor class at all costs.
to say one thing. I don't know if any of you have ever done sportsbook betting, but I know somebody here in Chicago that had a private book, and I witnessed the immoral behavior that happens when you have a private debt book. And so try to view it from the perspective the Federal Reserve is a bookie. And as Americans and our elected representatives, we keep going back to these bookies and saying, listen, can I borrow I want to borrow more money. And the bookie's like, you want to borrow more? Okay, great. We'll lend you more. No problem. The Federal Reserve will always continue to loan our government this money that we vote on in these acts and in these omnibus bills. So again, this is like a gambling addiction problem that we have as voters, as citizens, as constituents. We have to stop going to the bookie and cut all business relationships and ties with this bookie that is more than happy to continue lending to us. I mean, I think that's probably a good reframe and a good way to try to understand this very toxic relationship between our Congress, our government, which continues to borrow daily, hourly with the Federal Reserve as if they are an addicted gambler. But the last piece of that is, if you believe that the Federal Reserve is nothing more than a communication organization, well, okay. Well, the problem is when a bookie wants to collect and you don't have the money, they're going to give you death threats, and you're going to have to go to friends and family and say, please lend me this money. Otherwise, this bookie is going to break my hand or kill me. So, if you believe that Hollywood story about a bookie. Anyways, I'm just saying, I don't know what the results will be. That's why I say it's possible there's resolution, and this is all just a fucking Ponzi scheme and fictitious. But nobody's going to get hurt because the government or the United States of America isn't going to collapse because Washington, D.C. is never going to get invaded. That's what I'm saying. It's like if we do kick the can down the road, it's to the detriment. I've heard people on this app, international investors, complain about our budget because they're like, yeah, you're cutting into my investment now with your inflation, and you guys are getting the biggest benefit of it. But the thing is, a lot of the money that Congress is allocating is not coming back to we the people. It's not giving us jobs. It's not giving us economic opportunity. It's giving a lot of international organizations that opportunity with the money. And we can't stop sending money overseas. Jordan, Egypt, everybody's still getting a cut of this budget. So to me, it's traitorship. How the fuck are we sending Jordan $500 million in Egypt? $100 billion. I mean, what the State Department sends out annually, thank God it's been cut, but to give Ukraine $50 billion in more weapons from our arsenal. Maybe we don't need the weapons and we just make new weapons. I'm just saying, the more we can accurately describe the situation and the relationships, the sooner we can stop borrowing and spending and run this business, at an optimal rate.
I think it's hard for people to want to engage with public policy in a responsible, realistic way. And maybe that's the first change that has to happen. I think we've become too used to being with public policy in terms of these big themes, liberation, and not really thinking about like, oh yeah, the public policy is mostly about running an economy, But I'm not sure how to refocus people on that.
I think they need the tough love. We have to tell them that Medicare and Social Security someday are both going away.
Well, why did people on this end, I paid 20 years into Medicare. That's my right. It's not like they're getting a cash payout. Like Social Security, you could at least, you could calculate your ROI. But you can't even calculate an ROI with the Medicare, Medicaid. And the fact that people put all this money into Social Security, I don't know if you saw that in the Big Beautiful Bill, there's this provision, and Scott Bassett of the Treasury says that it's a backdoor to end Social Security because they're giving all newborns $1,000 investment in like some kind of federal S&P 500 tracking account. I don't know who is the service provider on that, 401k, but the point is, that could be the beginning of getting people off of future Social Security liabilities, or doing away with it altogether. Um, so it's a possibility, but it is, $1 trillion a year. I mean, that's serviceable. We're taking in 5 trillion. Okay, so we're kicking back out $1 trillion in Social Security. But Medicare and Medicaid, that's the big one. And that's where we're not really getting a good return on our investment at $2 trillion. The health outcomes suck. Nobody goes to the gym. Nobody eats right. Everybody's on their fucking cell phone 24/7. Everybody is obese. Everybody has a clot shot. And we're just going to keep dumping $2 trillion into a healthcare system that doesn't work. And why is the government creating the healthcare system to begin with? This is not the way that reality should be. Government and taxation and spending and borrowing shouldn't create health marketplaces and health exchanges. The government should not be in this business of funding these organizations. It's to me, it blows my fucking mind how we got to where we're at now. That the government is the sole provider and creator of all of these economies. It's insane. I don't understand how we got here, but it's obvious we got here because of the Federal Reserve and our ability to continue creating insane budgets annually. The King of England doesn't necessarily have the same ability that we do. I don't know if you've ever seen how the Queen or the King presides over their budget. He's got his royal scepter. He says, the annual fucking budget is going to be $2 trillion. Next year, it's anticipated to be 2.1 trillion. It's a little different. They don't have this huge credit card terminal that we seem to have with the Federal Reserve. But the question is, who's in control of this credit card terminal? Is it your elected representative, or is it a consortium of global interests? It's the fucking global interests that are controlling our purse strings.
Well, I mean, there'll always be a factor as long as they own our debt, and they own our debt basically to pay for stuff from us or other people because of dollar denomination and stuff like that. I mean, are you saying the Bank of England is different? It doesn't have the same leeway or latitude? I mean, central banks have a lot of leeway.
No, I mean, the fact that our dollars, if you look at the total amount of dollars in circulation globally, they don't even come close in terms of pounds. So we have this huge monopoly with the dollar. I think the best way to say that debt resolution comes about is really through a political communication, and trying to get good deals for we the people. I mean, I think Trump is the guy to get us good deals, but I think he's also a runaway, spendaholic. I mean, we got COVID-19 CARES Act with him. So he didn't say, oh, we need, there was this national emergency. We got to spend another trillion, another 3 trillion, 2 more trillion. I mean, to keep the economy afloat. But we haven't gotten off of that heroin addiction. 40% of our economy is still borrowed. That's an artificial economy. If we cut the spending and cut the borrowing, the economy completely disappears. It's almost like the VIG or the profit, from this asset or from this investment is the $2 billion or the $2 trillion that they borrow on our behalf to fund the budget. That's $2 trillion of pure profit annually. You have to try to rationalize or try to compare the budget to, let's say, Microsoft at a $4 trillion market cap. If we're spending $7 trillion a year, I mean, do you realize how big Microsoft is globally and what that is in terms of the global communication grid and productivity, et cetera? Like, the amount of money that the government is spending it's inordinate. It's insane. It's so fucking huge, but the whole economy rests upon it. It's a huge fake fucking economy. It's one giant Ponzi scheme, essentially, globally, or if you just focus on the US, it is a fucking Ponzi scheme.
Well, I mean, it's all backed by real goods in the end. I mean, people get their iPhones, they get their North American Angus, they get their Ford Fiestas, real things really do happen.
Well, you ever see the movie Casino with Joe Pesci? They had a skim going, and that's pretty much what's happening. There is a skim happening at the casino. and it's the Federal Reserve and their associated banks. I mean, they're chucking out $1 trillion a year. We're paying $1 trillion on the interest. That's going to a lot of international lenders. I'm not anti-bank. I like bankers. I wish I was more juiced into the banking industrial complex. I worked in financial services as a financial advisor for Morgan Stanley Smith Barney. It's my first job out of college. I wish I would have stayed in there. I had no idea how good the opportunities were. But I'm not trying to be some kind of patriot to destroy, the banking industrial cartels and the banking industrial complex. I'm just saying that if you're running in politics, this should be your number one issue. I was telling Black Lives Matter people, you're protesting the wrong people in the wrong organization. Your dumbasses should be at the Federal Reserve doorstop, preventing people from going into work at the Federal Reserve facilities around the country. That's your real enemy if you believe in all this white structural racism bullshit that you propagandize. So all I'm trying to do is be intelligent and accurately describe the players or the situation and try to come up with optimal solutions that work for everybody. I think that's fair.
Well, Mojo, what do we do? What do you say?
In defense.
What do we replace it with? How should the central bank?
Nothing.
No central bank.
I have.
Well, hold on. So no central bank. So we're just gonna go back to the Jews. Is that what it's gonna be? Straight up, unintermediated. The Jews in London, all of their gold. That's what it will be. The banking system. Oh, he left.
I have an old currency note, and it's printed by the Republic of Chicago or the Bank of the Republic of Chicago. It's not printed by Federal Reserve. So that monopoly, that I think that would be the way, Jason, to replace the Fed is to remove their monopoly on printing dollars, or go back to a gold standard and have it fixed to actual gold. I mean, what do you think about that, Jason?
I mean, it's not good to fix to gold because you need more currency. You have gold, basically. The currency supply really has to do with the amount of trade that you have. But what you're talking about with the Chicago Reserve or whatever is the intermediate stuff. But I'm not sure it would be a stable situation. Because say if you have this kind of government entity issuing money, I mean, eventually that's going to get all under the control of the government as a whole. In the same way that, I mean, we have police forces all over the country, but to some degree or another, they're centralized and they're trained in doctrine. And then just gradually become one. Like a decentralized system, I was sort of joking about the Jews and the gold, but the way the English system worked actually was not Jews, but was goldsmiths in London. That's like the root of the Bank of England. Why? Because, well, you can give them notes and they can issue you notes that they back with gold. They know how to store gold. They have a lot of gold. There is a lot of gold around, and so that's a safe place to issue notes out of. And that's the kind of the origin of banking as we know it has to do with the issuing of these notes at market fairs and things like that. Because people don't want to carry around all this stuff to every stall in the market. So, but then you end up with a bunch of private banks, right? Do we want to privatize the currency issuing and holding function? I mean, there are massive problems with that.
Well, I think this is basically art, to tell you the truth. I don't think that the system will change. I think the status quo is like 99.99% guaranteed. but I still like find it fun to try to do thought maximization or creative uh, ways to suggest alternative uh, ways to grow. Grow the economy, start new. I mean, if we can start new businesses, why can't we start a new country? Like I don't know. I mean, there should be an alternative opportunity for people to invest in a new, separated future from this social security number index. Um, so I don't know. There seems to me like we should have tax-free economic opportunity zones. 50 years of tax-free growth opportunities in certain states. Maybe within the interior. Um, and funded for $100 billion and plant 10 new cities in this country. Because if you look at the top cities in China and you look at the annual budgets of the top 20 cities in China and you compare it to the top budgets of like New York City, LA, we spend like 1/10 of what they're spending in Chinese cities. And I don't know if this is because of their communism, but just compare the budgets of the top 10 US cities to the top 10 Chinese cities, and you'll be like, I mean, I know there's a lot more people, but how the fuck can they still spend 10x what our city budgets are? That to me was like a crazy metric. I can't, I don't know what they're spending all the money on, if it's all just salaries or subsidies. But welcome to the room, Dr. Vadim.
Hello. Yeah, I mean, I think the picture of tax-free zone or country for that matter is very inspiring. But I think, I'm totally for it. But I think it's much more a political decision than economical. I mean, call me cynic, but I think the fundamental problem of democracy is that, sorry to be rude, but most of the people in democracy are leeches. They basically are freeloaders. They have political power to vote, to dictate taxation policies, and they are not the least interested in tax-free zones because that means that they cannot basically suck money out of other people. And that's where we stand right now. I don't really see the easy way out. I mean, maybe some totally far-fetched ideas like creating an independent country on Mars or, a few hundred years from now, but I just don't see that to be realistic anywhere in any practical foreseeable future.
Well, little fleas on big fleas. America and its banking cartel, aka the Federal Reserve, is the big flea, and there's so many little fleas all around the world that are subsidized or are essentially just secondary, third parties of the primaries. So it's easy to call people parasites, but when you yourself are a parasite to a certain perspective, I mean, if you're like an androcyte on the earth or something, that's what I'm saying. Like, don't poo-poo parasites, because turns out the host is also a parasite. It's not just the parasite that's a parasite. What do you think about that, Vijay?
It's not for lack of compassion or understanding. It's just I'm talking about the economical, like saving money is closer to wealth creation. So, I can say it's not a parasite because I work for a large corporation that pays me well, but at the same time, they have a good reason to do that. So it's hard to say. I don't think of myself as a parasite. I think
Yeah, it could be projection, but I just like the thought about parasites and hosts, and sometimes maybe you don't know which one you are in the relationship. How do you view like American corporations, like founded by Americans, across all the categories, versus like international corporations working in the U.S., or even Google, or let's say Microsoft, having so many Indian H-1B visa key executives, top software developers? Isn't that just like the efficient market economy and the most efficient model for growth and opportunity? Is this kind of like international management of primary U.S. based corporations? Like, is there a critique of, I guess, Indians in key positions in major U.S. corporations?
economist. I'm at best a good amateur. And I like Thomas Sowell, for example. I basically agree with most of what he has to say. So I can imagine that he would say whatever is driven by pure economic mechanisms is probably good. Whatever is free from the government coercion is good. So if things are, if it's laissez-faire capitalism and it just flows naturally, that's probably good. My only concern about this line of thought is that, as the economist, he's not a psychologist and he's not a historian. I think when we talk about civilizations and their long-term perspectives and long-term survival, I think the economic mechanism and economic reasoning is not the only one that should be taken into account. So I believe in such a thing as, the way, say, Thomas Sowell goes as far as saying, if it's more profitable to outsource and use some foreign companies, it's financially cheaper. I think he literally said that somewhere like basic economics. It's financially cheaper to basically put people on welfare in your own country. If you just simply count the dollars, count the money, actually we can afford to put them on welfare. Well, I happen to disagree with that because I think if you take into account the human psyche, the whole level of demoralization and degradation that you can, pose on the whole nation can be so dangerous that you can think of the long-term survival of this nation. It's horrific. So yeah, I absolutely believe that a certain level of protection is absolutely necessary. Even if it goes against the immediate profit or even economic development. I think it's important to have all American companies. I think it's important to hire more Americans, and probably, yes, you have to pay them more than you would pay Indians or Chinese otherwise, but that's just basically essential. I think we just have some, I would say, ideological or political value to offer to the world, and I would like this project to continue on for as long as it possibly can. So, yeah, that's it.
So, do you have a critique of a fiat-based society, fiat-based, currency, and uh, how do you rationalize, I guess, unethical currency manipulation?
I literally can't find those.
I like the saying, "There's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe," and I also like the saying, "To know all is to forgive all." So, you know, you never know till you know, and it's easy to think that somebody is a snake in the grass, but you also don't know that person's wisdom or experiences, and until you really meet somebody, um, who has like an incredible presence. You hope the ethics match up with that person's presence, meaning it's like a perfect person. Um, but, again, you don't know till you know. So I'm just saying that I like my analogy of the Federal Reserve being a bookie, having their own platform to lend and to engage in arbitrage or gambling or speculative transactions. And it's nice to think that, Chairman Powell is the face of our Federal Reserve. But there's a lot of people that he knows, and that he associates with. It's a big world. I just live in my little bubble. I don't know billionaires in France. I don't know billionaires in Germany. I don't know billionaires in Italy. I don't know billionaires from Russia. But, you know, if you are that upper crust and you are that wealthy, I'm sure you have a role in the relationships or the communication. And I'm just saying, how un-American is the Federal Reserve if we believe it's this, parasite, a specter, or a shadow cartel, or a shadow Congress? I'm just saying, if you were on the inside, you might not. I've met people that worked at Federal Reserve, and they're PhDs. They're basically academics, and they spend a lot of time doing research. But to me, it just seems like a jobs program. They're not really creating anything. So that's why I say I think it's primarily a communication organization, a research organization. But they really do have, tools, mechanisms, levers to pull, buttons to push. They, in many ways, control the economy, or they're fixing a standard of what they believe is an optimal model. And it's easy to get angry about anything. But that's why I say, I'm just trying to accurately describe the situation uh, for political purposes primarily, but hopefully to awaken people uh, to a taxation crisis and a debt and borrowing and spending crisis.
Produce vehicles. What's that? Go ahead. I think I lost you.
So, Vadim, what I'm trying to say is, I don't have anything to say other than, I'm just a little fish in a little pond in a big ocean. And, I'm trying to analyze the entire ocean, but, I'm still just looking at my little pond. So, take it all with a grain of salt.
Oh, that's fair enough. I mean, me too. No billionaire friends for sure. But I invest like 60% of what I'm making. The central bank as the Federal Reserve is something that basically it's a legalized theft of our money by printing more currency. That's what it is. And so for those Americans who don't invest, I can only imagine like this 40%, let's say, they literally keep their money in the bank and they see how every freaking year the value of their money goes down, 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 down. And that's number one. And the second thing, which I find important, is just basically to what extent the Federal Reserve is used and central bank is used as a political tool, basically to manipulate the electorate. And I just can't imagine that a healthy economy would even allow such manipulation, which means that probably there is something deeply unhealthy about our system.
There's a program here at Singer Wealth that does it out in South Florida. And he broke down that for the average person that inherits, let's just say they did an easy number of $1 million. And they had to wait, I remember it wasn't that many years. But they were going to try to live on that. In that short period of time coming up, its true value will only be $750,000, even with their modest interest rates, right? So they lose $250,000 plus in value, in true value. And so, investing is basically explaining, even getting into some conservative investments is the only way to even try to stay ahead of just the average, cost of living increase, let alone with, everything else that's potentially, out there. I had somebody who blew a lid because of the tariffs, pulled out 1/3, or he lost 1/3 of his retirement. So he pulled a whole bunch out, put it in somewhere conservative, and I told him, "You're crazy. It's going to come back." He was mad as hell about Trump, this, that, the other, cussing about it. And I was just being calm, and I was like, "No, listen, let's see where it's at in 6 months. And then he'll tell me, I want you to sit down and ask yourself. I'm not going to say I told you so, but ask yourself if the panic sell was a good deal. Now we're higher than we've ever been. And it's, to me, fine. It's everything is a transfer of wealth. You're saying like they're printing money. It is. When they print money, you're taking wealth from the ones that have their money sitting in a bank account.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. To me, it just seems awful suspicious that this is happening the way it does, and the media does zero to help the people. There's nobody out there preaching stops, hold steady. They're all panic. And somebody's got to get a grasp on teaching these people to stop. The history is there. It shows you goes, Hank, then comes back. I explained this to the guy. I said, no, go look back under Obama. I'm sorry, into Biden. There was a bigger drop. Did you pull out? Well, no. I was like, you pulled out because you were told to panic. I said, because it was a bigger drop, but you didn't even really know about it, probably. You still don't know about it, And he didn't. I was like, and that's the narrative.
See, this is why I think a lot of the Federal Reserve and the borrowing and the spending conversation is actually just political, because Peter, what's his name? Peter Lynch or Peter Schiff, he thinks that gold stocks are undervalued, by 90%, meaning like he thinks gold stocks are going to go up 10x to 100x. But that would only happen if we went back to a gold standard and we had like an open market rate on the conversion. So it's unlikely, but the point is he still wins as a financial advisor by taking your assets under management and putting them into his gold mutual fund or his portfolio management platform. So he wins either way on the communication, and by being the antagonist or the contrarian to the fiat system, he attracts a lot of people who like his economic content and philosophy. But the point is he still wins because he's the broker. So anyways, I'm just saying that I think the status quo is always going to be in the future. There might be modifications, but I would say that I don't know. I don't think anybody knows what the outcome of all this borrowing and spending is going to be, because we could look at historical examples, from the 40s or the 30s. But does America have a special arrangement or situation because of its geographic proximity, its expansion? Is history likely to repeat itself, or it's just a drawn out process? So I'm just saying, keep smiling, because nothing is miserable.
Well, if you think about the blockchain currency, right? Say Bitcoin, there is by definition limited supply, so is inflation-free currency. And it should have technically speaking become long ago the leading currency in capitalist country if there was no
Because you're trolling me, and I told you specifically that would make me cranky.
Can I say one thing?
Cranky Monica's brother.
Monica, can we get a reset? No.
Hey, Mother, we were talking about the amazing controversy of the American Eagle ad, which has been so disastrously a failure that they've sold out of the blue jeans. And I heard that the blue jeans, a percentage of the proceeds were going to be donated to preventing domestic violence organizations. I don't know if that's true, but I think it's pretty cool. All because the woke leftist insane mob has decided that Sydney Sweeney is a white supremacist Nazi because her mom had a 50th birthday where they had red hats saying "Make 50 Great Again," and maybe a couple of the people had back the blue t-shirts. So that makes them criminals, right? Because they believe in law and order and have conservative values. So forgive me, Daniel. Forgive me, Andrew, if I don't quite feel like indulging in your trollish behavior.
American Eagle? Actually, it's the first time I'm hearing it.
I don't know how it's the first time you're hearing it.
So actually, anyway, what enlighten me again? So what's the controversy?
Just Google American Eagle ad. There'll be a billion articles that come up talking about the controversy. Like, this has been going on for
First round, that's talking about.
It's about 7 days, and then they have something else to get agitated about, because apparently Dunkin' Donuts had the temerity of hiring a young, handsome white guy with brilliant blue eyes to sit by the pool and say that he has a tan that he's gotten from genetics, and that he did his colors, and he's golden summer, and he wasn't
he didn't plan on being the king of summer, but here he is, and every time he sips a Dunkin' Donuts breeze, the sun just naturally is attracted to him, and that's apparently forbidden. That's not allowed to be a young, handsome, white guy with blue eyes at the pool.
I don't know, just to give you some context, essentially the ad goes, she's talking about like genes that are passed down, like, you know, it's genes she's selling, they're passed down from generation to generation or whatever, and then she like makes a reference to the color of her eyes or whatever, and people are
She said, my genes are blue. She says my genes are blue. It's a blue gene.
I don't have the ad memorized, but I'm trying to summarize for this, right? So essentially people are saying that she's doing white supremacist propaganda because of the way that the ad is it's a huge overreaction of the left. It makes them look ridiculous.
That's why I see those Trump PTRs wearing jeans, posing like Brooke Shields. Got it.
And even like comedians are making fun of like, this is a stretch, and this is when people talk about
like. Sounds like a stretch. Everyone on the left, that is a stretch. Those jeans are really too tight. They need to be sticking. There's no stretch. These are stretchy jeans. Daniel, real quick. Daniel, did you notice what Moose said? He said, "What is the crime? What is the crime of being white?" That's very similar to saying, "What is the crime of murder?" Okay.
No, but
crime is if you're white and you vote. If you're a white voter in the United States, chances are you're a criminal.
I would say it is interesting to see some people on the left actually say that it's too much of an overreaction, because I think that is good. It's like a chance that like leftist people are more likely to listen to leftist people than to listen to Republicans, and if you have people on the left saying it's a little bit much, I think that's good for y'all.
Yeah, I always call that's ridiculous. It's too much. I won't call it like I stated. It's like this is the stuff that shoots them in the foot. Instead of trying to get a message for the Democratic Party for the midterms, let's take clickbait of these kind of this just the waste of time and energy and resources.
And then it feeds into the narrative that y'all are out of touch with what people actually care about, you know, because like the fact that this is a thing is weak.
White people shouldn't be using anything to do with genes in the first place, being that they usually use genes and the concept of genes against whites. But for the most part, it's a very interesting concept of whites being automatically criminals. I don't think they're automatically criminals because of their color, and does anybody want to talk about that?
I feel bad when I meet poor white people, because I'm like, well, what were you doing for generations when the rest of your family was getting rich and wealthy, doing criminal activities and enslaving people? Like if you're gonna be white, at least be a wealthy white. Like don't be a poor white. Like that means your entire like genetic line fucked up. Yeah.
Well, that's a transsexual perspective. But most people, the second and third generations are quite poor.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why did your family fuck this up?
Not just white, meaning Chinese, meaning Indians, meaning Hispanics. The first and second and third generations really end up kind of poor due to lack of nuclear family. So who's pushing for nuclear family?
Nobody.
Right, so we just get poorer. So nobody has a stance to say that anybody else is kind of poor here right now, right? Because eventually you're going to be poor too.
Minus you caught the fact that I was being sarcastic, right, with my comments. Just want to be.
Well, I can't trust what a trans says, so your sarcasm is probably just being honest.
Oh, okay.
So Beam and I were having a discussion, and she says the commercial is, and I agree, is very much telling on how you take it as to what your ideologies are. So if you hear Nazi propaganda, as some people have, you're likely on the left of the political spectrum. If you see a beautiful young girl making a joke and is she pretty, you're likely on the right side of the political spectrum, or a healthy young male. It can go either way. So we're defining and this.
Well, I'm just trying to get clarification. How much, let's say, African American
blood must you have, or how much when you do like a 23andMe, and it gives you a breakdown, like what percentage of like African American descent would you need to say that somebody qualifies to be black? Can you help me out with that?
No.
That's a great question.
No, it's not a great question, Beeman. Stop coddling him.
Okay, well then give me the hardball. I don't care. I think it's a strong question.
It's not. And what is it? We're talking about white. Why are you interjecting black? Why do people do that?
And you're not.
I hosted a room with Melissa once, several years ago, and I said, white on white crime, does anyone care?
Pretty black.
Yeah, so the percentage is at 39.5%.
That makes sense. Okay, that checks out.
No, but jokes aside, okay, like let me take my jokes head off. But like usually it's about 40 to 45% where you mostly present as having African features. Like there are people who hover in like 30 to 37% that are like, they look racially ambiguous, but that's the generally accepted like percentage. If you're predominant, or if you have the dominant African presenting genes, that's usually about 40 to 45.
So when did it change from the one drop rule where if you had 1% of black DNA, whatever that is?
I think only Americans are obsessed with the one drop rule. Like, I don't think anyone outside of the U.S.
German Nazi Germany when it came to
Right.
True.
Yeah, not much difference there.
Okay, now let me ask you, because from what I understand, there's a few things. So what if like you're actually like 40 or 50% black, but again only from the waist down, like Daniel, or if you have so much black in you, like say you actually are like. So you're not having a very serious conversation. You're just going to continue to troll and disrespect the Ma's request.
Yeah, I'm kind of done. Like Andrew, the rooms that you host, I don't do this shit to you. I don't.
Like a 16-year-old.
Well, he's having a good time. And so when you're trolling, you tend to have a good time because you're amused by what you're saying. And he's not reading the room. He doesn't understand that I'm earnest in this pursuit of understanding why some people think it's not okay to be white. And he can do it in his own room. He can have fun there. But there's like people on the stage that I really want to talk to, and he's hogging the mic. So let's move the mic around. Weren't you trying to comment earlier, and I don't think you got your point in? Am I remembering?
I'll make a quick comment about kind of like, there's something to be said about like attributing like guilt of a race. Even the idea of a race construct is poorly defined. It's not well defined in terms of science. There's incongruences between how we think of race and how it shows up in the data. In fact, it's sometimes better to look at gene motifs, so combinations of genes, rather than say, oh, I'm this race, I'm that race. You might have more to do or more in common with this person based on how you digest sugar or how you process insulin than anything else. So I think there's something to be said about that. But more so the whole idea of saying that you can be guilty because you're white, even the idea of being white is only about 70 years old, if I'm not mistaken. Before then it was something like British or aristocracy. It's always been defined by wealth, and in fact the oppressors are the wealthy class. So no matter what you believe about race, that's not really the people who are oppressing you, it's the people who have power and influence, and those are not usually, in the general public. That's a minority of a minority. Something like 1% of the population controls the rest. So I'll leave it there for now, because I think there's too much sinister projection going onto race itself, and it gives it too much credit.
Yes, I agree.
Does anybody else want to give their opinions on the ad, this American Eagles ad?
So, I think the controversy actually got them more sales than the actual jeans, because who the fuck wears American Eagle anymore? I don't know. But the second thing I was going to say is, It is. So this woman, right? What's her name? Sweeney or whatever. Do y'all remember her name?
Sydney Sweeney.
Sydney Sweeney. Like, if y'all have seen the shows that she does, like, she kind of, like, does the whole sexually provocative thing frequently in a lot of the stuff that she's done in the past. Like, in Euphoria, like, she was always kind of dressed like a bimbo. Like, her boobs were pushed to the front of this so everyone could see it. Her clothes is always very skimpy. So, like, I think this is part of her, like, selling strategy. Like, she just kind of does this as, like, part of her
No, Mother. Attractive young women use their assets for attention and power and money and control. Sugar.
But it kind of, it's like, yes, I mean, women do that, but, like, the way, maybe it's because her boobs are, like, massive. It's, like, it gets to be, it looks kind of trampish in some of, like, her outfits. You know, like, it's a little over much, you know? But this is my opinion. But I'm also a fag, so I don't know that.
Good point. Alright, who wants the mic? This room's been running for a couple hours, y'all, and they did, I guess, Beamer, we're gonna have to do our part two. We're gonna have to do a part two, but go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that you mentioned about women having advantages, like being able to use, like, you know, their boobs to get a speeding ticket. Like, I wonder how often that actually works in reality. I mean, because it definitely has happened. Like, they had, like, a series called What Would You Do? They had it where, like, of three people who were stealing a bike at a social experiment. There was a white boy, a black boy, and then there was a blonde chick. And you had the white boy, people just ignored it. The black kid, they said that they called the police on him. And they had the blonde chick, people would help her steal the bike. So, in general, there definitely does seem to be that advantage. And it's why, to me, it was a question I always had. When I was in Sunday school, my parents brought, like, I always wondered, is like, why did, the thing that, to me, or I guess it was kind of something, like, to me, I wondered was, like, why did, men, as I get older, why did men only get, or
Wait, Necro, the example with the bike, that was a commercial? There was a social experiment?
It was a social experiment. You can Google it. It's pretty hilarious, actually.
Yeah, it was a part of the series What Would You Do?
That's why the CIA always has women.
Finishing my point. So, What Would You Do? So the series basically, they have these social experiments where you have something happening and seeing how the public would react to the situation, pretty much. My favorite one was the one where they had, like, a kid who was autistic.
Describe the bike one in a little more detail for her.
I guess I can do that. So basically, you had it where, like, you had a white kid, who was breaking into a bike, and he was basically, like, of course, he was using, like, his saw, and people, like, came by asking, is that your bike? And they're like, no, and they just ignored it and walked off. And then they had a black kid who was trying to steal their bike just like the white kid, and what they did was that they asked him, is that your bike? He's like, it's like, they were like, you can't steal stuff, and then they started calling the police, and then they had, just everybody was like, they were like immediately alarmed by a black kid stealing a bike, and then you had a blonde chick who came and was trying to steal the bike, and she was asking a man if a woman's husband if he could help her steal the bike, and he helped her steal the bike. So
I wanted to touch on the topic, but I wanted to come from a different angle, right? When I was like 21, I went and I stayed in Germany with my aunt, and while I was there, I was doing some music. So I was into music real heavy. I met these cool guys, right? Went to their house, met their dad. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of Chuck Berry, but their dad played with Chuck Berry. He was a guitarist, right? He's all German people, right? Mom was super cool anyway. we're sitting out at the table, eating, passing a few J's around and having just regular cool conversation. He asked me about, this country. And my friend Bino was with me. Bino, the ill Filipino, that's what he went by, right? He was with me, right? So we're having discussion and stuff. And when we're talking about, America and the characteristics of America, right? And the brother says, Matthias was one of their names. He says, I've always wanted to visit Africa. I want to go to this country. And he named the country. And I said, that's funny. I was like, in my country, I would never hear a white man say that. And he said, I'm not white. I'm German. Right? And so I realized right then, there was a separation that he recognized in his culture, right? What he recognized as what white was is affiliated with racism because it's a construct that was created for political means in this country, right? So I saw that right then. Him as a German, he was disassociating from the racist culture that's in this country. Now, I don't fault all white people because some of y'all don't know some of the stuff you do may be racist, right? You just raised a certain way, and some of the stuff you might not know, right? But what I'm pointing out here is that the idea of whiteness is racist by nature because it's a political construct. When we look at where slavery came from, right, in this country, it originated with the indigenous people here, right, where it was like about preventing the women who were living in these colonies that were born here were no longer subjects of the king or queen of England, right? They were no longer subjects to the crown because they were born in these lands. And so they couldn't be referred to as English or British and be brought under the law by those terms. So they affixed the term white. Okay? And this is where this now encompassed anybody who came from Europe that had this fair complexion. It was a political construct. And this is why I said earlier in the chat, there is no such thing as white culture. When I was in Germany, I was at a bowling alley and I met a guy, quote unquote, white American guy. And he was like, white culture is boring. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, there's no such thing. And then we had like a conversation. We went out to have, cool conversation. Met skinhead that night too. I almost had to get into a fight. But, interesting night.
Rocco, thank you for your contribution. I don't mean to cut you off.
I just want to land right here.
To the ad.
I just want to land right here. I know I was going for a minute. But I just want to land on the fact that the idea is, the racial construct, the political construct of whiteness, is an illusion. Like, just know who your people are, your ancestors, and that's where your culture comes.
So, would you mind? Do you want to just take another couple seconds to just tie it back to what you think about the ad and how you're connecting this to the ad?
Well, I saw an article on that. I didn't really watch it, but I think the theme was about the right genes. I mean, you can play on words and you can make it. It seems like a social experiment just by the way people are responding to it. I didn't watch the whole ad, but I heard about it, and I heard about the basic tagline that was supposed to be the big deal. I just think it was meant to spark conversation, and what the people do with the conversation, that's where we see where this country is really at. That's what I tie that.
Okay. Yeah, no, that is quite the take. Somebody mentioned earlier the controlling population is, I'm not going to say it verbatim, but the oppressing population is the wealthiest population, and it's 0.02 whatever percent. And go ahead, someone else say something.
I mean, in general, I'd say that's consistent. It's essentially
sure,
but I wouldn't say that it's like necessarily the case. But it definitely,
it just took me to the thought of American Eagle, whatever extent, their goal is to make more money for their shareholders and sell jeans.
Yeah.
And as far as we can tell, it seemed to work.
Like I
think that there's been a systematic attempt to silence this particular voice in here.
I won't say much more. I'll shut up. I won't interrupt and I won't disturb the regime. But I think that one voice has been silenced in particular. We all know who, and we all know why. So, what a pathetic forum. Don't pretend that it's a place of free exchange of ideas. It's disgusting.
Well, I mean, I think, yeah, I think definitely it's hypocritical. I mean, because it seems like, even though, like, we've called ourselves the land of the free, like, a lot of people who have not experienced, freedom, have been, black people in the United States, historically. So, I mean, yeah, there's definitely a testament to our hypocrisy.
Well, it's never too late to make a change, right? Because I honestly believe if y'all want America to survive, that old mentality's got to go, man, or this country's gonna implode on itself. It's not gonna go the way these power-hungry people think.
Yeah, and I mean, just in general, though, I mean, the thing, though, I've always wondered essentially is that if you say some of those, like, you recognize that, like, what I said is that the United States, white people have benefited from, like, institutional racism. That means that, you're suffering from white guilt. And I mean, I don't know, me and Monica, that seems to be something you've hinted at in the past. I'm not sure if you would say that I suffer from white guilt.
I definitely. Go ahead, Rob.
No, I think he was addressing you. I don't want to interrupt. I'll respond after you.
Oh, no, go ahead. You finish. I'm going to shift a little bit. So thank you so much. Go ahead.
All right. So I was just going to say, I kind of lost my train of thought here, but ultimately, right, I think like the white guilt thing is something, look, you're not responsible for what your ancestors did, right? Nor am I responsible for what my ancestors did, right? We're all responsible as individuals for what we do with our lives now and the choices we make in the here and the now, right? So the only guilt you could feel is if you're actually guilty of something, right? So I look at it like this. We're in a time where we can actually affect change, right? And it starts with us as individuals. If we want to see this country change, we actually have to do some different things. And we have to, look, whether we like it or not, black people, white people, we tied together in this country, right? Black people are not going to get rid of white people. White people ain't going to get rid of black people. Black people ain't going no damn Africa. You know what I'm saying? Forget that, right? Because we contribute way too much to this culture. If we left America, y'all be bored to death. And y'all be behind in technology and all kinds of other things. Because a lot of us do these inventions. Just keeping it a grand, right? So that ain't going to happen. The reality is we're going to be here. And the best thing to do, right, if we're going to save this country, I know y'all probably hear it's about reparations all the time. And honestly, it's like there's a karmic debt that's on this country that it has to be paid, right? Because if it's not done willingly, it'll be made to be done unwillingly, and God will control that. And that's where we're at in this day and time. Like, people gotta make a decision whether or not you really believe you're gonna face the Lord of the universe. Maybe you don't believe in God. Maybe you don't believe you'll ever have to face him. I do, right? And so for me, I'm about righting as many wrongs as I can before it's time for me to leave this planet. And I encourage everybody to do the same. If you want to go to the paradise, but if you don't care, there's a place for people who believe like that too.
Okay, I'll jump in here. So I can't go back in history and change our checkered past. But what I can do is remember it and then do my best to minimize the disparities and discrimination that I see in the present, so that hopefully the future is better. I don't our country had slavery. And I believe our country paid a dear price to get rid of it. And when we're not having a reparations discussion, not in my room, but what I don't see is a recognition of the sacrifices that we made to make a better, in order to form a more perfect union. And our union's not perfect now, but the accusations of white fragility, the presence of white guilt, the insistence that one check one's privilege based on the melanin content of their skin, these are all racist concepts and should be refuted in the most impeccable way.
Yeah, so Monica, if I could just say one thing, and I'll be brief on the stage. I'll think of this analogy. I'll try and make it very simple. Let's say a father murders a man and takes his goods, and his son inherits those. Now this is a problem. It's problematic. A child should not benefit from the crime of his fathers, and we can push it back many generations, right? I'm giving you an easy example where you have a father who commits the murder. He takes this man's goods, and his son inherits those goods. Now, we can trace back a lot of the injustices that have happened to specific families, to specific specific examples of wealth due to the abuse of certain peoples. We can trace it back historically and prove it in a court of law. And we can see the benefits. And yes, there is a privilege that is based upon the murder of people. And we must concede to ourselves, it's wrong. It's wrong. White people are not superior because they're smarter, not because they're more adept. They're privileged, and they're because of the murder that their fathers committed. It's a problem.
All right, then I'm going to be demanding reparations from all the women who murdered their progeny with involuntary abortions.
Okay.
Where are my reparations for the loss of life, for the genocide of the next generation?
Go for it.
No, Daniel, you're good. You're good.
Well, I think that
Necro. There are some people I haven't heard from, and I am running out of time. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the problem with Daniel's idea of reparation essentially is that it doesn't take into account the fact that most white people, for one, their ancestors did not own any slaves whatsoever. And so, to apply to say all white people, they owe blacks money because, that's based on the assumption that all white people have stolen that their ancestors stole from black people. But also, it's just also the fact that, if that was the case, that would mean that, African countries would also have to give back, wealth that they stole through enslavement. Reparations, taken to its logical ends, would have to, every country would have to have a significant transfer of wealth through how many slaves that they owned, it seems. So that's why I'm against reparations.
I don't want to make it a reparations conversation.
It's not going to be, because you can throw a quarter down the hallway of Clubhouse and find one.
You're right, I'm sorry.
So, let's move on. You make your comment in the chat if you really need to wrap up a final thought on reparations.
No,
it's just ridiculous to me for a couple reasons. One, what's the price tag for the crime of enslaving one person? It just seems like the debt will never be repaid. So then what do? Because you can't repay the debt, then you live your life the best way you possibly can, doing the least amount of harm to people, and you don't oppress them as much as you're able to. That seems to be reparations enough to me, but it's not enough to someone else. So we're talking about the crime of being white. I get accused of upholding whiteness on the app, and what they're confusing whiteness with is American values, American and conservative values. That's not whiteness. That's American values. So who else thinks it's a crime to be white on the stage?
Nobody. I think that's fair to say.
I don't know, Necro. You'd be surprised.
Well, I mean, I just would like to ask you, I mean, I said before, like, you know, I acknowledge that, you know, I, as a white person, I'm not saying that you believe this, but a lot of people have accused me of white guilt because, you know, I've acknowledged that, you know, historically that, you know, I as a white person have, you know, benefited a lot from institutions which have been grounded in white supremacy. I mean, do you think that I suffer from white guilt?
I don't know about you directly, Necro. I think we had a conversation in the back channel, though. Like, some people have been taught and trained that white people are oppressors, and because they're in the majority of our country, that makes them the villains in every aspect. Some people insist that all white people are racist, that all white people are colonizers and rapists and murderers, and we own all of the bad that is in history. If you believe that, then you're going to be cruel to white people, even if you're white. You'll have this stain of original sin that is whiteness that will never be washed off. And that's criminal to me. So I don't know, Necro, what do you think? Do you think you have white guilt?
I mean, I don't believe that I've ever experienced any sort of guilt. I mean, I've just acknowledged the past history of the country, and even though the founding fathers have done a lot of things that were very good, there are also things that, you know, they did that have left a stain on our nation's history, particularly to African Americans. But I mean, do I feel guilt myself because of what my ancestors did? No, but I do think it is something that white people should be educated about if we want to, you know, acknowledge some of the problems in our society, which could be traced to historical institutions. I think that, you know, is a responsibility that we should have if we want to make change.
So, let me ask, we can, if you guys still want to ask or put in your contributions to the white guilt topic, we can. I'd like to tie it back a little bit to the ad, though. We were discussing the Great Jeans ad with the American Eagle Great Jeans ad with Sydney Sweeney, giving like this beauty equals genetic superiority type thing, or maybe not. What do you think? If you guys can take a look, you know, YouTube, real quick, the ad that we're talking about. If you haven't seen it, I want to know what you guys think that an ad like this reveals about us as people and as a culture, and that a phrase like great genes, when it's paired with a specific image, aka Sydney Sweeney, how can it evoke different? How can it evoke pride in some, frustration in others, pain in others, right? So why do you think, this is my point, why do you think the same phrase, like the great genes, can make some people feel proud and excited and sell out of this gene, right? People apparently have sold out. This gene is now so popular that people are so excited to go get it. This controversy has incited to provoke this, and then others feel frustrated, hurt, insulted, and feel pain by it.
So I think the reason why is because when you talk about things like great genes or things like that, it instills the idea that there's some genes that we want to have to get to the idea of, that we do have, biases that we preconceive that we do like, as a part of our genetics. But when we talk about things like, great genes or good genes, that it seems to imply that there's such a thing as, bad genes, things that, and bad genes essentially imply that we want to eliminate them. And so, it's kind of thing that, has been linked to eugenics, of course, because, it's about, replicating the genes that are preferred. So.
Does anyone see a problem with the ad? I know Adams, I actually agree with Adams. He's like, who cares? You're comparing an ad to everyday life, and it says more about celebrity worship culture than it does about race. I'm not sure. I'd like to hear more about that. Obviously, I only heard it because other people were talking about it, and it was already a thing. And we have people running around making podcasts about this, talking about. So obviously, our culture, right? Like, yeah, what does it say? What actually is that saying? What is that saying about individuals and our culture right now that we have an ad, a genes ad, of some woman who makes a play on words, gene, great genes, genetic genes. She happens to be she looks a particular way, and that evokes two very, very opposite reactions in our society. I would like to know more. Do you think that the ad was a problem? Do you think that this is entirely stupid? Do you think that it was arrogant? Would you buy from American Eagle if you had the chance? Are you going to choose something else? What do you guys think about it?
It's just not as interesting as I think what we were talking about before, Bima. I think that's why we're not getting as much. There are quite a number of intellectuals in the stage, and I think they're more thought-provoking conversations than a Gap ad or an American Eagle ad.
Okay, well that's what we started. We talked about. So that was what the room was about. But originally, if you guys want to talk about white privilege, you want to talk about that, that's fine. Monica doesn't want to bring it down the role of reparations. I think that's eventually going to be talked about, and that's a place that I would like to take it, but it's not my room. So, but yeah, go ahead.
I have a comment.
Oh, hey, Dino, I keep having to switch. Dino, yes. Now, would you prefer to go first?
However you would like to go. I send it to them.
Well, since you're my friend and a lady, you can go first.
Appreciate that. I think this is a very easy solution. I think when Black people stop caring about the standard of beauty that white people set for themselves, then this will not be a problem. And then the blondes and the brunettes and the redheads can argue about whose genes are better. Sometimes we just need to take ourselves out of these conversations. I'm not concerned about white genes, but when you deal with people who want to be included so bad and they continue to tell you you're not a part of our community, stop trying to be down. Like, there was one of the best things that I saw online was when this older guy, he said that they finally got a seat at the table at the lunch counter, and when he ate the food, he was like, this is what we've been fighting for. I think that is the irony of all of these situations. Like, why do we even care that much? Stop trying to be down with people who don't want to be bothered with you. Those who want to hang, let's hang out. Those who don't want to be bothered, don't get caught up. I think it's just that simple.
Look, I watched the ad, Bima and Monica. Just give you a quick thing, okay? So they're trying to.
Andrew, I was actually next. Would you mind going after me?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I did want to comment on the whole, I hate to say the word, the reparations thing. I think Black people have been paid reparations many times over. Many times over. It'll never be enough. Even if it were a fact check that said reparations on it, they would still be asking for reparations, which is pretty silly. Black people have been paid their. In addition to that, the wealth they've generated by slavery has contributed to urban centers where many Black Americans live right now and work and have access to public services like schools, hospitals, which are more developed in some regions and unaffected by the transatlantic slave trade, right? Given the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, right, that dismantled the legal segregation, right, Black Americans fully participate in democracy. They have access to opportunities. They have a Black caucus, right? I think these achievements, especially in the legislative Black branch, the significant requirement to achieve these levels, including attaining a Black president. Yes, it requires significant political and economic investment, which is arguably functioning as a form of reparative justice. Since the Great Society programs of the 1960s, trillions, and I say trillions, of dollars have been spent on social programs like Medicaid, food stamps that have been abused, affirmative action policies that have disproportionately benefited Black Americans. Did they use this to create families? No. They sought child support instead of husbands, right? And so Black households, Black households.
So Seneca, I'm going to ask you to take another minute and then finish the discussion. And what I'm hoping to do, because I want everyone who wants to turn at the mic to have a couple minutes on the mic. If you're not interested in speaking, I'm going to ask you to move yourself down on the stage so I can close the room with just Bima and I left at the end. But go ahead, sir, and take your 60 seconds and complete your thought.
Okay, so I just think it's really funny that Black households only make up 13% of the U.S. population, but currently account for the highest share of SNAP recipients, right, per 2021. So at the end of the day, I'm sorry, when is enough? Okay, every time you hold a Black man or woman accountable, just look at the art of deflection, the mastery of deflection towards other groups, right? It's time for Black Americans to self-determine and to take responsibility and accountability for being the number one reason behind Black male deaths in the United States.
Ooh, can I say something real fast? Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to go in reverse PTR order. After you've had your turn at the mic, please drop yourself down. And then we're going to try and make sure everybody has a turn. According to my PTR, Halo gets to go. Go ahead, Halo.
Hey, I just want to respond to what he said. I just did some research because that didn't sound right, but it does say here in the U.S. non-Hispanic white individuals account for the largest percentage of SNAP, according to whatever data, both amongst adult and children. In 2020, 44.6% of the adult SNAP recipients and 31.5% of the child recipients were non-Hispanic white people. I'm not here to make a black and white argument. I just wanted to correct what he said, and I'm just listening.
All right, well, yeah, check 2021. 2020 was a long time.
Thanks, Halo. Seneca, if you have any resources that you'd like Halo to look at, I would so appreciate you dropping them in the chat.
Look at the USDA 2021.
So, Double, the mic is yours, and then we're going to come right to you, Andrew, okay? After Double gets to speak. And then Halo, if you can drop down. I'm trying to end the room. It's been open for a few hours. And it's been a great room, but I really need to say goodnight. So go ahead, Double. How are you and your thoughts?
Hi. I came in late. I'm not sure about the title exactly with the crime of being white, but when I came in, people were discussing there was this advertisement from American Eagle that sponsored an actress. I think I've seen very little of her work, but I believe her name is Sydney Sweeney. She's a brunette actress who, I guess, dyes her hair blonde. And, she has kind of a uncanny valley sort of look, I would say, that has helped her career. But anyway, the advertisement does a play on words with genetics, I guess, genes, and blue genes, which they're trying to promote and trying to boost sales and so forth. Somebody mentioned that I found it a little strange, the comment about let the redheads and the blondes fight it out and this is a white thing and that no one else should be concerned. It's not just white people, actually. It's actually all life on the planet. Only exists, functions at the most basic level, and is distinct from all other life because of the genetic code encoded in each cell. And even viruses, have genetics. It affects everybody very deeply, and then, of course, their offspring and their ancestors. So it does, I would say, as a topic, it is relevant to you listening. So at any rate, and another thing that's kind of funny about it too is the idea that it's white people separate from, I assume, like black people or other people. African American, I wouldn't speak for sub-Saharan Africans, but all African Americans are descended from European peoples, about 20% on average of their genetics. So even not trying to make a genetic distinction from white people, it's like, well, you contain the same DNA or the same population of DNA from large groups, from Europe. So it also doubly applies. Whatever's going on with white genetics applies just as well, largely speaking, to African American genetics specifically. But anyway, this is a kind of a meandering thing, but I think genetics is important. Whether the American Eagle ad is kind of silly, but just as a topic, I think people should take a greater interest. We now have genetic editing technology, CRISPR. So if people are suffering from disease or need to make a modification, there's both treatments for adults to modify certain cells within their bodies. There's also germline edits that's been done to even change embryos themselves, so change someone's entire genome. Famously, there was first case of that was child. I think maybe multiple, but at least one child was cured, or it's kind of controversial whether that was a good move or not. But supposedly, given an edit that makes it impossible for them to be infected by HIV. Anyway, I find this stuff fascinating. We now have technology like polygenic embryo selection. So if you're doing IVF or that kind of thing, you can analyze.
Wrap it up, agent.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, my point is it's important. I think it's increasingly important for people, and it shouldn't be dismissed. It affects everybody. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that, Monica Beam. I just wanted to start with an apology. I did accuse the mods of oppressing me because I'm white. But in fact, they moved me down, but they did invite me back up immediately. So I just wanted to say I apologize for the false accusation. The second thing I wanted to say is I did watch the ad, and the ad basically is just using attraction that they think will sell. It'll get women to want to be, who want to be desirable, to be interested in these jeans, and it'll make men, maybe potentially want to buy those jeans for the women they're with, or promote them in some way. So that's what they're doing, and then it's just a play on words, saying she has good genes. So it's just trying to promote American Eagle. I'm not even sure what the controversy is. It's not like saying, it's not promoting like gene editing or anything like that. Just saying she has good genes. People have said that for quite some time. That expression's been around. If somebody has particularly desirable attributes, you might say they have good genes, right? People have been saying that for a long time. So I don't think this is any kind of eugenics or, some kind of human modification pushing ad. Now, it may be salacious, or maybe capitalizing on, sex cells, principles, stuff like that. Okay, and there might be some immorality there, but it is certainly, as far as I can tell, not pushing eugenics. Last thing I wanted to say is Seneca. Now that you and I and Dee are all in the same room, I made it quite clear the other day to Dee that you have given me explicitly in your room the N-word pass, and she did not believe that.
I would never believe something like that, Andrew. I don't think you're telling the truth.
Okay. Well, what I would like to do is give up the rest of my time for Seneca to be able to speak and go ahead and let everybody know.
They'll reclaim the word from their slave masters and call their brothers and sisters niggers, then white people can also reclaim it back and also call them niggers.
Are you putting Andrew in danger, Seneca? Is that what you plan to do? Is that the ultimate goal? Because it goes further than the app. You don't want someone like Andrew to feel that comfortable, because Andrew is fluid in the words that he says. And he might go out and think that the past allows him to just say it wherever he goes, and now you have put him in harm's way. I don't think that's what you want to do.
Well, I think, unlike black men in Chicago, Andrew is not necessarily threatened by black people, because anyone can get a gun, and so he can get one too, and he can also shoot a gun too, just like black people can shoot each other in Chicago. And so if those black people want to threaten his life for using the N-word, he can respond in kind.
Now you want Andrew to be equipped with a gun to shoot people for a word. Okay.
I'm just saying we have freedom of speech in the United States.
Definitely. Right? We definitely have freedom of speech. But I don't walk around calling women bees and don't expect for there might be some violence to follow. It's just called being courteous.
Right. Well, I just want to say I'll accept your apology, Dee, because you thought that I said something that was false, that Seneca did not, in fact, give you.
You know what, Andrew? As a black woman who holds herself accountable, I do apologize, and now it just makes me reevaluate the type of person that Seneca is.
I get you. I just want to throw, for anybody on the stage or anybody down in the audience that's jealous, Seneca has the express right to make these transferable. So I have 60 of them. If there's anybody here that would like one, just contact me in the back channel. I'll hook you up. I appreciate it.
All right. So Andrew's done. Please move down. Andrew D, the mic is yours.
Thank you.
Monica, this has been a great room. It's been very funny. I think Double didn't understand what I was saying in regards to not being concerned with people saying this is the standard of beauty. The point is that worry about yourself. Stop getting caught up in divisive techniques. If that's what you think it is such an emotional, point for you. Stop worrying about what other people are doing. Focus Focus on yourself, focus on your community, focus on building. Seneca, I'm gonna have a conversation with him offline. So there's that.
Go ahead.
Yes. I was gonna say, Monica, I'm gonna follow you, and I like to hear people who don't have the same opinion as other people, and I will definitely come into more of your rooms, the conversation.
Well, that is my honor. Thank you so much. And I did like what you said. If it's not for you, then it shouldn't bother you. And that includes people involved in things that are truly like not of their business, and people who I find get themselves in a lot of trouble by intervening when it's not their job to. And then being offended by things that really is not pertaining to them. A good example is there are gender wars on the app, right? The women will hold rooms about men being trash and garbage and useless, and then the men will respond with a room about women being trollops and crazy and violent. And instead of the men focusing on holding men accountable and men acknowledging the great men that are present, they'll attack the women. And the women vice versa. Instead of lifting up the good men and the good women, they focus on the issues, the problems. And it's human nature to do that because the problems are where the danger is. But it would be so nice to lift up people without having to minimize other people. So thank you for your time. Seneca, the mic is yours again, if you'd like to make some closing comments.
Yes, I just wanted to say that, the beauty of this country is equal accountability, equal responsibility, and fairness across board, right? Say what you want about our justice system and the marginalizations. Yes, are there flaws? Yes, right? But the beauty of this country, the reason why people leave Nicaragua, leave Nigeria, leave Haiti, and all these places to come to this country is because they know that in this country you get a better shot, right? And you get better fairness, you get more fairness in this country when it comes to the justice system. And so by that, right, I think it is really prejudiced and discriminatory to suggest that white people are not allowed to use a word that black people use when we have the rights of free speech as an inalienable right in this country, meaning you are born with the right of freedom of expression, right? If a black man can say the word nigger, white people should be able to say the word nigger too. You wanted equal rights to vote, you got that. Give white people the equal right to say nigger. Thank you.
Monica, if I may.
Do you want to reply to that real quick, and then you can drop down? Sure. Please reply. Man, that word. I'm gonna get static because a black man said the black slur on my stage, and it's ridiculous. It's like I don't own people. I don't control their mouths. If they want to say the naughty words, they're gonna say them. But I usually don't allow them on my stage. But go ahead.
So I understand Seneca's second argument, but when we start bringing in the justice system as a way to allow to say that Black people get rights too. The justice system is what sets the precedent for rights to be established. Though there are many laws, and there's still laws today that can be discriminatory, so you have to go through the justice system. And the justice is so, you can't just bottle it up into 2 sentences and then throw the N-word in there, and yeah, all is fair and love and war. We can't do that. The justice system is so intense and so many different possibilities and levels and courts and this and having a jury of your peers, which is not really people even from your area. It's so intense that to just say, oh, Black people have rights because they have a justice system, even though it may not be fair, but if you haven't been through the system and don't know how the sausage is made, you would never make the comparison. If people want to say the N-word, let them say it. Have at it. If you say it in front of the wrong person, you may get insulted. If that's what if you're for that, hey, live your life. But I just think that there's so many other things in this world to do and be. And being American, to just say I can say whatever I want to, it's so much more to life. I mean, but have at it. It is what it is. But I'm going to drop down. And Seneca, I will see you in another room. You guys have a great night.
Just a comment about the Black slur. I hear it a lot that it's a motivating factor that white people just want to say it. I don't know how accurate that is. My position is, if people want to say bad words, we should let them say them, and then that gives us really good insight on what kind of people they are. Much rather be stabbed from the front than stabbed in the back, because I can see the blow coming and I can deflect it more easily. So if people want to be jerks and racially slur people, then we should consider letting them, and then we know how to deal with them. We know how to avoid them. If that's not our bag, that's not our thing. Seneca, you did have ample time on the mic. I'd like to get to Pops, unless you have a 30-second comment you'd like to make.
No, I just want to also clarify that I do not believe in using the sound at the end when it comes to nigga. I don't think that necessarily changes the word. I think that's a no true Scotsman argument to suggest that the meaning behind the word is changed by the suffix. It's not even a suffix, it's just a pronunciation, right? I think we should return to using the word nigger, and Black people should call each other nigger if they so choose, and white people should be able to call themselves nigger, call other Black people nigger if they also so choose.
Giving me a heart attack.
Let's make nigger great again.
No, Seneca, stop. All right. Well, it's not, like I said, that the majority of white people want to say the word. It's that there's some resentment in being said, we cannot say a word. And that's any word. Actually, I've been fussed because I said niggardly. Well, if you look up the definition of niggardly, it means small-minded and ungenerous and parsimonious. It's not anywhere near the slur, but because it sounds similar, I got fussed for using other words that they said, oh no, you can't say that because of who you are. And I'm like, I can say monkey if I want to, and I can call all people monkeys, and it shouldn't be interpreted as a racial slur if I'm calling all humans monkeys, but go ahead and be... Never mind. Okay, Pops, the mic is yours. Thank you, Seneca, for your time. Please drop down. We are almost to the first row. Hey, Pops, what are your thoughts on what you've heard tonight?
The typical clubhouse stuff, man. I will just say that I didn't see the ad, but it sounds interesting. I'm probably gonna check it out when I'm done. I'm not offended by what the ad sounds like. I have been known to fat shame. I am handsome, thankfully, and I do believe in superior genes. It is what it is. It's just with the time of the history that we're in. I don't think superior genes has anything to do with race either. This is just my thoughts. I can elaborate, but I feel like you're exhausted, and I will. We'll probably circle back. But I just don't. I'm not offended by the article. Sydney Sweeney's hot. Obviously, she's about to be like the next round we're all Kim Kardashian, whatever my opinion. And I don't. I think I don't know. City gets hilarious. I think he's trolling. To be honest, I hope he's trolling. And this guy did 11,000 push-ups in 24 hours. I'm sorry, pull-ups in 24 hours. Right? He's got superior genes. Right? I don't think anyone. I can't do 11,000 push-ups, pull-ups. I'm sorry, in 24 hours. Right? You broke the world record. That's some Class A genes right there. Training, whatever. Right? I don't think anyone on the stage can do that. Y'all don't got his genes. Therefore, those are superior. Has nothing to do with his race. Has nothing to do with his, his race. Right? Has to do with his health. I think health is wealth. Right? And that's just my opinion. I'll check out the ad. And that's it. I'll see you. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Pops. There's a bunch of links for Twitter that I added to the chat recently that have some of the ads. I think there's like 5 of them, maybe. I'm not sure. But one of them was, I'm not here to sell you American Eagle jeans. I'm not here to tell you how comfortable they are and how they make your ass look good. I'm not here to sell you to buy American Eagle jeans. I'm just here. And I'm like, well, that's kind of clever. That's kind of funny. And most of the ads were clever and funny. Right. But, haters gonna hate, and we live in such abundance that our natural urge to fight and protect is stunted because we have we're kind of like the apex predator, right? So our skills in fighting are honed by finding things to be aggravated and annoyed about online. That's how blessed we are in our society. All right, Pops, if you want to drop down, thank you for the time. Chi-Chi is next. Hi, Chi-Chi, how are you? Chi-Chi might not be able to say anything. Sometimes there are strong and silent force on the stage, so I'm going to move Chi-Chi down. Mojo, it's a pleasure that you've joined me in my room. I actually had planned to do this in the muff, and then I said, I don't know. So I did in a public room. But do you have time to share any thoughts or insights with us? I'm thinking that's a no from Mojo. Io, the mic is yours.
Yeah, this commercial just reminds me of a funny story. When my parents were getting divorced, my father was like, I gave him jeans, and my mom was like, you didn't buy him any jeans, and he was like, no, and my mom was doing that just to troll my father. My first example of someone trolling somebody else was my mother trolling my father. At the time, he was an alcoholic, and she was trolling him about his jeans, and so it was a double entendre, and to this day, I remember that now. It seems more prescient than ever. But I think the whole idea of genes, there's these genes, there's those genes. You can't be proud of what you have, seems to be the message that society has given everybody. No matter your genes, don't be proud, especially if you're white. Or especially if you have blue genes. Fuck those genes especially, because they look good on your ass for whatever reason. So I think it's silly. It obviously did what it was supposed to do, attention. And I think most of the people who buy their stuff are like surfer type white demographics anyways, so I think they're speaking to their audience, good for them. Their audience didn't think it was racist. I think a lot of other people thought it was racist, and as Pops described, it's like, yeah, she's hot. Wouldn't we even say she has bad genes? That's dumb. So no matter how you take it, taking it poorly is a poor sign, so. Mojo, looks like you're on.
I had moved him down because he hadn't replied to the
okay, my thing is glitching, my bad.
Okay, let's see. I don't think he might be away from his phone because usually Mojo's not shy at giving us his opinion. So, Io, thanks so much for contributing. I appreciate your thoughts. If you want to move down, MGK is next. MGK, you were so close to be modded in this space, and I'm like, I better ask his permission, and it might be a bad look on his profile, so I didn't mod you, but that's only because I was afraid for your comfort on the app, not because I didn't want you to be a moderator in this space. The mic is yours, sir.
Alright, let's see. First I'll start with the ad. Look, sure, you can make bigger things out of it. I don't know. I say company. What I'm most disappointed about this ad are the people that are mad about it, who don't own a pair of American Eagle jeans in the first place. And it's like, look, you're mad about something you don't even buy. That's I don't know. I've never been offended by a tampon commercial, you know. So it's like, and even if the offense popped up, I'd be like, this is dumb. This probably just isn't for me. That's fine, but maybe it's for somebody else too. And I also go to look, we started getting into what we always get into on this app, which is historical oppression, the historical wrongs and things like that. And it's just like without being too much of a jerk, I kind of want to say at some point nobody gives a fuck, and you've got to figure it the fuck out, you know. And I think that's look, I just think that's like the price of freedom, right? That okay, now hey, whether you succeed in life or fail miserably, that's going to be completely up to you. It's like, if you're not willing to pay that price, then one, it's just not smart to do. So I think you should do it, or don't, right? It's like, look, it's your life, you're gonna have to live with the consequences. And what's particularly annoying about it is just that I think it sort of ignores the the legacy of prominent African Americans in our society. Right, you got someone like take Booker T. Washington, for example. This is someone that was born into actual slavery, right? But if you read some of the books that he's written, it's and then you sort of hear how we talk about racism and oppression, how we think it's so defeating. You've got a guy who built institutions, you know, after being born into slavery and making it out, and it's just like, you also have Madam C.J. Walker, right? The first self-made female millionaire in the United States. And she did this in the 1800s, right? You've got public lynchings, you've got Jim Crow, right? It's as bad as it can get. But we've got these examples of people who, even in these times, look, sure, you could say they're exceptional, right? But it's like, I don't know, I feel like if they could do that in that time period, there's a lot you could do where you're not born under those same conditions. And I think just that being said, it's just like, that's sort of what I mean. At some point, you just have to embrace whatever circumstance your life is and figure it the fuck out. And sure, it sounds messed up to say that, but I have a weird suspicion that your life might be better if you just take that approach rather than pointing out all the injustices. It's like, welcome to the club. Right, the road is filled with injustice. So it's sort of, you get in where you fit in and figure it the fuck out. And other than that, I hope, I wish you the best of luck. You can totally do it. You're capable of more than you think. You're stronger than you think. And the world will benefit if they get to see your contributions. And you can just contribute a lot more where you're complaining less.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Thanks, MGK. Who?
Can I ask MGK a question?
Sure, Adams, and then you can take your turn.
Yes, my apologies. I just wanted to add some context. So as far as, you know, American Eagle just being so much America first, where is a good source of the sourcing materials and the production occur to the United States market? Can anybody answer that question?
I'm not too sure exactly.
Got it. So Vietnam and China, right? So their direct competitor, Abercrombie and Fitch, you know, they definitely source materials and distribution networks from the same places. So I'm trying to understand exactly how does this said campaign actually resonate to America First, right?
Let's see, does it resonate to America First? Well, I'm not too sure how it does either. If anything, it seems like to me what it just resonates with is like, how can I put it? The people you see on X that are very big fans of Sydney Sweeney, right? Seem to be sort of catering to that demographic. And the way I see that is just, you know, you see potential audience that's out there, and you're just trying to figure out ways to monetize it. So I think, sure, someone can make a connection to America First. I don't really see that. To me, I just see it as like a particular segment of Sydney Sweeney's audience, and when you know, there's like trans people in a car ad where it's like, at first it's like, look, what do cars have to do with trans, right?
Got it.
It's like,
So let me just let's kind of break this down for a second.
Well, actually, Adam, we both, Monica and I have to go. I'm so sorry. The time like back and forth. Yeah, we were just everybody was giving their last bits, and we're closing out. So if you can give your last bit, and then when you're done, you guys drop down. That would be great. Sorry about that.
Sure, 100%. And you know, my points are typically to the point, and you know, just straight down to the facts. So if you want to look at the outcry, as far as you know, the common outcry, as far as Sydney Sweeney, you know, being involved in this campaign, and you know, people advocating for this to be America First, and then you know, I see, you know, chirums where you know people on television have Sydney Sweeney side by Beyonce. So again, Sydney Sweeney represents American Eagle. I gave you a pathway as far as who American Eagle's direct competitor is, which is Abercrombie and Fitch, both manufacturer in China and both Vietnam. You also look at the person that they're comparing this campaign against, Beyonce. If you look at Levi's, their production and their manufacturing is in China and Vietnam. At what point are we going to wake up and understand that people are deploying this divisive racial narrative to separate us as a country, as opposed to looking at who is the factual source of this discord? So I'll just land there.
Thanks, Adams. I appreciate your time on the stage. I do want to make a couple comments, but let's go to Infinite. And Adams, if you don't mind dropping down, go ahead. Infinite.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I brought it up earlier, and everybody just circles back to the genes and the divisiveness. I think it just seems kind of simple that it was an opportunity to monetize the divisiveness. I hope we're all not fooling ourselves into being aware of the algorithm. And after this campaign launched, their stock went up quite a bit. American Eagles. It's an American-owned company. It peaked at $12, which was up 18% over the month. For the month, you know, they sold quite a bit of jeans. So I just think it's interesting, and this room's to whatever extent confirmed that the divisiveness, that the algorithm and marketers and large corporations and the information that they have access to, they just monetized it, and it worked really well. Sometimes it's more simple than what we make it out to be, but it does make for a conversation. I'll just leave it there.
Thanks, Infinite. I appreciate you, and I appreciate you and being I consider kind of you like a an official mod in the space. Bima, we did it. We made it. I don't know if we had the discussion we hoped we had, but we had a discussion, and I think for the most part it was great. One of my observations is, although we were talking about the crime of being white, it seems like it always goes to other things. You know, we can't stay focused on the topic, but you know, when you put something out there, you lose the control of it because you're putting it out there and you're opening it up for contemplation. And I think it was a good room. Your closing thoughts, ma'am, and then we're going to turn off the lights and shut the door until next time.
Oh man, yeah, great, Monica. Wonderful room. I have so much to say. I'm going to try to keep it short. You know that I get carried away, so I always count on Monica to give me the little whoop. Okay, so first and foremost, thank you everybody for coming. I want to remind everybody, because this is my purpose in life, is just to remind you that, you're not white guilt. Don't worry about it. You cannot be responsible. You can't be responsible or feel guilty. You can't be guilty for something that you didn't do. That doesn't make sense. But you are responsible for refusing to not correct the systems that perpetuate coercion, division, control, systemic oppression, etc. Okay, so I would invite everybody, remember, every day you wake up, you only have one responsibility. That's to not aggress upon your neighbor. I don't care what you think. Hold your opinions to yourself if it comes to law. Okay, freely associate, find like minds. But be an adult, okay? Emotional maturity. If you don't like something, leave. You gotta get rid of the entitlement. You gotta get rid of thinking that everybody has to think your way. That's it. Respect people. Sovereignty, consent. These are the things that we need to really begin to embrace. I also wanted to say, Seneca, I'm so sorry. Listen, I have to push back on this. The N-word topic, it was bothering me. I wanted to say something so bad, but we have 100,000 English adjectives and insults and descriptions to choose from in our English language. Okay, we could build some on adjectives onto others. When you want to highlight one word that carries the weight of a very historical weight of slavery and death and murder and segregation and dehumanization and trauma, I mean, that says more about you're either intellectually just lazy because you can't think of another word, you're emotionally immature because you can't handle being excluded from one cultural boundary. I'm not going to talk about anybody specific in this room, but clearly some people do feel that way, or you're just ethically bankrupt. You know the harm and you don't care. Okay, it costs nothing to be good and kind and to perpetuate grace and love in society for us to continue to grow. You want to even encourage the word something's wrong with you. Okay, I don't know. Get that looked at. The last thing I'll say, closing. I really loved the idea of the mirror of this ad. I love the ability to look at it. I loved everybody's comments too. Don't get me wrong. Adam's made absolutely wonderful commentary about what's really going on. But I think that it was so interesting that what this particular conversation or this episode of America Gone Wild, Sydney Sweeney's Jean commercial, we have language and imagery. They're not neutral, right? They relay messages. They're vessels, and they could be vessels for whatever we deem them to be. Some people looked at this and they embraced it. Some people looked at it and were upset by it, felt excluded, felt sad, felt the pain and the trauma of historic systemic oppression. There's a bunch of different things that this will elicit depending on who you are and, just whatever, right? However you're looking at this. So whether it's however you look at the ad, this is more about you, and I'm not saying that good or bad, I'm just saying it's a good window into your own psychology about how you feel. And now all of us can leave this room tonight and just learn a little bit more about ourselves, right? What can you take about this whenever you feel some sort of strong reaction, right? If this ad if you really didn't give a fuck, you're doing great, right? You are amazing. If you didn't care either way, emotional maturity, you're right on point, okay? I'm proud of you. If you felt a strong reaction, right? If it's offense, if it's defensiveness, if it's fear, if it's pride, if it's whatever it might be, stop and ask yourself, what part of me is responding right now to that, right? And that, I think, should be able to open you up. You can learn a little bit more about yourself. I really appreciate, again, everybody coming in the conversation. Monica holds bang-ass rooms. Everybody coming in. I wish I could have gone longer. I'm sorry for people that didn't get to talk next time. And hopefully this conversation can be an invitation not to argue about, bullshit, but just become more aware, fluent in how language and how things affect each other, right? And collective healing. Just all you gotta do is be a decent human being. Oh shit, you know what? The ad, we fucked up. Okay, sorry. I apologize. Just be aware of it, right? Because I think what we're really, really debating is just who gets to feel like they belong, and we all just want to belong and we want to be loved, And so I love you all. Thank you for coming. Thanks, Monica.
You're welcome, Bima. So, yeah, I don't think American Eagle did anything wrong. I think they actually provided an ad that appealed to the majority. And that doesn't mean that they were slighting or insulting or oppressing or offending the minority. I think two things can be true. And I like what Infinite said about the American Eagle stock going up. I heard all the jeans were sold out, and I heard a portion of the jean sales went to domestic violence, minimizing domestic violence programs. So that's a win-win-win as far as I'm concerned. And if you haven't heard about the controversy with the Dunkin' Donuts, blue-eyed white male model ad, it's coming because people need to feel, and they like the feeling of anger and righteous indignation. So that might be a part 2 room for us, Bima. This is the crime of being white. and everyone have a great evening, and I'll see some of you around the clubhouse.
The one to the student ratio is a real thing. You got to think about these things. So while Biden is leaving the border open for years, not doing nothing until the last minute, okay, here come the Republicans sweeping up after him. Well, not the Republicans, but Trump. So please stop making it seem like the Republicans got the big boogeyman and the Democrats are, come on, that don't even make sense. And you know better than that. So I'll go on mute. Thank you, Jesus.
You are the most illiterate in the world, because all you did is spoken isms, and all your isms mean absolutely nothing, because I spoke to you in facts. And I will definitely bring data when I have conversations, and I literally gave you historical pieces to it. So let me give you how this looked, right? There's only been one president in the last 50 years that balanced the budget, and I said 50. I didn't say anything else because some of y'all are weird as fuck. Bill Clinton, a Democrat. And I never said anybody was a savior at all. Just like both parties have problems, and I've said that a million times, but what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to look at a party that currently is literally destroying this country and say that they're, yeah, they got some good parts and they don't. No, because I voted to hear. This MAGA shit is racist, misogynistic, nasty, disgusting. They are looking to keep the rich rich and keep the poor poor. And I don't know how you don't see it, but have this conversation with me in another year and you will see exactly what I am talking about. Because again, you go in isms, I go by facts and data, sir. And the data don't look good at this juncture. When you have a man who would literally stand in front of the chair fed that he nominated, who has been his Fed chair for a while. He was kept on through the Biden administration. And literally, the Fed chair is standing there telling him, the project is not $5.5 billion, sir. You don't know what you're talking about. He's shaking his head. He's trying to get him to shut the hell up. And then he pulls out the paper, and the man looks at him and says, no, you're incorrect. The numbers show the Martin Project, which is what you're including in the numbers. The Martin Project was finished 5 years ago. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. He's the fucking Fed chair. He knows what the hell was done friggin' 5 years ago. But you want to argue with the man who is the power purse of this country because you want to prove that you're right instead of showing how fucking stupid you are as a president, that you would stand there with your unpresidential ass and argue some numbers that don't make damn sense. Give me a darn break.
So you admit that the Democrats and the Republicans have messed this country up. It's not just the Republicans. I understand you. It's hard to follow you because you're doing the bob and weave between the Republican stuff versus how Trump is terrible, and you're going back and forth. You're saying MAGA. MAGA came onto the scene in 2015. Okay, an anti-establishment figure who wasn't going to play nice because we were being sent down the river under go along to get along politics, saying all the right things but don't get nothing done. So he was sick of it. He put the spotlight on all of the corrupt. I mean, he ran through all of the Republicans, and then he ran through Hillary Clinton and defeated her in beautiful style. But at the end of the day,
are you saying Trump and Marco Rubio and Jeffrey Epstein at the time, those people weren't establishment?
Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah.
In 2015? Jeffrey Epstein was even in the lexicon.
He wasn't in political circles. He wasn't establishment.
I didn't hear about Jeffrey Epstein until like 2017. Me personally. Anyway, okay.
But you said not establishment, right?
Trump represented.
Is his cabinet establishment? Is his cabinet filled with people who are part of the establishment?
It's not filled with. There are some establishment.
Did he drain the swamp that he said he was going to drain, or did he just get a bunch of people who asked him what he wanted?
He draining the swamp better than anybody else could. That's what I think. He's not doing it to the 100%. Not getting with another person.
What's been drained?
This is dumb.
What's been drained?
What's been drained is the clog of corruption that was in the FBI.
Where's the corruption? Nobody's been arrested.
I'll tell you.
No one's been arrested. No one's been arrested.
Wait and see.
No one's been arrested.
Not yet.
No one's been arrested.
Wait and see. He's been in office for damn near 5 years.
6 months. 6 months.
Who did he put in jail?
Right. Nobody. Nobody. We didn't do his first term. He didn't do his first term.
What happened?
He didn't do his first term.
Nothing.
He became your president instead of going to jail. All that shit y'all was doing.
You sound
run that Department of Justice.
This is why I say this isn't a good faith convo. This is a good faith
conversation because you ain't interested in a good faith conversation.
You're not having one. You're just talking points that you're from Truth Social and Twitter. You're fucking goofy.
You don't know how to have a conversation.
It hurts your feelings when people call you stupid because you're unread and don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Something is absolutely wrong with you.
You're absolutely ridiculous.
You call me stupid. How many
you are? You are.
Okay. According to you, who are you?
I'm someone who's not stupid on the subjects that you talk about on a daily basis. You haven't made a fucking point. You You haven't made a fucking point since you've been talking. You've been the only person talking for an hour.
You have fucking did. Fucking shit, bro. And what? You don't know shit. You over here just yapping.
You've been yapping for an hour and haven't made a point.
Yep. I mean, I'm gonna keep yapping until I get to. Yep. I was having a conversation with Rez, and here you come.
You haven't had a conversation. You've just been talking.
We were having a conversation.
Rez, has he made a point?
Oh, I made a point. Because she was
he hasn't counted with one fact, one data, nothing. He's only counted with the normal MAGA rhetoric, the literally going around in circles and then regurgitating shit that he's heard, but he has no facts. Like I explained to him about the bill. I explained to him about how people were going to be hurt by cutting staff benefits, and I gave him the entire spiel. I even told him what it was in the bill. I explained to him how it was in the bill and what the effects of it was. And do you know what his response to me was? So how do you combat fraud, waste, and abuse? And you know what my response to him was? We already have laws on the books. I actually gave him a case that is currently happening in Louisiana with a young lady that literally frauded the Medicaid system, and now she's about to go to jail because she's been arrested because the laws are already put in place. But as I explained to him a while back, there's no rampant, because this was the word he used, fraud, waste, and abuse happening to some large level that 20 million people are fraud, wasting, abusing the system, and this is why you have to kick 20 million people off of the program. That's what I said to him, Womack. Am I wrong, Hold on. Am I wrong, Womack?
No, you're not, but he's
Okay.
clearly not. He's clearly not.
But he's not listening.
You're not even validated by one of your pom-poms. You got validated by a cheerleader.
Womack doesn't know me. He doesn't know me from a can of paint.
You know what a cheerleader have pom-poms in their hand? You went to a pom-pom, a cheerleader, and you asked him if you to validate.
I asked him to validate the data. I asked him to validate the data.
You heard him before you even spoke. He was
He knows the data. He knows the same data I know.
Please. Did you engage with anyone out of Infinity? Did you engage with anyone of her leader? And you engage with no. You asked for something specific. You asked for something specific. She gave it to you. Have you engaged with any one of the points that she's made since she stated what she stated? Not one. Not one in the last fucking hour and a half. The problem is she's pancaking. That's why I was interrupting her a few times. Because I wanted to address it.
What the fuck is pancaking?
She's pancaking her quote unquote points. So when I kick
what is pancaking if I'm giving you facts?
You're taking, listen, ma'am, you're taking all of your points and you're putting them in one soliloquy. So then when I take the microphone, I gotta remember every 15 of the points that you try to make. That's why I wanted to go point by point. But when I cut you off, I can't remember everything that you say because you take forever. Just like I take forever. Why don't we do it point by point? I've talked about the border and all the people pouring into our country. You didn't address that. You didn't talk about the fact that Biden let all these Biden let all these people come into the country, and he didn't think that was a big problem. When everybody knew it was a big problem. So that was a rampant issue that he didn't address. That he downplayed.
The immigration. I can answer that question. Hold on. You keep talking. Stop talking.
Just like you kept talking.
That's not true.
Every administration gets to determine how they want to determine the issue. Biden looked at that porous border and said, no, it's not a crisis. But then Trump was like, are you serious? Millions of people pouring into our country is an invasion. So there's the discrepancy between two perspectives. So when I say the Trump administration determines that fraud, waste, and abuse currently as rampant, that's within their realm. Biden didn't think it was, just like you don't think it was. Oh, whatever, we got laws on the books. They're being held accountable.
The numbers don't add up. There's no numbers. It's just like you guys have said that there are elite. I've heard this MAGA conversation that there are this rampant voter fraud and abuse, and it came out literally from the IOC department, literally from the it from the department that was built under Trump, which is so weird, that the data was so safe at one point.
What department?
I just said, sir, stop talking. Fuck.
What department?
Stop fucking
You
talking.
don't know the department.
Oh my God, sir.
No, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
This is what they always do. Well, they want to talk.
He's not engaging with anybody.
He's not. I'm done.
You don't know what she's talking about. I'm done too. You don't know what you're talking about. You just repeating talking points, and you're getting lost in your own sauce. The department under Trump. What department? I don't know. You don't know what you're talking about. Keep yapping. Just came and shit all over her state. Wait, bunch of lies and misinformation. Ridiculous.
What are you talking about? I mean, I'm looking the stuff up that the lady was talking about, and she seemed to be on point in the math and statistics say that even Donald Trump's ratings in some places are falling. I mean, brother, you got to go by statistics. You can't roll up in a dumb bucket of truck type attitude and say, well, there's no facts, but here's what I got to say. Nobody wants to hear that. You either, Manfinity, got to come with some kind of facts. And that's what that lady came with back there. You done got left in the dust like a pickup truck going down the road. You got left.
Can I finish what I was going to say? I was going to say this real quick. While he was cutting me off, I was saying the department CIO, which I know what I'm talking about. It's the IT department of the government. Look it up. It's called the CIO. It was developed under the Trump administration. Had the head of the Trump, because he brought in somebody from Dell who literally knew what he was doing. And then when he declared that the first election was safe as hell, Trump got mad and fired him. So let's be clear. I know what I'm talking about. All this stuff is literally, you can Google it, duh, because y'all love freaking Google, but you only Google what you want to Google. So again, I came with data, I came with facts. I don't know what the hell your problem is, Be Affinity, but it sounds like you need a hug. You really need some serious Jesus, and somebody needs to help you get out of being brainwashed, because it's unfortunate that you are in a cult and you don't realize it. But again, the votes were safe. So the point I was trying to make in what I said is that at the end of the day, it's all these things that you guys talk about rampant. Voter fraud was supposed to be so rampant. Oh my God, it was so rampant in this country. That's not even a talking point anymore. Like that conversation went away. But we have midterm elections coming up, so I know that's going to come up again. And guess what? They went back, they recounted ballots. They recounted ballots in Michigan, they recounted ballots in Arizona, they recounted ballots in Georgia, and they found no rampant voter fraud. In fact, for the 3 people who they found actually committed fraud, guess what? They were all Republicans. They were all freaking Republicans. Y'all are fucking weird.
Bad, Manfinity, it's kind of, you kind of are sinking, and you gotta find a way to make buoyancy with what you have, and that just doesn't work. The analogy will run smooth now. At the end of the day, brother, what Donald Trump does is it absolutely sucks. And it ain't helping your wallet. It ain't helping Walmart's wallet and all these other companies that are just crumbling sometimes under the weight of tariffs and have talked about it. It is just embarrassing, brother, if you cannot sit here and lean on the facts and not just what people think or what you think or what you watch on television or the old internet or whatever it is. You got to start feeling and saying, this is now affecting my life because, and then go look at the effect or the facts related to that, whether that is higher taxes or whether that is tariffs in this case. That affects you too, right? You're not, you can't avoid that, right? But people now are speaking up you're a Republican, which you are, Manfinity, I think this stuff is going to affect you. And so at the end of the day, that lady was right. The numbers are really, especially with the markets and stuff in some places, that's affected as well, right? I mean, my God, you have some people still getting a 15% tariff over in Europe and places like that. Well, it's better than 30%, someone said in another room I was in. It doesn't matter. This stuff is unneeded mathematically. It adds a mathematical burden on people, about $3,855 on average per working person in America, just an extra $3,000. Do you think people, some folks, not everybody, has an extra $3,000 per year to throw at tariffs on everyday items that you use every day? How stupid do the Republicans sound? I'm not trying to, I'm sorry, brother, I was going to say something else. So, God help me out. Brother, it just sounds stupid as hell. Go back to your kitchen table and go do the math. And look at our GDP and all that other kind of stuff related to it. And I suggest you to break it down into sectors, whether that's steel, aluminum, and other things that we produce, and then get back with me. That math right there should be through as an arrow if you do it right. If you can do that right, then you'll see that tariffs are going to hurt you across the board. Got it, brother? Can you do that assignment? Can you come back and tell me what steel is going to cost under tariffs? Can you tell me what aluminum is going to cost under these tariffs and your everyday products, and then tell me you're joyful about that? Can you do that for me, brother? Any Republicans in here? Can you do that kind of math for me? Get back with me, because a lot of that stuff I certainly can do, and I have done that by telling you the extra $3,000 some on average that each American would have to pay. That's some pretty good math. Infinity, find the assignment. I'm not happy. This is crap. What happened to Infinity? He just. Oh. Wow, it's just terrible. My God. Republicans have nothing to say at all about the horrible mess mathematically that the country is in and other countries because of tariffs. It's embarrassing. Those tariffs, aren't those global too? Not on aluminum and steel. That's not just, in Canada. The other countries are affected under that aluminum steel, and I think someone mentioned copper in here. The price of copper has jumped by a percentage. I wasn't able to catch that percentage, but if it's what is the price of copper right now, or if that's jumped? Someone told me that copper may be as much as gold in some places by price jump, but I don't know that, because I'll have to go look all that up comparative. But if copper is going up by whatever percentage Donald Trump had said, even 15 to 20% is still not good for copper and steel. I just think it's bad. Miss Reyes, have you found anything? Because did you mention about copper or steel or those prices going up, or on somebody?
I wasn't talking about tariffs in regards to the prices, because I don't know what the prices is. I do know that the tariffs being imposed are having an effect, and I know some of the effect that's happening in the industry that I work in. So, it's very complicated, because people do not understand that tariffs are, a business, when a business is taxed, they put the tax back onto the consumer, and and you can see it in the price gouging and the price jumps. I was talking to someone the other day. Some of our beef and our cattle, some of our beef comes from Canada, and if you go to certain parts where they import beef from Canada, you can see the prices have jumped considerably. Where a pound of beef used to be somewhere around, I think like $1 and $1.50 a pound. It's probably now almost to $3-4 a pound, which is crazy.
Whoa! And we see that here in Texas, as some folks have had to sell off cattle, heads of cattle and stuff like that, and try to plump those cattle up to, I know that's kind of old school sounding, but we just gonna have to roll with that. Plump those cattle up to get those cattle on down the market and get those cattle sold. And if not, some cattle will sit to other places. It is a big deal even at the auction house. You know, here they have stockyards and stuff, and you do see the prices even for that record buyout. Folks will pay sometimes even at the stock shows and stuff will pay anywhere, a lot of money, $300,000, and some folks are greater. Even for the small calves, you can get $30,000 to $75,000. If your animal's branded, then that's another big deal. So I just tell people, yeah, I'm with you, man. The price of meat is reflected in the market here, and we hate it here in Texas. We don't have to ship in as much, I guess, beef, but they are having to sell off their cattle and not being able to produce more baby cattle or more,
I've heard something like that. Yeah, I've heard something like that. I didn't know how true that was. I thought a lot of the cattle that they used was not necessarily for beef, but I thought that a lot of it was for, well, you have like some for beef, you have some for dairy producing, because there's dairy cows, you have your Angus cow. There's several different variations of cows. So each cow has different stuffs. But I have heard that people are having to sell off some of their cows. So
yes, in the auction floor, you go down there on that Saturday morning, you see that auction floor, and those cows come down. They, those real fast numbers rumble off. Those numbers come on the big board. That big board, those numbers come down, and boom, boom, bam, bam. They slam the gavel. If your number's called, you got the money. You get that cow right now. So that's another good way to get a cow. If you don't got a farm near you, well, I don't know where one lives, whatever. I'm not sure. If you do not have a farm near you, and you still need a cow, then you go on down to the auction yard, and you can bid on a cow, and they'll, you can get it, drive that on to your house. So yeah, wherever you live, or you can drive it to the butcher, and they'll cut it for you, and you put it in your deep freezer. But you still have the opportunity to get cattle, regardless, I think, of where you live. But the prices are still high even at the auction house, just due to the fact of demand and not enough being born. What Texas wants to do is supposedly create a breeding system. I don't know how to put that in there, but it's like a breeding system to have more cows if we can just keep producing. But there are some problems with that too. But that's what they're thinking, to try to maybe, meet demand or do what they do with chickens. But cows aren't chickens, so having them all crammed into a barn or place, it just isn't going to work. So they've got to find other ways to get more cows to be born to meet the demand of the beef, so those prices hopefully can go down in that particular market. That's what I'm hoping here in Texas, that they can begin to produce more cattle and we see our prices go down. I don't know about other states or what other states are doing to kind of counter that. I'm not sure, but our state's trying to look into what we can do. Reg, you have heard, like you said, you've heard what I, kind of had talked about, but every state doesn't have, the farming industry that we have, but hopefully they can counter, with some of the means. If, I don't know if cows can be everywhere, but there's got to be a way for these states to be able to counteract. I don't know how you counteract tariffs, but for us with the cattle, we're trying to potentially get more in.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the solution is honestly, the agriculture space, I listen into what's going on and I kind of, I empathize. There's a lot going on with agriculture right now. It's a mess right now between half of the people not showing up. I can tell you, I just drove down from Sonoma. I want to say like 3 days ago, and there was nobody out there. Nobody out there. It's tough. People were scared to come to work because they're scared to be picked up. So there's a lot of fruit that's rotting on the trees, and we're gonna see the effects of those numbers probably in the next 2 to 3 months when you start to see that even fruit prices start to go up. So yeah.
No way that any of that fruit. I know during the pandemic, what our church did, because a lot of stuff was gonna go bad. They spent hundreds of thousands of dollars and asked the folks if as much as we can put on the back of 4 18-wheelers, they had everything.
Agriculture is this idiot who just said this. You are definitely stupid and you don't know what you're talking about. Agriculture is not better than ever, and robots cannot make it better because robots cannot pick fruit the way that Margaret. Y'all are friggin' weird as hell. Y'all just say anything.
Oh, who said that, brother? Have your ass worked in a farm?
He's not a farmer. He is not a farmer. He need to go sit his behind down.
I've worked on, brother, it's very meticulous. You can't just go in there with robots and yanking grape stuff, breaking watermelons, falling down. Like, brother, what you talking about? Robots, they can do some stuff, but you still gotta have people to go and pick the finer stuff. I've worked on a farm before, same thing with getting bees. Robots can't do that work. The bees get out the hive. It would be an utter disaster, brother. You still need people to get them. With bees, you got to put your suit on. I had to do that. That guy told me to get some bees out of my house, and I went in there with steam, smoked them out there with steam, then brought smoke in there, all those bees huddled in the corner, and I was able to capture all those bees, but also get their honey. So I just tell people there's ways to do stuff, and brother, you don't need no robots to do this stuff. You still need people, and if you're sitting up here thinking you're gonna go on somebody's farm, talking about you're gonna use a robot to pick up their watermelons here in Texas, brother, that ain't gonna work for you. So you need manual labor to do these jobs, to move this stuff, and to load it on the trucks. I don't know. Like I said, maybe I'm an old school way of thinking, but we have folks and all that works at Old Police Farm. We don't have no robots working out there. So I think you might want to change the way you think and know that people still need jobs. You sit here and think that robots they're gonna take every job, but then you still need folks, brother. I don't understand the concept of. I guess it can work for some things you need on a farm, but robots can't pick grapes. They'll break the grapes or something.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's trolling. He's just trolling. He's weird as hell.
Down grapes will be all on the down ground, man. You making away with an autonomous tractor or something. Fort Worth just opened up a multi-billion-dollar company to somehow build autonomous tractors. But even they said there are some skilled work that still needs people. Now, I don't know what that person's that stuff. So that's all I can tell you, dude. I've been on the farm, around equipment, John Deere and all that. There's people out there. So
I was thinking the same thing, Juicy. What the hell is he talking about? That was the stupidest link that he said. See, they always try to make their point and then they make it with dumb, stupid stuff. What the hell does a drone have to do with picking damn grapes? Nothing. A drone is not gonna pick grapes, weirdo.
No, have you seen Grapevine? Are you trying to fly something?
Yes, ma'am. I have. So we're not talking about fertilizing the farm. Anybody can we're talking about picking fruit. I was very clear of what I said specifically. I never said nothing about fertilizing any ground. So don't try to now turn this around. Robots cannot pick fruit. The hell?
I've seen a robot try to hold potatoes, the whole damn thing would probably get crushed. Like, what, bro? Like, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to.
Yeah, well, it's okay. I had enough of the MAGA weirdos. Go find another room. Go find your tribe. Go find MAGAs, and y'all can MAGA it all day long. Y'all are worrisome.
They come up and speak. I mean, like I said, maybe I'm old school and all that, and this song.
I'm nowhere near MAGA, honey. You got the wrong person. Listen, we good. Y'all don't want DEI. DEI is dead, remember? So go find your tribe. You don't want diversity. Bye.
You want diversity in this room.
When did you ever hear me say the word Mexican? I have not said anything about Mexicans in this damn room. But you see, this is what I'm saying. Y'all always projecting your bullshit. Go find MAGA. Bye. I'm not hinting shit. You don't know what you're talking. Now we're gonna bring up slavery. Okay, now y'all gonna have to go because I'm so over y'all with the dumb shit.
What? And God, are y'all enjoying this? Yeah. I'm dead. Like, yo, we're talking about a farm and folks working. That means people, robots don't.
Right, that's all we said. Nobody said nothing about Mexicans. Guess what? Now we already got a whole lot of jobs. So why don't you get your brothers, your sisters, your cousins, Papa, and Mima to go pick that damn fruit? How about that?
Where'd it come from? They just, y'all just came out of left field for real. A home run, a no home run. What the hell, bro? Y'all foul ball. What the? They say just. Can the folks in the channel able to? Can you come up and speak or something? I don't read it. No sleep. April. Huh? Somebody in the chat. This is a great idea. They said that in the chat. That UBI is a great idea.
You know what UBI is?
What I was gonna ask, what is that a name of a company? That's what I was gonna ask.
No, it's Universal Basic Income. UBI is Universal Basic Income.
Oh, basic income. What? Universal basic income? What? Is that something that helps everybody? Is that something that only helps a few people?
No, universal. That's what universal means, right? Universal means like when you think of universal healthcare, it's just for everybody.
Okay.
Universal basic income is an income for everybody. So you see how it's like Social Security is for only folks that are of retirement age. Universal basic income would give income to everybody. So the tax revenue, instead of being, you can use the tax revenue to give everybody a basic income. So like $500 a month for each person, each citizen.
No. Mathematically, it was in the you're not going to have
Actually, it does work. Because look what they just did, right? They just cut what $4 trillion from the top, just giving them a tax cut when they could have allocated that, and they also cut freaking Medicaid and all this other shit too. All of this money, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
they just funneled that. There's a way to pay for it. There's a way to pay for it.
I get the way to pay for it, but you're saying for lawyers and doctors and folks that make good money to go to this universal income system, and that ain't gonna work. If I like my 2,000 square foot of, hold on, where I live at, big old place there, you telling me I got to downsize because you may give me just enough to make it, brother. I don't want just enough. I want to make as much as my talent or the market. We gotta allow that to be the market. What you can't.
It doesn't make you not able to do other things. It just gives everybody a basic income. You can opt out of it, and also the folks that are making a whole lot of money, like you're saying, like lawyers, doctors, whatever, they pay more in taxes than they would get from universal basic income. So it would actually fund more towards the bottom. And also, you can make exceptions in what they can use it for too. So there's different ways to score it, so that way it's fair. But the basic concept, yeah. There's a lot of videos on how it can be paid for. There's different ways it can be paid for. Also, there's pilot programs that a lot of different cities and states have implemented, and it actually improved the community. So there's a lot of positive enough. Actually, the United States was about to pass it during the Nixon era. They were about to pass it, but it was for some reason it was blocked. But we were about to have it, just like Social Security. Imagine if they blocked Social Security, where we would be right now, right?
So when you're on these income kind of programs, whether it's Social Security or whatever, there's restrictions. You can only make this kind of money, brother. I don't know if anybody in America would want to be limited in what they can make in order to accept this program. Now there's an opt-out button or whatever you want to call it.
Universal basic income doesn't limit you. It just gives everybody a floor. You can make as much money as you want. It doesn't mean that that's the only money you can make. It's just a minimum, basic income. So that way everybody has at least money for food, money for whatever. It's universal, so you can use it for whatever the fuck you want to use it for. You can use it for college. You can use it for. You got your basic needs met. Everybody.
I see what you mean.
At least lifting somebody out of poverty, right?
Well, why don't we increase the wage? I don't know about the income deal, but
you can do both. It's not exclusive. It's not exclusive to raising the wage. It's not exclusive.
Well, that's gotta happen.
You can have a minimum income, and you can still increase the wage. Go ahead.
Okay, that's gotta happen, because it can't just be the government saying, whoop, I'm just going to give money to everybody, every single person. That also has to be paid for somehow. You have 63 million Americans right now receiving some kind of benefits of Social Security as well. That program is talking about possibly going insolvent. So how do we make sure that if this universal income thing you're talking about, that the god doggone thing doesn't go insolvent, or that we make sure there's money in it? How to make sure.
Social Security is self-funded. It's not going to go insolvent. It's just going to decrease in the benefits by 2033, unless there's any changes to the policy. So it's just going to decrease. But there's an easy fix for that problem that could fund it for the next 70 plus years. Is if they raise the cap on the freaking income that gets taxed for Social Security. So that's an easy fix. They just don't want to do that shit because lobbyists and all this bullshit of people that don't want to vote for the
That's an easy fix. Check. We go to because I like doing math. How much of a percentage would someone's their paycheck, would have to cover to really pay for this program?
Let me propose something from a lot of research. A lot of research.
Is hell what he's talking about?
Yeah. Just let's ask a little more elemental question. Somebody on the chat is saying, where's the money come from? I'm going to argue that in 100 years from now, people are going to wonder why there was ever a question about scarcity of money. That is one thing we don't have a scarcity. We do have scarcity of things.
Okay.
But overall, there was a time in history where if you were a smart, well-learned person, you knew that the world was flat. And to think otherwise made you, crazy, right? So I probably sound crazy when I say there's no fixed amount of money. There is a choke on the supply of what we actually need for people to raise their standard of living, and we figure all that out and all that fighting we do about different kinds of political systems. But you could ask yourself, once upon a time, us being on an app like this, no long distance charges, all of that, compared to a world I grew up in as a boy, well, you could say we have incredible power right now just to go to organize, I've done major, collaborations that have come out of Clubhouse. Lots of you have too, I'm sure, if you've been around a while. And so I would say an ordinary human being today, living today in 2025, has more power to get things done than the 1% had 20 years ago, an ordinary person of today. Now, when we ask from that standpoint, is it only possible to come up with an economic model in which universal income works that's only paid for by government? I don't think so. I think there's other business models that can work in which universal income can work. And it only really has one, and you look at basicincome.org, which I posted in the chat, that people can look at all these examples, whether it comes from government or not. But I'll argue that there's already attempts right now, I can give you links to, of people attempting to establish basic income without it coming from a government or taxes. And that's the first thing. We ended up doing a lot of research in my organization with people throughout the United States, asking if it was possible to actually have universal income that didn't come out of your taxes. Would you be okay with a world in which you don't have to work for a living? Now that sounds foreign to people worrying about people just sleeping on a couch and just being subsidized by everybody else. But if they're not being subsidized by everybody else, but they're actually part of a working economic system that allows them to make whatever decision they want to make with what they want to do with their time, who am I to say that somebody just pattering in their garden for their whole lifetime is wasting their life on what we would call basic income? That's their life, right? I do other things. And like somebody said, and you look at those examples on basicincome.org, you will see that for the most part, lovely news to share with you about human nature, it seems better than we think, is that most people, when they get basic income, they actually do something with it. Like the guy said, they start a business, go to school. I don't know, was that Dan you were saying that? Jeremy, that was Jeremy. Thank you. It turns out that more often than not, sure, there are some loafers and people who do drugs and sit on the couch, but what's considered one of the earliest demonstrations of the power of universal income is actually not cash, but it's known as the medicine hat. 1977 it starts. The medicine hat experiment or something like that, where they gave almost 500 homeless people apartments. And I'm not saying they put them up in apartments, they gave them to them outright. They own it. Here it is. And 83% of those people, within a year and a half had full-time jobs. And then there's all sorts of social science that's gone into building on that concept and trying to see when you give people buying power, agency, and capability, do they tend to make the most of it, or do they just waste because they didn't have the work ethic? Turns out that most of the time people make really good use of it. And I'll just land my plane on, you can make an economic model to invest
invest into people by giving them buying power, so that when they buy goods and services, the people who buy goods and services are able to get good hard money out of that buying power, just like you make good hard money out of a loan coming out of the Federal Reserve, which is not the kind of debt we all think it is. We don't actually have the money you send into your tax dollars go into a bank account to then pay for other things the government does. When you send your money into the government, they destroy it. What we think money is nothing like what money is. I form it for a living. I am telling you, we could end, and I know no one will agree with me that this is true, but I'm going to prove this. So you heard it here first, that we can end the U.S. debt in 8 years. No shit. I am going to prove that. And I'm saying, like, we do not understand where the money is and what to make use of it and what to do with it. And there are people figuring out how to do that, and I'm helping them.
Yeah. When Trump brought on Elon, because Elon's a proponent of UBI, because he knows where technology is going. Also, Barack Obama's in favor of it. Also, since it's proven and it's backed by fact, a lot of people on both sides are in favor of it. So it's easy for it to be passed. But when Elon was in the Trump administration and they're going to be gutting shit, I thought that's what they were going to go for. They're going to try to gut everything and implement UBI. And actually, it would actually make Trump the most popular president in the history of the United States. Well, he did that.
Yeah, we'll see.
He fucked it up, right? Elon's no longer there. And they spent it enough, and they still gave these billionaires a tax break. They should have just kept that shit, like raise the taxes and implement UBI, and they would have saved all this fucking all these people.
I'm very public on how much I agree with you. I'll simply say that we're going to make it out alive, so to speak. We're going to figure this out because the real wealth is in the real human beings, in the real economy, not in the monetary economy. And that's part of the issue. And I can explain what I'm about to say to a 5-year-old. I really think I could. There is a monetary economy, and there's a real economy. And the monetary economy is much larger than the real economy. The monetary economy has Jeremy just got a call. He needed to hear this. All right, I'll leave it. It's all right. Let me finish this. Hold on, Alan. I'm just going to finish the thought I'm making and respond. There's a monetary economy and a real economy. The monetary economy is larger than the real economy. The monetary economy has zero tax on it. And the real economy has way too much tax on it. And if you change the tax from the real economy to the monetary economy, you can wipe out the debt in 8 years. Jeremy just came back, so I'll finish and then let it go to you, Al. Jeremy
can use what they have. I mean, ours have. We've put people in homes and stuff like that, working with Habitat for Humanity programs like that. The homeownership program of America is what it used to be called here, but I think it's now called the homeownership program. Those kinds of programs need to have an infusion of funds, money to fortify those so that more people can get off waiting lists. In some states are 4 years long for people to get on even basic housing, Section 8, some of that kind of stuff. So it can't just be a government take on. It's got to be private and
At this point,
I'm sorry.
At this point, because I'm sorry, but government has been destroyed.
Well, it got to be everyone to help. It's got to be private, public, and even some religious sectors to try to help.
Yes, that is true. I'm agreeing with you for sure. Everybody needs to participate. And the key thing about this participation is there isn't a limitation. People do not need to go around saying that there isn't any money to pay for anything. This is a false limitation. There is a limitation on how much the economy can absorb. That's where inflation happens. When you can't match that, when you put money into people's hands, that does not cause inflation. What causes inflation is the actual goods and services that are in the supply chain. That's what causes inflation. If you put the actual amount of money in people's hands, they have buying power. They can go out and buy goods and services. That allows the economy to and everybody grows, and you get a bigger return on investment than the investment of putting the money in their hands. That's why it's a business model.
So with the tariffs, right? The messaging of tariffs also cause some kind of impulse to inflation. Do you think that's something?
Yes, it's cutting the supply based on official cost and premium that's placed on it. It is, in fact, a war. It is a trade war. War is not, as everybody thinks, profitable. It's only profitable for the munitions makers. Maybe that's the exception. There's only 5% of the economy is related to war. 95% of the actual economy, the global economy, is based on production, and it limits production artificially. So yes, it causes inflation for sure.
So that's GDP, and if each country's GDP, is on, say, below.
Not to correct you, Ash, but not GDP. We're talking about the rate of inflation is what Alan was at.
Okay, the rate of inflation, but that still can be affected by tariffs, and tariffs are affected.
Yeah, he agrees. Yeah, that's what it is.
So the other thing, I think the second step, I think somebody was saying about the government, right? So if you go to Germany, EBI, right? Like, say, AI, access to data, and also AI profits, from using our data. I think that the government, if they capture part of those profits, that would work the threshold, right?
Absolutely. Like a utility that I'm supporting now that's launching communities built around a model like that, where they're funding the community off of income, off of data center usage, where they're not like going out and selling it to anybody. It's like on a permanent feed being sucked up by the use of AIs using it computing power, and they just sell it like selling electricity back to the grid. And it funds a whole bunch of projects.
And that's good, because I will tell you, in real life here in Texas has asked for some of these companies that are doing a lot of whatever you want to call it, mining. I don't know much about that kind of stuff. That's new age crap, whatever. But that stuff,
yeah, you're right.
It generates so much power that the state of Texas, has asked these companies that pull off the grid, yes, to please somehow either use solar and all of that. Even in the country, when I've looked up a lot of this, the grid in America is really old and outdated in some places.
Don't get me started, Ashton, because Texas Guys, I get it. I just want to point out that Texas's grid problems are self-inflicted.
That's what I was going to say. That's what they need to have electric delivery lines drop into the ground somehow to connect to on power delivery, deliver that power where it needs to be across this state. We don't have right now a powerful enough delivery method to get power to where it needs to be. And that's why the state has proposed to build a 76,000 acre lake. Some of that water can be dropped down via natural gravity, just the way they'll position that lake on the land. That will produce supposedly electricity and whatever else. But it'll also have water to bring 250,000 people online. The state wants to look at building out our grid. It's got to happen, and the only way that Texas would be proposed, a meeting that I went to, is to deliver the power by micro nuclear method. That means shoring up the nuclear so that in the event of a hurricane or other things, that they fortify these plants to be able to hopefully keep power online to critical infrastructure, which is going to cost billions of dollars to bring these nuclear plants up to code, because nuclear burns hotter, it burns when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't go. That's just what it is. And they're making the investment to build more nuclear, and it's a pollutant, it's not the best, but that is what the state is thinking to do here, so that people don't lose their lives in the next winter storm. Just telling you, we need nuclear, and we need it right now.
That's all terrific. I'm pointing out also that Texas cut itself off from the U.S. grid. It is on its own. It is unique in this regard, and when it suffered, and the point of having larger grids working, collaborating together, is you make more available energy and feel safe for all the participants. The more you connect it, the more valuable all the pieces become. It's like synergy. And Texas cut itself off, and so I was in Texas, and they had that, freeze, and the grid went down and everything, and nobody from the rest of the country could help them, even if they wanted to. And that's a weakness still for them to need to fix their community.
We have some problems. America, generally has some problems compared to the other countries, and it's hard in other places,
Down on America as a whole at all.
We could do better. We have to do better here in this state, and making sure that somehow we can. I just don't know how we connect power to. I don't know anything about that.
Energy grids work like this, right? When a grid is connected, there's certain parts based on time zones and other reasons where there's less usage in one place and more usage in another. And the wider the grid is, the more they can, it costs more to shut it down and bring it back up than to just leave it running for its peak times. So this way they can share across DC current and transmission lines. And actually, Buckminster Fuller, an American genius, said that if you took all the regional grids of the world and created one continuous grid for the entire world, you would increase the energy available per person on the planet by 800% without generating another single kilowatt.
Can I add something on that? Because that is an interesting theory, but they also have the coil current theory, where they can literally position coils on the earth and supposedly link those coils somehow to create electricity.
I can't comment on something that's proven, but I can comment on what is proven is that the East Coast and the West Coast of the United States, the East Coast of Canada, and the East Coast of the United States, and all sorts of grid interactions take place now, so that when there is one part of the grid that's down, another part covers, and that's why I point out Texas. exception in this. This was like Texas wanted to be its, Lone Star culture. We can take care of our own repenting, and that's how that happened. It was driven by culture, not by necessarily what's good for the state. But I'm just saying, the way energy grids work, and the world is an island surrounded by water. It is not actually like the way our maps look at all. If you really look at it from space. And if you took all the grids of that island and made them one long grid, you'd have all this extra energy for every person on the planet without polluting anything.
But then you connect with that. My problem is, I like looking at stuff on the kids. How do you then, it's kind of like a DC current or other currents, but over water. How do you then defeat the current? I'm just saying that's water.
You don't have to go if you look up something called the Dymaxion map, that's DYMAXION, Dymaxion map, it will show you that the world, in fact, is not like the map we see in school, where the east is east, the west is west, and there's this big ocean between them. What you actually see in the world, the way it really is that it's one strip of land, most except for Australia and New Zealand, a little bit off to the side there, but the rest of it is all like one long strip. In fact, between Russia and the United States, there's 3 kilometers.
I'll say something as I look at this globe. We don't get a globe, but I've got a globe on the table. And I say something to you, brother, when I do my latitude and longitude lines, that ain't making no sense, brother. When you have a North Pole and South Pole, it cools this planet down at good rates, keeps the weather steady. I don't understand what you're talking about. And the planet itself, I believe, is a round globe and not some strip like it
It is a round globe, and the term spaceship that everybody uses now, actually created the mathematics of synergy as the man described this. And he said that it's a round globe, it's a spaceship that moves through water, and it's a strip of land and that water. And when we clarify that, we make better engineering decisions. The cement was so precise that when you walk, you and I would say it's upstairs, you'd say I'm walking upstairs. And when you're walking down, you'd say I'm walking instairs. This is a man who created the mathematics of synergy. And what he showed are maps that you and I grew up with are wrong. Like the way once people thought we were actual representation of the real world, the physical plane.
Thank you for clicking on our
And
video,
it was
everybody.
the
If you like what you saw
spaceship
here,
version
especially
that people use routinely or use synergy that he defined the mathematics of. This is a man who had 70 or 80 patents. He had 50 predictions for the year 2000. 49 of the 50 came true. He's designed the geodesic dome, which is arguably the first redevelopment of the basics of architecture in 4,000 years. So like it's not a small mind that's proposing that in the Dymaxion map, what he's able to demonstrate with better proportions than the Mercator projection map that we see in school growing up and look at as the normal map from which your globe is made. We get Dymaxion globes, but there are people who believe this is a more accurate way of looking at the Earth, and if it does turn out to be mathematically, even if it looks weird to you or me, mathematically true, then his engineering proposal, like building bridges, is that if you connect regional power grids together, you make more available energy for everybody of the grid.
You know what?
It's not a bad idea.
I mean, look at that globe there. That don't look like no cheap old globe that I just went go get at no dollar stores now. You see that globe is beautiful and everything is etched out perfect there. Everything because it's so beautiful globe, brother.
It is. Yeah, so is Star Wars or whatever movie you like. Like I'm just saying, like if you want to produce in the real world, you got to see how things are really and clearly, which is hard to do, but we still need to.
Are you able to pull that up in a shot or some kind of screenshot so I can see this? Like I said, I'm looking at a real globe with my hand on it right there now.
Look the link that I put in there. No, see the link in the chat.
I'm bringing it up and it wouldn't open that. I was sharing that link.
Anybody else have a problem? I brought it up. It came right up.
I had another thing. Let's see if I can bring that up.
Okay.
Look at
That's basically looking down at the Earth from space according to that mathematics. And it goes through and describes its comparison, how it's put together, and you can like do a comparison like of show Dymaxion. You can ask your favorite chat GPT, what does the Dymaxion map show versus the regular map which is called the Mercator projection. Demonstrate or illustrate about the reality of the physical world. It's a very good question to ask your favorite chat GPT. Yeah, thanks for that.
that is an interesting map, kind of. I don't have a globe that looks like. I'll have to take a look at that, and somebody that I know that is really good at math, and they know how to map stuff. I will give that to them, and they'll be able to take a look at that. But like I said, the globe that I have that I'm holding my hand on, that globe costs well over $500. I didn't get that at no dollar store.
No, it's a beautiful globe, just like you're talking about. I have them as well, mostly in storage because I travel a great deal. But I was introduced today to a group of very eminent people, and the person who introduced me said, Daniel is Mr. Possum. I've never had anybody introduce me that way before, but it seemed to be very accurate for the moment. And I'm also especially Mr. Clarity if I can be. Let's try to see things as they really are so we can do something about them.
I think the map it's interesting. I've never looked at this version of it's not a real, I just never looked at that version of the map. Like I said, I look at things like Pangea. I look at this globe that I have here because it is very, very nice, and it has all my longitude and latitude lines on it, everything that I need for what I like. But I get it. I understand that you're not going to people ain't gonna pay $500 for a globe. I got it, but there was nothing else in the store that looked like the map that you showed me. What in the fuck?
The thing is, Ashton, it's not about the map. It's just about the possibilities of what that map says. Really was about the idea of connecting the energy grids and all that. Like, it's just, yeah, that's kind of where we were. And look, the big thing is the question of money. Is there enough money? Which is a very frequent topic in our conversation because I don't think anybody can argue that there's a fixed amount of money, which means it's more like a tap. And the question is how much is in the tap?
It's gotta come from somewhere. I mean,
well, does it, have I ever, I form capital for a living. I really do. And I can tell you it does come from something. But what it comes from is merely agreement. When you get a loan from your bank, if you get a loan from your bank, they're not getting it from the Federal Reserve, from a quantity of money that exists in the United States. Say, hey, we need some of that so we can go lend that. That is not where it comes from. The bank issue that.
I get that. Yes, I get that.
Okay, all right. So the money is created by something, does come from somewhere, but that somewhere is agreement. The question is there a limit to agreement? There is, but the limit is not how many agreements we make, it's how many agreements we can keep. And that is only supported by how much the economy can sustain. That's why inflation is a very important thing to handle. That's why guys who make blockchain and crypto launches have to have monetary policy the way that countries only used to have monetary policy. Because if you put too much supply of capital at once in a way that dwarfs the system, then it will absolutely cause inflation and rob buying power. But other than that, of what the economy can actually handle, there is no limit to how much money you can give people if it's buying power that can be converted into real goods and services and stimulate the economy. It's friggin' false. People are going to look back on this time 100 years from now like the way we look at people who thought the world was flat. When it comes to money, none of us understand what money is about because it is truly limitless, so limitless that we actually have to put limits on it just to make it work. Just
maybe it's not good. Say for me, it's not limitless. My bank account ain't this or whatever. And some people, money is there is a limit, and so that's what the general public would see. But maybe somebody like maybe you can see something that they're able to raise the economy to bear so much. But how can we make the economy bear the worst? That's not very good.
monetary economy is 270 times, I didn't say how much bigger, I just said it was bigger, is 270 times bigger than the real economy. I just want everybody to take this, hold on, I'm giving you a really, really big piece of information most people have never heard before. The monetary economy is 270 times the size of the real economy in GDP. Now, there's zero tax on the big whale doing all the movement of money. And there's a ton of tax. People fight over how much tax should be taxed and all of that. In the real economy, I talk about the monetary economy. And when you figure out the mathematics of it, you take the time to go through it, as I have, you will find out that a tiny tax on the 270 times larger economy can wipe out to zero all the taxes on the real economy. That's how much of a big gap hole in our knowledge and education about what I just said is. But I could explain it to a 5-year-old. I could show, here's a bucket, here's another bucket. This one's the M, this one is the R, and on the M flip the script on every conversation about what there's enough of and not enough of to pay for everything. Okay? You can end the debt in 8 years. You know what you can do with all that savings? You understand? Like, you pay more right now for interest on the debt than you do on the military. Does anybody know that? If you didn't know that, it's news for me tonight. Okay? That's how big it is. So if you can pay off that debt in 8 years, you no longer have to pay that interest cost. You basically have like the military, the size of the military, to now spend on other things. And we can argue about, now we can have a fight about what we have too much money to spend on. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, conflict comes when there's scarcity. If you can solve scarcity as much as you possibly can, not perfect in everything, but if you can do that in some sort of measured way, then it frees up creativity for everything else, and that's what produces a bigger economy in the end. You don't have to share a limited pie, you go make a bigger pie. You invest it in human beings. That's basically how you.
How do you then get the lobbyists and all these other people here, other folks to then lean in and start
Would like to hear my plan for that? I got a plan for that. I got a plan. Here it is.
Can't make them do thing. It's tough.
Hold on. So let's see if you think I have a plan for that. Let's assume I do. Give me. Yeah. Okay. So, because this is an issue which matters to both conservatives and liberals, I'm going to start a super PAC that's going to raise money from big fish and little fish who all care about the very idea of ending the debt from both sides. And they're going to go recruit 50 candidates across the nation that want to run on this idea. The super PAC will spend money on the issue. Candidates will run that they're with the issue. And that will put it on the agenda so that people know about it. Because the truth of it is, the lobbyists are not in control. You, the ordinary people, are in control in 2026. And that is because you have these communication tools to mobilize and organize, because that's what changes the world, not lobbyists. Okay? Sorry to say. What is going to happen is then in the next candidacy after that, it will grow from 50 to 150 and become a caucus and actually be able to get the legislation passed. And I predict that a presidential candidate will run on it as well. Because who the hell wants to who the hell wants to run against ending the U.S. debt? Tell me.
I mean,
and then I'm going to do, on top of that, raising not only millions of dollars and recruiting candidates. The book I'm putting out is going to answer the question you're asking. How are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? How are we going to get it through the House? What about all these obstacles and so on? And right in the book, we're going to say, the way you can do it is you having everybody hearing my voice right now, having conversations with each other, ordinary people that you think have no power, your grandmother, your kid, your cousin, to get the conversation out in real people about how the debt can be ended in 8 years. Get the people to be so knowledgeable about this that candidates won't be able to run through it. Because the true power is the people, not the people in power. The people don't know that. They don't know how to organize enough, but they are in fact the power.
But we can help. I mean, we got folks that know how to organize and can help folks organize. I mean, there's no excuse if you are with the church or other organizations. Certainly can help folks get themselves together and organize and march. I mean, when Kamala Harris and other folks ran locally out here, we mobilized 10,000 people that we can muster and get those folks went on foot and knocking on doors. So we really did get that going. So folks do know how to grassroots, organize. And so those things you learn through history. But what I can say about what you're talking about, I would like a copy of that book because I can get it to somebody who they know about money because they do the budget for the church and land stuff. So they're a lot smarter than me, and they went to school for that. So if anybody knows about math, it's percent. And if they know about business, I bet you it's them. So I would certainly like to check that book
it won't work for, and therefore, because it isn't perfection, work for everybody, therefore it has no value, and that's how we don't have an economy that grows when people have great ideas. I'm a change agent. I know what makes change is agreement, and regardless of whether the pension funds are against this or that, if I get enough agreement to actually make it happen, then it actually happens. That's the end of the story, right? That's
I have a question for you, Daniel.
Yeah.
First of all, it's fascinating. It's good to hear you really talk about this because I've been aware of what we've talked a tiny bit. I have a question, which is, how do you, I understand exactly what you're putting forth. How do you, the obstacle that I immediately see you're going against the power of billionaires in this world who would resist this and who would perhaps be threatened by it and would object to it, compete with it. That's my question.
It's really interesting to bring that up. So I've been talking about agreement, all forms of wealth, change, justice, and even power created by agreement. I'm literally doing a tour in Ghana for 10 days coming up in September that's all themed around the power we make, not the power we take. 5,000 young Ghanaian entrepreneurs. And I'm bringing that up because there's a culture around the world of people operating outside of government, including them, to make the world work and basically make the 1% irrelevant. They're not in their way because we don't have to take from the billionaires to make for everybody else. I'm just going to tell you I'm proving that. And I think, bringing up my friend Buckminster Fuller, he said you don't change things by fighting an existing reality. To change something, you build a new model that makes the old one obsolete. Now, any of the change I'm talking about by agreement, I've come to say that the reason why agreement is difficult is because we're all basically warriors. We all come from 70,000 years of war. We have war instincts. And we've made language war. We do it right here on Clubhouse all the time. We all hear it better here as Clubhouse people than anybody else, I think, out there. And my proposition is that, we can actually produce more for everybody and have everybody participating with less sustainably without having to take from anybody, including the grandfathered in billionaires who I don't care about. Because I think there's so much capable for us to do that I don't have to waste my time. It's kind of how I look at it. Now, I'm not talking about injustice or crime or any of that. It has to be addressed from a legal standpoint or anything. I don't want to ignore history completely type thing. But I'm much more interested in the present and the future. And what can I scalably do? For example, if I can get 1,000 impact funds to be created over 10 years, they're going out and investing in actual human outcomes, even for profit, by the way. If I can get those created and out there in the world, I don't really have to go after the billionaires to do that or even deal with that. You see what I'm saying? So I look at it incrementally as the short answer to your question. What can I do incrementally and measurably and see what that can do within the time that I'm here? Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thanks.
I don't like that the world needs lots of people who aim to do what I do. It's a very big community, people should know, who are what I call world game workers, even if they don't call themselves that I do, who are in the non-governmental and entrepreneurial / space. They're not on the news. You don't hear about them. I can tell you the story of this Ghana group. It's started by one young man who started a non-profit but devoted to entrepreneurial culture in Ghana. 70% of the people in Ghana are under the age of 30, highly youth population, and he set out to give them a pathway to create their own job, as he said it, rather than having to look for a job. That was his one idea. One guy comes up with this idea, and today he has 5,000 young Ghanaian entrepreneurs at his annual convention, and both presidential candidates. It's a must stop on their tour in the election campaign. Like, when I say ordinary people have power, real power, I'm not blowing smoke or talking about idealism. And I don't like the fact that I think governments are failing. Like what used to be done by NASA, research and development type stuff, that now has to happen in the private sphere. That's very unsafe for society that that's even needed. But that's what people like me are working on. How to make basically a bank for moonshots. A bank for moonshots to invest in human outcomes and not fantasies, like stuff that we know that works, but it doesn't have a good business model, right? Like, it just needs long term. Like, you get all the water you need out of the atmosphere powered by the sun for every human being on this planet. What I just stated, I can prove mathematically with today's technology, scalable, but it's not really profitable to put it in where people already have water running from the taps. It's a business model problem. And if you invent a new way to finance it, which I'm hoping to do, other people too are working on ways to. But if a new way can be invented to finance these things, you create a time machine with money. If you can make the money work, it speeds up time because money is based on agreement. And if you have lots of agreement, you have a lot of power by agreement. A lobbyist is one kind, so is a bunch of people marching in the streets.